In the year 2135, the resources of Blue Star had been exhausted, and the planet was on the brink of extinction. All nations saw their populations sharply decline, while facing an impending crisis. Fear spread among everyone, and every country was desperately trying to secure more resources, but it was like trying to fill a bucket with a spoon. The resources of Blue Star had dwindled to only about 10% of what they once were. The sunlight was wrapped in a murky yellow haze, the earth cracked open, the oceans shrank rapidly, and the forests had been mostly felled. Breathing itself had become a luxury. The Blue Star National Alliance had issued a warning 60 years ago, stating that by 2140, Blue Star would completely lose its ecological cycle ability, and all life would be extinct within 2 years. Just as the people of the world sank into despair, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, as if someone had split the heavens with a giant axe. At the same time, a mechanical and cold voice echoed in everyone's mind. The national survival system has been activated. 10 people will be randomly selected from each country and transported into the source realm to begin survival and exploration. The resources gained will have a chance of being returned to the country at a 1,000-fold rate, and countries with populations over 100 million will have a chance of a 10,000 or even a million-fold return. The survival process will be live-streamed, with private parts automatically hidden. If all 10 selected individuals from a country die, that country will swiftly perish. However, exceptional performance may earn national survival points and various rewards. Each country starts with different survival points, which are tied to its population and resource situation. Warning: the source realm is full of dangers and will gradually open up. Warning: if a participant is seriously injured, their country can sacrifice 3 points of survival to heal injuries and provide initial supplies. This can be done once every 10 days. Each participant will be in a separate area for the first 15 days and will not interact with others. Another warning: Dragon Country's current survival points are 77. Each participant's death will directly deduct 5 points. After death, new participants will be randomly selected, also with a 15-day beginner period. Other regulations of the source realm need to be explored by the participants and will be communicated to their country through the livestream. Only half of the current regulations are being revealed. Final notice: the source realm is currently in late autumn and will enter winter in about a month. Participants will be randomly transported into the source realm in half an hour and will receive a beginner's gift package. The people of the world were filled with anticipation, hoping they wouldn't be selected to enter the source realm. After all, entering meant certain danger, and without survival experience, it would be a death sentence. Su Lin thought the same. He was just a person hiding in Dragon Country's shelter, waiting to die. Moreover, he had no survival experience. With 700 million people in Dragon Country, the chances of being chosen were slim. After all, he had been in this world for over 2 years, and by coincidence, he ended up in a shelter, eating the so-called black nutritional meals every day. Personnel selection complete, binding begins, teleportation commencing. Before Su Lin could react, the same cold voice echoed in his mind. Then, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he had already entered the source realm. The fresh air and soft earth hit him in the face. Although it was late autumn, some plants still retained their green, something that was impossible to experience on Blue Star. Above him, there was a screen showing a live broadcast of him, and he wore a watch, the function of which he didn't yet know. Damn, out of 700 million people, I got picked. This damn national survival system is trying to kill me. I don't know anything at all. Su Lin cursed under his breath. He had to move. Su Lin stood up, dusted off the black dirt on his body, and randomly chose a direction. He stumbled forward across the desolate, black wasteland, stepping carefully with each foot. The taste in his heart was sour and painful. Warning: sufficient resources detected. The perfect survival guide is being bound to the host. Countdown: 10, 9, 8. Su Lin was once again shocked, then ecstatic. The benefits of being a traveler had finally arrived. The perfect survival guide has been bound. Host Su Lin, you now have a guide that only you can see. When you encounter any plant, animal, or mineral, the guide will display the most detailed information about the object and the most efficient ways to use it. There is also a resource radar at the center of the guide, continuously scanning the area and marking usable resources. Initially, you can watch through a live camera, copy survival skills from other countries' players, and gradually enhance your own strength. Wow, this is tailor-made for me! Su Lin exclaimed, filled with excitement. He stood still, continuously checking his perfect survival guide and the situation of Dragon Country's players. Chen Jianfeng, former member of the Dragon Country Blade Special Forces, one of the most elite scouts and survival experts during the Dragon Country disaster era. Shi Meng, descendant of herders, born with extraordinary strength, honest and straightforward. Mo Yun, female, heir to an ancient family of mechanical arts, also a modern mechanical engineer. Zhao Xingming, top intelligence officer from the National Security Department, skilled in stealth, assassination, and infiltration. Wang Wujie, from a martial arts family. At this moment, he can only see the information of these 5 people. Each one was hundreds of times stronger than him, and all of them were elites in various fields. He couldn't understand why he had been chosen. He stood there, lost in thought. At the screens of all the surviving bases and shelters in Dragon Country, countless pairs of eyes that had held onto their last shred of hope were flooded with complex emotions upon seeing Su Lin. Everyone else is already running. What is Su Lin doing standing there? Is he trying to die? I really don't get it. Is he a fool, or is there something he's relying on? What is he doing? Is he scared silly? Big brother, move already. This is not the place for daydreaming. Chen Jianfeng has already started cutting branches to make a spear. Shermeng is already searching for water. Are you just standing here waiting for a pie to fall from the sky? It's over. Dragon Country is going to lose 5 points before even starting. All kinds of mocking voices came through. Of course, Su Lin had no idea. At this moment, he was checking his starter kit: a metal pot, a military multi-tool knife, a sleeping bag, a machete, and a pack of compressed biscuits. Not bad, very good. Although some items were duplicates, their uses were different. The start wasn't too bad. Warning: Dragon Country player Chen Fei was bitten by a poisonous snake and died. Dragon Country loses 5 points, current score 72. Warning: Dragon Country player Yuan Xuan was bitten by a lone wolf and died. Dragon Country loses 5 points, current score 67. Warning: Island Country player Tian Zhong was poisoned by wild fruit and died. Island Country loses 5 points, current score 53. Warning: Beautiful Country player John accidentally fell off a cliff. Beautiful Country loses 5 points, current score 71. Messages of death kept appearing on the public screen. In just a short span of a few minutes, more than 20 people had already died, and only around 60 countries participated in this event. The origin world is extremely dangerous. Su Lin moved. He took another step and, following the instructions of the perfect survival guide, headed towards the water source. The origin world, here I come, Su Lin. Idiot. Why are you shouting so loud? Even if you come, you're just sending yourself to die. Ah, Dragon Country is done for. 2 people died right at the start, and now there's another fool here. Other countries' people were laughing wildly at Su Lin and Dragon Country. In Dragon Country's official livestream, hosts Fang Yi and Shen Yi looked at each other in confusion. Chen, do you think Su Lin is really as simple as he looks? Female host Fang Yi asked. I'm not too sure yet, but since the system selected him as a player, there must be something unique about him, at least to some extent. That's right, Chen Yi really didn't know how to defend Su Lin. After all, he looked too ordinary. Well, let's look forward to Su Lin's performance. On the official live broadcast screen, most comments were pessimistic about Su Lin. The situation for other countries' contestants was similar to Longbo's. Most of them were elites, but there were also some who looked very ordinary. Su Lin casually grabbed some vines and tied everything to his body, except for the machete, and quickly moved towards the direction of the water source while his strength was still good. Although he was a wilderness survival rookie, he had also picked up on the 3 key elements of wilderness survival through observation. Water source. Fire. Shelter. And the shelter must be built close to the water source, so the top priority was to find water. As for fire, he would think of something after finding the water source. According to the perfect survival guide, the water source was 2 kilometers away from Su Lin, a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Su Lin's machete kept chopping down dry branches and vines beside him, struggling to move forward, his eyes frequently scanning the ground below, as someone had just been killed by a poisonous snake. What is this idiot doing? Is running around aimlessly useful? Haha, is there no one left in Longwa? They chose such a rookie, haha, this is hilarious. The people from Asan's country mocked. The official live broadcast of Longwa formed a confrontation, and many people believed that Su Lin must have some skills. What Su Lin didn't know was that he was giving his all, gritting his teeth, wiping the sweat from his forehead from time to time, and it seemed like every step took all of his energy. The muscle soreness spread through his bones. There were only 300 meters left to the water source, and he nearly fell several times. But with the last bit of strength, he kept moving forward. He knew very well the gap between himself and the contestants from other countries who had received professional training. 1 step, 2 steps, every step was on the edge of survival. These short 2 kilometers had drained all his energy. From the public chat, news of other countries' contestants dying appeared from time to time. So far, more than 30 people had died. The mist coming from the water made Su Lin rush over without hesitation. He scooped up the creek water with his hands, ready to drink, but when it almost touched his lips, he seemed to remember something and slowly put it down. This was a small creek, not very big, the water flowing gently. On the opposite side of the creek was a highland, 1 or 2 meters higher than the surrounding area. Although the highland was covered with weeds and vines, it could be easily cleared to reveal flat land. Su Lin glanced at the creek again, then turned around and explored around the highland. After 2 laps, he confirmed that the highland was the best place for a shelter, as it was also the location the perfect survival guide had chosen. He still had a pack of compressed biscuits, so food wasn't something to worry about for now. With the water source found, the next step was to make fire, and after that, build the shelter. Guide, I need to make fire, please list some methods for starting a fire. Su Lin tried to communicate with the perfect survival guide through his mind. Friction fire, also called fire by drilling wood, find dry softwood like willow for the spindle, use hardwood for the base, drill a hole, and rapidly rotate the spindle. The heat generated by friction will ignite the wood shavings, successfully starting a fire. Concave lens fire starting. Bow drill fire, use a branch to make a bow, wrap a rope around the drill rod, and pull the bow to make the drill rod rotate quickly. This method has a higher chance of success and greater efficiency. Seeing the fire starting methods provided by the guide, Su Lin was incredibly excited, not expecting it to really be possible. At this point, it seemed that the only method he could use was the bow drill fire starting. Starting a fire by rubbing wood together is probably impossible, but luckily, the forest is still relatively dry, so it's essential to get the fire going quickly. Once the fire is lit, it can not only provide warmth, purify water, and drive away beasts, but also cook food. It is the key to survival, sometimes even more important than shelter. Why has Su Lin stopped again? Chen Jianfeng has already started building the shelter, and Mo Yun has begun setting traps. Sigh, having Su Lin from Dragon Country is really unfortunate. I gave up on him a long time ago. Fortunately, we still have a few people with rich wilderness survival experience. I don't have much confidence. Look at the people from the beautiful country, John Bull, and the Gull Chickens, many of them are elite personnel with rich wilderness experience. We've already lost 2 at the start. How sad. You people are really something. Isn't Su Lin serving Dragon Country? Many people frequently drift between the live streams of other countries. Some express concern about the situation in Dragon Country, and a few even smear the players. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. At this moment, Su Lin had already untied his shoelaces and found a bundle of soft fine grass and wood shavings to use as tinder. The bowstring was made of thin vines, tightly wrapped around a straight, round wooden drill rod. The top of the drill rested against a smooth small stone, with his palm pressed firmly on top. This was already his 3rd attempt. Whew. Su Lin took a deep breath, his right hand tightly pulling the wooden bow. The vine carried the rotating rod, spinning rapidly, creating a faint scraping sound as it rubbed against the hardwood base. Su Lin's speed grew faster and faster. Sweat slid down his forehead into his eyes, his arms sore, but he dared not stop, and the bow drill spun faster and faster. A few minutes later, a burnt smell wafted up. A wisp of faint blue smoke rose from the pile of wood shavings on the base. Su Lin was overjoyed and increased the speed of pulling the bow. The stone in his palm had become so hot that it burned, and the blue smoke grew denser. There seemed to be a faint flame appearing. Su Lin suddenly stopped. He carefully wrapped the pile of wood shavings in leaves, bringing it to his mouth and gently blowing. The tiny sparks flickered in the airflow, gradually growing bigger. Thick smoke billowed, and a small flame flickered out. Su Lin placed the newly lit flame under the fine grass, where it crackled. Watching the flickering flame gradually grow, Su Lin quickly added more fine twigs and smiled with a hint of luck. This flame marks the beginning of my conquest of the native world. Wait and see, I, Su Lin, will step on everyone and strengthen the prestige of Dragon Country. Ha 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 ha. Su Lin shouted loudly in the livestream without holding back. Idiot, keep a low profile. Our country will destroy you sooner or later. This guy doesn't seem that weak. In such a short time, he found water and started a fire. This doesn't look like a beginner. Good, keep it up. Bro, let's keep a low profile. Another beauty from our Dragon Country just died. Didn't you see? 3 people have already died in the beginning. Boo-hoo. Chapter 3, The Miserable Wild Chicken. Everyone stood stunned, watching Su Lin. The moment he started the fire, the live stream was flooded by millions of viewers. After all, until now, no one had been able to start a fire. Su Lin was the first. Brother Chen, as an expert in wilderness survival, do you think Su Lin's speed can be considered passing? This is no longer a matter of passing or failing. I think Su Lin is playing the fool, pretending to be weak. Being able to accurately find water and decisively give up on building a shelter to focus on making fire already surpasses most people. Wilderness survival is about willpower and decision-making. There's a lot of things involved that aren't as simple as they seem on the surface. It's just like not everyone can temporarily give up their shelter. Chen Ye's words were met with agreement from Feng He, who also thought Su Lin was quite exceptional. Reward: Dragon Kingdom contestant Su Lin is the first to start a fire, rewarded with 5 points of national luck, bringing Dragon Kingdom's national luck to 67 points. The national luck survival system issued its first reward to him. Everyone was shocked, including the contestants. No one knew that the first to light a fire would actually receive a national luck reward. If that's the case, then from now on, all firsts will belong to us John Bulls. No one should think about stealing them. John Bull's star contestant, Brother Sean, muttered to himself, brimming with confidence. Go investigate who this Su Lin from Dragon Kingdom is. Be quick, said the head of intelligence from the island country to another person. It's just luck. The real challenge starts with me, said the Special Forces instructor from A3, a sly smile appearing on his face. All the contestants from Dragon Kingdom also smiled with relief. After all, Su Lin now represented Dragon Kingdom. Although he seemed average, to stand out among so many contestants was impressive. Chen Jianfeng checked Su Lin's information again. At this moment, Su Lin appeared completely at ease. After using the perfect survival guide to pick several non-toxic wild fruits, he returned to the high ground. Su Lin used an iron pot to boil some hot water, drank half of it after it cooled, and ate another 10 wild fruits. He then opened his sleeping bag and lay down inside. Although he was protected by the sleeping bag and the fire, Su Lin still felt unsafe. Tomorrow, he would definitely start building a shelter. Throughout the night, Su Lin occasionally got up to add wood to the fire, with his machete placed next to his sleeping bag, the box of compressed biscuits tucked in his arms, drifting in and out of sleep. Many contestants from other countries also started fires one by one, working late into the night. Some were weaving fish traps with vines, while others were running wildly through the dark forest. As dawn broke, Su Lin got up. The location for the shelter had already been confirmed, right on the high ground. But what kind of shelter to build? Su Lin had not yet decided. Guide, show me how others are building their shelters. Through the live broadcast camera, Su Lin could see the footage of how all the other contestants were building their shelters, without being discovered. After watching several, Su Lin was astonished to realize that he had completely mastered the techniques for building a shelter, his proficiency seeming to far surpass that of his competitors. The perfect survival guide really is perfect. How much effort has this saved me? Shelters were mostly divided into above-ground and underground types. What Su Lin wanted to build was an underground bunker-style shelter, ideally 2 meters wide, 1.8 meters high, and 3 meters long. The prerequisite was that the soil below had to be soft enough to dig, without any rock or water layers. Without a shovel or a combat engineer shovel, Su Lin used a flat stone to sharpen the edges into something like a spade, then tied it to a wooden stick with vines, fixed it securely, and was ready to start. He glanced unconsciously at the camera, said nothing, and continued his actions. By now, Su Lin had become used to the existence of the live broadcast, no longer paying any attention to it. After choosing the location, Su Lin fetched a lot of stream water using the iron pot and slowly poured it into the marked area, then waited quietly. What's he doing? Is he just full and bored? Don't you realize your perception is off? If you don't understand, just shut up. Su Lin is waiting for the stream water to moisten the soil, so he can dig a bit. What else can you do besides mock him? Exactly, at least Su Lin has earned us 5 national luck points for Dragon Kingdom. What have you done? Is mocking him really that interesting? Inside the official livestream, 2 different opinions had already formed. One believed Su Lin was pretending to be weak while secretly plotting, while the other purely mocked and criticized him. Throughout the morning, Su Lin continued to water and dig the soil in repetitive motions. Fortunately, the topsoil was relatively soft, making it easier to dig. And Su Lin could clearly feel his strength and speed continuously increasing, likely due to the perfect survival encyclopedia enhancing his overall abilities. It was a positive cycle. The more Su Lin dug, the faster he became. By 3 or 4 p.m., the entire bunker had been dug to about a meter deep, which would have been impossible on a normal day. Thankfully, he hadn't encountered any rock or water layers, and he hadn't eaten all day. His stomach growled from hunger. He temporarily stopped the excavation of the bunker. The perfect survival encyclopedia guided him, indicating that there were a group of wild chickens and wild yam on the right side in the dense forest. Actually, the current encyclopedia was still in a basic state, only able to passively guide him to a rough area. Even so, in such a wilderness, it was like having cheats. Su Lin gripped his machete and moved quietly, slowly heading in the direction indicated by the guide. In the deep autumn forest, it grew increasingly quiet. After walking for about half an hour, Su Lin spotted a male wild chicken in a pine forest. The dazzling colors flashed between the gaps in the grass, the neck feathers gleaming with a metallic green and purple sheen, and the tail feathers resembled brown satin ribbons. Behind the male wild chicken, there were 2 hens. The 3 wild chickens, ever alert, would lift their heads and look around with every step they took. Su Lin hid behind a bush, holding his breath. The guide told him that wild chickens had excellent vision, and any slight movement or sound would startle them into flight. He had originally planned to set a trap, but he hadn't expected to encounter the wild chickens directly. Time passed second by second as the three wild chickens slowly wandered, foraging for food, and gradually moved closer to Su Lin's position, getting nearer and nearer. Su Lin forced himself to slow his breathing, placing the machete on the ground beside him. His body was like a bow pulled taut, shifting all his weight onto his left foot, his right foot slightly bent, ready to spring into action at any moment. In the official livestream, Fang Yi's mouth had already fallen open. Brother Chen, is Su Lin planning to capture a wild chicken alive? This seems a bit unbelievable. Didn't most people catch wild chickens by setting traps? What do you think his success rate is? Hard to say. To catch a wild chicken, you must be faster than it can fly. If I'm guessing correctly, Su Lin is very likely to fail because the chances of success are just too small, Chen Yi said, staring at the screen, his tone slow as he came to this conclusion. Exactly, I've lived over 30 years and never seen anyone catch a wild chicken with their bare hands. Su Lin is too naive. Does he really think he can be faster than a wild chicken? That's why he's daydreaming. The livestream chat was full of ridicule. When the three wild chickens were only half a meter away from Su Lin, it was as if a bowstring had been released, and Su Lin shot forward. The male wild chicken startled and flew up, its wings flapping violently. Just as its claws were about to leave the ground, Su Lin's left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing its struggling ankle. Su Lin pressed the male wild chicken firmly with his right hand. The air was filled with the faint smell of feathers and soil. The warmth of the wild chicken in his hands made him realize he had really caught a wild chicken with his bare hands. Su Lin himself couldn't believe it, and soon, the National Survival System issued the second reward. Chapter 4, The First Material Return. Reward, Dragon Country contestant Su Lin captured a live wild chicken with his bare hands, triggering the material return mechanism. Congratulations to Longwei for acquiring 1 million live wild chickens. Meanwhile, because Su Lin was the first country to capture a live animal, Longwei receives 5 points of national fortune. Currently, Longwei has 72 points. Tip, because Longwei's population exceeds 100 million, the maximum multiplier for the random return has been applied. Supplies have been distributed to Longwei's major shelters. Everyone in Longwei was ecstatic. After all, this was the first time Longwei had received supplies back, and it was awarded to Su Lin, whom they had always considered the most incompetent. Countless wild chickens appeared in all of Longwei's shelters. Most importantly, they were alive, meaning they could be slowly bred through farming. Of course, that wasn't possible right now, as people were still struggling to get enough to eat. After hearing the announcement of the reward, Su Lin was stunned. He never expected that just catching one wild chicken would earn him a national fortune point reward, and 1 million chickens would be returned. At this point, everything he did was already worth it. I told you, Su Lin is definitely no ordinary person. It's obvious that he was pretending all along, playing the role of a fool to deceive others. Get lost. Just a moment ago, you were talking badly about Su Lin, and now you're eating his wild chicken. You've changed. I looked down on you. Don't get too happy too soon. Su Lin only got lucky. Catching a live wild chicken is not that easy. In the official live broadcast, the chat exploded again. Some people supported Su Lin, but more people believed that he was just lucky. Brother Chen, based on Su Lin's performance so far, do you think he's pretending to be a fool to deceive others? Fang Yi stared at Chen Yi, hoping to find an answer in his expression. I'm actually quite conflicted. If Su Lin were a complete beginner, I would firmly disagree. After all, he first found water, then fire, and only then the shelter, achieving all of this in a very short time. Even an experienced player would find that difficult. As for catching wild chickens with his bare hands, honestly, I've never even heard of it. Chen Ye's expression was very complex. Fang Yi nodded, half understanding. Su Lin used vines to tie the wild chicken, placing it on the ground. He walked around the forest for a bit, feeling certain that this was the place where wild chickens often roamed. Then Su Lin gathered more vines and, using the perfect survival guide, made a live snare with a diameter of 20 centimeters. The knot could slide and tighten. He placed it on a path where wild chickens frequently passed. The snare was about 15 centimeters off the ground, with the other end tied to a sturdy tree trunk. If a wild chicken passed by, its head or leg would get caught. The more it struggled, the tighter it would bind. Using the same method, Su Lin set up more than 10 traps in the pine forest. In fact, such snare traps were the simplest and most efficient. Once set up, all that was needed was to wait. Su Lin, holding the wild chicken, slowly returned to the shelter. He glanced at the camera, and casually said to the people in the live broadcast, nature doesn't pity anyone. Life is the same. What does Su Lin mean by this? Is he trying to tell us that he caught the wild chicken with his real skills? You're so dumb. Su Lin is hinting that he didn't catch the wild chicken by luck but through his own strength. This guy keeps saying these weird things, acting like a philosopher. The official live broadcast was stirred up again, and Su Lin's stream had already attracted over 100 million viewers. Many came to see how he managed to catch a live wild chicken. After processing the wild chicken, Su Lin set up a rack over the fire, roasting the wild chicken, turning it over from time to time. While roasting the wild chicken, Su Lin didn't stop. He kept digging his bunker. According to the national survival system, in about a month, winter would arrive, and without a warm, sturdy, and comfortable shelter, it would be hard to survive. After about an hour, the skin of the wild chicken turned golden and shiny, with slightly wrinkled edges, slightly crispy, and the oil slowly dripped down the texture, sizzling on the fire. It smelled so good, just looking at it made people's mouths water. The people in the live stream were already drooling. How long had it been since they last tasted such a delicious wild chicken? 3 years or 5 years? Su Lin also put down his tools, sat next to the fire, and ate heartily, his mouth dripping with oil. This wild chicken weighed about 2 to 3 kilograms, providing enough protein for Su Lin. Eating the wild chicken, drinking hot water, life was just this beautiful. Reward: a player from the beautiful country, Brown, caught a fish with beginner equipment, triggering the resource return mechanism. The beautiful country received 10,000 fish, and the resources have been distributed to the major shelters in the beautiful country. Su Lin was still chewing on the chicken when the national survival system's reward sound rang again. Damn it, why didn't our beautiful country trigger the millionfold return? The system is unfair. It's already good that they gave you a return, and you're still complaining. If you don't want it, give it to us gall chickens. Damn it, why didn't I get a return for the fish I caught too? A player from a Sans country was very frustrated. All the players from various countries were frantically complaining about the national survival system, except for the players from Long country, who were working hard. Punishment: all countries whose players insult the national survival system will lose 3 national survival points. Next time, they will be directly judged as dead. All the players from every country immediately shut up, some even shrinking their necks awkwardly. See? I told you, only our Long country's players are the most reliable, ha! This is hilarious. It seems like all the players from Long country knew the system would punish them. Well done, just like that, let's get rid of the beautiful country, Island country, Asan, and Stick country players. After finishing the wild chicken, Su Lin didn't even throw away the bones. He planned to use the leftover bones as bait. Other players from Long country were also searching for places to build shelters, and Chen Jianfeng had already started building one, but he was building a shelter on the ground, while many others hadn't even started a fire yet. So far, Su Lin had water and fire, and his shelter was under construction. The wild chicken trap had also been set up. Overall, his situation was stable, but traps weren't very reliable. Relying solely on a single trap probably couldn't guarantee a steady food supply. Su Lin wiped the sweat off his forehead, his gaze fixed on the stream not far away. He had already observed it when he fetched water, and there were fish in the stream. Although they weren't big, as long as there were enough, boiling fish soup would be good. Su Lin jumped out of the deep pit of the shelter and went straight to the stream, gesturing the approximate distance with his hands before returning to the dense forest. After a short time, Su Lin came out holding a bunch of vines. Chapter 5: Progress is going well. Why is Su Lin carrying so many vines to the stream? Is he making a fish trap? Who knows? He must have his own plan. We can't understand it. With their IQ, they'd starve to death as soon as they enter the origin realm. If I'm right, Su Lin is going to block the river to catch fish. He just measured the distance. Another person's explanation seemed more reasonable. Su Lin's hands kept weaving. After more than an hour, a basket-shaped fishing device made of vines was finished. It was about half a meter wide and a little over a meter long, with wooden sticks fixed on both sides. Su Lin put the fishing device aside and walked to the stream. The stream was only about 2 to 3 meters wide, with many stones scattered around. Su Lin picked up the stones one by one and stacked them on both sides of the stream, leaving only a space as wide as the shape of the fishing device in the middle, and finally placed the fishing device in the center, pressing it down with stones. After doing all this, Su Lin returned to the bunker-like shelter and continued watering, digging, and now he only watered the center, while the surroundings were entirely up to him to dig. Constantly digging the soil, Su Lin was sweating like rain, and for a moment, he even felt that his strength, speed, and overall physical abilities were continuously improving. It seemed that as he kept digging, his reaction speed was also significantly enhanced. Could it be that the perfect survival manual has made a complete transformation of his body? This was just Su Lin's guess, which would be verified later. The Dragon Country player Chen Jianfeng's shelter had been completed. He used a relatively simple above-ground shelter, probably just as a temporary solution. If winter came, this kind of shelter wouldn't hold up. Shi Meng had also started the fire, but because he found the water source a bit late, his shelter had not been built yet. The progress of the other players was far behind Chen Jianfeng and Shi Meng. Su Lin was even slower. Warning, Dragon Country player Zhang Yueyao died from eating poisonous mushrooms. Dragon Country's national luck decreased by 5 points, now 67 points. Warning, Kangaroo Country player Jesse Walker was bitten to death by a wolf pack. Kangaroo Country's national luck decreased by 5 points. Now 53 points. One death message after another came in. Su Lin didn't know much about Dragon Country player Zhang Yueyao, but now only 6 players were left from Dragon Country. The situation was severe. The official Dragon Country live broadcast room had exploded. It had only been 2 days since the competition started, and Dragon Country's 10 players had been reduced to 6, and all the ones who died were beautiful women. Since the newbie period of 15 days hadn't passed yet, no replacement players could be added. If all of Dragon Country's players died within 15 days, then Dragon Country would be destroyed. Well done, you idiots. Dragon Country's fate is sealed. Keep a close eye on Dragon Country's situation, and once there's a chance, we will invade again. Ha ha ha. Oomph, you think you can fight against our beautiful country? You're not even a match for us. In a few more days, everyone will be dead. Other countries mocked coldly, eager to move. After all, on Blue Star, many people wanted to overthrow Dragon Country, but usually, their power wasn't enough, and they didn't dare to speak out. You trash think you can overthrow our Dragon Country? Don't forget, the first 2 system rewards were both won by our Dragon Country player, Su Lin. I believe the third time will be the same. Just wait and see. The people of Dragon Country were passionate, even though they had already lost 4 people, but all the remaining players were elites. The problem shouldn't be big. Su Lin was focused, continuing his digging work. The sky gradually darkened. At this rate, by tomorrow morning, Su Lin could finish digging the entire bunker, and then it would be time to cut wood. Su Lin added some firewood to the fire and walked towards the pine forest. In the afternoon, he had set up more than a dozen wild chicken traps there. Now it was time to check if there had been any harvest. As he reached the edge of the pine forest, Su Lin heard the flapping of wild chickens, and it didn't sound like just one. He quickly entered the pine forest and saw 2 wild chickens, not far apart, both trapped by vines. The more they struggled, the tighter the vines bound them. Su Lin was full of joy. He reached out and pulled the 2 wild chickens over, tied them with vines, and then reset the trap. Other traps haven't yielded any results so far, but Su Lin is already very satisfied. After all, he didn't even put out any bait, and to get such a result is pretty good. Reward, Dragon Kingdom player Su Lin has caught a live wild chicken, triggering the resource return mechanism. The Dragon Kingdom has received 10,000 live wild chickens, and the resources have been distributed to major shelters in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Lin, my god, finally we have wild chickens to eat. Bullshit, only 10,000. Not even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. That's still better than nothing. People like you are a disgrace to China. You don't deserve to eat the live wild chickens that Su Lin caught. Feng He looked at Chun Yi, seemingly wanting to ask something, but hesitated and didn't speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Chun Yi said with a smile. Brother Chen, Su Lin clearly caught 2 wild chickens just now, so why did they only return 10,000? Resource return is just a probability, not every time will result in a return. It requires some luck. Feng He nodded. Reward, Gallic Chicken player Arno Marion has caught a wild rabbit, triggering the resource return mechanism. The Gallic Chicken Kingdom has received 10,000 wild rabbits, and the resources have been distributed. Haha, rabbit meat is so much tastier. Wild chickens barely have 2 ounces of meat on them. Look at our country, go ahead and envy us. Shantae, wait until you see our country's rewards. It'll definitely drop your jaw. Su Lin tied one of the wild chickens with vine and went to the creek to deal with the other one. Just as he reached the window-shaped fish basket, he saw a dozen or so fish hiding inside. Su Lin placed the tied wild chicken on the ground, quickly jumped into the water, and lifted the entire fish basket. Then, he poured all the fish out by the creekside. According to the Perfect Survival Guide, most of the fish were whitebait. A small portion were yellow fish. Su Lin pulled out his dagger and skillfully cleaned all the fish, stringing them together with vine. Without even realizing it, Su Lin had somehow learned how to process fish unconsciously, and was already very skilled at it. He placed the fish basket back into the creek, then finished processing the wild chicken. Su Lin carried the string of fish and wild chicken back to the campfire. This time, the system did not give any notification. It seemed that the resource return also had certain limits. Su Lin used an iron pot to scoop some water from the creek, then placed all the fish in it to make fish soup. The wild chicken was also being roasted again. Tonight, he'd eat a hearty meal. Tomorrow morning, he'd finish digging the bunker, and then cut down trees around the bunker to reinforce it, to avoid collapse. The surroundings were quiet. An hour later, Su Lin was eating wild chicken again. Eating the wild chicken and drinking the fish soup, this feeling had been gone for a long time. If only there were a little salt, that would be even better. Suddenly a wolf howl echoed from somewhere. The howl was long and mournful, as if proclaiming its territory. Su Lin, holding a chicken leg in one hand, slowly stood up, carefully listening to the direction of the howl. Awu! Another howl. Su Lin stood there, the oil from the chicken leg slowly dripping down. The wolf howls continued for a long time. Su Lin felt that the wolves seemed to be not too far from him. Soon, more and more wolf howls joined in, rising and falling, forming a continuous sound that came closer and closer. It seemed to come from all directions, forming an invisible encirclement, trapping Su Lin in the center. The relaxed expression on Su Lin's face, caused by the full stomach and warmth from the fire, instantly disappeared. In its place, an extreme sense of vigilance arose. His pupils slowly dilated, and his lips instinctively pressed tight, forcefully suppressing the panic in his eyes. Su Lin instinctively picked up the machete on the ground. He listened closely again, trying to discern the direction of the wolf pack. Damn! Wolves, it's a wolf pack! Su Lin, run! It's over, it's over! I hear the sound. There are quite a few of them. Run? Where can I run? It's pitch black, and we're in the wilderness. Do you think you can outrun wolves? Ha ha ha, bite him. Kill him. The dragon country is done for. Su Lin is encountering a pack of wolves. Typical arrogance from the people of the island nation. Shantae, if another person from dragon country dies, only 5 people will be left. The country will soon be wiped out. The barrage in the official live stream exploded instantly. Even Fang Yi and Chen Yi showed a hint of panic in their eyes, but neither of them said a word. They just stared at Su Lin. Su Lin took a fierce bite of a chicken leg, chewing it hard. A cold sensation slowly spread along his spine. The fear of facing an unknown wild beast is an instinctive reaction of humans, and he couldn't completely get rid of it. Especially when facing wolves, a social animal. Many times, humans are completely powerless to resist. Su Lin's brain was spinning rapidly. 2 or 3 minutes later, Su Lin stumbled into the nearby forest, gathering a large amount of dry wood. He started fires around the shelter he had dug, which resembled a bunker. Wild animals are afraid of fire, and with the machete in Su Lin's hand, if it was just a lone wolf, there was still a chance to win. But if it was a pack of wolves, then it would just be a matter of whether his life was strong enough. Su Lin quickly finished eating the wild chicken, drank all the fish soup, and once again entered the dense forest nearby. He gathered a large amount of dry wood and placed it in a deep pit. If the wolves came, all he could rely on would be the fire. The machete was almost useless. So, he stocked up enough dry wood. That night, Su Lin didn't sleep a wink. Many people in the official live stream stayed with him. It was unclear when it had started, but many people began to care about Su Lin. Maybe it was the moment he caught the wild chicken, or maybe it was when he earned national luck points for Dragon Country by getting first place twice. In the hearts of Dragon Country's people, those who fight for the people and for the country are all worthy of respect. When the first ray of light broke through the forest at dawn, Su Lin's tense nerves finally relaxed, even if only for a moment. After all, daytime is far better than nighttime. Night is the domain of the wolves. The fire had never gone out, but by the time morning came, Su Lin only lit 2 piles. The fish baskets in the creek had dozens of fish after a night, and Su Lin skillfully cleaned them. Half of them were made into grilled fish, and the other half went into the fish soup. After eating and drinking enough, he picked up his tools and quickly began digging. Because of the wolf pack's appearance, the shelter, which would have taken a whole morning to finish, was completed in just 2 hours. Next, he began cutting a large amount of wood to reinforce it and prevent it from collapsing. The wood Su Lin chose was about 15 to 20 centimeters thick. He cut it with the machete to fit the length required for the shelter. This was a massive workload. Su Lin kept moving back and forth between the forest and the shelter, occasionally stopping to listen intently. He was really worried that the wolf pack might sneak up on him. As long as he could finish the shelter quickly, everything would be fine. Beside him lay a wild chicken, but Su Lin had no time to deal with it. From 10 a.m. to around 5 p.m., after 7 or 8 hours, Su Lin finally set up the framework for the bunker-like shelter and filled it with many leaves. On top of the leaves, he covered it with 20 to 30 centimeters of dirt. The shape of the bunker was already taking form, and even the door had been made. If the wolf pack attacked tonight, at least he now had some means of defense, and his sense of security had greatly increased. Under the night sky, not fully dark yet, Su Lin entered the pine forest again, catching a wild chicken. After resetting the trap, he quickly returned to the shelter. Then, by the stream, he cleaned the wild chicken, and also dealt with the one from yesterday. Afterward, he took out the 2 or 3 dozen fish from the fish basket. After cleaning them casually, he placed the fish basket down, boiled some water, and Su Lin went back to the shelter. The night had completely darkened. He felt a chill running down his spine, as though a wolf was lurking in the shadows, watching him while he did all this. Su Lin had already moved the campfire to the shelter's entrance because the shelter didn't have a chimney yet, so he couldn't move the fire inside. Even Su Lin hadn't realized it, but after acquiring the perfect survival manual, many things he couldn't do before had now become second nature to him, to the point where he was incredibly skilled. But Su Lin could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and reaction ability had increased several times over. The official livestream of Dragon Country's people also let out a sigh of relief, as Su Lin now had a simple shelter. Although it wasn't perfect, it should be enough to deal with the wolf pack. The campfire burned brighter at the shelter's entrance. Su Lin made a pot of fish soup and roasted a wild chicken. There was no need to worry about food for now, as the fish basket in the stream provided a stable food source. The only concern now was the wolf pack. He had to figure out a way to deal with them. But solving the wolf pack in one go was obviously impossible. As long as the pack didn't launch a surprise attack, there wouldn't be an immediate problem. Actually, there was another urgent problem Su Lin had to solve: salt. If a person doesn't eat salt for a long time, they lose strength and might suffer from fatigue, muscle cramps, and low blood pressure. But these past 2 days, Su Lin had been busy building the shelter and hadn't fully familiarized himself with his surroundings, so he didn't know where to get salt from yet. He could only take it one step at a time. An hour later, the wild chicken was roasted, and the fish soup was almost done. Su Lin picked up the wild chicken and was about to eat when outside the shelter, a pair of yellow-green eyes were staring at him. A wolf. It was a lone wolf. The perfect survival manual quickly reminded Su Lin that this was a coyote, and this was the first time the manual had actively alerted him. Su Lin took some dry wood from inside the shelter and added it to the fire. His eyes locked onto the coyote across from him. A woo. The wolf's howl shattered the silence, seemingly calling for its companions. Chapter 7: Blood Battle with the Wolf Pack. Meeting a coyote here was something Su Lin hadn't expected. Luckily, it was a lone wolf, but now it seemed like this lone wolf was calling for its companions. The situation was getting bad. Instinctively, Su Lin added more wood to the fire. A woo. The night wind seemed colder, and the howl of the wolf grew closer, like the footsteps of death itself. The fire crackled, casting light on Su Lin's determined face. Lonely, yet full of a resolute strength. In the survival stream of the country, millions of viewers held their breath as Su Lin, the standout contestant from Dragon Country, faced his first major crisis. Su Lin quickly assessed the current situation. The shelter, fire, and machete were his only support, and the shelter had been reinforced with wood. Under normal circumstances, wolves couldn't break through it. So, he absolutely couldn't leave the shelter. But if he didn't leave the shelter, solving the wolf problem seemed like an impossible dream. While Su Lin was thinking, a rustling sound came from the right front, and the other 2 wolves appeared outside the shelter. And in the distance, it seemed there were sounds of wolves and other animals fighting, unclear, some far and some near. Ha, Dragon Kingdom. Su Lin is facing a pack of wolves. I really hope they break through the shelter and tear Su Lin apart. All the glory should belong to us, the John Bulls. The Dragon Kingdom shouldn't even be here, go bite him to death, ha ha ha. The people from Monkey Kingdom shamelessly expressed their opinions. The wolves are already starving mad, they will surely gnaw him down to the bones. Let Dragon Kingdom taste the feeling of failure, and let them understand that the wilderness is not a place for them to act wildly. This place belongs to us. The people from Pickled Cabbage Kingdom seemed a little desperate. A bunch of bastards, just wait, I'll blind your eyes in a moment. Watch carefully, Su Lin will make all your imaginations crumble. The people from Dragon Kingdom spoke with full confidence. Su Lin held a machete in his hand, constantly adding firewood to the campfire. The fear in his eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by a fierce determination on his face. The 3 wolves slowly approached the bunker-style shelter. 1 male and 2 females. Before Su Lin could react, the large male wolf charged directly at him. The stench of blood and the howling of the wolf rushed at him. The fire at the door was kicked apart by the wolf's paw, and sparks flew, drifting down in the night wind. The male wolf's fur was ignited by the fire. The intense pain forced him to retreat temporarily, but his yellow-green eyes fixed tightly on Su Lin, completely unaware of the smoke rising from his fur. Su Lin was somewhat surprised. He didn't know whether the male wolf was starving or if his ferocity had been triggered, but it actually ignored the fire. The 2 female wolves stood behind the male wolf, arching their bodies and growling threateningly from their throats. Su Lin knew that he could no longer be on the defensive, he had to end it quickly. Su Lin's gaze swept over the dry firewood stacked inside the bunker. The machete in his hand slightly drooped, deliberately exposing a weakness. Without hesitation, he suddenly lunged forward. His strong body leaped over the fire, crashing into the door of the shelter. The shelter's door, not yet reinforced, collapsed with a loud bang. Su Lin raised his machete in an instant, swinging it hard toward the male wolf's head, with incredible speed. A woo! The piercing scream echoed throughout the bunker. The male wolf's body collapsed instantly, twitching a few times before becoming completely still, blood flowing from its head. Su Lin swung the machete 2 more times, confirming the male wolf's death. He then held the machete in his hand, staring at the female wolves. The female wolves became even more violent, but they didn't rush to attack. Instead, they started pacing around the bunker, finally stopping in front of the fire. One of the female wolves suddenly accelerated, sliding its body close to the ground. When it reached the fire, it leaped high into the air. In a split second, Su Lin picked up a burning stick and shoved it into the wolf's open mouth. The flames instantly spread inside the female wolf's mouth, causing it to let out a heart-wrenching scream. It shook its head wildly, trying to spit the stick out, but only managed to spread the flames into its throat. As the female wolf's body landed, Su Lin's machete swung toward its neck. After a few more convulsions, it completely stopped moving. The bunker was left with only Su Lin's heavy breathing and the crackling of the remaining fire. The thick smell of blood and burnt flesh mixed together. Su Lin added 2 more pieces of dry wood to the fire, keeping his gaze fixed on the last female wolf. The machete in his hand was raised high. At this moment, he fully realized that his body had been perfectly transformed by the survival manual. His strength and speed had increased by more than 5 times, otherwise, it would have been impossible to handle the previous 2 wolves. His agility and reflexes had also improved tremendously. With one hand holding the machete, another hand grabbed a burning wooden stick and crawled out of the bunker. The people in the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom stared at Su Lin in disbelief. "Chen, brother Chen, is Su Lin planning to go out and fight the wild wolf to the death?" Fang Yi's voice was trembling. "Fight to the death? No, this female wolf is no match for Su Lin. Didn't you see it already retreating? We all missed it. Su Lin's strength and speed far exceed those of ordinary people. In fact, even Chen Jianfeng might not be his opponent." Chen Ye's face showed genuine respect for Su Lin. "Su Lin, retreat, don't go out. Su Lin, you've already earned everyone's respect, don't go out and take risks. The Dragon Kingdom needs you. Whoever dares to speak ill of Su Lin again, I will be the first to disagree." The bullet comments in the livestream were filled with concern for Su Lin. Su Lin slowly moved his steps, the burning stick drawing a half circle in front of him. Sparks fell, and the female wolf opposite suddenly arched its body, pouncing fiercely toward his left shoulder. The sharp claws came with the sound of wind. Su Lin had already predicted this, dodging sideways while slashing fiercely at its front leg with the machete. With a sharp crack, the wolf's leg snapped, and the female wolf crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. Su Lin didn't retreat but advanced, placing the machete against the wolf's chin with his left hand, while his right hand thrust the burning stick fiercely into its eye socket. The flames instantly engulfed the entire wolf's head. The female wolf rolled crazily on the ground, its fur catching fire from the sparks, emitting a charred, foul smell. Su Lin raised his leg and stomped on the wolf's chest, gripping the machete with both hands, and struck down hard at its neck. Blood splattered, and the female wolf lay motionless on the ground. Su Lin leaned on the machete, breathing heavily. The burning stick fell to the ground, casting light on his bloodied body, his chest heaving violently. Each breath seemed to bring tearing pain, from his throat all the way to his lungs. Fear receded like a tide, and the sense of weakness from surviving the ordeal overwhelmed him instantly. Su Lin smiled, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, but it was blocked by the foul stench in his throat. Looking at the blood and wounds on Su Lin's hands, even through the screen, I feel the pain. My heart almost jumped out just now. Su Lin, the pride of the Dragon Kingdom. Let's see who dares to look down on our Dragon Kingdom players from now on. They'll be terrified. In the entire live broadcast room, emotions of worry, admiration, and amazement intertwined. The screen was filled with concern and praise for Su Lin. Su Lin slowly walked toward the shelter. Reward: Dragon Kingdom player Su Lin kills 3 wild wolves, the first player to kill a large wild animal. Reward: 5 Dragon Kingdom National Destiny points, now 72 points. The material return mechanism is triggered. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for acquiring 100,000 wild wolves. The materials have been sent to the Dragon Kingdom survivor camps and major shelters. The system's voice echoed in every livestream. Su Lin returned to the shelter again, his eyes fixed on the outside, on alert for the arrival of other wolf packs. Chapter 8: Dealing with the wolf corpses. Su Lin sat inside the shelter, breathing heavily. He didn't feel it during the fight, but now that he was safe, he realized there were many scratches on his body, burning with pain. After resting for about 10 minutes, Su Lin stood up again, refixed the wooden door of the bunker shelter, and added dry firewood to the fire outside the bunker. The livestream camera shifted to the famous global wilderness survival expert, Brother Sean, from the John Bull family, who was roasting several bamboo rats on the fire. These creatures were delicious, but had little meat. At least, compared to Su Lin's entire wolf, they were much less impressive. Brother Sean currently looked a bit down. He had previously led his team in wilderness survival across Blue Planet, showcasing survival skills and abilities far superior to what he was showing now. Now, he was alone, and his overall progress had already fallen behind many others. Although food was temporarily secured, his shelter had yet to be constructed. The camera shifted again, showing a contestant from the island nation, Koizumi, his brows furrowed as he muttered to himself, though no one could understand his words. But from his expression, it was clear that he held a deep, personal hatred for Su Lin. The island nation and Longwa were hostile countries, and it seemed Koizumi was particularly bitter about Su Lin's achievements. The next shot was of Jack Marlowe, a contestant from the beautiful nation, lying in his makeshift shelter, chewing on some plant roots, his face void of expression. The contestants from various countries were now paying more attention to Su Lin from Longwa. Even Longwa's own contestants began to focus on studying him. After resting for half an hour, Su Lin, exhausted, dragged the bodies of 3 wolves to a spot a few dozen meters away from his shelter. The smell of blood grew stronger in the wind, and he knew he had to act quickly, not only to use the resources but also to avoid attracting more predators with the scent. He secured the wolf carcasses with stones, then took out a pot and a knife. He aimed at the lower part of the wolves' necks and made a long cut along the chest, the dark red blood gushing out, splattering on the ground, carrying a warm, fishy odor. The bleeding lasted for about 10 minutes. Then, he began to process the internal organs. Except for the wolves' hearts and livers, the rest of the organs were buried in a pit. Following the survival guide's instructions, Su Lin began to skin the wolves. The wolf fur was toughened, in winter, an excellent material for warmth, definitely not to be wasted. Once the wolf skins were fully removed, he spread them on rocks, using his knife to scrape off the remaining flesh and blood, then smeared them with a lot of mud. He rubbed the fur repeatedly, as the soil could absorb the oils and moisture, preventing the fur from rotting. The official live stream of Longwa watched in stunned silence as Su Lin worked. They couldn't understand how the person who seemed like a beginner just moments ago had now turned into a wilderness survival expert, able to do everything. Then, he began to cut the wolf meat and take it back to the shelter to smoke, as this was the simplest and most effective method to preserve it. Following the same process, he treated the other 2 wolves the same way. By the time everything was done, the sky had started to lighten. The intense battles and high-energy work of processing the wolf corpses left Su Lin exhausted, but it was not yet time to rest. He carried the wolf skins, meat, and blood back to the shelter. The wolf meat was smoked, the skins were dried and roasted, and the remaining wolf blood, after being boiled, could be drunk directly to replenish nutrients. Su Lin placed the whole pot of wolf blood over the fire to boil, until the blood completely evaporated, leaving a small amount of salt crystals and minerals at the bottom of the pot. This was the salt Su Lin had obtained. Wolf meat was actually not very tasty, tough, dense, and with a strong, fishy odor. It also had very little fat, and the fibers were coarse, but for Su Lin at this moment, the taste didn't matter. As long as it could stave off hunger and keep him alive, that was enough. Fang He and Chen Yi watched Su Lin intently. Brother Chen, I'm starting to think Su Lin is extraordinary. Just the way he handled the wolf carcasses, no ordinary person could understand all of this. I suspect he must have been a wilderness survival expert before. Actually, all that doesn't matter now. As long as he continues to bring resources for Longwa, does it really matter where he comes from? While speaking, Chen Ye's eyes never left Su Lin, and in his heart, he also had his doubts. It's just hard to speak out loud. When the sky was dimly lit, Su Lin had already finished most of his work. The roasting of the wolf meat would take some more time, but he had cleaned up all the wolf blood around the shelter and buried it with dirt. He knew very well that the wolf pack was definitely not just the 3 wolves, they might launch another surprise attack at any moment. Without resting, Su Lin took his machete and set out. Today, he had a more important task. Although the little salt extracted from the wolf's blood was just a drop in the ocean, he had to figure out what kind of environment he was in, ideally to gather a large amount of salt. Up until now, he still couldn't confirm if the place he was in was a wasteland or an island. If it was an island, the salt problem would be easy to solve. After walking for 2 or 3 hours, he had eaten 2 pieces of wolf meat, but still hadn't reached the boundary. Su Lin's frustration grew, but there was some good news as well. He discovered a large bamboo forest on the way. Bamboo, as one of the best survival materials in the wild, was indispensable, whether for setting up traps or making containers. And so far, he hadn't encountered any wild wolves. After walking for another half hour, his arms were pierced in many places by thorns, and his clothes were torn in several spots. Yet, he still hadn't found the place he was looking for. Su Lin felt a bit disheartened, his pace slowing down. Loneliness slowly crept into his heart. The danger and thrill of battle could never compare to the hopelessness brought by loneliness. Although he continued walking forward, he had already given up hope. The area was just too vast, and he was the only one here, surrounded by restless animals, constantly trying to ambush him. But Su Lin's steps didn't stop. The official live stream's bullet comments had almost stopped updating. Everyone affected by Su Lin's emotions, desolation, loneliness, and hopelessness spread throughout. Though he had already secured water, fire, shelter, and food, he felt like he didn't belong to this land. Suddenly, there was a sound of splashing, and Su Lin's eyes widened, stumbling toward the source of the sound. What met his eyes was the vast expanse of seawater. It was seawater. Ha ha ha! An immense joy surged through Su Lin's mind. He ran towards the coast without a second thought. Chapter 9, An Unwanted Comment. Su Lin was ecstatic because with seawater, he could confirm he was on an island. The salt problem was completely solved, and he had the ocean's resources to rely on. His food would become more diverse. Although Su Lin was physically exhausted, he couldn't stop smiling, his eyes gleaming with tears. Is it just a sea? Is it really worth getting so excited about? Yeah, his mental toughness is too fragile. Damn it, are you guys doing this again? What, can't you survive without criticizing Su Lin? If you don't want to stay in our dragon country, just leave. The bullet comments in the official livestream were mostly in support of Su Lin. In fact, it was understandable. Whether Su Lin performed well or poorly, he was still one of the last 6 remaining contestants from Dragon Country. Everyone, please watch the livestream rationally and put yourselves in Su Lin's shoes. Could you do better if you were in his situation? Moreover, many of Su Lin's skills already far exceed those of ordinary people, and even professional survivalists might not be able to match him. He is risking his life to secure resources for our dragon country, so please show him at least some respect. Chen Ye's voice sounded, his expression serious and his tone stern. Su Lin found a stretch of beach. He walked to the edge of the sea, scooped up some seawater, and took a sip. Salty. Good, very good. Su Lin quickly returned to the nearest bamboo forest, chopped down several bamboo stalks around 10 centimeters in diameter, cut them into sections, and used his machete to drill small holes. He filled 7 or 8 bamboo tubes with seawater, sealed them with sticks, and prepared to head back to the shelter. He had only just left the coastline, about 200 meters away, when a wolf's howl sounded, followed by more howls one after another. This time, Su Lin listened very carefully. The howls came from the southwest of the island, about 6 or 7 miles away from him. And within the howling, there seemed to be a hint of sadness, quite miserable. Su Lin no longer had time to worry about this. He just wanted to quickly return to the shelter. There was still a lot for him to do. As long as food was secured, his first priority was to reinforce the shelter and build the chimney. The next thing was to create a drainage system for the shelter. However, there was no rush on the drainage. With winter approaching, the chances of rain had become very small. Actually, the most urgent matter was solving the wolf pack problem. Otherwise, going out to find food and materials could be very dangerous. However, Su Lin now had full confidence in himself. He could already feel the changes in his body: strength, speed, reflexes, endurance, fatigue resistance, even vision, hearing, smell, and the ability to adapt to extreme environments had all greatly improved. The most important thing was that his body's self-healing ability, especially for minor cuts and bruises, was speeding up. These were things that others couldn't feel. Although the viewers in the livestream could clearly sense Su Lin's growing abilities, no one knew exactly to what extent he had improved. Su Lin now tried to push his body to the limit because only by reaching that limit could his physical functions noticeably improve. The machete in his right hand was still firmly gripped. Occasionally, a few wolf howls could be heard, mixed with the roars of other animals. It seemed like the wolf pack was fighting with other large carnivores. Su Lin's gaze was resolute. After 2 or 3 hours, he returned to the shelter. His speed was now much faster than when he had left. He poured all the seawater into the iron pot and started boiling it. Su Lin gathered many vines and immediately reinforced the bunker shelter's door, making it very secure. Then, he went to the nearby bamboo forest, chopped down 2 or 3 bamboo stalks around 10 centimeters thick, and dragged them back. He then went back to the bamboo forest and chopped down a bundle of thinner bamboo shoots, dragging them all back to the shelter. Because, according to Su Lin's plan, before winter came, he was definitely going to build a stove bed. Otherwise, it would be hard to survive, but right now, there wasn't enough time. So, he placed a bamboo pole on the opposite side of where the stove bed would go. The bamboo pole was almost level with the top of the bunker, sticking out about 50 centimeters, and he tied it in an L shape with vines to prevent rainwater from flowing in. After doing all this, Su Lin returned to the creek. The fish basket, shaped like a winnowing tray, had at least 50 fish, varying in size. Su Lin processed all the fish and brought them back to the shelter. He also replenished the fish basket and poured all the fish into the bamboo tubes to make fish soup. Then Su Lin went back to the pine forest. The traps had caught 2 wild chickens, but they had likely been there for too long, and both chickens had already died. He took the 2 wild chickens to the creek to process them, then finally sat down. While waiting for the fish soup, he was contemplating what to do next. Since the national survival system had brought many countries into the competition, it was clear there would eventually be a contest. His task wasn't just to solve the problem of food and water. More was to gain resources to return to the country. Su Lin had a strong patriotic desire. Now, he felt that he was tied together with the fate of the entire country. He felt it was his responsibility and duty to do something for the Dragon Kingdom. After pondering for a long time, Su Lin raised his head and looked at the live broadcast screen in front of him, as if he was hesitating about something. Then, he resolutely stood up. "Fellow countrymen, right now, the ground beneath my feet is a desolate wilderness. The dangers and hardships here, I believe you all understand very well. The battle drum for our nation's survival has already sounded. This bunker-like shelter is the defense line I dug with my own hands. The road I am digging is the path to life. On my shoulders rests the hope of 700 million people. There is no retreat, only to fight to the death. Today, I, Su Lin, stand here and swear an oath for my country. I dare to charge through mountains of knives and seas of fire. I can endure hunger and cold. I will never bend, standing firm as a backbone. Even if I am torn to pieces in this battle, I will dedicate myself to our Dragon Kingdom until my last breath." Su Lin's eyes were already filled with crystal tears, his head held high, only fearing that the tears would fall from his eyes. "I fully understand that after the beginner phase, the situation will be even more brutal. By then, we will not only need to defend against wild beasts but also from those who covet our Dragon Kingdom, those who are beastly in nature. They want to see our country fall and our race perish. It's nothing but a wild fantasy. Anyone who blocks our Dragon Kingdom's path to survival, whether they are jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards, or other country scum, I will personally deal with them. The Dragon Kingdom will never fall. The Dragon Kingdom will never be defeated." Su Lin lowered his head, and tears slid down his face. Fang Yi's whole body was trembling violently, and Chen Yi was also struggling to control his emotions. The official live broadcast chat was filled with "The Dragon Kingdom will never fall. The Dragon Kingdom will never fall. The Dragon Kingdom will never be defeated. Damn, I haven't cried in decades. Look at him, covered in wounds. This is the spirit we, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, should have. Keep the chat going, let's send Su Lin our strength. He can see it. We are all fighting alongside him. Let the whole world see our momentum." Su Lin raised his head again. "Today, this is my first and last time saying these words. I have my reasons. See you all." Su Lin no longer looked at the screen and quickly sharpened something with the dagger in his hand. "Brother Chen, why did Su Lin say these words at this moment? Isn't he clearly making enemies for himself?" Fang Yi barely controlled his emotions and turned to Chen Yi. "There are some things I can't say here. Please, for those who have guessed, don't expose it. In short, you need to understand one thing, Su Lin is fighting for our Dragon Kingdom. After the beginner phase, other competitors from our Dragon Kingdom will join. But there's no doubt that right now, these 6 people are our only hope. They are not just fighting for survival, more importantly, they are fighting for our country's resources." After Chen Yi finished speaking, he lowered his head. He had already guessed Su Lin's thoughts, but couldn't say them out loud. "Awu." Another wolf howl suddenly sounded, seeming to be badly injured. Su Lin raised his head and looked toward the direction of the howl. Chapter 10 Wild Yam. The wolf pack issue had to be resolved quickly, or it would pose a huge threat to both food search and exploring the entire island. Su Lin's hands kept moving, quickly sharpening a wooden stick and making 2 spears, one he carried with him, the other was placed inside the shelter. After half an hour, the bamboo tube fish soup was ready. Su Lin ate both the fish and the soup, then placed 2 wild chickens by the fire to smoke them. Sitting by the fire, he took a short rest for a few minutes. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, Qin Jianfeng was improving the shelter. After all, his shelter could not compare to Su Lin's. On the ground, 2 bamboo rats were lying, and a fire was burning outside. Chen Jianfeng's situation had also stabilized. Shi Meng, Zhao Ximing, and Wang Wujie were making similar progress. What worried Fang Yi and Chen Yi was the last remaining female contestant, Mo Yun. Mo Yun had already set up a large number of traps in the forest. There were hunting traps, as well as defense traps, and she had also found a water source and built a temporary shelter. Although it didn't look very decent, at least she had a place to stay. But until now, Mo Yun still hadn't managed to start a fire. She had tried dozens of times, and each time, she used the method of drilling wood to start a fire. After another failure, Mo Yun was exhausted. She sat by the side of her shelter, her eyes showing traces of doubt. "My technique, strength, and speed are all fine, so why can't I start a fire? Where exactly is the problem?" Mo Yun murmured to herself. "Forget it, I'll try the bow drill method instead. If I don't get the fire going soon, even if I have plenty of prey, I'll probably be unable to hold on." After resting for a few minutes, Mo Yun skillfully began using the bow drill to start a fire. After about 10 minutes, flames began to burn. The people watching the livestream were left dumbfounded. Why did Mo Yun choose the harder way? Since the wood drill method didn't work, why not just use the bow drill to start the fire? Who knows? But Mo Yun doesn't seem like someone without a brain. She must have her reasons. You all should talk less. We'll see how the contestant does. We'll know later. After Mo Yun managed to start the fire, the situation for the Dragon Country contestants was relatively stable, and there seemed to be no immediate issues. As for the future, they could only take things step by step. In the intelligence department of the island country, an elderly man with white hair was listening intently to a report from a man in his 40s or 50s. You say that Su Lin is very likely to be Dragon Country's biggest trump card. I find that hard to believe. Could it be that Dragon Country is trying to mislead us? The old man said without hesitation. At this point, there's no way to prove it. We can only wait and see, but Su Lin daring to declare war in advance is, in itself, an unwise move. So I think he's definitely trying to draw all the attention to himself, or perhaps he's covering for someone else. Keep observing, the old man said slowly. At Dragon Country's National Security Department, the head, Li Jun, frowned, and everyone around him stared at him. Su Lin's performance has been unexpectedly good, which should be a good thing for us, but Su Lin's speech has brought the battle to his doorstep. After his rookie phase is over, his situation will probably become more and more dangerous. Why did he do this? Send someone to ask Xing Yi. As soon as Li Jun finished speaking, someone hurriedly left. Su Lin definitely had his own plan. He wasn't a fool, and making such a decision was something he had carefully considered. The perfect survival guide had already hinted that his body's functions and abilities would only improve faster when he was in a life or death situation, meaning that he needed to constantly place himself in danger. This behavior seemed risky, but Su Lin knew that the deeper his early accumulation, the easier things would be for him later on. Of course, this was just one of the reasons. The main reason for provoking the battle was that he genuinely wanted to do something for Dragon Country. The deepest reason couldn't be spoken, but it could only be shown through his actions to the people of Dragon Country in the future. Humph, such big words, not even considering our beautiful country. Dragon Country, you will regret this in the end. Su Lin, I'll make you kneel at my feet. Arrogant, I, John Bull, want to see if your sword is still sharp. Don't disappoint me. John Bull's top survival expert, Mountain Brother, muttered to himself. The recent attitude of Dragon Country has certainly become much bolder than before. But shouting empty slogans will only make the whole world laugh at us. Our island nation will make you feel our fury again. Where the wind blows, we will stand. If Dragon Country can do as Su Lin said, we are willing to be your friends. Otherwise, don't blame us for seeking a new ally. The wealthy gold merchant expressed his opinion very straightforwardly. This has nothing to do with Su Lin, he is only responsible for making statements. As for the reactions of the other country's competitors? For now, that's not something he needs to focus on. He is thinking ahead, and right now there's no need to invest energy into these matters. Su Lin had already left the shelter again and was walking toward the pine forest. The area he could move in was still very small, and based on his ability to sense the wind, he estimated the wolf pack was at least 3 kilometers away. After storing more food, he would think of a way to eliminate them. After passing through the pine forest, ahead was a sparse area of shrubs, with very few trees scattered about. Su Lin remembered that the perfect survival guide had once suggested that wild yam could be found in this area, so he came here today to search for it. After about 10 minutes, Su Lin spotted a wild yam in the shrubbery at a glance, took out his knife, and prepared to dig it up. The perfect survival guide immediately issued a warning. The plant in front is very similar to wild yam but is actually yellow aconite. The tuber of yellow aconite contains aconitine, which can cause nausea, vomiting, and even liver damage if ingested. The tuber of yellow aconite is spherical or pear-shaped. Wild yam, on the other hand, is generally cylindrical or spindle-shaped. Warning, round and flat means poisonous, long and slender means good. Su Lin broke out in a cold sweat. Without the guide's reminder, he would likely have ended up in trouble today. He decisively abandoned the yellow aconite and continued searching forward. A few minutes later, he found wild yam, and it was a patch, about 3 to 5 meters long. Su Lin first located a vine of wild yam, traced it to the root, and then began to dig straight down about 50 centimeters from the root. Sure enough, about 20 centimeters away from the main vine, the soil was slightly raised. Pressing on it with his finger, he could feel a hard lump beneath the surface. The soil was relatively loose and damp. Su Lin slowed his movements, carefully removing the soil around the tuber. The deeper he dug, the more damp the soil became, and the tuber grew thicker. When he reached a depth of about 50 centimeters, the tip of the tuber finally appeared. Su Lin gently shook it from side to side, then slowly pulled it up. A complete wild yam was dug out. Still holding the wild yam in his hand, Su Lin's body suddenly froze. Less than half a meter away from him, a venomous snake was staring at him, flicking its tongue. The air around them seemed to freeze. Cold sweat trickled down Su Lin's forehead, and he slowly began to back away. Chapter 11: The Wolf Pack Strikes. Su Lin's movements were very slow, backing away cautiously. The venomous snake was too close, he could even hear the sound of its tongue flicking. Fear spread throughout his body, and he raised the machete in his hand. Though it might not do much, some necessary defense was still required. After retreating 2 to 3 meters, Su Lin worked hard to calm himself down. He immediately judged it to be a venomous snake because its head was triangular. So, it was most likely a venomous snake. The venomous snake was in the center of the wild yam patch. If he wanted to collect the wild yam, he had to deal with it. If Su Lin hadn't seen its triangular head, he might have truly thought it was just a piece of dry wood. The snake's triangular head slightly lifted, and the air around it was filled with a cold sense of threat. The venomous snake's body began to slowly coil, signaling the start of an attack. There was no way to retreat, and no retreat to be had. Su Lin bent his right leg and twisted his body to the side. The wild yam in his hand had already slipped out and flew away, rolling to the right with a spinal reflex. Almost simultaneously with Su Lin's movement, the poised venomous snake shot out like an arrow, grazing the calf of his pants and missing, landing in the nearby bush. Just that brief moment was enough. Su Lin's right hand tightly gripped the machete, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as the snake's head reared up again, launching for the second time, directly aiming at Su Lin's face, who was kneeling on the ground. Everyone in the official live broadcast room held their breath for Su Lin, and the comments were full of advice for him to run. But, could he run faster than the snake? The contestants from Kangaroo Country, Beautiful Country, Island Country, A3, and Stick Country had cold eyes, with a hint of indifferent disdain at the corners of their mouths. They surely hoped that the venomous snake would bite Su Lin to death. Time seemed to stretch, and Su Lin stared intently at the snake's movements. For a brief moment, he even felt like the snake's movements were slowing down. He didn't choose to strike the snake's head, but instead swung the machete at the snake's body. Whoosh! The blade skimmed through, feeling like it had chopped through tough, wet grass, with a strong sense of resistance. Half of the snake's body flew into the air with the force of the blade, dropping a few dark red blood droplets. The remaining half of the snake's body was still writhing violently on the ground. Its thick tail fiercely slapped the ground and the nearby bushes, and its mouth on the snake's head continued to snap open and shut, creating a terrifying scene. Everyone in the live broadcast room had their mouths wide open, many of them witnessing a venomous snake fight a human for the first time. They might think Su Lin won very easily, but in reality, everything was based on Su Lin's extreme speed. If it were the old him, he would have been bitten to death by now. Su Lin breathed heavily, his eyes fixed on the snake's head. The guide had reminded him again that even though the snake's body had been severed, its head still had the ability to bite, and he must not be careless. He didn't know how many minutes had passed, but the snake's body and head no longer moved. Su Lin used a sharp wooden stake to throw the snake's head a dozen meters away and buried it with dirt. As for the snake's body, he also buried it nearby. Although it could be food, it wasn't time for that yet, and he honestly couldn't bring himself to eat it. Everyone in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Sean from John Bull's side took one last look at Su Lin. "You're lucky. Su Lin from Dragon Country, get ready to bear the wrath of our island country soon," Kozu from Island Country said, while eating. After a few minutes of calming down, Su Lin forced himself to regain focus. Snakes are an animal that causes visual fear for many, and Su Lin was no exception since it was his first time. Following the same method, he continued digging 2 or 3 wild yams and took all of them back to the shelter. Reward: Jack Marlowe from Beautiful Country caught a frog, triggering the material return mechanism. Congratulations to Beautiful Country for receiving 100,000 frogs. The supplies have been delivered to various shelters in Beautiful Country. Haha, is this the survival reward for a powerful country of Blue Star? A frog that's just bones left? Laughable. I bet Beautiful Country is now filled with frogs. Valerie, a contestant from Bear Country, sneered. Oh, my god. Is this what the survival standards are now for Beautiful Country's contestants? Is the frog meat enough to give your country's luck a 0.1 point boost? Oliver from John Bull's side, with a mouth full of bird eggs, said mockingly. Reward: Rajiv from A3's side hunted a lizard, triggering the material return mechanism. Congratulations to A3 for receiving 10,000 lizards. The supplies have been distributed to all of Asan's shelters. I declare that from today onwards, no one is allowed to call us the Beautiful Country anymore. We must be called Eagle Sauce, because we are predators. Asan is really starving to no end. A lizard is even worse than my frog, and only you people treat this reptile as a treasure. Lizard, is this even worthy of being called a harvest? You don't understand, Asan catches lizards, they can be eaten and used, ha ha ha. Back at the shelter, Su Lin was lucky enough to watch a big show. Since they were still in the beginner protection period, everyone wasn't too dangerous yet. As long as one had certain wilderness survival skills and wasn't too unlucky, they could survive. After all, supplies were still relatively abundant. Su Lin's main food sources were fish, wild chickens, and wild yam, along with a packet of compressed biscuits, but the harvest of wild chickens was too random. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Lin roasted both wild chickens, then went to the stream to fetch a few fish from the fish trap, cleaned them, and made fish soup using a bamboo tube. The seawater in the pot had already boiled down, leaving a layer of sea salt. But since these sea salts contained a lot of impurities, minerals, and mud, they needed to be purified. Su Lin took off his socks, went to the stream, tried to wash them as clean as possible, and then added 3 times the amount of stream water to the sea salt, using the socks to filter it. Finally, he simmered it again. By the time he finished all this, the sky was completely dark. Su Lin picked up a roasted chicken and devoured it hungrily. From time to time, he also took a few sips of fish soup, making the live stream audience drool. After eating 1 wild chicken and several bamboo tubes of fish soup, Su Lin patted his belly and prepared to go back to the stream to fetch some more water. As he opened the shelter's wooden door, Su Lin quickly reacted and shut it again. About 10 meters away from the bunker-like shelter, 5 or 6 wolves stood there, staring at Su Lin in complete silence. Finally, it has come. The thing Su Lin had been worried about happened, and this time, it wasn't a lone wolf but a pack of wolves. Su Lin tied the shelter's door with vines, looping it around. While tying, he looked up at the wolf pack not far away, his mind racing to think about the next steps. Damn, Su Lin is so unlucky, the wolf pack is here again, what should we do now? Shit, can't we just let Su Lin rest? It feels like they are targeting him. Shut your damn mouth, don't make us Dragon Country get punished later. Various voices rang out, and most people were filled with deep concern for Su Lin. Chapter 12, Crushing Defeat. The worry was understandable. With 5 or 6 wolves outside the shelter, no wonder Su Lin immediately tied the door with vines again. In such a situation, there was no possibility of fighting the wolf pack outside the shelter. Moreover, Su Lin wasn't sure if the wolves would call in reinforcements. In the open space, with Su Lin's current condition, it was possible to fight 1 or 2 wolves, but more than that and he probably wouldn't be able to handle them. Awoo. One of the male wolves raised its head and howled again. A few minutes later, at least 10 more wolves arrived outside the shelter. Su Lin used a small bamboo stick to carefully scrape some charcoal ash, then cautiously opened the shelter door to bring in the fire. He had been in such a hurry to shut the door that he hadn't considered it fully. If he had closed the door and the fire outside went out, his situation would become even more difficult. Fortunately, the shelter was already prepared with materials to start a fire, and Su Lin relit the fire inside the shelter. The official live stream audience watched Su Lin without blinking. I don't know when it started, but more and more people were supporting and encouraging Su Lin, while fewer and fewer people were making sarcastic remarks, deliberately slandering, or distorting the truth. Brother Chen, in this situation, does Su Lin have a chance? No, not even the slightest chance. Now we can only hope that Su Lin's bunker is strong enough to hold up through tonight. Chen Ye's words deflated most people's spirits. After all, these were wolves, more than a dozen of them. Although the timber used to build the shelter was thick, the vines couldn't withstand the wolves' claws. Awoo! Awoo! The howls of wolves rose and fell outside Su Ning's shelter. Su Lin gripped his machete tightly, his knuckles turning white, eyes fixed on the wolf pack outside. The fire crackled, and the sound of the wolves' breath grew louder, their green, eerie eyes flashing like ghostly flames. Cold sweat dripped down Su Lin's forehead from time to time. Now, there was no other option. The only thing left was to hold on to the shelter. A large male wolf in the center of the pack, its size imposing, occasionally let out a howl. This should be the alpha wolf. Its eyes glared fiercely at Su Lin, as if already seeing him as its next meal. The fire outside the shelter grew smaller and smaller, eventually dying out. The people in the live stream room were all nervously watching the screen, not knowing what method Su Lin would use to survive this ordeal. Time passed, second by second. After the fire went out, the alpha wolf was the first to arrive at the shelter's door. It began scratching at the door with its front paws. At this moment, Su Lin actually became calm. He grabbed his machete and reached through the gap in the wooden door. Since the door had been reinforced by Su Lin several times, it wasn't so easy to break through. There were basically no gaps in the rest of the shelter. The roof had been filled with 20 to 30 centimeters of dirt, so as long as the wooden door could be held and the wolf pack couldn't break in, there was a good chance they would leave once daylight came. Inside the shelter, there was plenty of smoked wolf meat. Food was not an issue. Su Lin, hang in there, you're the best. You must make it through the night. How will Su Lin handle this situation? Time ticked away, but the wolf pack outside showed no sign of retreating. The strong alpha wolf kept pacing back and forth in front of the shelter door, then backed up a few steps. The alpha wolf seemed to lose patience, suddenly charging at the heavy wooden door. The entire bunker shook slightly, and dust fell from the ceiling. The alpha wolf seemed to be getting excited. It moved quickly and slammed into the door again, with other wolves starting to imitate the alpha's actions, slamming into the wooden door as well. Waiting was no longer an option. To wait meant the wolf pack would find a weak spot, or that his mind would break before his body did. Su Lin grabbed 2 blazing wooden sticks and used his machete to pry open the observation hole's cover. He threw the 2 burning sticks towards the wolf pack at the door. The dazzling flames illuminated the darkness like a small sun. The wolves gathered at the door were startled by the sudden flames and heat, howling as they panicked and scattered. Su Lin took the opportunity to throw more dry wood onto the fire and drew out 2 more burning sticks. "Get away, you beasts!" Su Lin's roar echoed in the livestream room. His voice was hoarse from the tension, but it carried a wild, determined fury. The 2 sticks were thrown out through the observation hole again. The searing flames caused a brief panic among the wolves, but the cunning alpha wolf didn't retreat far. It stood at the edge of the flames, baring its pale, deadly fangs, and growled threateningly from its throat. "Chen, brother Chen, the alpha wolf doesn't seem to be giving up so easily." Su Lin's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. If the wooden door was knocked open, what should he do? Fang He's voice trembled, full of nervousness and fear, even stuttering a bit. "It should be fine. Didn't you see that Su Lin has already pulled back the machete? And inside his shelter, there is a lot of dry firewood. Large wild animals are afraid of fire, and Su Lin's shelter is very sturdy." Chen Ye's voice had an uncertain tone. In truth, he couldn't fully trust Su Lin either, but he had to encourage everyone. Su Lin pulled out 2 pieces of wood for the 3rd time. He threw them at the head wolf with a sharp motion, aiming at its direction. The head wolf was forced to retreat by the spreading flames. The wood burned on the ground, the heat wave, thick smoke, and crackling explosion sounds completely disrupted the wolf pack's formation. For the 4th time, Su Lin pulled out 2 more pieces of wood. These burned particularly fiercely, and without hesitation, he threw them at the head wolf again. The wood struck the head wolf's body, and the sparks flying in all directions ignited the wolf's fur. The head wolf rolled frantically on the ground. After 1 or 2 minutes, it stood up again, glaring at Su Lin, who was inside the shelter with a machete, its eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. It let out a short, low howl, as if giving a retreat order. Finally, without hesitation, it turned and quickly disappeared into the dark forest. The other wolves, like shadows, followed closely behind. Within a minute, they vanished without a trace. Outside the shelter, only a few pieces of wood were still burning. After confirming that the wolf pack had completely left, Su Lin felt as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. He leaned on his machete and slowly sat down, his body seeming to weaken. He was panting heavily, and cold sweat unknowingly soaked his back. The crisis was not actually over. Su Lin used vines to bind the wooden door tightly. Holding his machete, he sat beside the fire, waiting for the dawn to come. In the Dragon Kingdom's official livestream, no one was spamming messages. Even Fang He and Shen Yi seemed to have experienced the battle firsthand, silently watching Su Lin on the screen. Everyone knew that the situation just now wasn't something that anyone could handle. Su Lin was able to temporarily drive the wolves away thanks to his intelligence and perseverance. Su Lin seemed to be in deep meditation. After such intense tension, he realized something: when fear outweighs hunger, even wild beasts become scared. When the sun came up, he would have to take measures to prevent the wolf pack from returning. Chapter 13, Circular Trench and Traps. A few hours later, the sky began to brighten. Although Su Lin hadn't slept, his body had recovered. He opened the wooden door of the shelter, holding his machete as he stepped out. The wolf pack might return tonight. He needed to set up some defensive measures around the shelter. But the tools he had at his disposal were limited. Apart from the wooden shovel used for digging, all he had left were the machete and a dagger. Relying on these weapons and tools to eliminate the wolves was nothing more than a pipe dream. Su Lin quietly pondered. The people in the livestream from the Dragon Kingdom and other countries were all watching Su Lin, knowing that wolves were very vengeful animals, and there was a high probability they would come back tonight. So Su Lin didn't have much time left. If he couldn't eliminate the wolf pack, Su Lin wouldn't even be able to leave the shelter. After about 10 minutes, Su Lin stood up. It seemed that he had made a decision. He ran into the forest, collected a large amount of vines, then removed the earth from the top of the shelter. He reinforced the shelter's roof with the vines until he felt it was completely secure. He then covered the roof of the shelter with earth again. It was about 30 to 40 centimeters. Then, Su Lin went to the pine forest, and the trap once again caught a wild chicken. Just as Su Lin was about to turn and leave, he suddenly saw the wild chicken trap, his eyes lit up, and he finally had a plan. He came to the creek, took all the fish out of the scoop-shaped fish basket, and handled them along with the wild chicken, then filled enough bamboo tubes with water and placed them inside the shelter. He placed the wild chicken on the fire to smoke, then took a few more bamboo tubes to the creek to fetch water, using this water to make fish soup. He had already prepared, tonight, if the wolf pack came again, he would use the shelter and the fire to destroy them, so he had to store a large amount of water, as he couldn't be sure how much time it would take to eliminate the wolves. Once everything was ready, Su Lin took the wooden shovel for digging and drew a half circle in front of the shelter, about 5 or 6 meters in diameter, then began digging the soil, closely following the outer wall of the bunker, digging a circular trench about half a meter wide and 80 centimeters deep. Su Lin worked up a sweat, not resting for a moment, continuously digging, the massive workload gradually exhausting his strength. In the middle of it all, he took a 20-minute break to eat a roasted chicken and wolf meat, and drank a bamboo tube of fish soup before continuing his digging. After pushing his body to its limit, Su Lin could clearly feel that his strength, speed, reaction ability, and endurance had improved once again. From 6 in the morning until after 2 in the afternoon, he finally finished digging. All the countries that were unfriendly to the Dragon Kingdom were eagerly waiting for Su Lin's death. They paid more attention to Su Lin than their own contestants, watching for longer than they had ever watched before. In different corners of Blue Star, dirty and cruel things were quietly happening. A web, woven with jealousy, anticipation, and malice, silently loomed over Su Lin, who had already returned to the shelter. Su Lin represented the Dragon Kingdom, there was no doubt about it. They were targeting the Dragon Kingdom. As long as Su Lin died, the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune points would be reduced. Li Jun, from the National Security Department of the Dragon Kingdom, sighed heavily as he watched Su Lin on the screen. If Su Lin is defeated or heavily injured tonight, we'll sacrifice 3 points of national fortune to save him. He absolutely cannot fall. Minister Li, this. Do as I say. If you have objections, keep them to yourself. Li Jun's voice sounded extremely cold, making those who knew him feel a sense of indifference. Su Lin, of course, had no idea these things were happening. Right now, he was sitting in the shelter, drinking hot fish soup. He even felt a bit of excitement and anticipation for the night ahead. He was very confident in the traps and the circular trenches he had set up. This was the best plan he could think of. Wolf meat might not taste great, but it was enough to fill his stomach. The sky gradually darkened, and Su Lin eagerly awaited the sound of wolves howling, but strangely, the howls that he often heard at night were absent tonight. Could it be that the alpha wolf was scared off last night and wasn't daring to come tonight? Su Lin began to worry. The fire inside the shelter illuminated his determined face. Su Lin occasionally peered through the observation hole, watching the outside. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. There was no movement, and Su Lin's face gradually turned a shade of pale blue. 3 hours later, from anticipation to desolation, Su Lin weakly gnawed on the wolf meat. He was almost certain that the wolf pack wouldn't come tonight. This was the wilderness. It was always about dealing with the uncertainty that could happen at any time. It wouldn't change because of your will. Su Lin fully relaxed, leaning back on the pile of firewood, roasting by the fire, finishing the last sip of fish soup, and gradually drifting into a dream. Ah-woo. Ah-woo. 2 consecutive wolf howls woke Su Lin from his sleep. He instinctively grabbed the machete in his hand and looked outside through the observation hole in the wooden door. A wolf stood alone outside the shelter. It was the alpha wolf. Ah-woo. Ah-woo. The wolf howls gradually echoed from all directions, rising and falling. More and more wolves gathered behind the alpha wolf. A trace of excitement appeared on Su Lin's face. Finally, they came. Chapter 14, Unlocking the Material Return Mechanism. Su Lin placed his machete on the ground inside the shelter and peered outside through the observation hole. However, since the shelter's entrance was almost at ground level, he couldn't see very clearly. But he could basically confirm that the number of wolves that came tonight seemed to be even more than yesterday. The more the better, ideally, they would all come so he could wipe them out in one go. That way, his actions on this desolate island would be much smoother in the future. However, there seemed to be other large predators here. A few days ago, it seemed the wolf pack was fighting against him. But that didn't matter now. As long as he could eliminate all the wolves that came tonight, it would be a huge success. Not only in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, but nearly all live broadcast rooms on Blue Star had Su Lin on their screens. This battle had transcended wilderness survival, it was a tremendous test of human willpower. Of course, many people had ill intentions. They watched Su Lin's live broadcast just to see him fail. What they wanted most was to record the moment when Su Lin was torn apart by the starving wolves. It sounded cruel, but more cruel than the starving wolves were the ambitions of wolves from other nations. The alpha wolf never entered the circular trench. He probably felt some danger. Its green, eerie eyes stared at Su Lin through the fire, while the wolves behind it occasionally howled. It seemed to be mocking Su Lin's helplessness. Beast, come out. What kind of skill is hiding in the woods? Su Lin's entire face twisted into a snarl, almost shouting in a roar. The leader wolf seemed to be enraged, and before it could act, several male wolves quickly charged toward the wooden door of the bunker. As soon as they entered the circular trench, 3 male wolves got their claws tangled in the vines of the wild chicken trap, and the more they struggled, the tighter the vines wound. However, these wolves seemed to have no intelligence, simply struggling without ever attempting to use their sharp teeth to bite through the vines. The leader wolf appeared to be thinking deeply, lowering its head. After a moment, it raised its head and let out a short, low howl. The leader wolf and the pack behind it rushed forward in a frenzy, all of them entering the circular trench. 3 or 4 wolves were directly stuck in the trench, while more were trapped by the vines. Only a few managed to reach the bunker door, but before they could charge at the wooden door, Su Lin made his move. Su Lin pulled 2 burning logs from the fire, their flames fierce, and threw them directly into the circular trench through the observation hole. The dry, soft firewood inside the trench was immediately set alight. With a loud boom, the fire roared to life, quickly engulfing all the dry wood and creating a wall of flames. Without hesitation, Su Lin pulled out 2 more burning logs and threw them near the leader wolf. Since the trench was already filled with flammable material, the fire immediately flared up. The wolves that were not trapped scattered, trying to escape the circular trench, but were quickly ensnared by the wild chicken traps. The vines Su Lin used for the traps were extremely flexible and moist, so they didn't catch fire easily. Moreover, the logs placed in the trench to secure the vines wouldn't burn easily either. As a result, most of the wolves were trapped. The entire area was ablaze, and the wolves cried out in agonizing screams. Even the leader wolf was no exception. The flames grew stronger, and the fur on all the wolves was set alight. Several wolves were directly stuck in the trench, unable to escape. None of the wolves that entered the trench had managed to escape their fate so far. The heat waves came in waves, with each breath feeling like inhaling flames. The wolves stuck their tongues out, panting heavily. The thick smoke made them choke, and their throats let out deep growls. The fire slowly consumed the entire wolf pack, with fewer and fewer wolves showing signs of movement, and more burning to death. The faint scent of roasting flesh even began to rise. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. After more than half an hour, there was not a single wolf left in the trench capable of moving. Su Lin stood up, gripping his machete tightly, and slowly began to untangle the vines that were tied to the wooden door. He bent down and exited the bunker shelter. His gaze was determined, his movements slow and deliberate as he carefully checked each wolf. Every wolf in the pack, including the leader, had been burned to death in the circular trench. The ground was covered with wolf carcasses. Su Lin gave each of them a finishing blow to ensure they were truly dead. The live streams across Blue Star were silent, as no one had expected the battle to end this way. Shantae, why did it end like this? Wasn't Su Lin supposed to be torn apart by the starving wolves? Baka, why does Su Lin always get so lucky? Such a simple trap, and yet it achieved such results. Sheba, what a pity. Reward, Dragon Country's contestant Su Lin has wiped out the entire wolf pack. Triggered the resource return mechanism. Congratulations to the Dragon Country for receiving the corpses of 100,000 wild wolves. The resources have been distributed to all survivor alliances and shelters of Dragon Country, and Dragon Country has been rewarded with 5 points in national luck, currently at 72 points. Because the player Su Lin performed excellently, Dragon Country has unlocked the resource balance mechanism. From now on, the returned resources will be given to every individual, but only Su Lin is eligible for it. The National Luck Survival System broadcasted twice continuously. This has never happened before. Su Lin moved all the wolf corpses outside the shelter and neatly arranged them. Su Lin, keep it up, haha, from now on, our Dragon Country will no longer return resources in multiples, but 1 per person. Amazing, incredible. Haha, go Dragon Country, go Su Lin. I've watched Su Lin since he was a kid, he's something. Can you have some shame? The people of Dragon Country were celebrating. Unlocking the resource return mechanism was not something ordinary people could achieve. Su Lin was truly impressive. With a bloody and cruel victory, Su Lin left an indelible mark on the battlefield of national luck survival. Brother Chen, after Su Lin unlocked the resource return mechanism, if he catches a fish, will everyone in Dragon Country get a fish if the resource return is triggered? The voice of Fawn he carried a hint of excitement. That's for sure. With just this, Su Lin has already become a hero of China, an unquestionable hero. Chun Yi was extremely excited. Now, all the people of Dragon Country regarded Su Lin as a god. While all the people of Dragon Country were filled with excitement and joy, Su Lin had already begun to process the wolf corpses. These would be his food for the winter. From dawn until noon, it took half a day for Su Lin to process all the wolf corpses and move them back to the shelter. After resting for a bit, Su Lin returned to the creek. The fish basket shaped like a dustpan had about 20 to 30 fish lying in it. Su Lin poured the fish out, placed the basket back into the creek, cleaned the fish, filled an iron pot with water, and then returned to the shelter. Today, he wouldn't go out. Tomorrow, he was going to explore the entire island. Chapter 15, Wild Ginger and Clay. In the afternoon, Su Lin didn't plan to go out, but he wasn't planning to relax either. He had plenty of things to do. As for the reactions of others or other countries, for now, they had nothing to do with him. He cleaned up all the wolf corpses, placed most of them inside the shelter, and left some outside. Since the beginning of the National Luck Survival Game, Su Lin had consecutively secured first place, gaining all the attention. Meanwhile, those self-proclaimed wilderness survival experts from other countries had underperformed, especially so-called Mountain Brother and Koyama from the island nation, who were now gnashing their teeth in frustration. Su Lin grabbed a machete and left the shelter. He headed to the nearby bamboo forest, chopped a few sturdy bamboo poles, dragged them back to the shelter, and placed the bamboo outside for future use. Next, he needed to make some defenses for the shelter and set up a drainage system. Su Lin went to a distant area and gathered many thorny bushes and thorny shrubs, placing them in a circle around the shelter and pressing them down with stones. Finally, he chopped down 3 trees about 20 centimeters in diameter from the nearby forest and tied them together with vines, laying them horizontally in front of the wooden door. Then, Su Lin dug a trench about 20 to 30 centimeters deep and 30 centimeters wide around the shelter. He piled the dug-up earth between the trench and the shelter to form a water barrier, creating a double insurance. The 2 ends of the trench had a slight slope to safely direct the intercepted water towards the empty land on both sides of the shelter. Finally, Su Lin laid a layer of gravel and small stones inside the trench, effectively preventing the water flow from eroding and causing the trench walls to collapse. Finally, it was the water barrier at the entrance. Su Lin used stones, wood, and mud to create a threshold that was 20 centimeters high, which would effectively prevent the water from the ground from flowing into the shelter. Inside the shelter, Su Lin used branches, dry grass, and leaves as bedding to insulate against the cold ground. By the time all this was done, the sky had already begun to darken. Everyone in the Dragon Country official livestream room was staring at Su Lin. Now, most of them had completely confirmed that Su Lin was definitely not a beginner at survival in the wild. Many of the things he did could only be mastered through practical experience. The National Security Department of Dragon Country, Li Jun, was smiling from ear to ear. This was the first time in a long while that a smile had appeared on his face. From now on, no matter whether I'm here or not, if you think Su Lin has suffered serious injuries or might die, sacrifice 3 points of national luck to heal him. One principle, Su Lin must not have any problems. Li Jun's tone had softened considerably. Minister, do we need to report this? I've already reported it. Also, never question my decisions again. As long as it's my choice, if anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. Li Jun's face turned serious again. Actually, it was understandable. At the moment, only Su Lin had unlocked the resource return balance mechanism. As long as Su Lin obtained resources and triggered the resource return mechanism, everyone in Dragon Country would benefit. With Su Lin's remarkable performance, Li Jun's decision was completely understandable. Chen Jianfeng wasn't doing very well at the moment. The bruises on his calf, caused by a careless knock, had brought him immense trouble. Now, every step he took caused him to grimace in pain, but fortunately, he had secured a water source and fire for the shelter, as well as stockpiled some food. The situation for the other few people had also stabilized. As for the situation with competitors from other countries, Su Lin had not been paying attention. During the 15-day newbie protection period, they wouldn't meet. Today was only the 5th day. Su Lin slept soundly that night. His stamina was completely restored. After eating some wolf meat and drinking some warm water, he placed his dagger in his chest and took the machete before heading out. Today, he planned to explore the entire island. Although he had been in the primal world for 5 days, his range of activity had been very small. So far, he had only solved his basic survival needs. With no wolf packs attacking him, Su Lin became much bolder. He moved in the northwest direction from the shelter, an area he had never ventured into before. There were no paths, and everywhere was overgrown with thorny bushes. The underbrush beneath the trees was mostly thorny as well, causing Su Lin great trouble. The ground was never a proper path. The forest floor was covered with a thick layer of decaying fallen leaves. Every time he stepped, the mud would instantly swallow his ankles, making a nauseating squelching sound. Every time he pulled his foot out, it required great effort. After just half an hour of walking, Su Lin's calves were already covered in bloody scratches from the serrated grass. Fortunately, he had brought plenty of wolf meat and bamboo tube water. Otherwise, hunger and thirst would have forced him to return to the shelter quickly. What was most despairing, however, was the mental solitude and the loss of direction. It felt like he was a prisoner trapped on this deserted island. Each step he took wasn't just a physical strain, but a tug-of-war between his will and despair. He walked, stopped, and walked again. Every step was unbearably difficult. At this point, Su Lin had completely given up on the idea of exploring the entire island in one day. It was simply unrealistic. 3 or 4 hours later, after moving in almost a numb, mechanical fashion, a faint, almost imperceptible sharp sense suddenly hit Su Lin's senses. He stopped abruptly, his tired body trembling slightly from the sudden stimulus. Then, he felt as if a warm current flowed through his entire body, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. All his fatigue disappeared in an instant, and his physical strength was fully restored, even stronger than before. Why such a situation occurred, Su Lin didn't know for now, but it was most likely because the perfect survival handbook was remodeling his body. Good, very good. Unconsciously, he noticed an exposed root, showing a thick, tempting yellow-brown color. Its shape was twisted, with clear joints. It's wild ginger. There's wild ginger here. His heart began to race, and the blood seemed to surge to his head. His left hand trembled as he broke off a small piece. A strong, familiar ginger scent immediately burst out, hitting his nose. Su Lin started to search frantically around him. To his surprise, about 3 to 4 meters away from the wild ginger, he found a small patch of wild ginger. Su Lin used his machete to dig them all up and wrap them in his clothes, probably about 10 to 20 pounds. This wasn't just a seasoning. Wild ginger could dispel foul smells and was a comforting warmth for the stomach. To survive long-term on a deserted island, it was essential. Su Lin decisively chose to turn back. He had already gathered so much wild ginger today, and he was very satisfied. If he kept going forward, he would definitely not make it back to the shelter before dark. He hurriedly retraced his steps, his body feeling like it had an endless amount of energy. Su Lin was somewhat astonished. To say he felt like his body had undergone a complete transformation was not an exaggeration. His physical strength and endurance had increased by more than double. He believed it was the result of the perfect survival handbook. Because so far, he still didn't fully understand all its functions. He would have to explore them slowly in the future. On the way back to the shelter, even the wind felt sweet. What surprised him even more was that about a mile away from the shelter, he discovered clay. Yes, clay. This was like a timely gift for him. Clay had immense value in wilderness survival. It was known as the universal basic material. Not only could it be used to make containers, but it could also repair tools in shelters, and even purify freshwater or be used for emergency wound care. Su Lin's bunker-like shelter was still just in its early stages. If he wanted to live here long-term, mixing clay with water and coating the roof would effectively waterproof it, keep it warm, and make it sturdier. Therefore, the discovery of clay directly upgraded Su Lin's survival journey to a new level. When Su Lin returned to the shelter, it was already completely dark. Managing to return before nightfall had allowed him to avoid many risks. After all, the wilderness at night was extremely dangerous. Su Lin made a torch, went for a walk in the pine forest, and caught a wild chicken. Then he returned to the stream, took all the fish out of the winnowing basket, cleaned both the fish and the wild chicken, and returned the fish basket to its place. He collected enough stream water and returned to the shelter. He roasted the wild chicken and made fish soup in an iron pot, adding some fresh ginger chunks. After everything was prepared, Su Lin sat next to the fire, slowly waiting. Today's experiences gave him a sudden, different feeling. For a moment, when he found the wild ginger and felt his body suddenly regain its strength, Su Lin had the sense that perhaps everything in the wilderness was being controlled by someone. It sounded like nonsense, but he had a very intuitive feeling. Even now, extraordinary things were happening in the wilderness, things beyond the explanation of modern science. Su Lin thought it was only natural. The national survival system is definitely not simple. This is the conclusion Su Lin reached. Mo Yun and Zhao Xinming, who shared the same feeling as Su Lin, were both people of exceptional experience, one a descendant of an ancient family's secret inheritance, the other a top-level intelligence officer of the National Security Department, far surpassing ordinary people in insight. After Su Lin rose dramatically, Mo Yun and Zhao Xinming had already started to feel something. It seemed as though, by some unseen force, their luck had gotten much better, and survival had become relatively smoother. Some people in the official livestream had also started to notice the clues. Why do I feel like Su Lin has changed after coming back? His aura is different, as if he is not the same person anymore. Stop talking nonsense upstairs, Su Lin was just excited after finding some wild ginger. Exactly. After the newbie protection period ends, the national survival system will likely merge the players from all countries together, and that's when the most brutal phase will start. Isn't it only natural that our Dragon Country players improve their strength a little during the newbie protection period? Right, speak what's necessary and leave out what's not. Su Lin is probably preparing for what's coming. The comments in Dragon Country's livestream were relatively relaxed. After the remaining 6 players from Dragon Country stabilized, they gradually started to feel at ease. Although they didn't understand exactly what had happened to Su Lin, they could tell that his overall strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. The intelligence department of the island nation, the old man with white hair, was frowning as he looked at the relevant reports. You took days to gather this little bit of intelligence, most of which is useless. Su Lin from Dragon Country will become a huge threat to our island nation in the future.
Do you think the intelligence you've gathered is accurate? He's just an ordinary person? How could that be?
The three islanders standing below looked at each other.
The intelligence they gathered was absolutely accurate.
However, it didn't fit with Su Lin from the island's wild wasteland. The old man waved his hand, and all three of them left.
The National Security Agency of the beautiful country, a tall-nosed foreign man was reprimanding two subordinates. The national survival system is crucial to our survival. After the newbie protection period ends, we will definitely fall into a bloodbath. The intelligence you've gathered gives us no information about Su Lin. This will pose a deadly threat to our players in the future. Based on Su Lin's performance, do you think he's an ordinary person?
The other two lowered their heads.
They didn't believe it either, but they couldn't find any more information about Su Lin.
Li Jun from Dragon Country's National Security Department looked at the report in front of him, a faint smile appeared on his face. Just like this, try to downplay Su Lin's existence in Dragon Country, so these wolves and tigers won't uncover anything.
A secret struggle had already begun.
Various countries were only guessing that after the newbie protection period ends, players from each country would likely gather together and start group competitions. As for the location, it could very well change.
Everything was uncertain. Su Lin slept very soundly. After eating some wild chicken and drinking fish soup, he fell into a deep sleep. He was truly exhausted. In fact, deep inside, he had his own thoughts.
As the one involved, although he didn't know exactly what kind of situation he would face next, he could roughly guess the direction. So, right now, he had to race against time to store food and improve his overall strength. Otherwise, he might suffer in the future. On the morning of the sixth day, Su Lin woke up, ate some wolf meat, drank some hot water, and went to the place where he had discovered clay the day before.
He used vines to weave 2 baskets.
At the bottom of the basket, some leaves were laid down, and with a wooden shovel, 2 baskets full of sticky clay were loaded, then returned to the shelter. All the clay was poured in front of the shelter, following the same procedure. Su Lin continued to shuttle back and forth between the shelter and the clay site, until a mound of clay, as tall as a small hill, piled up in front of the shelter, before he stopped and took a short break. Next, he fetched a lot of creek water with a bamboo tube, added it to the clay, mixed in some weeds, plant ash, and fine sand, stirring them together to form a thick slurry. Su Lin cleared all the soil from the shelter's roof, evenly spreading the slurry on the logs, about 10 centimeters thick, and used a machete to cut out a hole. This would be the chimney for the future stove. After it dried a little, he filled the roof with more clay. The clay left from his previous hauling was nearly gone. Su Lin picked up the basket and returned to the clay site, loaded it full with 2 more baskets of clay with the wooden shovel, and was ready to leave. Just as he was about to leave, his right eye casually glanced to the right front, and he saw a brownish-gray wild goat about 20 to 30 meters away. In front of this wild goat, there were clearly a dozen or so more wild goats, foraging through the bushes. The first wild goat Su Lin spotted was large and sturdy, with a pair of curved horns on its head. It kept a vigilant watch around, and once it sensed any movement, it immediately raised its head, its horns tilting slightly forward, its whole body arched like a bow ready to strike. A low growl seemed to emerge from its throat, but it was too far away for Su Lin to hear clearly. Su Lin's heart surged with joy. Goat meat was definitely a top-quality ingredient. If he could hunt a few goats, his future life would surely be rich and satisfying. Without even taking a second glance at the herd, Su Lin casually carried his basket and walked away. Next, he had to think carefully about how to catch the wild goats.
Chapter 17, 1 wild goat for each person.
Su Lin, Brother Lin, no, Master Lin, I want to eat goat meat. The tendons of these wild goats look so tight. I want them stewed, braised, roasted on a spit.
Help! Look at how it chews grass. The meat must be good.
Sprinkle some salt and roast it until it sizzles with oil.
Even the kids next door will be drooling.
No, wait, players from other countries will go crazy with hunger.
Hey, don't go. Why are you leaving? Go catch the wild goats. Su Lin, come back. Are you an idiot upstairs? You think you can catch a wild goat with your bare hands? Idiot.
The comments from Long Country's livestream were in chaos, all urging Su Lin to catch the wild goats. Many people were practically drooling through the screen. Even Fang Yi and Chen Yi were no exception.
Fang Yi, have you not had goat meat for a long time? Are you hoping Su Lin will have some success?
As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, Fang Yi instinctively licked his lips, his face turning red. Well, if Su Lin can catch the wild goats and trigger the resource return mechanism, we Long Country will definitely have some delicious food.
Fang Yi's words were met with unanimous approval from everyone. A large group of people were licking their lips.
Su Lin's heart was, of course, also extremely excited. The reason he acted so nonchalantly was because he didn't want to startle the wild goats and their herd. He knew very well that capturing wild goats was a highly difficult task. After returning to the shelter, he emptied the clay and went back to the clay site. The wild goats had not left. Perhaps they thought Su Lin posed no threat to them. So, Su Lin kept moving back and forth between the clay site and the shelter, not even glancing at the wild goat herd. By the time the sky was completely dark, Su Lin returned to the shelter and sat quietly, pondering something. Shit. Why is Su Lin from Long Country so lucky? He actually encountered wild goats. Damn it. Why does my country not have opportunities like this? Every day it's either rats or squirrels. Don't we have any bigger animals, ones with more meat? Just as the athlete from Bangzi country finished speaking, he smelled a strong, foul odor. He turned around and saw a massive wild wolf standing right behind him. Before he could react, the wolf bit through his throat. Warning, athlete Park Budo from Bangzi country has been killed by a wild wolf. Bangzi country's national score decreases by 5 points, now at 43 points. It's easy to encounter, but being able to catch it is the real skill. Longboy got too excited too early. Brother Shan's eyes were filled with jealousy. Su Lin was still sitting, his brain working at full speed, trying to figure out how to catch a wild goat. Ever since he saw the wild goat, Su Lin's mind had been filled with images of hunting the wild goat. Su Lin's expression grew more and more irritated as he mentally asked the perfect survival manual how to catch a wild goat. After eating half a roasted chicken and drinking 2 bamboo tubes of fish soup, Su Lin reduced the fire and, holding his machete, left the shelter. He headed straight for the place where he had seen the wild goat during the day. Fang He and Shen Yi were a bit stunned. It was the first time they saw someone leave the shelter at night. Su Lin is going to catch the wild goat, haha. Great. Shen Ye's expression became serious, fully aware of the dangers the night posed to the contestants. When Su Lin arrived at the place where he had seen the wild goat during the day, everything was silent. He carefully inspected the path where the wild goat had passed. It was sheltered from the wind, facing the sun, and although the ground was covered in a layer of dry grass, it was relatively dense, and the soil was loose. The roots of the grass would definitely be deep, able to absorb water. Su Lin's torch lit up the surroundings brightly. On a small slope, along the goat's path, there was a small tree about the width of a bowl, very tough. He hesitated no more and carefully dug a shallow pit, then used vines to wrap around the thick branch above, tightly securing it to the bent top of the small tree. He then used a stick to pin the vine below the snare to the ground, securing it. To ensure the snare wouldn't loosen after capturing the goat, Su Lin used double the vines. He then placed some yam in the shallow pit as bait, and behind it, he set up a snare, roughly the distance between the goat's legs and mouth. A simple trap was set up. Next, Su Lin set up 5 more snares, each fixed to different rocks and trees. Su Lin originally planned to set up hanging snares, but since there weren't enough trees, he gave up. The snares couldn't tighten, but once the goat struggled even a little, they would only get tighter. The torch had burned out, and Su Lin retraced his steps in the dark, returning to the shelter. The chances of catching the goat with such traps weren't high. Su Lin only set them up with the mindset of giving it a try. There was only one hanging snare, so it would depend on whether he could catch the goat tomorrow. Actually, there was one detail that the people in the live stream didn't notice. Su Lin placed the snares all along the narrow path the goat had left behind. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Lin closed the shelter door and fell into a deep sleep. Now that he had clay, Su Lin planned to make some clay bricks to build a fire pit. Otherwise, it would be hard to survive the winter without it. Regardless of whether he would move to a different place after the beginner protection period, he had to proceed step by step and build the firebed. While building the firebed, he also planned to make some tools, such as bowls, spoons, and so on. At 5 or 6 in the morning the next day, Su Lin woke up. Even though he had slept, his back and waist ached. He ate some wolf meat, boiled a pot of water, had a sip, and then got up to head toward the clay pit. He had no confidence in whether he could catch the wild goat or not. As he was nearing the spot where the wild goat had grazed yesterday, the sound of the wild goat's bleating reached his ears. Su Lin quickly moved toward it. What he saw was a strong ram, struggling desperately to free itself from the vines. Its horns were wildly pushing against them. Su Lin was overjoyed. He really didn't expect that such a simple trap could capture a wild goat. His luck was at its peak. He ran over at full speed, holding a machete and some vines. Without hesitation, he pressed the wild goat's head down, crossed its front legs and held them, quickly binding them with vines. Then he tied up the 2 back legs as well and used a vine to tie the goat's head and front legs together to prevent it from turning its head and biting him. Because of Su Lin's arrival, the other wild goats had already fled in a rush. Reward: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin has captured a live wild goat. The material return mechanism has been triggered, and because Su Lin has unlocked the material return balance mechanism, congratulations to all people in Dragon Country for receiving a wild goat each.
Materials have been distributed.
Reward, contestant Mountain from John Bull Country has captured a wild rabbit. The material return mechanism has been triggered. Congratulations to John Bull Country for receiving 10,000 wild rabbits.
Materials have been distributed.
The 2 consecutive rewards appeared suddenly, and the results were completely different. Every person in Dragon Country received a wild goat. This was an achievement that had never been seen before and would never be seen again. Even the commanders at Dragon Country's command center were at a loss for words. The materials were just too timely. Su Lin, expressionless, carried the wild goat on his back and slowly made his way to his shelter.
Chapter 18, Flying Slither.
This wild goat weighed at least 130 or 140 pounds. Su Lin lifted it effortlessly and quickly made his way to the shelter. He didn't even realize that while carrying the 100-plus pound goat, he was still moving swiftly. 1 minute later, Su Lin suddenly stopped, struggling to put the wild goat down, swinging his arms as if the weight of the goat was too much for him. Su Lin gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. When he lifted the wild goat again, he seemed to struggle greatly, his steps becoming increasingly unsteady. He could only say that he barely managed to carry the goat back to the shelter. The viewers in the live stream were confused.
Wasn't he moving effortlessly just a moment ago? Why did it suddenly become so difficult?
Chun Yi made a quieting gesture with his finger on his lips, and everyone suddenly understood. After returning to the shelter, Su Lin put the wild goat inside but did not rush to kill it. From the moment he captured the wild goat, he had felt a strong sense of being watched. This feeling was different from the gaze of a wild animal, it was a cold, all-encompassing scan. The feeling of being watched came suddenly, even with a sense of almost evaluative oppression. It didn't feel like a beast's bloodlust, but more like the coveting of a fellow being. However, every time he turned around, there was nothing behind him.
This feeling sent chills down his spine.
Su Lin sat in the shelter, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He could clearly sense that whoever was watching had left.
The feeling of being watched ebbed away like the retreat of a tide. Who could it be? Could there be others on this island? Are they the indigenous people? Or other animals? Su Lin knew nothing.
Since entering this deserted island, he hadn't faced much danger. After eliminating the wolf pack and capturing the wild goat, his confidence soared, and he felt a strong impulse to claim this place as his own. When this feeling of being watched appeared, it struck him like a bolt of lightning. He had already realized that on this barren land and island, there are other, more powerful enemies, or perhaps, beasts. Although his overall strength had been greatly enhanced by the perfect survival manual, making him extremely strong, when facing unknown creatures, he still felt a deep sense of defeat, because until now, he had not figured out where they were. But they definitely existed. Su Lin picked up his machete, seemingly unconsciously walking to the edge of the pine forest. He had visited this forest countless times before and was very familiar with it. But unfortunately, today, no wild pheasants were caught.
Su Lin quickly retreated and arrived by the creek.
The fish basket contained at least 40 to 50 fish of various sizes, mostly whitefish. After cleaning all the fish, he put the basket back and returned to the shelter. As he was about to open the shelter door and enter, he suddenly noticed that the wolves he had previously dealt with, the ones that had been burned and placed next to the shelter, were gone. Not just one, both were gone. He had placed them there just earlier when he went to get water, and the thorny bushes around the shelter hadn't moved at all.
Strange, how could this have happened?
Su Lin put the clean fish and the creek water inside the shelter and then moved the burned wolves into the shelter as well.
Today was already the 7th day.
At noon, Su Lin casually ate some wolf meat, drank some fish soup, and fed some grass to the wild goats.
Originally, in the afternoon, he planned to gather more clay for the upcoming bricks.
But for some unknown reason, he suddenly felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. So, he simply lay down inside the shelter and did nothing. The afternoon passed like this, and the viewers in the livestream couldn't understand Su Lin's thoughts. Even Chun Yi couldn't figure out why Su Lin wasted the whole afternoon. When night fell, Su Lin lit a large bonfire outside the shelter. As he sat by the fire eating wolf meat, a shadow suddenly pounced down from the treetops like a ghost. Its speed was incredibly fast, but it wasn't coming for Su Lin. Instead, it accurately pounced on the jerky hanging from the tree branches, which was being smoked.
Su Lin, startled, instinctively swung his knife.
A shadow landed near the edge of the fire, and a pair of cold, glass-like eyes locked onto Su Lin. It was a giant mountain cat he had never seen before, a mountain cat with wings. Su Lin grabbed the spear next to him and stabbed it towards the mountain cat, moving with incredible speed. The mountain cat shot away like an arrow, barely 10 meters away from Su Lin. Without hesitation, like a ghost, it moved with a tricky angle and came to Su Lin's back. Its sharp claws tore through the fabric of Su Lin's left arm. This was only because Su Lin had twisted his body in the blink of an eye. 2 blood marks appeared on his arm, and Su Lin didn't even have time to think. All his actions were purely instinctive, honed through countless life and death battles. He quickly retreated to the side and threw his spear at the mountain cat, then quickly grabbed the machete on the ground.
The mountain cat missed its strike and landed silently. It didn't immediately pounce again.
Instead, it lowered its head slightly, growling in a low, continuous, and dangerous tone. It was waiting, watching, applying pressure, searching for a killing angle. Su Lin held his breath, sweat dripping down his forehead, stinging his eyes. The two were at a temporary standstill.
The mountain cat seemed to realize that Su Lin was not easy to deal with.
In the live stream, the bullet comments quickly flooded the screen.
"What the hell is this? It scared the hell out of me. What the heck was that just now? Is it a cat or an eagle? What the hell, why does this mountain lion have wings? Has it turned into a demon? Why is it so big?
I can feel my legs go weak just from watching through the screen.
Why do I feel like its eyes look human? Stop talking nonsense, I'm sweating bullets here. Su Lin, let's see if you can survive this time?"
Brother Sean looked at the screen, biting into a piece of unknown meat. The luck of the Dragon Kingdom is used up, tear him apart for me, feels so good. Little Quan from the island nation seemed to have a deep grudge against Su Lin. A few seconds later, the mountain lion slowly backed away, its figure gradually blending into the shadows of the forest, disappearing from sight. The battle came suddenly and ended abruptly.
The entire process didn't last more than a minute.
Su Lin waited until he confirmed it had completely left before slowly relaxing his tense muscles, tearing off the sleeve and slowly wiping the blood from his arm, his eyes still fixed on the spot where the mountain lion had disappeared. This time, his plan to lure the snake out of its hole had failed. If it weren't for his speed, he might have been done for today. He retrieved the wolf meat, returned to the shelter, closed the wooden door, drank a sip of fish soup, and looked up again. Su Lin knew this wasn't the end, it was just the beginning. The Perfect Survival Handbook gave the mountain lion from just now a name called Phasian, and it introduced its habits and weaknesses in detail to Su Lin. Maybe it wasn't the Perfect Survival Handbook that gave it the name, it was probably already called Phasian. The number of people in the live stream started skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, Su Lin stood up, his eyes fixed on the outside of the shelter. Through the shelter's observation hole and the light from the fire outside, Su Lin vaguely saw Phasian come and go, its giant body like a cheetah, its wings spread out about 2 meters, with 2 glowing green eyes that looked somewhat eerie. Phasian stared at Su Lin inside the shelter, its gaze even showing a hint of contempt, as if it didn't take Su Lin seriously at all. After the last battle, Su Lin was extremely calm, not panicking at all, because he knew that against such a top predator, running or showing weakness would be suicide. Su Lin slowly untied the vines on the wooden door, one loop after another, until it was completely open, then stepped out. His left hand was holding a long spear, and his right hand gripped a machete.
"Su Lin, go back, you're no match for this big mountain cat."
Su Lin, temporarily avoided, "There's no shame in it, quickly go back into the shelter. It's over, Su Lin can't possibly defeat this mountain lion, our Dragon Kingdom is going to lose another player." The official live stream's bullet comments were all over the place, with all kinds of opinions. Su Lin suddenly stood up straight, making himself appear even taller, then waved the tough long spear in his hand, drawing a sharp whistle through the air, while his machete pointed straight at Phasian, letting out a roar even more aggressive than Phasian's, his gaze sharp.
"Come at me, I'm not your prey, and you can't do anything to me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Your speed is like slow motion in my eyes."
Su Lin said to Phasian.
Is he talking to the mountain lion? It's like playing a flute to a cow. Beast, can it understand human speech?
Hey, I used to have high hopes for Su Lin, but now I see he's so naive. Su Lin, quickly go back to the shelter, this mountain lion is not something you can handle. Chen Yi said his opinion without hesitation. Su Lin stared at Phasian, without even glancing at the live stream screen. Phasian was furious, flapping its wings, and with lightning speed, charged towards Su Lin, its claws aiming straight for Su Lin's head.
Wants to strike with a killing blow.
Under the glow of the flames, the shadow of Phasian grew longer and longer, creating a sense of covering the sun and moon, as if it could block the sky. Su Lin stared at it intently, motionless. The people in the live stream room were all on edge, many had already closed their eyes, unable to bear watching Su Lin be hunted down by Phasian. What others didn't know was that just before Su Lin walked out of the shelter, a warm current suddenly passed through his body, from head to toe. Within a short period of time, the warm current ran through his body 4 or 5 times before calming down. Su Lin felt that he was at least twice as strong as before, no, 3 times stronger, especially his strength and speed, which had been multiplied. That's why he dared to step out of the shelter. Because deep in his heart, he knew that the Perfect Survival Guide had already warned him. Phasian was an animal with a very strong sense of revenge. If he couldn't intimidate or tame it right away, it would harass and attack him endlessly in the future. So, Su Lin quickly made a decision to step out of the shelter and have a face-to-face battle with Fei Jin. Fei Jin's speed had been incredibly fast, at least from Su Lin's perspective, it felt almost irresistible. But now, Fei Jin's movements appeared almost like slow motion in his eyes. At the very least, Su Lin needed to intimidate Fei Jin. If possible, taming it would be the best outcome. Yes, taming it. To others, it might sound like a joke. Time seemed to freeze. Su Lin stared directly at the incoming Fei Jin, not dodging. His entire presence was as imposing as a mountain. At the moment Fei Jin's claws were about to reach him, he made a move that surprised everyone. His left hand's spear precisely blocked Fei Jin's front paw, and an overwhelming force knocked Fei Jin to the thorny ground. His right hand's machete quickly pressed against Fei Jin's neck. Not convinced? Then I'll beat you until you are. Su Lin tossed aside the spear and machete, and began throwing punch after punch at Fei Jin, each blow landing solidly on its body. This continued for about a minute. Fei Jin was completely stunned. Its ferocity had been thoroughly suppressed. It couldn't understand why its speed, which it had always been proud of, had become a joke in the eyes of the opponent, and why the opponent seemed able to easily kill it. This wasn't right. The people in the livestream were completely dumbfounded. Even Fang Yi and Shun Yi were left open-mouthed, not knowing what to say. This situation completely overturned their understanding. Am I seeing things? How is the mountain cat in Su Lin's hands like a gentle kitten? No, you're not seeing things. Su Lin is definitely playing the fool to strike a tiger. His combat power far exceeds what we expected. This is a surprise, absolutely a surprise. Ah, Su Lin from Dragon Country, we are so lucky. Throughout the entire process, Su Lin remained calm, easily blocking and dodging Fei Jin's attacks. Fei Jin, furious and humiliated, flapped its wings and flew away from Su Lin, landing on a tree branch about 10 meters away. Then, it attacked again at lightning speed without hesitation. Fei Jin's claws fiercely grabbed at Su Lin's left arm, and its viciousness showed in its eyes again. When Fei Jin's claws reached Su Lin's side, Su Lin no longer held back. He extended his hand and accurately grabbed Fei Jin's forelimb, then forcefully halted Fei Jin's attacking momentum mid-air. Fei Jin turned its head and tried to bite Su Lin, but with its forelimb immobile, its movement was somewhat restricted. Su Lin sidestepped, firmly gripping Fei Jin's forelimb. His body moved back and forth, dodging its bites. Not only were the people in the live stream stunned, but the other countries' contestants and their command departments were also. They had already put down everything in their hands, and the outcome of the battle was completely different from what they had expected. It seemed they needed to reassess Su Lin's strength. Based on the immense power Su Lin displayed today, it would definitely pose a huge danger to them in the future. Su Lin loosened his grip on the flying beast's forelimb, and the beast swiftly retreated, stopping not far from Su Lin. After consecutive failures, the beast's offensive slowed down. It began circling Su Lin, maintaining a safe distance. It no longer let out continuous threatening roars. For a moment, it simply stared at Su Lin in quiet confusion. Not leaving? Do you want to die? Su Lin's voice was low and forceful. The beast shivered all over. A trace of fear appeared in its eyes, and it quickly spread throughout its body. Su Lin picked up a large piece of wolf meat and threw it forcefully onto the ground between him and the beast. The meat in the middle seemed more like a gesture of goodwill. The beast cautiously stared at the meat, glancing back and forth between it and Su Lin. Hunger eventually overcame anger, and it carefully approached. It swiftly grabbed the meat and retreated to a safe distance, devouring it hungrily. After eating, it did not leave immediately but looked back at Su Lin once more. However, the ferocity in its eyes had greatly diminished, replaced by a sense of scrutiny and curiosity. Today, the meat is enough, just eat it. Su Lin said, then threw another large piece of wolf meat. A hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Maybe this could really work. Chapter 20, Taming. Holy shit, Su Lin isn't trying to tame the wild cat, is he? You're really bold, do you think that's possible? It's going to be really tough, but I don't think it's completely impossible. Su Lin remained expressionless. The beast's stomach seemed like it could never be satisfied. After throwing the wolf meat to it again, Su Lin lifted his head. Once you're full, you can leave. This isn't a shelter. Su Lin turned around, preparing to open the wooden door of the shelter. The beast paced restlessly in the shadows. Its instinct told it that getting too close to this two-legged creature was deadly, because the memory of being defeated 3 times filled it with deep fear. But the tempting scent of the wolf meat was too strong to resist. Su Lin still maintained a relaxed posture, slowly opening the wooden door of the shelter. He bent down, walked inside, and ignored the beast outside. Everyone in the livestream was watching intently, many filled with confusion. They didn't understand Su Lin's actions. The beast was just a wild animal from the island, vicious and untamable. Su Lin was just wasting his efforts. The door to the shelter was left open.
Time ticked by.
Su Lin made fish soup with the last of the fish in the shelter and cut a large piece of wolf meat to roast over the fire. Then he stood up, grabbed another large piece of wolf meat, and placed it over the fire outside the shelter. After closing the wooden door, he went to the stream, collected and processed the fish in the fish basket, then carefully placed the basket back, humming a little tune as he returned outside the shelter. The beast had not left. The meat on the fire was still there. It remained outside the trench, no longer growling, quietly watching Su Lin.
It neither attacked nor left. Su Lin knew that the first step had succeeded. He didn't push further.
Instead, he sat at the door of the shelter, cutting the wolf meat with a knife, tossing pieces to the beast. That night, the places where Su Lin tossed the wolf meat gradually moved closer to the door of the shelter, and eventually, to the fire pit beside it. The beast and Su Lin were separated by the fire.
The beast started entering more and more frequently.
The time spent was getting longer and longer, and by the time the sky was about to lighten, he had already allowed Su Lin to move around in the shelter while he was eating. Though still cautious, he no longer growled at Su Lin. Even when Su Lin deliberately closed the wooden door of the shelter, Fei Jai just glanced at him without showing much hostility. At this moment, Su Lin understood that the relationship between them had surpassed the simple exchange of feeding and being fed. It was a strong symbiotic alliance forged in battle and survival. Su Lin earned Fei Jai's awe with his strength, and a bond was formed with wolf meat. The Fei Jai that had fought for his life against him yesterday had now become his most dangerous protector in the boundless wilderness.
Damn, this is possible? This wildcat has abandoned its beliefs. What happened to the vow of never submitting?
Upstairs, you don't understand. In front of enough wolf meat and absolute force, taming was just a matter of time.
This isn't taming.
This is clearly the mountain cat brother thoughtfully deciding to join our dragon country team. I declare that the wolf meat provided by Su Lin is the most cost-effective investment of the year.
A few pieces of meat traded for a top-tier sentry, it's a blood profit. Damn dragon country bastards. Why can you tame such a beast?
Just wait. Your mountain cat will become roasted cat meat sooner or later.
Jack Marlowe from Eagle Country gritted his teeth and cursed Su Lin.
Baka, a coward from Dragon Country, actually made the mountain cat submit, must have used despicable methods. One day, I'll poison this beast to death. Xiao Quan gritted his teeth in hatred.
Oomph, what disgusting luck.
Dragon Country is always picking up the cheap stuff. Su Lin, you don't deserve to have such a companion. Just wait, I'll set a trap that will cause you both to die, and let the Dragon Country audience watch as their hero and beast fall into hell together. Brother Shan displayed no manners at all. Su Lin silently watched the curses, insults, and mockery from other countries' competitors.
His chest slightly rose and fell, his knuckles gripping the machete turning pale.
He walked lightly to Fei Jai's side and reached out to touch its wing. Fei Jai didn't retreat at all, it just glanced at Su Lin and then continued eating its wolf meat. Su Lin walked out of the shelter, gently patted Fei Jai, and Fei Jai followed him out. What you envy is not my luck in taming the mountain cat. What you really envy is the toughness and wisdom that the children of Dragon Country have engraved in their bones.
Frankly speaking, even if the same opportunity was given to you, you couldn't do it like me. Of course, the mountain cat wouldn't look down on you scraps.
You only know how to stain fairness with despicable assumptions and cover up weakness with impotent insults. The competition in the survival of the national luck is never about whose methods are more sinister, but whose country can empower its people to survive in desperate situations. Su Lin patted Fei Jai again.
Fei Jai seemed to understand Su Lin's words and became particularly docile.
From today, I will fight alongside the mountain cat. Dragon Country will always stand at the top of the world, with or without me, it's the same.
If any of you are unconvinced, don't hide in dark corners barking.
After the newbie protection period ends, I, Su Lin, am waiting for you.
At that time, I'll cut you up one by one.
Anyone who comes for me, be prepared to never return. Su Lin patted Fei Jai again.
Fei Jai seemed to be influenced by Su Lin's emotions, raising its head and letting out a long, mournful cry. Good, from now on we will fight together. No one can stop us.
Fei Jai, like a small cat, nudged Su Lin's pants leg.
The audience in the Dragon Country livestream watched in awe, even Chen Yi seemed to be unable to accept it immediately. Master Lin is amazing, Dragon Country will never lose. Dragon Country will never lose.
The live broadcast room was filled with the overwhelming presence of the words Dragon Country Invincible, and Su Lin could certainly see it. He cupped his fists toward the people in the live room, then entered the shelter with Fei Sha. From this day on, Su Lin was no longer fighting alone. They would grow more and more in sync in the battles to come. Su Lin handed a large piece of wolf meat to Fei Sha again, and Fei Sha grabbed it and began eating. It seemed like its stomach could never get full. Luckily, there was plenty of wolf meat in the shelter, but after the wolf meat ran out, it would be hard to feed it. Su Lin probably forgot that Fei Sha was also a top-tier predator.
It was just a coincidence that they met.
Su Lin and Fei Sha, separated by the fire, slowly drifted into sleep. Of course, Su Lin didn't fully trust Fei Sha and kept a vigilant state at all times. But it seemed that Fei Sha wasn't sleeping at all, it kept staring at Su Lin, which was a little scary.
However, Su Lin knew that no battle could happen between them anymore.
In the middle of the night, Fei Sha's chilling scream woke Su Lin up.
Chapter 21, Killing Wild Goats and Making Mud Bricks.
It was only around 1 or 2 in the morning, but Fei Sha's scream made Su Lin immediately grab the machete next to him.
Why are you screaming like that? It's the middle of the night. Do you know how scary that is?
Su Lin gently patted Fei Sha's head, then looked through the observation hole to check outside the shelter. The fire outside the shelter had already gone out, and everything was pitch black.
Nothing could be seen, not even a breeze.
Fei Sha seemed a little anxious, continuously nudging Su Lin's pants with its head, its eyes full of the desire to fight.
Are you saying something is out there? Su Lin tried asking.
Fei Sha bit his pants and went to the wooden door, signaling him to open it.
Su Lin checked outside again through the observation hole. Still no movement. You didn't see wrong, did you?
Su Lin said as he opened the wooden door of the shelter. Fei Sha quickly ran out, flapping its wings urgently, heading towards the darkness to the left at high speed. Su Lin grabbed the machete and followed.
Only at this moment did he see clearly.
A honey badger with a wide, flat back covered in white fur was harshly scratched by Fei Sha's claws, but it seemed to have only left 2 bloodstains.
A wild honey badger, how did it appear here? According to the normal distribution, a honey badger shouldn't be here.
Su Lin stood at the shelter door, motionless, watching the battle between Fei Sha and the honey badger. He had already noticed that his eyes seemed to be able to see further and more clearly than before. Even in the dark, it was much better than before.
Honey badgers were fierce animals.
Although they only weighed around 20 kilograms, they dared to face lions and cheetahs, even being called the world's most fearless animal.
In simple terms, a honey badger is just a bold fool.
Fei Sha's speed grew faster, each attack aimed carelessly at any part of the honey badger. Its sharp beak would fiercely peck at the honey badger, and although the badger's fur was tough, Fei Sha still left multiple wounds on its body. The honey badger let out a few sharp, painful cries, then turned and ran into the dense forest, disappearing. Su Lin stood there, dumbfounded, his machete slowly lowering. The fact that the honey badger had actively retreated was enough to prove Fei Sha's strength. Fei Sha quickly flew back, drops of fresh blood dripping from its wings. It had taken a little damage in the fight with the honey badger. Fei Sha nudged Su Lin's pants, almost like it was acting cute.
No, it might be trying to claim credit.
Su Lin used cloth strips to bandage the wound on Fei Sha's wing, then led it back to the shelter. He reignited the fire outside the shelter. And above, 2 large pieces of wolf meat were being smoked, to reward Xiao Hui.
From now on, I'll call you Xiao Hui.
Feijin is a bit of a mouthful.
Not bad. What? You don't agree?
Well, too bad, I already decided not to call you Xiao Bai, that's enough consideration. Su Lin threw a large piece of wolf meat to Xiao Hui, talking to himself. After being awakened, Su Lin no longer felt sleepy. The wild goat was still tied up in the shelter, and after 2 days, it seemed to have lost some weight.
It seemed like he would have to deal with it tomorrow. Su Lin had originally planned to keep it as emergency food, but now that didn't seem likely.
Once such an animal was captured, it could lose weight quickly in a short time. Also, with winter approaching, he would need the wool and the skin of the goat. With nothing else to do, Su Lin started to chop a long wooden log vertically, shaving it along the axis into a rounded surface, then cutting it into wooden boards the size of a brick. Then, he used the axe blade to smooth the 6 faces, first flattening the large faces, then lightly chopping the edges, repeatedly checking to ensure the shape was regular. Finally, he used vines to fix the wooden brick model in place and roasted it on the campfire for about 10 minutes to increase its hardness. A simple wooden brick model was done.
Though rough, it was good enough for now.
At the break of dawn, Su Lin walked out of the shelter, carrying the whole wild goat to the stream, bringing many bamboo tubes with him.
Xiao Hui followed behind Su Lin.
He placed the wild goat on a flat area by the stream, slightly raised, and used branches and vines to secure it, exposing its neck upwards. Then, Su Lin used a dagger to make a horizontal incision about 5 or 6 centimeters below the goat's neck, and blood gushed out.
Su Lin immediately pressed the goat's head down to let the blood flow into the bamboo tube.
After about 7 or 8 minutes, the blood flow gradually slowed down, and the bleeding was complete. Su Lin carefully collected all the goat's blood, and then began the skinning, eviscerating, and cutting process. Su Lin was not very skilled, but he relied on the perfect survival guide to complete it step by step, though it was already quite good. He kept the liver, heart, and kidneys, and separated out the goat fat.
Some of the internal organs Su Lin didn't want were immediately eaten by Xiao Hui.
After finishing all the meat cutting, Su Lin used wood to bury the slaughter area completely.
This was to avoid attracting large predatory animals. Goat blood is really valuable.
I was worried Su Lin might waste it, but it seems I was overthinking.
The slaughtering was a bit unpracticed, but the bloodletting was done precisely. Not bad.
Su Lin carried all the goat meat, blood, and internal organs back to the shelter. Since there was a lot of meat, Su Lin continued with his preservation method of smoking, which was the most efficient food preservation method he knew. Outside the shelter, Su Lin gathered a lot of dry firewood and wet pine needles, placing the wet pine needles on top of the dry firewood to create a lot of smoke. He then placed the cut goat meat above it to smoke. During the smoking process, Su Lin used the wooden brick model he had already made, mixing clay and ash to quickly form clay bricks, which he placed on the flat ground outside the shelter's trench to dry. Su Lin gave Xiao enough wolf meat, boiled some water, ate some wolf meat himself, and then continued with the next task. Smoking the goat meat would take at least 5 or 6 hours, during which Su Lin kept making clay bricks. He needed enough bricks to build a heated bed and chimney, and also used the clay and ash mixture to make some simple tools like a basin, cup, bowl, and jar. Because he still didn't have a kiln, so it could only be roasted on the fire, and luckily a lot of ash from plants and trees was added, otherwise, most of these tools would have cracked and broken. All the work was progressing in an orderly manner. Today was already the 8th day, and soon the newbie protection period would end, and the Dragon Kingdom's team would be replenished. At this moment, Su Lin even felt a little eager. Being alone on the deserted island felt a bit lonely. He was looking forward to meeting his teammates from the Dragon Kingdom and hoped to encounter players from other countries soon. What Su Lin didn't know was that his overall strength had far surpassed that of Chen Jianfang and the so-called special forces from other countries. Especially his strength and speed, as well as his overall reaction ability, were at a height that others could not reach. Time had once again come to dusk. After a day of tense work, Su Lin treated himself with fish soup and mutton, and Little Gray had eaten to its fill. Just as Su Lin was closing the wooden door of the shelter, preparing to rest, strange bubbling sounds came from outside, mixed with sharp hissing noises. The sound was even a bit harsh. Chapter 22, Eagle Sauce Country, Deer, Provocation. Su Lin's face looked a bit ugly. From the sound, he could tell that the honey badger was back. Su Lin was quite annoyed. This time, he definitely couldn't let it go. Otherwise, there would be endless disturbances in the future. Su Lin gently patted Little Gray, who was softly growling, held his machete, opened the wooden door, and walked toward the location of the honey badger. Little Gray seemed to understand human speech and didn't attack immediately. Su Lin's steps were steady, and his movements were quick. He raised the machete lightly. Only about 10 meters away from the honey badger, Su Lin finally saw clearly. It wasn't just one this time, there were 2 honey badgers, and one was bigger than the one that came before. So, reinforcements had arrived. Su Lin stopped 5 meters away from the honey badger, with Little Gray following behind him. The 2 honey badgers didn't attack immediately. Instead, they bared their teeth and looked at Su Lin. Without any hesitation, Su Lin held his machete with his right hand, tilted his body slightly, and swung the machete towards the slightly bigger honey badger on the right, moving at an incredibly fast speed, like a flash of lightning. The honey badger was obviously stunned. Perhaps it had never seen a human before and couldn't predict the speed of the attack. Before it could retreat, Su Lin's machete had already struck its neck. Blood splattered, clean and swift. The blade changed direction, pulled out, and immediately swung towards the honey badger on the left. Because Su Lin's speed was too fast, even though the second honey badger had already prepared to escape, the machete still struck its neck mercilessly. The other honey badger also fell to the ground, motionless. In less than 10 seconds, both honey badgers were killed by Su Lin. Little Gray's eyes seemed to show deep caution. Su Lin, expressionless, dragged the 2 dead honey badgers to the stream, removed their internal organs, fur, and glands. The honey badgers' anal glands were smelly and contained irritating substances, so they had to be thoroughly cleaned. The meat of the honey badger could quickly replenish protein and fat. Its thick fur was strong and durable, and Su Lin planned to use it to make foot and wrist guards to protect against thorns and small wild animals' scratches. Additionally, the tendons of the honey badger, after drying, could be pounded and twisted into natural ropes. Of course, these were all tips from the perfect survival guide. As time passed on the deserted island, Su Lin had adapted more and more to the environment, and his survival skills had undergone a qualitative leap. Damn, a few seconds, this is a one-hit kill, Lord Lin is amazing. Who understands? The honey badger's defense is as fragile as paper in the woods. Amazing. The national luck of Longwei is soaring, even the wild boar can be beaten in an instant. What could stop Su Lin? Brother Chen, is the honey badger really that powerful in wilderness survival? Why is everyone reacting so strongly to him? Feng he asked with confusion. The honey badger is called the wild boar. This guy has immense courage, and even lions or tigers, which are many times bigger than him, he dares to provoke. Some call him someone who cares not about life or death and fights if he doesn't accept something. But in front of Su Lin, he doesn't even get a chance to react.
It's not an exaggeration to say that Su Lin now has the capital to challenge large predators. With his speed and strength, he can easily win. Chun Yi had a very high opinion of Su Lin.
He was growing fonder of this contestant.
Su Lin's performance reassured everyone.
No matter the situation, he could always solve it perfectly, and his strength seemed to improve at all times. This is the most important thing, because everyone knew that once the beginner protection period ends, the most brutal and dangerous competition begins. On this deserted island, the most dangerous thing is not the wild beasts, but the opponents. The stronger Su Lin's strength, the greater Longgua's chances of winning. After all, so far, the performances of other contestants from Longgua have been underwhelming, barely able to defend themselves.
Of course, some might be hiding their true strength, like Chen Jianfeng.
In the intelligence agency of the island country, an elderly man with pure white hair was talking to a short man, his expression serious and his face ashen. Stop wasting time investigating Su Lin's background and origins.
Tell our contestants to stay alert.
This Su Lin is no simple man. His overall strength has already completely surpassed that of Xiaoquan. After the beginner protection period ends, our situation will only get tougher. Notify our contestants that if there's a chance, they must do everything they can to take him down. The old man's voice was calm, but his expression was ruthless. At the Eagle Sauce Country's National Security Bureau, the same scene was unfolding, and the orders were nearly identical. Other countries, like Kangaroo Country, Stick Country, Asan, John Bull, and Gallic Chicken, had given their contestants nearly the same orders as the island country. For a moment, Su Lin became a hot topic, but at the same time, the danger level was continuously rising.
Chen Jianfeng frowned.
He too had watched the process of Su Lin killing the honey badger. At least he believed that he would not be able to do this in such a short time. Having such a powerful teammate was Longgua's good fortune. Reward: Eagle Sauce Country's contestant Justin Rin successfully captured a live elk, triggering the resource return mechanism. Congratulations to Eagle Sauce Country for obtaining 10,000 live elk. As it is the first time someone has captured a prey over 200 kilograms, Eagle Sauce Country receives 5 national luck points.
Current score, 71 points. This is the kind of war god Eagle Sauce Country should have.
Give Longgua a taste of its own medicine. That so-called Su Lin only caught a wild goat, and now he thinks he's invincible.
A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin.
Run, take down Su Lin.
Use your bow and arrow to eliminate all Longgua's contestants.
The Eagle Sauce Country audience was spamming the chat at lightning speed. Even Rin looked up, stepping on the elk, his eyes full of provocation.
Longgua's country bumpkins, your Su Lin just had some luck in the beginning. But luck won't last.
Once the protection period ends, Su Lin will become my defeated opponent. I will crush Su Lin and show you all who the true Wilderness King is. Ren's provocation directly ignited the Longgua livestream.
This is hilarious. Our Su Lin relies on luck?
I hope you can dodge his machete faster than his speed when you truly face him.
Some people's arrogance is carved into their DNA.
Catching a deer and thinking it's the greatest thing in the world, childish. Su Lin had already handled 2 honey jars and was walking toward the shelter. He had seen Ryan's provocation. Initially, he wasn't going to respond, but since the other side had already made a challenge, especially from Eagle Sauce Nation, if he didn't say something, many would think the Dragon Country feared Eagle Sauce.
This is the concept of preconception.
Su Lin turned around and stared directly at the camera, a fiery light igniting in his black eyes.
Ryan, I look forward to our head-on clash. People from Dragon Country always do more and say less.
The 5,000 years of survival wisdom from Dragon Country was never about boasting or showing off. It's about steady progress, step by step, with each move carefully planned. Dragon Country's national fortune was never based on luck, but on the hard work of every contestant and citizen like me.
You want a head-on confrontation with me? I'm ready anytime.
On this deserted island, I will use your failure to show the whole Blue Star that Dragon Country will always stand at the top. I will let you know what the power of Dragon Country truly is. After finishing, Su Lin turned around, opened the wooden door, and entered the shelter with Little Gray. In his heart, a plan was brewing.
Chapter 23, Mulberry, Banana, Coconut.
The plan in Su Lin's heart was not a sudden thought. He had actually been thinking about it for a long time but had never shown it in front of others. For now, he would tell no one.
Su Lin's performance satisfied everyone, but many also noticed that the chances of resource return didn't seem too high.
At present, the biggest beneficiary was Dragon Country. Su Lin had already unlocked the resource return mechanism, and every Chinese person had received a wild goat. It would be enough to last for a long time. The Dragon Country National Security Department, Li Jun, had a smile on his face at all times. He was very pleased with Su Lin's rebuttal. Su Lin's tough attitude excited him. Minister, isn't Su Lin being a bit too impulsive? Right now, it's only the early stage of national survival, and making too many enemies wouldn't be good for us, Dragon Country. Wu Hang, Li Jun's subordinate, looked a bit uncomfortable. How could you have such a thought? Make enemies? Do you think that if Su Lin didn't say those words, they wouldn't target Dragon Country? Naive. From now on, throw away all those childish ideas. If someone else had said these words, I could forgive them because they didn't understand the situation, but you're in this department. If you still have such thoughts, I have nothing more to say. Li Jun's face had turned ashen. Deep down, he couldn't understand it. Wu Hang's thoughts must represent some people. He must crush these thoughts in their infancy, completely abandoning such naive and baseless understandings. You must understand, it is Su Lin's strength that has triggered their jealousy. Whether Su Lin says these words or does things that make them uncomfortable, their attitude toward Dragon Country will be the same. What you need to do is one thing, and one thing only: when Su Lin encounters danger or is seriously injured, unhesitatingly sacrifice 3 points of national fortune to save him. Li Jun's words were firm and very direct. Everyone in the room nodded. Actually, they weren't ignorant of the logic. They just harbored a bit of hope. Su Lin's performance had excited them too. They also hoped that the contestants from Dragon Country would become stronger and receive more resources. This was beyond question. Their stance and attitude were correct. They probably just had some misunderstandings. Su Lin and Little Gray stayed inside the shelter, while outside, the meat in the honey jars was being smoked. On this deserted island, no matter what kind of protein it was, one should never give up easily, even if it tasted bad. At a critical moment, it could save your life. Little Gray had already fallen asleep by the fire, and this was the first time Su Lin saw it sleeping. After spending these past few days together, they had completely let down their guard with each other. As winter approached, the days grew shorter, and there was less and less time for gathering or hunting. Although Su Lin had already stocked up on plenty of protein, it still wasn't enough due to Little Gray's presence. On the morning of the 9th day, Su Lin took his dagger and machete in hand, tied the shelter door shut, and set off with Little Gray. He had only explored 1/3 of the island so far. Though he had accumulated plenty of protein, it only met his basic life needs. To live well, he would still need to supplement with carbohydrates, vitamins, and minerals. Additionally, he wanted to find materials to craft a bow and arrow. Su Lin walked ahead, occasionally checking for anything he might need. The island was vast, and it would be nearly impossible to explore it all in a short time. He could only hope for good luck, hoping to find the materials he needed. The area was covered with thorns and shrubs, and Little Gray had slowly begun flying in the sky, circling around Su Lin, its eyes scanning for animals that could harm him. The air on the deserted island was filled with the damp scent of plants, and Su Lin trudged along, unaware he had arrived at a bend in the river valley, where a sweet, grassy aroma floated in the air. Su Lin's gaze locked onto a few trees on the slope ahead, each more than 2 people tall. The bark was deep brown, marked with gray spots, rough on the surface, and showing irregular cracks. Su Lin was overjoyed. These were mulberry trees. The fibers of mulberry wood are fine. It would make an excellent bow, able to withstand full tension. The best mulberry wood is from the sunny side, as it bends and quickly rebounds, making it hard to break. He walked around the tree, selected a mulberry tree with a trunk about 10 centimeters in diameter, and raised his machete, slanting it towards the base of the tree, carefully avoiding the knots. With a loud crash, the tree fell to the ground. Su Lin used his machete to trim away the excess branches, leaving only the straight main trunk, revealing its pale yellow wood, with fine and even grain, and no signs of insect damage. Perfect. This mulberry wood is enough to make a bow with a range of over 50 meters. Su Lin was very satisfied. Next, he would have to dry it, polish it, and string the bow when he returned to the shelter. Su Lin carried the mulberry wood and continued forward. After walking for another 2 hours, he finally discovered wild banana trees and coconut trees. However, there were only 2 bunches of bananas left, but there were still many coconuts. Su Lin gestured for Little Gray to come over, then pointed at the banana and coconut trees. After a few seconds of hesitation, Little Gray took off, flying straight to the banana tree. It pecked at the tree with its sharp beak, and after 2 or 3 minutes, the 2 bunches of bananas fell from the sky. Following the same method, Su Lin managed to collect many coconuts again. Carrying the bananas, coconuts, and mulberry wood, Su Lin trudged back to the shelter. In fact, it was very easy for him to carry it all, but he didn't want the other contestants from different countries to notice his strength. The less they noticed, the better. After another 3 or 4 hours of walking, he finally returned to the shelter, now around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and the sky was getting darker. Su Lin placed all the bananas, coconuts, and mulberry wood inside the shelter. Thankfully, he had made the shelter quite spacious, or it would have been difficult to store so much food. He roasted some lamb, gathered fish from the creek, and made fish soup. He also roasted plenty of wolf meat for Little Gray. Su Lin and Little Gray devoured the food. After all, they hadn't eaten all day. After both man and beast had eaten and drunk their fill, Su Lin added some dry firewood to the fire in the shelter and prepared to rest. Suddenly, Xiao Hui's fur bristled up, and Su Lin immediately felt an immense pressure. His body turned icy, his heart seemed to suddenly contract into a tight ball, and his blood rushed up to his head before sharply dropping to his feet. The hairs on his body stood on end, and even breathing felt labored. Su Lin slowly stood up and cautiously peered through the observation hole in the wooden door, looking outside. It was pitch black all around. On the right side of the shelter, two dark yellow eyes stared directly at him from a distance of about 20 meters. The moment Su Lin saw those eyes, his limbs stiffened, his muscles tensed, and his Adam's apple moved. His dry throat couldn't make a sound. Su Lin struggled to calm himself down. He slowly closed the observation hole and picked up the machete on the ground. A bear was outside. An adult bear. Chapter 24, Black Bear. Su Lin felt like he had developed a sense for anticipating danger. This wasn't the first time, it was just that before, it wasn't so obvious. He didn't think he had the ability to sense danger, but now, it was different. He was completely sure he had this ability. Through the observation hole, Su Lin stared directly at the black bear's eyes. From the color of its eyes, he could tell it was most likely a black bear. It should be a black bear, an unusually massive black bear. The muscle bulges on its shoulders were clearly visible, and Su Lin could even hear its heavy breathing. 20 meters, maybe less. Time seemed to stretch and freeze in that moment. Su Lin's legs began to feel weak, and his heart raced wildly. It wasn't that he wasn't calm enough, anyone would probably be scared out of their wits in this situation. The barrage of comments in the live stream suddenly went blank. In that instant, all the viewers held their breath along with him, and then the comments exploded. Holy crap, it's a bear. Lin, run. Run? Are you kidding? He's already in the shelter. What can he do now? I just doubt this shelter can even withstand a single swipe from the black bear. It's over, the bear is too close. Su Lin, whatever you do, don't go out there. It sees Su Lin, it raised its head. Ha, this is it, my wish has been fulfilled. Long Kingdom, your luck ends here. Black bear, tear him apart. Ha ha ha. A Japanese man, Koizumi, was dancing with joy. Finally, the black bear has made up for my regret. It's taken the spotlight now, time to leave. Brother Sean said while setting up traps. Now there's one less strong competitor. Not bad. Jack Marlowe, the Eagle Country contestant, said flatly. Su Lin's mind was blank, buzzing. Should he run out of the shelter or fight back? His instincts were about to overpower his rational thinking. What am I afraid of? I am not the same person anymore. My speed and strength have reached new levels. The black bear's agility is nowhere near mine. There's definitely a chance to win. Besides, if I can't win, I can still run, right? Su Lin slowly raised the machete in his hand, loosened his stiff posture, and tried to control his breath, making it slow and shallow. Su Lin wouldn't want to fight the black bear, would he? Are you kidding? There's no way. Anyone would wish they had two more legs when facing that. Everyone, both viewers and contestants, were watching Su Lin's screen. After all, it was the first time anyone had encountered a bear. Su Lin gradually calmed down. His mind was racing. He walked over to the firewood pile in the shelter, pulled out 2 logs, and slowly added them to the fire. Then he turned around and once again looked at the black bear through the observation hole. The black bear snorted out a thick cloud of white breath, and its entire body stood up straight. The eyes stared at Su Lin intensely, then the black bear's front limbs slammed heavily back onto the ground, scattering dirt and grass everywhere. It did not immediately dash away. Instead, it took slow, heavy steps, 1 step, 2 steps, heading toward the entrance of the shelter. With each step it took, the ground vibrated faintly. 18 meters, 16 meters, 12 meters. 10 meters, 8 meters. The smell of blood became thicker and thicker, so close it was suffocating. Su Lin could clearly hear the bear's heavy breathing. Cold sweat had unknowingly started to drip down from Su Lin's forehead. His hand, gripping the machete, was drenched in cold sweat. Every second felt like agony. The chat in the live stream had completely stopped. Everyone was worried about Su Lin's safety. The black bear stopped just 1 meter away from the shelter, using its rough nose to sniff at the wooden door of the shelter a few times, making a vague growling sound from its throat. Then, it slowly turned around and began walking away. It seemed to have lost interest in Su Lin. When the bear was closest to Su Lin, it was probably only half a meter away. The only thing between them was the shelter's wooden door. The black bear moved with the same heavy and slightly clumsy steps it had used earlier, heading towards the sparse forest. It didn't look back, as though Su Lin had never existed.
Slowly, it disappeared into the darkness. After a brief moment of silence in the live stream, a wave of comments erupted like a volcano. "It's gone, it really left. Oh my god, I was so scared. I covered my mouth the whole time, almost suffocating myself." Su Lin's mental fortitude is no joke. In this situation, he could face the black bear head-on. Impressive. Su Lin no longer had the strength to look at the comments. He lifted his head and looked toward the direction where the black bear had disappeared, slowly putting the machete down on the ground. He turned back and gently stroked Xiao Hui's feathers, trying to calm it down. If he had been outside the shelter, Su Lin believed Xiao Hui wouldn't have been afraid of the black bear at all. After all, if it couldn't fight, it could always fly away. After all, black bears can't fly. This seemingly calm forest hid risks far more deadly than Su Lin had imagined. Su Lin didn't know why the black bear left. Could it have just been passing by? Obviously, that was unlikely. There was danger, but it wasn't over. Since the bear had found the shelter, it must have been attracted by the scent of wolf or lamb meat inside. For some unknown reason, it had left for now. Su Lin stayed quietly inside the shelter, his mind racing. The black bear would probably return. Facing such a massive creature, the roof and wooden door of the shelter probably wouldn't be able to withstand its attack. So staying inside the shelter wasn't safe. So, how could this problem be solved? The only weapons Su Lin had at his disposal, aside from the machete, were spears. If the bear came back, could he kill it with the spear or machete? Su Lin had no confidence because he had never faced a black bear before. Although the perfect survival guide had told him that the bear's eyes and the white mark on its chest were its weak points, corresponding to vital organs like the heart and lungs, facing such a massive creature, if he couldn't kill it in one strike, he would be in tremendous danger. Su Lin slowly opened the wooden door of the shelter, grabbing Xiao Hui with his right hand, and let it out. If he couldn't kill the black bear, at least he needed to let Xiao Hui go. Otherwise, if both he and the beast stayed in the shelter, they would likely be wiped out by the black bear. "Little Gray, if the black bear comes back again, just run away, don't worry about me." Su Lin didn't know if Little Gray could understand, but Little Gray kept rubbing against his pants, as if it didn't want to leave. "Don't worry about me. I can protect myself. If you're with me, I have to protect you. Just fly away. Come back after I finish off the black bear," Su Lin said to Little Gray. The comments in the livestream had stopped, and everyone silently watched the scene. Little Gray suddenly took off and soared high, but it only landed on a nearby tree branch, not leaving. Just as Su Lin was about to say something, a deep rhythmic thud-thud sound came, and even the ground seemed to shake a little. "Little Gray, don't come back, wait until I take care of the black bear first." Su Lin turned and entered the shelter, casually closing the door behind him. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle, Extermination. The black bear returned, slowly and heavily walking toward Su Lin's shelter, with a cub following behind it. A sense of ominous premonition instantly surrounded Su Lin, and the outside of the shelter was eerily silent. The adult black bear's steps grew faster and heavier, as if desperately wanting to make Su Lin its food. The adult black bear quickly crossed the trench and reached the wooden door of the shelter within seconds. Boom! With a loud crash, the wooden door of the shelter violently shook under the black bear's strike, with splinters flying everywhere. Boom! Another slap, and the entire wooden door shattered into pieces, a rancid smell filling the shelter. Su Lin's heart almost jumped out of his chest, fear like icy water spread over his body. There was nowhere to retreat. His left hand grabbed a nearby spear, and his right hand lifted a machete. Just as the black bear stood up on its hind legs, raising its paw to strike the shelter again, Little Gray, like an arrow from a bow, attacked the cub, emitting a sharp screech. Little Gray's claws left a bloody gash on the cub, then it quickly flew up again, attacking the cub once more, its claws aiming directly at the cub's eyes. The cub let out a miserable scream. The adult black bear roared in anger, twisted its body, and ran quickly toward the cub. Little Gray's attacks continued, faster each time, chasing the cub and leaving bloody marks on its body. Su Lin temporarily calmed down. He knew that Little Gray's attack on the cub was just to buy him time, or perhaps to redirect the target. He had to make a decision, stay in the shelter or go outside? The live stream audience was watching Su Lin, and the tense atmosphere was spreading. They were already anxiously red-faced and out of breath, even though the adult black bear had temporarily left. After saving the cub, it would definitely return. The cub's cries were full of pain and fear, and the adult black bear's movement speed was getting faster. Su Lin's time was running out. Su Lin understood Little Gray's intentions. Without hesitation, Su Lin rushed out, holding the spear in his left hand and the machete in his right, following the adult black bear, looking for a chance to strike. Not far away, Little Gray seemed like a ghost, nimbly circling the frightened cub,
jumping and scratching. Every time it pounced on the cub, it left bloody marks. The cub continued to howl in pain. The adult black bear let out a deafening roar and crazily charged at Little Gray, its massive paw already raised. When it was only 2 or 3 meters away from Little Gray, the latter gave up on the cub, flapped its wings, flew high, and distanced itself from the cub, landing on a tree branch. Su Lin held his breath, quietly approaching from behind. His target was not the cub, but it was this adult black bear, whose mind was clouded by anger and anxiety. The adult black bear completely sheltered its cub by its side, baring its teeth and roaring at the little gray one in the treetops, completely unaware of Su Lin silently approaching. The black bear's eyesight was poor, especially at night, or else it wouldn't have been called a blind bear. Su Lin drove his machete into the ground and, with both hands gripping the sharp spear, charged forward. The black bear seemed to sense someone approaching quietly, and suddenly turned around, standing up on its hind legs, with its white chest completely exposed to Su Lin's eyes. It abandoned the cub and the little gray one, launching itself forward with an unstoppable destructive force, moving much faster than Su Lin had expected. Su Lin thrust the spear directly at the white fur on the black bear's chest, and just as the bear dropped from the height, the spear pierced the bear's rapidly heaving chest right where the white fur was. The spear's tip met a terrifying resistance, as though breaking through tough leather and dense muscle. Then, under the weight of the black bear itself, it plunged deep into the white patch of fur. The adult black bear let out an earth-shattering cry of pain, its huge body hurtling toward Su Lin due to the inertia of its charge. The spear snapped under the bear's weight, but the tip of the spear had already sunk deep into the bear's chest. Su Lin's palms split open, blood gushing out, as he quickly retreated, grabbing the machete stuck in the ground. His body moved with the agility of a monkey, darting left and right, avoiding the bear's attacks. The little gray one suddenly flew quickly to the black bear's face, its sharp claws digging deeply into the bear's eyes, its whole body hanging from the bear's face. The black bear let out a distorted roar of pain, violently shaking its head, trying to shake off the bone-deep pain, and its right paw swung blindly at the little gray one. The paw slashed a deep, bone-deep wound across the little gray's back. The little gray one let out a sharp cry of pain, but it didn't loosen its claws, instead, it gripped tighter. Su Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood from the little gray's back dripped onto the ground. The black bear froze for a moment and became confused due to the intense pain in its face and the obstruction to its vision. Without hesitation, Su Lin roared and, gripping the machete with both hands, plunged it forcefully into the black bear's chest where the white fur was, using his shoulder to push the handle, channeling all his strength and speed into the strike. This time, the machete nearly embedded itself entirely into the black bear's body, piercing through its organs. The adult black bear's movements abruptly stopped. Its massive body staggered a few times, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its limbs continued to twitch involuntarily, its thick fur and strong muscles still intact, but its life was slowly fading away. The little gray had already left just in time, returning to Su Lin's side. Su Lin wiped the sweat and blood from his face, his gaze shifting from initial fear to madness, finally settling into a cold, deathly silence. He won. He survived. Man and beast had just fought a life-or-death battle. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The adult black bear's corpse lay nearby, and the cub had vanished at some point. The little gray struggled to support itself with its forelegs, the wound on its back still bleeding. Su Lin turned and went back to the shelter, pulling out a shirt he had already washed. He tore it into strips and wrapped the little gray's wound with it. If it hadn't been for the little gray today, Su Lin would probably have been torn apart by the black bear. It was because of the little gray's distraction and its obstruction of the bear's line of sight that Su Lin had the chance to strike the bear's weak spot with the machete. The kill of the black bear was partly due to the little gray's help, partly due to luck, and Su Lin's speed played a crucial role as well. No matter the reason, he won, and that was enough. He and Xiao Wei survived. The live stream chat had stopped refreshing. Everyone stared blankly at the screen, unable to believe what had just happened. A man and a beast had managed to kill an adult black bear in such a short time. It was hard to believe anyone would believe it if it was told. The contestants from other countries were also stunned, deep down questioning whether they could do what Su Lin had just done if they were in that situation. The answer was no. Su Lin dragged the black bear's corpse, struggling to reach the entrance of the shelter, adding more dry wood to the fire at the entrance. The firelight illuminated the surroundings. The adult black bear weighed at least 300 pounds, and its entire body was a treasure. To have killed it by luck was probably the last of his good fortune. Su Lin was already satisfied. He placed the black bear's body next to the fire, and a glint of metallic light suddenly emerged from the bear's head. Su Lin used his knife to part the thick bear fur, revealing a small metal plate the size of a fingernail embedded in the bear's head. He pried it off with his knife and took it to the light to inspect it carefully. Chapter 26, The Unexpected Metal Plate. The metal plate was made of titanium alloy, which, under normal circumstances, should never appear on a deserted island. Su Lin sank into deep thought. Could there be other people on this deserted island?
Or perhaps others had been here before, and in the battle with the black bear, they had accidentally left this titanium alloy behind. Before Su Lin could study it further, the voice of the national survival system sounded. Reward: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin has killed an adult black bear, triggering the resource return mechanism. Since Su Lin has unlocked the resource balance mechanism, everyone in Dragon Country will receive a fresh black bear corpse. Additionally, because Su Lin is the first contestant to kill a black bear, Dragon Country is rewarded with 5 national points. The current score is 77, ranking first. The system broadcasted this message 3 times. Just as Su Lin was about to drag the black bear's body to the creek to process it, the reward announcement sounded again. Reward: because Dragon Country contestant Su Lin has performed excellently and frequently ranked first, all people in Dragon Country are rewarded with +3 strength, speed, and mental perception. All Dragon Country contestants' luck is also increased by 1. In Dragon Country's official live stream room, the audience's reactions quickly shifted from shock to wild joy and excitement. Did I hear that right? They gave all of us in Dragon Country +3 strength and speed. Does that mean our physical strength increased? Remove the does from that sentence. I've already tested it. I feel unbelievably strong now. Lord Lin is amazing. We're all getting buffs, everyone is becoming stronger together. Dragon Country will always be at the peak. Even the hosts, Fang Yi and Shen Yi, couldn't help but clench their fists, their excitement clearly showing on their faces. Shit. How are we supposed to compete now? It's unfair. Why didn't we get any rewards when our Eagle Sauce Country contestant, Lane, killed a deer? We, the island nation, are protesting. John Bull is protesting. The Gallic Rooster is protesting. The Kangaroo Country is protesting. Su Lin, expressionless, dragged the black bear to the creek. He could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and perception abilities had increased by at least double. Protests are invalid. All decisions are made by the system in a fair and just manner. Any further disturbances will result in the cancellation of the survival qualification for the respective country, the system's voice echoed once more. Su Lin didn't say a word, methodically processing the black bear's body. Deep inside, his thoughts kept returning to the titanium alloy piece. Once he had processed the bear's skin and meat, Su Lin carefully stored the bear's gallbladder, then transported the goods back to the shelter in several trips. As for the other bear paws and internal organs, they had all been cleaned up and moved back to the shelter. And the wound on Little Gray had been cleaned and bandaged again. After returning to the shelter, I cooked 2 large pieces of wolf meat and 1 large piece of sheep meat for Little Gray, and made fish soup from the fish I had taken from the fish basket and prepared. Then, Su Lin took out that metal piece again, and it gleamed with a cold light in the fire. It had no rust, only a few deep scratches. You should know that titanium alloy, a metal with high strength, corrosion resistance, and light weight, is very hard to scratch. Su Lin's confusion deepened more and more. This could not possibly be a natural product from the island, because this metal piece exuded a cold, technological feeling that was beyond his understanding, and this island should have never been visited by anyone before. A chill ran up Su Lin's spine, even colder than when he faced the black bear earlier. Could it be that the black bear that attacked him tonight was not just a simple wild animal? At this thought, Su Lin quickly hid the metal piece away, carefully recalling the moment when he observed the metal piece. It seemed there were some very tiny symbols and codes engraved on the smooth part, which were almost indistinguishable to the naked eye unless observed closely. Su Lin thought back to the details of his fight with the black bear. The bear was unusually ferocious, and its strength seemed abnormally great. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention, but now it seemed there was definitely something wrong. We might have gotten ourselves into big trouble, Little Gray. Su Lin gently stroked Little Gray's feathers. He reached for a piece of sheep meat and took a big bite. Little Gray made a whimpering sound, still eating the meat without paying any attention to Su Lin. Su Lin wolfed down a large chunk of sheep meat, then drank 2 bamboo tubes of fish soup, feeling satisfied as he lay on the dry wood. Su Lin understood that some things shouldn't be spoken aloud. He should be the first person to discover the metal piece, and it was likely that more of these pieces would be found on this deserted island in the future. But no matter what this object was, it could never fall into the hands of other countries. The survival of the nation was a matter of life and death. The role of this small metal piece was still unknown. It could be an opportunity, but it could also be a trap. The civilization, technology, and dangers hidden behind this metal piece made Su Lin's gaze even more determined. As for what would happen in the future? Let time prove it. Su Lin forced himself not to think about the metal piece anymore. He slowly sat up and checked Little Gray's injury once again. Little Gray had eaten and drunk enough and was now quietly lying next to the fire. After seeing that Little Gray was fine, Su Lin used vines to make a wooden door for the shelter again. After securing it, he lay back on the dry wood and slowly drifted off to sleep. The continuous battles over the past 2 days had left Su Lin's body extremely fatigued, even though he might not have noticed it. His body was changing every moment, though slowly, it was undeniable. This was definitely a terrifying thing.
Su Lin had only been on the island for 10 days, but his body had undergone earth-shattering changes. Whether it was strength, speed, perception, or senses like smell, taste, and sight, everything was no longer the same as before. If players from other countries came to challenge Su Lin now, they would definitely not come back. At the National Security Department of Dragon Country, Li Jun had gradually calmed down from his initial excitement. Because of Su Lin, Dragon Country had already gained a large amount of resources in a very short time. Even to say, Su Lin alone had fed the entire Dragon Country's people. And whether it was mutton or bear meat, both had already reached the pinnacle of available ingredients. But Li Jun had also noticed the metal sheet in Su Lin's hand, his expression grave, unsure of what he was thinking deep down inside, and half an hour later, he suddenly stood up. I have some matters to report to the higher-ups. I will be back tomorrow morning. If anything happens to Su Lin during this time, if he is in danger or injured, don't hesitate to sacrifice 3 national fortune points to help him recover. After saying this, Li Jun hurriedly left. The members of the National Security Department of Dragon Country looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. In his sleep, Su Lin's expression was one of pain, as if he had dreamed of something terrifying. Time passed minute by minute, and soon, the sky began to brighten.
Chapter 27, The Heated Brick Bed and Bow and Arrows.
That night, Su Lin did not sleep well, waking up from time to time, his mind filled with the image of the metal sheet. Though he had just killed a black bear, there was no excitement at all. As dawn broke, Su Lin got up. Little Gray seemed a bit sluggish, but that was normal since it had been injured. Su Lin roasted some wolf meat for it and boiled some water.
After eating and drinking, Su Lin stood up and went outside.
The earth bricks had been drying for several days and were mostly dry.
He could now begin building the fire pit.
Su Lin returned to the shelter, moved the dry firewood and wolf meat to the other side, then leveled the ground. He moved the dried earth bricks into the shelter and fetched creek water, adding a lot of dry grass and wood ash, mixing it into a thin mud. Su Lin planned to build a fire bed about 1 meter in size. In winter, a warm fire bed could not only dry clothes but also guarantee a good night's sleep. He moved some of the earth bricks into the shelter and used a machete to carve out the pit. He built the fire chamber, the heart of the fire bed, leaving space for the fire inlet and the smoke return path. Then, he used mud to lay each brick, ensuring every piece was tightly sealed. Since there were no stone slabs, he had to make do with earth bricks and left space for ash to fall. Luckily, he had enough earth bricks to complete it. Everything was done according to the instructions of the perfect survival guide. Su Lin had already noticed that the guide seemed to be getting more and more alive. It was much better than before and had begun to teach him many things. Sometimes, Su Lin felt that the guide seemed like a complete person. The guide's liveliness was increasing, more and more resembling a human. After finishing the bottom of the fire bed, he started building the chimney.
Su Lin used small branches and long wooden sticks to make the frame.
He added a lot of grass clippings and dry grass to the mud, wrapping them into a hollow conical frame with an open bottom and a tapered top. Then, he carefully layered the mud onto the wooden frame, ensuring it was fully covered without any gaps, working from the bottom up. The top of the chimney was half a meter higher than the shelter's roof, and he used bamboo to make an L shape to prevent rainwater from entering the shelter directly. Finally, Su Lin smoothed out the firebed surface with mud, applying it very carefully, ensuring no gaps were left, about 7 or 8 centimeters thick. Once everything was finished, Su Lin lit a small bonfire, allowing the heat and smoke to slowly dry the firebed and chimney.
This process could take several hours.
The mud would harden like bricks under the heat of the fire, and once completely dry, it would become very sturdy. By around 4 or 5 p.m., the fire pit was completed. The reason it was done so quickly was that Su Lin had prepared the earth bricks in advance and had stored enough clay.
The successful construction of the fire con marked a new stage in Su Lin's survival in the wilderness.
Now, his survival was no longer a problem. But his weapons were lacking, so Su Lin walked to the pine forest again. A wild chicken was caught in a trap, and Su Lin took it down, resetting the trap. The chances of catching wild chickens in the pine forest had been decreasing. On one hand, it could be because the wild chickens had been startled, on the other hand, the number of wild chickens might be gradually decreasing. The fish trap in the stream, shaped like a winnowing basket, was consistently catching fish, becoming a stable food source for Su Lin. In the evening, Su Lin processed the wild chicken and fish, roasting the chicken and making fish soup. He then began to gradually shave the mulberry wood he had brought back 2 days ago with a machete. He used stone flakes to smooth the middle of the trunk into an arc. The middle was about 5 centimeters thick, gradually narrowing to 3 centimeters at both ends, and the overall curve was controlled to a natural bend that did not spring back. Then, Su Lin placed the whole mulberry wood over the fire, rotating it repeatedly and occasionally pressing both ends with his hands to ensure the arcs on both sides were balanced. After about an hour, oil appeared on the surface of the wood, and Su Lin quickly placed it in cold water to cool down. After carving 2 grooves at both ends of the mulberry wood, Su Lin mixed the bear tendons and dried wolf tendons together and placed them near the residual heat of the fire con to dry. Because there were no adhesives in the wilderness, Su Lin collected a lot of pine resin, added bone powder in boiling water, and stirred it into a paste. After cooling, he applied it to the grooves. Finally, he wrapped the bear and wolf tendons around the grooves, ensuring the tendons and the bow body fit tightly together without any gaps. Su Lin held the bow in both hands and tried to draw the bowstring to check if there were any strange noises. He then placed the finished bow and arrows above the fire Kong to slowly dry, though the temperature was only about 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. Next came the making of the arrowheads. Su Lin had already crafted 15 sharp arrowheads from wolf bones a few days ago. He drilled holes in the front ends of the arrows, inserted the wolf bones into the holes, and fixed them with adhesive and vines. By the time he finished all this, it was already past 11 p.m. After a busy day, he had not only built the fire Kong but also crafted the bow and arrows, which was incredibly efficient. His stomach was already growling with hunger, and Little Gray had already gone to eat wolf meat several times on its own. Su Lin roasted 2 large pieces of wolf meat for it, drank some fish soup, and ate half a roasted chicken. The rest was all given to Little Gray. Because the fire Kong was not yet fully dried, he would still have to sleep on the pile of firewood tonight. After lying down, Su Lin actually couldn't fall asleep. He kept thinking about what his next steps should be. The new player protection period was almost over, and soon the contestants from various countries would meet. He was considering whether he should join up with other contestants from Dragon Country. The answer was yes, but he didn't know what kind of situation it would be. Moreover, he had many concerns. After all, he had already offended contestants from various countries. If he joined with the Dragon Country contestants, the danger would definitely increase significantly. Su Lin didn't want to impose danger on others because of his own actions. If he were alone, his chances of winning might be much higher. In the dim light, Su Lin fell asleep. The intense labor during the day had left his body extremely exhausted, and Little Gray's injuries had also healed quite well. The night on the deserted island was quiet yet dangerous. Little Gray occasionally opened its eyes to check the surroundings of the shelter. Its vision and sense of smell were far better than Su Lin's. With Little Gray by his side, Su Lin essentially had a free sentry. At the break of dawn, Su Lin opened his eyes, ready to go to the creek to wash up, when the voice of the National Survival System rang out again. Announcement to all: the beginner protection zone will last for only 4 more days. The system has released a phase task. Each participant must hunt 10 hyenas. The first to complete the task will receive a special reward. All participants who complete the task will receive unexpected rewards. The hyenas must be found and hunted by yourselves. The system broadcasted this 3 times in a row. Su Lin opened the wooden door and stepped out of the shelter, a slight smile on his lips. This task was perfect for him, and exactly what he urgently needed right now. Chapter 28: Hunting Hyenas. The reason Su Lin needed this task was that he wanted to test how well the bow and arrow he had just crafted performed against the hyenas. Now, his weapons included a dagger, a machete, and a bow and arrow. As long as he could find the hyenas' gathering place, he could quickly complete the task. Of course, hyenas are pack animals, and their ferocity sometimes even surpasses that of wolf packs. They are highly united, and when they encounter prey, they usually rush in all at once. Therefore, like other participants, Su Lin would be in great danger when facing a pack of hyenas alone. After having enough to eat and drink, Su Lin packed some wolf meat and bear meat, and filled bamboo tubes with boiled water before heading east toward the only island he hadn't explored yet. Though it was already the 12th day on this island, Su Lin's range of activity was actually quite small. His shelter was located toward the west, and most of the eastern region remained unexplored. Now, he needed to find the hyenas' gathering place, so the best choice was to head east. Su Lin hadn't thought he would be the first to complete the task. After all, there were more than 60 countries participating in the National Survival Challenge, and it was impossible for him to always be first. As long as he could complete the task, that was enough. From his guess, after hunting the hyenas, the beginner protection period would be nearly over, and the competition would become more brutal from that point onward. I hope Su Lin can take first place. If our Dragon Country wins the special reward, the future will be smoother. Everyone knows that, right? If I guess correctly, this special reward should be related to the upcoming competition. But the difficulty is too high. After all, this time it's fair competition, everyone starts on the same line, and Su Lin's advantage is not that great. You are talking nonsense. Su Lin's advantage is huge. Just look at the weapons. How many people have managed to craft bows and arrows so far? I have faith in Su Lin. Brother Sean was trudging through the dense forest, also heading to find the hyena pack. This time, I will take all the glory. Su Lin, your luck has run out. After the beginner protection period ends, your nightmare will begin. Brother Sean muttered to himself. I, Xiao Quan, will complete the task first, and after the beginner protection period ends, I will kill Su Lin.
Humph, no one can take away Eagle Sauce's honor, not even you, Su Lin.
At this moment, Su Lin was crouched behind a twisted bush, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest proving that he was alive. Beside him, Xiao Hui remained perfectly still, watching intently along with Su Lin at the mountain path ahead. This mountain path was somewhat unusual. It seemed to be a vague trail worn down by wild animals over the years. This was the place they arrived at after a difficult 4-hour walk. Before leaving, Su Lin had used pine resin to make fire-starting material and carried it with him. His equipment was rather simple, a dagger, a machete, and his bow and arrow, which were his greatest reliance. Xiao Hui was his only loyal and reliable companion.
That's right, a companion.
Suddenly, Xiao Hui's ears twitched slightly. A barely audible low growl came from his throat. Su Lin's gaze instantly became as sharp as an eagle's, and at the turn of the mountain path, a faint yellowish shape with scabby fur appeared. It was a lone hyena, and it was lowering its head, using its nose to dig into the dirt.
This was an opportunity.
Su Lin's mind raced as he took the bow and arrows off his back. Su Lin made a hand gesture to Xiao Hui to take a detour, and Xiao Hui instantly understood his intention.
He crouched down and silently slinked along the side mountain path.
Su Lin slowly drew an arrow, placing another one on the ground. He knocked the arrow onto the bow, gripping it with his left hand and slowly pulling it back with his right, aiming at the hyena about 10 meters away. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant, and Xiao Hui had already reached the position Su Lin indicated, waiting quietly.
Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for the hyena's neck. As expected, the hyena instantly collapsed to the ground, blood pouring out from its neck.
Xiao Hui arrived at the spot where the hyena fell at the first opportunity, waiting quietly for Su Lin's arrival.
Su Lin himself didn't expect such an easy kill on a hyena.
The hyena's limbs twitched uncontrollably, a gurgling sound coming from its throat, then the convulsions slowed down, until it stopped moving altogether. Dragon Country contestant Su Lin successfully hunted a hyena, 1/10. The system's cold voice rang out, and Su Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, quickly dragging the hyena's body away. The hyena's dying screech had definitely sent a signal to its companions. He had to leave quickly.
Su Lin took a deep breath, pulling the arrow from the hyena's body.
The brief thrill from the kill was quickly replaced by a cold sense of danger, especially when he heard the rustling sound in the woods and that low, eerie howl, sending chills down his spine. Su Lin slung the hyena's body over his back and quickly made his way back the way he came.
Go!
Su Lin called to Xiao Hui, who flapped his wings and took off, scouting ahead for Su Lin. They fled in panic.
No one in the livestream mocked Su Lin.
In such a situation, running was the best choice. The sounds behind them grew louder.
It wasn't just one hyena, it was a pack.
They howled loudly, filled with the fury of discovering both prey and their comrade's death. They moved with astonishing speed, chasing after Su Lin, their footsteps like the march of death. Su Lin panicked and lost his bearings. The twisted tree roots and the dense thickets scratched his arms and legs, leaving wounds all over. But he couldn't care less now. He ran faster and faster, trying to get away from these beasts.
At the bend in the mountain path, a hyena lunged out from the bushes on the side, its gaping mouth aiming for his ankle. It was an encirclement. These beasts actually understood tactics. In a split second, Su Lin tossed the hyena's corpse to the ground, swiftly drawing out his machete. Leaning forward, he struck with precision, aiming for the hyena's throat. The machete cut through the hyena's fur, and the entire blade sank deep into its throat. The hyena froze instantly, twitching a few times before falling completely still. Dragon Country contestant successfully hunted a hyena, 2 out of 10. The system's cold voice rang out again. Su Lin's heart was pounding out of his chest. Xiao Hui had already started attacking the hyenas behind them, buying time for Su Lin. Su Lin dared not stop for a moment. Using the momentum from his sprint, he tumbled and crawled, his arms and legs slashing against the thorns, leaving bloody, painful wounds. Su Lin had completely forgotten about the hyena's corpse now. Run!
Only run, pouring all strength and will into his 2 legs, all for the sake of finding a glimmer of hope. The roar of hyenas behind him was already so close, it felt like it was right on his heels.
Chapter 29, Life After Death.
Cold sweat had soaked Su Lin's back, the shadow of death looming over him, as the pack of hyenas behind him chased him relentlessly, getting closer and closer. Little Gray would occasionally attack the hyena at the front of the pack, buying Su Lin some time. Fan Yi's mouth was wide open, and Chen Ye's eyes were as big as saucers.
Brother Chen, in this situation, does Su Lin have any hope of escaping? Once surrounded by hyenas, it's all over.
You're right, but haven't you seen how fast Su Lin is running? Although he looks a bit disheveled, I believe he will never just sit there and wait to die. Whatever we say now is useless, let's just wait. Chen Ye's words carried little confidence, and most of the people in the livestream from Long Kingdom were cheering for Su Lin. No one knew when it started, but Su Lin had won over most of the people with his unique charm, and now very few mocked or slandered him. Su Lin was still running forward, extreme fear instead activating his brain's potential. In his panic, Su Lin crashed into a forest of stones. The stone forest was full of strange towering rocks, large boulders leaning against each other, forming a natural narrow maze-like passage. The stone cracks visible to Su Lin's naked eye could barely allow one person to pass sideways. This was it, the height of the stones in the forest was over 1.8 meters. If he could jump onto the rocks, there might be a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, Su Lin entered the stone forest, quickly darting deeper into it. Behind him, a louder and more excited screeching came as over 10 yellowish figures rushed in after him. Su Lin, in his panic, did not notice that the deeper he went, the narrower the paths became. He stopped next to a stone slab sticking out, pressed his hands firmly on the stone, his feet stepping on the surrounding rocks, and managed to get onto the stone platform. Just as Su Lin stood on the stone platform, two hyenas immediately chased up, and as the first hyena squeezed into the barely passable narrow passage, Su Lin drew the machete from behind and slashed diagonally with all his resolve and strength, stabbing it directly into the hyena's drooling mouth. The hyena didn't even have time to scream, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The hyena behind it was blocked by its fallen companion, caught in a moment of hesitation, unable to move forward or back. Su Lin seized this fleeting opportunity, thrusting the machete again into its throat. After dealing with these two unlucky hyenas, who couldn't take advantage of their coordinated attack due to the limited space, Su Lin took a deep breath and grabbed the bamboo tube from behind, drinking it all in one go.
Long Kingdom contestant Su Lin hunting hyenas, 4 out of 10. The system's voice sounded again. Su Lin's brutality did not make the hyena pack retreat, but rather triggered their fierceness. Su Lin moved again to a stone platform nearly 2 meters high, gaining a moment to catch his breath. Little Gray also landed beside him. Su Lin took out some wolf meat and bear meat from his backpack and threw it onto the stone platform. Little Gray gobbled it down, and Su Lin took a bite as well. He was already exhausted, but after replenishing food and water, Su Lin felt his strength quickly recovering. The danger had not been eliminated, it was just temporarily in a stalemate.
The hyena pack found it difficult to leap onto the 2-meter-high stone platform in such a narrow space. So Su Lin wasn't that worried. He began to look towards the direction where the hyena pack was. The hyena pack had already split into 3 groups, completely surrounding him, and had attempted to leap onto the stone platform, though they hadn't succeeded yet. In this situation, if Su Lin had a spear, the situation would have been reversed, but unfortunately, he didn't. Under the stone platform, there were still about 10 hyenas left. Their momentum had clearly been dampened, they no longer charged and leaped as recklessly as they did at the start. Instead, they paced around the platform anxiously, their green eyes filled not only with greed but also a trace of fear and hesitation. The death of 4 hyenas had made them realize that Su Ning was definitely not to be trifled with. But now, they had surrounded Su Lin, and in their minds, Su Lin had become their prey, it was just a matter of when, not if.
Su Lin didn't think that way.
He had been looking for a favorable angle and position. There were many stones of various sizes on the platform, though he didn't know how they were placed there, but these stones had now become his weapons. Su Lin carried over a dozen stones and stood on the highest stone platform, which should have been a little over 2 meters tall. Beneath his feet, stones were scattered haphazardly, with some of them weighing as much as 10 kilograms. All around the stone platform, the hyenas were going crazy, howling at it, saliva dripping from their mouths, making the scene as disgusting as possible. 2 hyenas were constantly trying to jump up onto the platform, while the others just circled around it. Su Lin drew the bow and arrow from his back, stood on the platform, drew the bowstring, and aimed at one hyena's eyes, shooting directly.
The hyena stared blankly at him. When it realized there was danger and tried to flee, it was too late.
The arrow shot out from Su Lin's hand.
The arrow slammed into the hyena's body. Due to its movement, the shot went astray.
The wounded hyena thrashed around on the ground, blood spurting from its belly, splattering onto the surrounding stones.
2 or 3 minutes later, the hyena passed away, its body blocking the path of 2 other hyenas. An opportunity that was fleeting.
Without hesitation, Su Lin picked up the largest stone by his feet and threw it at one of the hyenas. With no space to dodge, the stone crashed heavily onto its head. The hyena let out a whimper, and its eyes were filled more with fear and terror. Su Lin didn't stop there, throwing 4 or 5 more stones in quick succession, smashing the 2 hyenas into pieces.
Dragon Country contestant Su Lin kills hyenas, 7 out of 10.
Reward: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin kills hyenas, triggering the resource return mechanism.
Because Su Lin has unlocked the resource return balance mechanism, each person in Dragon Country will receive a hyena carcass.
The resources have been distributed to the Survivor Alliance and the shelters.
The system broadcasted the announcement 3 times in a row. Contestants from other countries glared hatefully at Su Lin's screen. Currently, the second-place contestant was Jack Mallory from Eagle Sauce Country, who had only killed 3 hyenas.
They didn't expect that Su Lin, in such a short time, had hunted 3 more hyenas, bringing his total to 7. At this rate, Su Lin would soon complete the task, and the special rewards provided by the system would once again be in his hands.
This was the result they absolutely didn't want to see.
Even the contestant from the island nation, Xiao Quan, had started cursing loudly, showing no manners.
Su Lin didn't have time to check these things.
The remaining hyenas were still pacing back and forth beneath the stone platform, but the ferocity in their eyes had significantly weakened.
The reason they hadn't retreated yet. It was because he hadn't gotten the leader's permission.
Su Lin was still looking for an opportunity, and more stones appeared beneath his feet. He gripped the machete tightly, ready to strike down any hyena that dared to jump up. 3 hyenas had already been injured because of this. The hyenas had started to retreat, and you could tell from their eyes. Su Lin would never allow such a situation to happen. He picked up a stone and threw it fiercely at one hyena, but unfortunately, it missed. Su Lin's mind was working at full speed. The passage below the platform was actually very narrow, allowing only an adult man to pass sideways. As he surveyed the scene, an idea gradually formed in his mind. He moved a dozen stones from nearby, the largest weighing over 20 kilograms. Su Lin threw the largest stone directly at the exit, blocking the hyena's escape route, then threw a few smaller stones, completely cutting off their retreat.
It was time to hunt. Chapter 30, Stone Forest, Altar? The seal?
After cutting off all the hyenas' escape routes, Su Lin sat on the stone platform and rested for a few minutes. The continuous battles with the hyenas had left him exhausted. He drank another bamboo tube of water and opened one for Little Gray, placing it beside him. Su Lin could clearly feel that his strength and speed were rapidly increasing, possibly a feedback after reaching his limit.
A few hyenas were still howling beneath the stone platform, but their eyes showed more panic and fear. The large hyena must be their leader.
They now just wanted to flee quickly, but Su Lin definitely couldn't allow that. Now that he no longer had to worry about them escaping, Su Lin wasn't as anxious. He drew his bow, aimed, and shot at the large hyena. The hyena leader tried to dodge, but the space was too narrow.
It still got hit near the neck.
Blood poured out, and Su Lin quickly fired another arrow, hitting the neck directly. The hyena leader struggled for a long time, its limbs twitching, but finally, it lay still.
Dragon Country contestant Su Lin hunts hyenas, 8 out of 10.
The system's cold voice rang out again. Now, aside from Su Lin, Qin Jianfeng and Mo Yun had each killed 4 hyenas, while Zhao Xinming, Shi Meng, and Wang Wujie had only killed 2. Now, the second place had become Mountain Brother, who had killed 5 hyenas. The situation was one-sided, and the impressive performance of the Dragon Country contestants left the contestants from other countries on Blue Star stunned.
Su Lin's strength was understandable, but why did the others seem so terrifying as well?
They probably forgot that because of Su Lin, all the Chinese contestants received 1 point of luck. This bit of luck might just be the key to success or failure. Su Lin no longer hesitated. He picked up a stone and threw it at the 2 hyenas hiding in the narrow passage. The stones fell, and blood splattered. After throwing down a dozen stones, both hyenas were killed. By now, the hyenas chasing Su Lin were mostly dead, and he had completed the task of hunting 10 hyenas.
Announcement: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin has completed the task of hunting 10 hyenas. Congratulations, Dragon Country's national luck points increased by 10, now totaling 87 points, ranking first.
Reward: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin is the first to complete the task, and will receive an exclusive emergency supply capsule, can be summoned to the side, for storing and retrieving items at any time, 8 square meters. It contains 50 high-energy compressed biscuits, each can support 24 hours of survival, 3 bottles of antibacterial first aid spray, can quickly stop bleeding, a portable water filter, can filter dirty water infinitely, and all Dragon Country contestants will receive +3 mental strength. The system's voice repeated the announcement 3 times.
All rewards, Master Lin is amazing. Is that mental strength the same one I understand?
Years of depression. It felt like a huge weight had lifted off, the big stone in my heart loosened. Lord Lin is amazing, this is a permanent buff for our nation. Shit. It's Su Lin again, this damn Chinese guy must die. I swear, I will make sure he dies in the worst way possible. Brother Mountain from John Bull gritted his teeth and said. After the newbie protection period ends, tell Xiao Quan, let our island players do whatever it takes to eliminate Su Lin. This is not up for discussion, it's an order. The Dragon Nation didn't just get resources, they got the future.
We Eagle Sauce must reassess all strategies regarding the dragon. All Dragon Nation people, this is not just numbers in a game, this is every Chinese person from now on possessing clear thinking, strong willpower, more energy, and deeper love and patriotism. Fang Yi's voice trembled with excitement.
And Su Lin's actions have only strengthened the resolve of the island nation, Kangaroo Country, Eagle Sauce, John Bull, Gull Rooster, and other countries to eliminate Su Lin. At this moment, Su Lin had already killed all the hyenas that were chasing him, he had heard the system's reward sound, but now he had become calm in the face of glory or humiliation. Standing on the stone platform, his eyes were fixed on the metal piece on one of the hyena's heads, though this piece was smaller than the one on the black bear. Su Lin jumped off the stone platform and began to inspect each hunting dog one by one. What shocked and confused him was that every hyena had a metal piece on it, and they were very regular. Some even had codes and identifiers on them. Su Lin collected all the metal pieces from the hyenas and put them into his emergency supply crate. Even those from the 2 hyenas he hunted outside the stone forest were not spared. After collecting all the metal pieces, Su Lin gathered all the hyena corpses into the emergency supply crate.
With this crate, everything was much more convenient.
Just as he was about to leave and return to the shelter, Su Lin suddenly saw a bright light coming from the direction of the stone forest, about 10 meters high. After hesitating for a few seconds, he quickly ran toward the stone forest. By the time he stood on the stone platform again, the light had already disappeared. Su Lin jumped around the platform, searching everywhere. More than half an hour later, Su Lin saw a strange sight in the center of the stone forest. A round object, like an altar, stood in the center of the stone forest. It was not made from the surrounding limestone, but a deeper, almost basalt-like black material. The altar was tiered, with 3 layers in total. Each layer was filled with incomprehensible symbols and patterns, and in the faint evening light, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible glow. In the center of the altar was a platform, about the height of a person. Inside, it was filled with some thick liquid, seemingly still slowly flowing. The air carried a scent that seemed to drift in and out, mysterious. What stunned Su Lin was that standing beside the high tower, he felt an indescribable sensation, a feeling both comfortable and sacred.
Damn, what did Lord Lin discover? That pool in the middle, the mercury doesn't look like mercury, and the light doesn't seem like light. What is that? It's so beautiful. Look. The water in that pool seems to be flowing faster. Are you seeing things? I don't see anything. Don't scare me like that, you're giving me a heart attack.
Su Lin stood by the platform, circling it several times, and finally found a clue beneath the 3rd layer of stairs. It wasn't a symbol, but a handprint. The handprint seemed to have been carved, but the longer he looked, the more it felt like it had naturally formed.
Su Lin took a deep breath. He could feel it.
This high platform, which seemed like an altar, actually seemed to hold no malice towards him.
It was just that, for now, he was too cautious to step forward easily. Here, perhaps, was a test.
It could also be a mechanism waiting to be triggered, where risks and opportunities coexist. Su Lin slowly stepped back from the altar, then began to leave the area. He quickly retreated from the stone forest, and by the time the sky had completely darkened, he made 2 torches and, with Xiao Hui, hurried towards the direction of the shelter. 3 hours later, Su Lin and Xiao Hui returned to the shelter. After eating and drinking to his fill, Su Lin fell into deep thought.
What exactly was that altar-like thing for?
There were only 3 days left in the beginner protection period, and he felt he should make more preparations to face the challenges ahead. But, where should he start?
Chapter 31, Soaking in the Thick Liquid.
At this point, the weapons Su Lin had were already his limit. He had already scouted the entire island, and food was not a major issue for him at the moment.
Xiao Hui's injuries were also healing quickly.
To prepare for the brutal competition after the beginner protection period ended, Su Lin felt he should do something, but he didn't know where to begin. That stone forest, and the thing that seemed like an altar, kept lingering in Su Lin's mind. He was hesitating, wondering if he should go back again.
What exactly was that thick liquid inside the platform? Was it an opportunity or a trap?
Su Lin spent almost the entire night without sleep, torn by this question.
His strength had indeed undergone a dramatic change.
He should be able to handle individual competitors from other countries, but once the beginner protection period ended, many countries' players would likely target him, and they might even form alliances. So, if that liquid could enhance his strength, missing out on it would be something he would regret for the rest of his life.
He had to go back.
After daylight came, Su Lin and Xiao Hui ate and drank their fill before heading out directly. The stone forest was far from his shelter, and after walking for 3 hours, they finally arrived, about an hour less than yesterday. Su Lin stood once more atop the high platform, his eyes fixed on the thick liquid. It was daytime now, and he realized the so-called thick liquid was a dark substance, similar to oil, which did not reflect light. The air seemed to carry a peculiar scent, faintly fragrant. Discovered unknown high-energy life source liquid.
The composition cannot be analyzed. It contains vast life energy that can enhance one's strength.
But it also comes with great risks. The perfect survival guide reminded him 3 times.
Yesterday, for some unknown reason, the guide had not issued any warnings. Since it was confirmed to be life source liquid, why was there still a great risk?
Su Lin found himself torn again. It would be a shame to give up now, but stepping in directly was risky. Additionally, there was a handprint at the base of the platform.
Should he first deal with the handprint, or should he enter the liquid? Everything was an unknown.
Su Lin stood beside the platform, struggling mentally.
Should he go in, or not? You can enter.
The energy from the liquid doesn't just replenish energy, but rather restarts and optimizes. The Perfect Survival Guide reminded him again. This was the first time the Perfect Survival Guide gave two different reminders about the same item in such a long time. Su Lin no longer hesitated. He decided to take the risk. He took off his shirt and pants, revealing his muscular physique and abs, which completely ignited the emotions of the female fans in the livestream room. They shouted his name loudly. Su Lin quickly shut down the livestream. This was something he had just discovered yesterday, that the national survival system showed he could accumulate 37 hours of streaming time, probably from his excellent performance before. The live stream room and the National Security Department were both stunned.
Why did Su Lin stop streaming? I haven't had enough of it.
Su Lin stopping his stream must have his reasons.
Let's not over-speculate. Even if someone guesses, don't say it out loud. This is for the good of our dragon nation. The person above is absolutely right. Su Lin must be taking a risk.
Before the results come in, he temporarily shut off the live stream. Li Jun sighed in relief after seeing Su Lin stop streaming, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. At this moment, Su Lin was admiring his muscular arms and abs. He wasn't like this before he entered the island. In just a few days, he had undergone a tremendous transformation.
Good. Very good.
He reached out one hand into the thick liquid.
It was cold and slightly sticky. This couldn't be a strong acid or alkali. It seemed more like a complex biological colloid.
Without hesitation, Su Lin submerged his entire body into the thick liquid and lay down, carefully feeling the impact of the viscous liquid. Since the Perfect Survival Guide had warned of great risks, it should be true. Therefore, both his body and mind were in a state of high tension. The thick liquid didn't give him a strong energy shock but a kind of extreme permeability. The liquid's energy slowly entered his body. Every pore in his body felt like it was pierced by countless fine needles. The cold sensation immediately penetrated his bones, and after 2 to 3 minutes, it turned into a burning heat. His heartbeat accelerated rapidly, his muscles started to tremble uncontrollably, and his metabolism sped up at least 4 to 5 times faster than before.
Both his body and mind were desperately resisting these energies.
In fact, because of the rapid acceleration of his metabolism, he had the urge to go to the bathroom and return. Endure, he had to endure. If these energies were continuous, going out even once might cause irreversible damage. Warning, after a simple analysis, these energies can activate dormant genes within the human body, promote muscle density growth, speed up nerve conduction, break through the limits of cellular regeneration, and lead to a qualitative leap in human strength, speed, and reaction ability. This was the first warning from the Perfect Survival Guide. This meant that after receiving the powerful energy impact, Su Lin would probably face unknown dangers. Su Lin's only concern now was whether his body could bear these energies, or whether these energies could improve his body to a more perfect state. According to the Perfect Survival Guide, once the dormant genes within the human body were activated, it would greatly increase the threshold for storing energy in the body.
An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed.
As time passed, it seemed that the concentration of the liquid in the high platform was gradually reducing. Su Lin also felt his strength surging, his reaction speed accelerating, and the wounds he sustained yesterday were healing at a visible rate.
Su Lin had a feeling that this must be a forced breakthrough of his physical limits. But this breakthrough came with huge risks because he was completely going against his body's normal acceptance capacity. If his immune system couldn't keep up and collapsed, he might die from infection and multiple organ failure.
Su Lin felt the original strength within his body fighting, fusing, and enhancing with these foreign forces. Every aspect of his body was elevated after reaching the limit, and this extreme feeling of power made him feel extremely refreshed. But at the same time, due to the energy consumption in his body, there was a period of time when he felt he was sinking into extreme weakness and hunger, needing to replenish a large amount of energy. He no longer knew how much time had passed. When he struggled to crawl out of the liquid, he felt as if his body had been completely emptied, as if the energy inside him had been completely exhausted. Su Lin sat directly on the steps of the high platform. Breathing heavily, he even felt like he could hardly breathe. He had a clear sense that if he stayed in the liquid, his body would be in a normal state. Once he left the liquid, he would experience a physiological feeling of weakness. But in fact, every corner of his body was already filled with energy, it was just that he didn't know how to use it yet. Su Lin grabbed his clothes, took out a piece of lamb that had been roasted, and started eating it ravenously. After one piece of lamb went down, he clearly felt better. Without any hesitation, Su Lin threw a piece of lamb head to Xiao Hui, and ate another piece himself. But it still didn't seem enough, so he took a piece of compressed biscuit from the emergency supply warehouse and ate it, feeling much better afterward.
Xiao Hui looked at Su Lin in confusion, feeling as though Su Lin had become a completely different person. What Su Lin didn't know was that he had just gone through life and death. If his physical quality had been even a little weaker, he would have been dead by now. Su Lin picked up a stone about the size of a palm. Without applying force, he just gently squeezed it, and the stone turned into powder. Su Lin was stunned. Chapter 32, Recovery. He had only wanted to test it just now, but he never expected that just a gentle squeeze would turn the stone into powder. The intense shock from this made it hard for him to accept, and he was completely frozen in place. He felt that his vision had become frighteningly sharp. He could clearly see the patterns on a stone dozens of meters away. The sound of the wind was no longer just a simple whistling. Sounds that were previously impossible to hear were now broken down into different levels, and he could even feel the sound hitting his body. Su Lin stared in shock at the stone powder flowing through his fingers, then slowly stood up. He felt that his body was unbelievably light. Every small movement was as fast as lightning, with no sense of delay. The strength of his body had also increased to a terrifying level. He even had the feeling that even if the black bear from before charged at him again, he could easily flip it over with his bare hands. His consciousness and thought speed were no longer the same as yesterday. Wherever his gaze landed, his brain instantly completed an analysis of the environment and assessed the dangers, giving him the feeling that he could easily handle any environment he was in. He raised his arm and observed the changes in his entire body. The lines of his muscles had become more defined, his skin tightened. But deep inside, there seemed to be a sense of extreme fatigue and weakness. It should be because he hadn't yet adapted to the feeling of gaining such great strength, or perhaps the energy in his original body hadn't been fully replenished. These shouldn't be big problems. While Su Lin was checking his whole body condition, Xiao Wei, who didn't know when, had entered the liquid and was showing extreme pain, gritting its teeth. But its wounds were healing rapidly. Xiao Wei, don't come out yet. These things are good for you. The longer you stay in, the better. Little Gray seemed to understand what Soviet said, slowly becoming less anxious. Su Lin took out a piece of mutton and a compressed biscuit, feeling much better after eating. There were only 2 pieces of mutton left, which he left for Little Gray. When Su Lin opened the national survival system again, he realized that 25 hours had passed. He had spent a whole day and night soaking in the thick liquid. It was a bit exaggerated. Without hesitation, he started the live stream. Actually, he had planned to start it after Little Gray came out, but if he did that, many people would worry about him. He didn't want to bother anyone, nor did he want to become a burden to others. In an instant, tens of thousands of people flooded into the live stream, and the number kept rapidly rising. Wow, Su Lin looks even more handsome than before, his eyes are shining black, and he has this extreme beauty. You're a fool, can't you see that Su Ning already has this sense of rebirth? Damn, I don't know what else to say except damn. Su Lin's overall transformation is too big. Zoom in, quickly zoom in, let me see his eyes, that gaze, I don't even dare to look straight at it through the screen. There's an undeniable power in Su Lin. After watching this, who would still say our Dragon Country players are weak? Su Lin, from today on, you're my only god. Wait guys, don't be too quick to celebrate. Didn't you notice Su Lin's face is a little too pale? And his breathing is wrong, too fast and too urgent. Indeed, could there be some after effects? The viewers from Dragon Country in the livestream, who had been extremely shocked and ecstatic at first, quickly turned into concern for Su Lin. Su Lin simply sat down on the stairs, took out 3 compressed biscuits from the emergency supply cabin, and ate them all. Only now did he feel a little better. The extreme exhaustion and weakness completely disappeared, and the worry deep inside him also vanished. Su Lin sat there quietly, while the people in the livestream still hadn't noticed that Little Gray was gone. 3 hours later, Su Lin turned off the livestream again, because he had already heard Little Gray's voice. When Little Gray struggled to crawl out of the liquid, Su Lin was completely stunned. The wound on its back had completely healed, and it seemed to be full of energy. This might be the kind of shock others felt when they saw his change. Little Gray didn't pay attention to Su Lin, instead, it gobbled down the mutton on the ground. A few minutes later, the mutton was gone, and Little Gray looked at Su Lin again. Su Lin shrugged his hands to show that there was no more, and Little Gray let out a sharp scream, flapping its wings and flying into the nearby forest, disappearing from sight. Su Lin shook his head helplessly, started the live stream again, and understood Little Gray's meaning. It probably wanted him to catch some prey and wait for it. Half an hour later, Little Gray returned with 2 wild rabbits, threw one to Su Lin, and started devouring it, the scene a bit bloody. Su Lin kicked the other rabbit towards Little Gray, then jumped onto the high platform, preparing to return to the shelter. There was only a little more than a day left until the end of the beginner protection period, and he didn't want to do anything right now. He just wanted to get back to the shelter, roast some wolf meat, mutton, and bear meat, and enjoy a big feast. Less than 2 minutes later, Little Gray flew back, closely following Su Lin, constantly screaming, as if telling him it was still hungry. Su Lin ignored it. After all, everything would be solved once they got back to the shelter. In just over an hour, the man and the beast had returned to the shelter.
Su Lin made a fire outside the shelter, roasting a large amount of wolf meat and bear meat. He also went to the creek to retrieve the fish from the fish basket shaped like a sieve, cleaned them, and brought them back to the shelter. This time, Su Lin had stored a large amount of creek water in the emergency supply cabin, all packed into bamboo tubes. He boiled fish soup in an iron pot, adding a little salt and wild ginger. After the meat was done roasting, both man and beast ate heartily, consuming 2 or 3 times more than usual. When they were completely stuffed and could no longer eat, Su Lin felt that the helpless fatigue and weakness had completely disappeared, and his complexion had become rosy again.
Little Gray felt the same way.
After reluctantly drinking a few more bamboo tubes of fish soup, the sky gradually grew darker. Man and beast returned to the shelter. Little Gray lay sprawled by the fire, soon falling fast asleep. Su Lin laid a lot of soft grass on the earthen bed and comfortably lay down. The warmth from the bed made him feel as if he had returned home. Su Lin didn't fall asleep immediately. During the day, when he came out of the liquid pool, he had decisively given up on the idea of imprinting because only one day remained until the end of the newbie protection period, so he didn't want to take any more risks. Another thing was that it seemed that players from other countries hadn't made any comments about his transformation this time. This was actually very abnormal. The calmer it was, the more it meant that deep down, they had already regarded Su Lin as a target to kill. If this was the case, after the newbie protection period ended, he really couldn't meet up with players from the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, it would bring unexpected danger to others. Su Lin fell asleep as he kept thinking, and was awoken the next morning by a loud sound.
Chapter 33, Li Jun's Connection. Announcement: there is only 1 day left in the newbie protection period. At midnight tonight, it will officially end.
The players who died from all countries will be replaced this morning. Each replaced player will still have a 15-day newbie protection period. Surviving players can teleport to a new continent after imprinting at the island's altar. Announcement: surviving players must teleport to the new continent.
Players from all countries will appear on the same continent. The resources on the continent will gradually weaken from the center to the outskirts.
Some countries can claim a region in the core area, which will reward their country with national luck points and a large amount of resources. The rewards will decrease as you move outwards, and the time will last for 1 month. After 1 month, they will be teleported to a new continent. Announcement: every 72 hours, players can return to their original deserted island for rest, with a 24-hour time limit. After 20 days, players from other countries will be able to teleport to the deserted island of players from different countries. Therefore, before the newbie protection period ends, try to set up a large number of traps around your shelter for defense. If your original island's shelter is occupied, it means the death of that player. Announcement: players from other countries will only be teleported near the stone forest, and the shelter will be deliberately hidden. Starting from midnight tonight, different tasks will be issued every day, divided into easy and extremely difficult types. Players who complete the tasks within the designated time will receive different rewards. Announcement: any country can form an alliance, but the number of countries in an alliance cannot exceed 5. Players can freely battle players from other countries and occupy land, for any reason. Announcement: the rules will be replenished again after 10 days. Tip: large wild beasts will appear in groups, and there will be a ranking for daily tasks. The player who ranks first each day will receive special and additional rewards. Tip: if the task is not completed within a day, 5 points will be deducted from the national movement score. Tip: starting today, each country has 1 minute every day to connect with its own contestants. Tip: after 1 month, the competition will become even more brutal. I hope contestants can refine their skills within this month. Good luck. Su Lin rolled over and sat up. The content of the announcement and tips was already extremely detailed and even more cruel. There was no doubt that he would become a thorn in the side of many countries, a pain in their flesh. After arriving at the new continent, he must quickly reach the central area, occupy a piece of land, and win more resources for the country. As for other countries landing on his deserted island, this was also a very tricky issue. It meant that he had to make a choice between protecting the resources of the new continent or his own deserted island. At that time, it would surely be a tough decision. Another thing was the free-for-all combat, where one could kill others for no reason. It was easy to imagine that the level of cruelty had suddenly escalated, but these did not hinder him, because no matter what he did, many countries would not let him survive. These rules are a bit cruel. After 20 days, should Su Lin protect his deserted island, or should he protect the territory he has occupied? Isn't this a bit contradictory? You also said that this is something for 20 days later. The biggest problem now is how to ensure Su Lin survives. Many of the contestants from other countries have already declared they want to kill Su Lin. What a joke! Do they think they can just kill him if they want? As far as I know, among all the contestants from different countries, only Su Lin has that thick liquid pool, while the others don't have it. You can imagine the difference it makes. I support Su Lin, no matter how hard it gets. I believe Su Lin will overcome and achieve his goals. Soon after, contestants from many countries like Eagle Sauce, Kimchi Country, John Bull, Gull Rooster, Kangaroo Country, Island Nation, and ASEAN all released declarations, stating they would try to find Su Lin and kill him. The situation had reached the point of losing control. Su Lin's safety became the most important issue for Dragon Country, and how to mobilize the nation's power to ensure his safety became the biggest headache for Li Jun. Su Lin walked out of the shelter. He had completely decoded the national survival system rules. What he needed to do now was to set up a large number of traps around the shelter. Although these traps might not pose much danger to contestants from other countries, they would serve as a delay tactic, which was already enough. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Lin had been busy from morning until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. He had set up a large number of snares and leg traps around his shelter. He even dug 2 pits in front of the shelter's wooden door, sharpening bamboo and wooden sticks to bury underneath the pits, and camouflaged the top of the pits. After setting these up, Su Lin lit a fire in the shelter and took a short break. Actually, after his body was transformed by the liquid yesterday, he wasn't tired at all now, but he couldn't show it. He grabbed a bamboo tube of water and slowly took a few sips. Just then, the National Survival Systems interface showed a request for a connection from someone named Li Jun from the National Security Department. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Su Lin pressed the connect button. "Comrade Su Lin, I only have 1 minute. Listen carefully. Behind you stand not only billions of fellow citizens but also the unbreakable will of the entire country. No matter what difficult situation you face, we will do our best to ensure your safety. If necessary, we will sacrifice national fortune to restore you. Behind you is the entire country supporting you. We will mobilize all our forces to support you. You are Dragon Nation, and Dragon Nation is you. Fight for the dignity of Dragon Nation, and annihilate all enemies that dare to invade." Li Jun finished speaking, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, Su Lin made his declaration. "Please rest assured, my country. I will use my flesh and blood as the Great Wall, and my belief as the sharp sword to repay the land that gave birth to me. My country does not need to worry about me. I will guard the fate of the country with a lone heart, stepping on the enemy's corpses to reach the very center. As for the wolves and tigers of other countries, I look forward to their arrival. I, Su Lin, will say something arrogant: as long as I do not fall, the country will not perish." Li Jun was satisfied and hung up the call. His eyes were red. Even a man as strong as steel was moved by Su Lin's few short words. Su Lin was the same. "Why are my eyes wet? This is Su Lin, my only idol. In critical moments, it still has to be Su Lin. Of course, other players from Dragon Nation are also excellent. It has been more than 10 years since I shed a tear. It feels so good to cry. United in spirit, overcoming difficulties together, seeing the country take action to coordinate, my heart was immediately at ease. Dragon Nation will never fall." The entire barrage was filled with the words "Dragon Nation will never fall." At this moment, all Dragon Nation people were touched by Su Lin's brief words. Su Lin shed tears. This was the first time he cried in the live broadcast. He wanted to control it, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. With such a country and people, it was worth it. Although the road ahead would be very difficult, he believed in himself and that he would handle it well. Starting tomorrow, Su Lin would become the nightmare of players from other countries. Just wait and see. Since they are coming, let the storm come even fiercer. Chapter 34, The Shattering Mountain Tiger. Su Lin stayed in the shelter, motionless, placing all his food and weapons in the emergency supply compartment. He cut a large number of bamboo tubes and stored enough fresh water for 10 days. 3 hours later, Su Lin extinguished the fire in the shelter, keeping the ember, and placed it into the emergency supply compartment. He shut the wooden door and set off towards the stone forest, preparing to be transported to the new continent at midnight. Dragon Nation had already added 4 more players. Ace Sniper Jiang Che, a sharpshooter from the former Chinese Special Forces Falcon team, calm and quiet in character, skilled in ambushes and long-range killing. Tactical Assault Soldier Qin Jian, a retired anti-terrorism elite, expert in close combat, brave and decisive, often acting as the vanguard. Medical Support Soldier Xiao Ran, capable of rapid first aid, detoxification, and healing, gentle in nature but calm in emergencies. Martial Arts Master Gu Yan, extremely strong in defense, with fierce attacks, nearly invincible with cold weapons. The 4 newly added players from China were very strong overall, but they were still in their rookie protection period and could not participate in the upcoming battles. Su Lin and Xiao Hui took over an hour to reach the stone forest. So far, Su Lin still didn't know if Xiao Hui could enter the new continent with him. He could only adapt as things went. There were still more than 2 hours until midnight, and waiting was torture. Moreover, the wind on the high platform in the stone forest was very strong, even Su Lin could feel a slight chill. Time passed unknowingly, and at midnight, the cold voice of the National Survival System came right on time. The rookie protection period for surviving players has ended.
task system activated. Simple task issued: hunt any star night wolf before the next midnight, and the reward for success will be an increase of 1 in the player's overall physique and a 1% increase in the freshwater resources of the player's country. The location of the star night wolf will be marked on the system. An extremely difficult task issued: hunt a shattering mountain tiger before the next midnight, and the reward for success will be an increase of 3 in the player's overall physique. The freshwater resources of the country increase by 3%, and the national operation points increase by 3. The approximate area of the crack mountain tiger will be notified. The release of the task became the spark that ignited all the conflicts. Almost all the players chose not to teleport immediately. They were considering whether to take the simple or the extremely difficult task, because they had to accept the task in order to teleport. Su Lin also fell into conflict and hesitation for a moment. If the teleportation area was too far from the crack mountain tiger, he might not be able to complete the task. Little Gray kept pushing against his pants leg, seeming a bit anxious. 2 minutes later, Su Lin decisively chose the extremely difficult task, because for him, the cost of failure was just the deduction of 5 national operation points, which wasn't serious. After Su Lin made his choice, he aligned the handprint with the palm imprint at the bottom of the high platform. A light circle with a diameter of about 1.5 meters appeared where the liquid had been on the original high platform. Su Lin grabbed Little Gray and stood on it, instantly disappearing. When he opened his eyes again, he and Little Gray had already appeared in a pitch-black forest. There was no sound around them, not even the chirping of birds. Su Lin opened the National Operation Survival System and checked the location of the crack mountain tiger. Fortunately, it wasn't too far. If the distance marked here was the same as on the deserted island, it would take about 2 or 3 hours to reach. But he estimated it would take 4 or 5 hours, as the path was unfamiliar. Additionally, the location he was in now was on the edge of the new continent. Reaching the central area would probably be extremely difficult. "Let's go, follow me, we depart," Su Lin said casually. Before setting off, Su Lin took a torch from the emergency supply pod. He had made a dozen of these, just for this moment. Su Lin and Little Gray walked one after the other in the dense forest. All of his senses were highly tense because this was an unfamiliar area, and no one knew what kind of animals might suddenly appear. The dense forest was even more dangerous than imagined. The towering ancient tree branches intertwined, blocking the sun, and the ground was slippery. If one wasn't careful, they could fall. The area illuminated by the torch was limited, and many broken branches left shallow or deep cuts on his body. But they healed quickly. Su Lin's right hand continuously chopped down the vines blocking his way with a machete. After walking for an hour, he suddenly had a strange feeling, as if every step he took was stirring up an invisible net set by top predators. Even breathing felt unusually heavy. What made Su Lin even more uneasy was how quiet the forest was. There were no insect sounds, just dead silence. This invisible pressure was something only those who had experienced it could understand. After walking for another hour, the humus layer beneath his feet gradually became thinner, replaced by hard rocks. The air was filled with a salty scent. The bushes ahead suddenly moved. Su Lin froze in place. His left hand tilted the torch forward, and his right hand raised the machete, staring hard at the bush until a wild rabbit ran out. Su Lin finally relaxed. A faint smile appeared on his face. Finally, everything that should be in this dense forest had appeared. The deeper they went, the more sparse the trees became, and the view gradually opened up. After walking for another half hour, Su Lin discovered several deep claw marks on a tree trunk not far away. The bark was peeled off. If his guess was correct, these should be the crack mountain tiger's territorial markings. Su Lin opened the National Operation Survival System and saw that he had entered the crack mountain tiger's territory. Little Gray was already highly alert. It seemed to understand that the place it was in was extremely dangerous. Su Lin lit another torch, gritted his teeth, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and tried to calm himself down. Warning: Eagle Sauce Country player Jack Mallow has been severely injured by a cracking mountain tiger. Eagle Sauce Country sacrifices 3 points of national luck to assist in his recovery. Eagle Sauce Country's national luck is reduced by 3, currently 68 points. Warning: Island Country player Matsushita was bitten to death by a cracking mountain tiger. Island Country's national luck is reduced by 5, currently 48 points. In just a few minutes, the National Luck Survival System sent out more than 10 messages, all of them about players being bitten to death or injured by the Starry Night Wolves and cracking mountain tigers. It seems these tasks aren't easy to complete. Reward: Dragon Country player Chen Jianfeng completed the task of killing the Starry Night Wolf. As the first to finish, Dragon Country's national luck is increased by 1, all players' physique is increased by 1, and Dragon Country's freshwater resources are increased by 1%. Reward: John Bull player Mountain Brother completed the task of killing the Starry Night Wolf. All players' physique is increased by 1, and John Bull's freshwater resources are increased by 1%. The consecutive reward messages boosted everyone's spirits. It seems completing the Starry Night wolf killing task is relatively easy. Currently, no one has been able to complete the task of hunting the cracking mountain tiger. Su Lin quietly hid behind a tree, and Little Gray had already flown to the treetop to keep watch. Su Lin had extinguished the torch, or else he would likely become the cracking mountain tiger's meal. Roar! A tiger's roar sounded just tens of meters away from Su Lin, shaking his eardrums painfully. He had finally found it. Chapter 35, Fierce Battle with the Cracking Mountain Tiger. Between the roar of the tiger and Su Lin's position, there was a pile of stones, all reddish-brown. Beyond that was a sparse forest. Su Lin, with courage, cautiously advanced, occasionally hiding behind trees to observe. After all, he was very close to the cracking mountain tiger. After walking more than 20 meters, Su Lin suddenly felt a chilling coldness throughout his body, his scalp tingling. This situation had happened several times before, and it was the perfect survival handbook issuing a warning: there was a creature nearby capable of posing a lethal threat to him. About 30 to 40 meters from Su Lin, a tiger was gnawing on the corpse of another animal. It was nearly 5 meters long, and its shoulder height was more than half a head taller than Su Lin. Its fur wasn't the usual tiger stripes, but a dark red color somewhere between rock and lava, with black cracks all over it. The most exaggerated feature was its 4 limbs. Rather than tiger claws, they resembled heavy hammers capable of splitting mountains and rocks. Its tail was exceptionally thick, with a massive bone hammer at the end, giving it a terrifying appearance. Facing such a gigantic creature, even Su Lin, modified by liquid technology, didn't have absolute confidence in winning. However, he forced himself to calm down. After all, his strength and speed were no longer the same as before. With the right opportunity and weapon, he didn't have zero chance of success. Though the cracking mountain tiger was huge, if the battle took place in the forest, Su Lin could use trees as cover, and the agility of his body was definitely something the tiger couldn't match. Cracking mountain tiger, a large carnivore. Its weak spot is located on the lower left side of its chest, just slightly below the ribs, in a pale pinkish area. As long as you hit this spot, wait for it to bleed out. The perfect survival handbook had identified the cracking mountain tiger's weakness. It seemed simple, but it was extremely difficult. He could only seize the opportunity for a single, fatal blow. It would never give him a second chance. The cracking mountain tiger seemed to have noticed him, but simply ignored him. Perhaps to the cracking mountain tiger, this little being wasn't even worth considering as food. Su Lin slowly retreated until he completely left the tiger's line of sight. At this moment, he was incredibly calm. He took out the snake venom he had prepared from the emergency supply capsule. This was something he obtained after killing a viper in the stone forest, not in large quantities. He evenly spread the viper's venom on the tip of his machete and the 3 arrows of his bow, repeatedly checking and confirming that everything was correct before approaching the mountain-cracking tiger again. He hid behind a thick tree, found an excellent shooting angle, and with all his strength, drew the bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at the tiger's eye. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a black line, precisely aimed at the mountain-cracking tiger, but just as the arrow was about to hit, the tiger's head tilted slightly with an incredible speed, and the arrow struck its cheekbone, cracking it in every direction. There was no blood, no scream of the tiger in pain, and it seemed the mountain-cracking tiger didn't even feel it. The cheekbone only left behind a white, meaning that even the tiger's defense had not been breached. The mountain-cracking tiger slowly raised its head, its cold pupils instantly locking onto the direction where Su Lin was hiding. The tiger had already noticed him, but it had completely ignored him until now. However, the arrow just now had completely enraged it. Roar! A deafening tiger roar shook Su Lin's eardrums, and the roar carried an invisible shockwave that made the fallen leaves rustle. The mountain-cracking tiger moved, charging forward like a tank. Its speed wasn't too fast, but it crushed every obstacle in its path, incredibly brute-like. In an instant, it was right next to Su Lin, and without hesitation, Su Lin, using his nimble body, dodged and weaved through the rocks and trees. Every time the tiger's sharp claws swiped down, deep marks several meters long were left in the ground behind him. Its giant, hammer-like tail swept, sending stones flying like bullets, leaving countless bloody wounds on Su Lin's legs and arms. This isn't working. The mountain-cracking tiger may not be fast, but its strength is too much. If I get hit even once, I'll probably be reduced to bone fragments. I must think of something else. The people in the livestream all showed expressions of shock, and they all had the same question in their minds: how should one defeat such a huge beast? What the hell, is this a tiger? Did they summon the mountain god or something? With this kind of strength, a single slap could smash Su Lin into the ground. The power difference is too great. How can we fight? Run! Lord Lin, the trees it steps on break instantly. There's no tiger this big in real life. Su Lin was running for his life, looking incredibly disheveled, his body covered in bloody wounds. It was unclear if they were from branches, thorns, or the stones the mountain-cracking tiger had thrown at him. The mountain-cracking tiger's strength had already crushed Su Lin.
Its speed wasn't faster than his, but running was just delaying death. If Su Lin didn't find the tiger's weakness in a short time, he would be in danger. Little Gray was screaming anxiously from the treetops, but faced with such a huge beast, it had no way to help.
In fact, Su Lin was intimidated by the mountain-cracking tiger's enormous size. After being soaked in liquid, its strength increased exponentially.
If he had a suitable weapon, he could definitely fight it head-on. After another awkward roll, barely avoiding the mountain-cracking tiger's swipe, Su Lin's back slammed heavily into a boulder. There was no road ahead, and there was no way to retreat. The mountain-cracking tiger showed a look of disdain and satisfaction, as if in its mind, this was exactly how things should be.
Su Lin raised his machete.
The mountain-cracking tiger suddenly stood on its hind legs, its shadow blocking the morning sun completely. Its claws, capable of opening mountains and splitting stones, came down with a deadly threat.
Su Lin rolled to the left, attempting to dodge.
Hiding behind a sturdy tree as cover, he narrowly avoided the danger. His eyes inadvertently caught a detail. When the mountain-splitting tiger stood on two legs, the soft pink-white area between its chest completely revealed itself, and as the muscles stretched, the fur in that area was pulled extremely tight. Su Lin knew that this was the weak point mentioned in the perfect survival guide. He had wasted an opportunity. That was the most vulnerable spot on the mountain-splitting tiger, and it was close to the heart. The mountain-splitting tiger stood up again, its towering body contrasting sharply with Su Lin's. There was no time to hesitate. Success or failure depended on this final moment. Su Lin made a move that shocked everyone in the livestream. He gripped his machete tightly, not attempting to dodge to the sides but instead charging straight at the mountain-splitting tiger, aiming the tip of the machete at its pink-white area, using all his strength to thrust fiercely at that fleeting pink-white spot.
Puff!
A sound like tearing fabric echoed as half of the machete sank into the tiger's flesh.
Arg! The mountain-splitting tiger let out its first cry of pain since the battle began.
Its body began to thrash wildly, and its tail whipped out, striking Su Lin with a powerful blow. Su Lin was thrown off and rolled, crashing into a small tree nearby. After several tumbles, he finally stopped. His whole body was aching terribly.
The mountain-splitting tiger continued to thrash around wildly, its eyes seeming to glance at Su Lin accidentally. Chapter 36, First Ambush.
Su Lin felt as if his ribs had broken, and for a moment, he felt completely drained. The mountain-splitting tiger's strength was overwhelming, and even a casual swipe left him seriously wounded. Su Lin forced himself to stand up. The machete was still embedded in the mountain-splitting tiger's body, and bright red blood sprayed out from the wound. The mountain-splitting tiger's body was thrashing wildly, knocking down many trees around it.
A weak spot is a weak spot.
Just one strike had caused this massive creature's life force to slowly drain away. But Su Lin knew that a wounded beast was the most dangerous. When the mountain-splitting tiger saw Su Lin, it relentlessly pursued him, as though it wanted to tear him apart to vent its fury. Ignoring the intense pain, Su Lin raced to an area with more trees, using the terrain, the trees, and everything he could to maneuver against this tenacious beast. With the machete's tip in its vital spot and the viper's venom added to the wound, Su Lin believed the mountain-splitting tiger wouldn't last much longer. Of course, he also understood that the venom from the viper was minimal, so the damage it could cause was limited.
Time passed second by second, and the mountain-splitting tiger's movement slowed.
Its body began to appear unsteady, and it could barely walk.
Blood from the tiger was everywhere in the forest.
Su Lin watched from a distance, his eyes showing a glimpse of survival after the storm. If the mountain-splitting tiger had taken Su Lin seriously from the start, instead of underestimating or looking down on him, the situation would have been entirely different. The official live stream from the Dragon Kingdom fell completely silent. Even Feng Yi and Shen Yi were nervously staring at the screen, afraid that another accident might occur. The mountain-splitting tiger's body became weaker and weaker, its tiger head drooping completely. After more than 10 minutes, the mountain-splitting tiger finally collapsed to the ground due to excessive blood loss and the toxin taking effect. The chat in the official live stream of the Dragon Kingdom began to flood the screen quickly. Reward: Dragon Kingdom contestant Su Lin kills the mountain-splitting tiger, completing an extremely difficult task.
Su Lin receives +3 to all attributes. Dragon Kingdom's freshwater resources increased by 3%. Dragon Kingdom's national fortune increases by 5 points, currently 93 points, ranking first.
Because Su Lin is the first to kill the mountain-splitting tiger. A reward of 1 dustless garment, and a 1% boost in stats for all citizens of Dragon Kingdom.
The system's announcement repeated 3 times in a row. Why? Why is Su Lin able to kill such a powerful mountain-splitting tiger? This is absolutely impossible. He must be cheating, definitely cheating. Jack Mallow from Eagle Sauce Country collapsed completely after hearing the system's announcement, having used up 3 points of national luck to recover. Tell all the players from the island countries to drop whatever they're doing and search for Su Lin with everything they have, and kill him. Otherwise, the threat to our island nation will be too great. Kill him, we must kill him, or we will never have a chance at rising. Brother Sean was starting to babble incoherently.
I told you, Master Lin is my only god, I believed in him from the start.
I always knew he was pretending to be weak to deceive others, how about that? I have an eye for talent, ha ha ha.
Su Lin seems injured, he's not in the best condition. Inside Dragon Kingdom's official livestream, people were full of concern for Su Lin because now he was no longer alone on the island, and at any moment, players from other countries could attack him. Su Lin, expressionless, took the dustless garment from the emergency supply pod, quickly examined it, and then put it back into the pod. This dustless garment could actually conceal his figure at a critical moment. While it couldn't make him completely invisible, it could hide his movements and breathing, making it an undeniable lifesaver. For the next period of time, Su Lin struggled for hours, finally skinning the entire mountain-splitting tiger, leaving behind the tiger claws and bones. As for the tiger meat, Su Lin gave up on it entirely. Because it had been tainted by viper venom, although it was most likely safe after being cooked at high temperatures, Su Lin didn't want to take that risk. Most importantly, he wasn't lacking food at the moment. After dealing with the mountain-splitting tiger's body, Su Lin, along with Xiao Hui, headed towards the center of the island. He was surprised at how quickly his ribs had healed after the battle with the mountain-splitting tiger. In just 2 to 3 hours, they had fully healed without affecting his movement. It was already past 9 a.m., and the forest's light wasn't very strong. The sounds of various animals echoed around him. After walking for 2 hours, Su Lin finally stopped, gathered some dry wood, made a fire, and then cooked a large chunk of bear meat and 2 large pieces of wolf meat. He also boiled 2 bamboo tubes of water before sitting down beside the fire to rest. The battle with the mountain-splitting tiger had pushed his body to its limits, but he could clearly feel his body gradually growing stronger. Although the process was slow, every minute and second he was improving. This feeling was very satisfying. Half an hour later, Su Lin and Xiao Hui wolfed down their food. Xiao Hui looked at Su Lin with some fear in its eyes, having witnessed the battle between Su Lin and the mountain-splitting tiger, which was several times more powerful than before. Of course, after soaking in the liquid, Xiao Hui's strength had also increased significantly, though not as dramatically as Su Lin's. After eating and drinking their fill, Su Lin took out a large metal plate from the emergency supply pod. He had found it on the mountain-splitting tiger's head. Both the symbols and patterns were similar to the metal plates he had found before on the island, the only difference being this one was much larger. Now, he speculated that these beasts must have been domesticated before being placed into the origin realm. As for the purpose of these metal plates, Su Lin still didn't know, but he had a very straightforward feeling that one day, these plates might come in handy. He even had the strange illusion that the origin realm itself might be an illusion, and the one behind the scenes controlling the origin realm could be. It is likely a high-level life form. Of course, all of this is just his guess. Right now, he doesn't have time to think about these things. His main task is to gather as many resources as possible and send them back to Long Country. Another task is to eliminate the other players from different countries who are after him. It seems that winter has come early. The cold wind howls. After roasting the fire for 2 hours, Su Lin and Xiao Hui set off again, heading toward the central area. It is only 12 noon now, and the task release for tonight is still far away. So Su Lin tries to hurry, hoping to reach the central area as soon as possible to gather resources for Long Country. After all, the National Luck Survival System has already said that the deeper you go, the richer the resources. Su Lin's feet step on the fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. The pace of one person and one beast is not fast. Su Lin is highly alert, looking around as he moves. From time to time, there is a strange animal's screech coming from the surroundings. The towering ancient tree's branches almost cover the sky, with only sporadic patches of light falling down. The visibility is not very good. Su Lin's heart feels a warning again. He quickly hides behind a huge tree and crouches down. Buzz! A faint sound of a bowstring vibrating comes from Su Ning's left rear. If not for Su Lin's enhanced hearing, this faint sound, blending with the rustling of the wind through the leaves, would have been almost impossible to distinguish. An arrow shot through, hitting half a meter above his head. Su Lin quickly rolls sideways and dodges behind a larger tree, while Xiao Hui flaps its wings and flies up to a branch. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, it dives toward the person who attacks Su Lin. Its 2 claws fiercely grip at his head. The attacker raises his bow again. Xiao Hui, come back. Su Lin's voice rings out. Before he can steady himself, a figure as fast as a leopard flashes out from the bushes in front and to the left. 3 people. Very good. Chapter 37, Extermination. Su Lin's face is as dark as water. While rolling, he takes out the dust armor from the emergency supply capsule and quickly puts it on, then hides behind another sturdy tree. Xiao Hui has already disappeared, waiting for the right moment to strike. After wearing the dust armor, Su Lin becomes one with the surrounding environment, almost disappearing entirely. However, Su Lin knows that the dust armor is just a top, and for some reason, it also covers his legs and feet. It's quite magical. The other 3 people have also hidden, and an invisible killing intent spreads like ripples.
Su Lin still doesn't know which country's players they are.
In fact, the 3 attackers are even more confused. They watched helplessly as Su Lin's figure gradually became blurry and transparent, eventually blending perfectly into the surrounding light and trees, much like the legendary invisibility.
Whoosh!
Another sharp arrow flies through the air, precisely embedding itself into the tree trunk behind Su Lin's previous position.
The shot is extremely ruthless and timed perfectly.
Su Lin also takes out his bow and arrow from the emergency supply capsule and slowly retreats, trying not to expose his footsteps. He distances himself more and more from the 3 attackers. 2 or 3 minutes later, the 3 attackers appear from 3 different directions. One holds a bow, his gaze sharp. Another, a bald, muscular man, grips a cold, gleaming machete, carefully searching for Su Lin's traces. The last one, a short, stocky man, holds a dagger in his left hand, looking around with a tense expression. The 3 of them clearly form a well-coordinated team, their eyes full of vigilance.
It was not something ordinary people could have.
Be careful, this kid is a bit strange. He seems to be able to turn invisible, right? It should be the empty dust armor rewarded by the National Fortune survival system. Playing tricks, under the combined attack techniques of our country, no one can escape.
Fool, don't expose our country.
Su Lin quietly watched their performance. There was no doubt that these 3 were definitely experts who often trained together. He couldn't understand their language, but from their clothing and appearance, he could roughly guess they were from the island country.
Good, very good. I didn't come looking for you, but you've come to me instead.
Su Lin drew his bow, hiding behind a large tree, aimed at the one holding the bow and arrow, and shot an arrow that was coated with the venom of a viper. The sound of the arrow piercing flesh rang out. Su Lin's first arrow struck the bowman's shoulder. The bowman quickly retreated, holding his shoulder, and hid. It seemed the injury wasn't serious. Su Lin's gaze was sharp, and he drew the bow again. The second arrow shot like lightning toward the bush where the man holding the machete was hiding. The arrow shot out with no response. Su Lin quickly retreated, rolling sideways, and then disappeared completely.
Su Lin, if you have the guts, don't hide. Don't you have a machete? Come on, let's duel. I want to see how capable you really are.
This time, the man holding the machete spoke in Dragon Country language.
Su Lin didn't respond.
A light breeze brushed his cheek. The wind was blowing directly towards the 3 men attacking him. Su Lin took out the fire starter from the emergency supply cabin, ignited the dry twigs and fallen leaves beneath his feet, and quickly changed position, igniting again. Following the same method, Su Lin changed positions more than 10 times. Due to the damp ground, all the places he ignited were producing thick smoke, and Su Lin hid behind the smoke, with the smoke blowing towards the direction of the 3 men. The bowman who was hit by Su Lin's arrow had likely lost the ability to move. The other 2 hid, and Su Lin kept his patience. They couldn't detect his position at all. The smoke grew thicker, and Su Lin, like a ghostly figure, quickly approached the injured bowman. Using the cover of bushes and trees, as well as the thick smoke everywhere, he silently closed in on the bowman. At this moment, Su Lin discovered that the empty dust armor not only provided visual camouflage but also, to some extent, suppressed his breath and footsteps. The injured bowman, upon realizing Su Lin's presence, had a shocked expression on his face. He had already lost the ability to move, and before he could react or shout, the dagger in Su Lin's hand flashed across his neck like lightning, clean and swift, with no hesitation. Blood spurted. The bowman's eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. He wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound. His body went limp and fell to the ground.
Tianzhong.
The man holding the machete from the island country seemed to sense something was wrong and suddenly turned around. He only saw his fallen comrade in the fleeting figure of Su Lin, almost impossible to catch.
Come out, you devil, why can you complete all the tasks, why? He wildly chopped at the surrounding bushes and trees with his machete. Calm down, Matsushita.
Another voice came, filled with boundless fear. Su Lin bent his bow again, quickly shot an arrow, hitting the neck of the man holding the machete. His hands tried to cover the blood spurting out, but he felt all his strength drain away, and he fell heavily to the ground. The arrow had pierced through his neck. He was dead, no chance of survival.
Su Lin disappeared again, like a patient hunter, waiting silently. Waiting for the appearance of the prey.
The islander holding the dagger was about to escape, but Little Gray flew down from the treetop swiftly, its claws sinking into his eyes. A sharp, shrill scream echoed as he dropped the dagger in his hand. Su Lin's speed reached its peak, circling behind him in just 2 seconds, the cold blade precisely stabbing between the ribs on the other side, piercing straight to the heart. His movements instantly stopped, his eyes frozen in terror, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. From the thick smoke rising to the moment when the 3 islanders were killed by Su Lin, no more than 2 minutes had passed. The forest returned to its eerie silence, only the strong smell of blood began to spread.
Hint: Island contestant Tanaka was killed by Dragon Kingdom contestant Su Lin.
Island country's national score decreased by 5 points, currently 43 points.
Hint: Island contestant Matsushita was killed by Dragon Kingdom contestant Su Lin.
Island country's national score decreased by 5 points, currently 38 points.
Hint: German contestant Watanabe was killed by Dragon Kingdom contestant Su Lin.
Island country's national score decreased by 5 points, currently 33 points.
The continuous announcements from the national survival system left everyone in shock.
No one expected that Su Lin alone could kill 3 island contestants in such a short time, especially when they were a team working in perfect sync.
At this moment, the forest expressionlessly collected all of the islanders' equipment, food, and anything else usable into the emergency supply warehouse.
Then the figure blurred again, disappearing as if it had never existed, vanishing deep into the dense forest.
But the road ahead was even more dangerous. Chapter 38, Save or Not?
Su Lin's figure swiftly darted through the dense forest, with Little Gray flying above his head, keeping watch for any danger that might appear.
After eliminating the 3 islanders, Su Lin quickly left.
He knew this was all being broadcast live, and the longer he stayed, the easier it would be for others to roughly determine his location. It wasn't that he was afraid, but to avoid unnecessary dangers, because his enemies weren't just one person. Contestants from multiple countries had already made statements, promising to end his life. After the Islander incident, almost all the contestants from other countries fell silent, including the arrogant Sean Gu and Jack Marlowe from Eagle Sauce Country. After watching the video, they confirmed that even if they had replaced the Islanders, they wouldn't have survived Su Lin's attack. Rain, from Eagle Sauce Country, was playing with the dagger in his hand. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then faced the camera and said something that shocked everyone. "Su Lin, I am Rain from Eagle Sauce Country.
Dare to give me your location? I'll come to find you by myself, and we can have a one-on-one battle. You can't keep all the glory to yourself, right? If you're willing, reply to me."
Su Lin naturally heard this, but didn't respond at all.
He was very clear that Rain's true intention wasn't to have a one-on-one fight.
He believed that once he revealed his location, a large number of contestants would soon arrive. People from Eagle Sauce Country never kept their promises, and integrity meant nothing to them.
Su Lin continued his rapid journey.
From the national survival system, he could roughly calculate that, unless something unexpected happened, it would take him about a week to reach the center of this continent, the area with the most abundant resources.
Since he was going to do it, he would do it the best.
If he encountered any resources along the way, he wouldn't let them slip by, but he would try to minimize his exposure. Along the way, he occasionally encountered small animals, but Su Lin ignored them. Sometimes, Little Gray would catch them and bring them to him.
He was directly thrown into the emergency supply cabin.
After walking for 6 hours, the man and the beast stopped. The sky was gradually darkening. In the forest, traveling at night was extremely dangerous. Su Lin found a temporary shelter and decided to rest there. This temporary shelter was surrounded by rocks on 3 sides, with only one exit. Su Lin hesitated for a while before deciding to rest here. Undoubtedly, this campsite could offer the best protection against wild animal attacks, but if other countries' competitors blocked the exit, it would be troublesome.
Su Lin made a fire in front of the exit and, together with Xiao Hui, ate roasted meat and drank boiled water to ease the fatigue of the day.
If all the competitors' teleportation points were similar, there shouldn't be anyone ahead of Su Lin now, as he moved very quickly and barely stopped along the way. Su Lin leaned against a large rock, reclining his body. Xiao Hui was beside him, extremely tired, squinting its eyes, and falling asleep. Li Jun watched Su Lin on the screen, and a wave of heartache surged from deep within. When competitors from other countries teleported, the first thing they did was search for their teammates to travel together, but Su Lin didn't. He had never even considered that option and ventured into the dangerous jungle alone with Xiao Hui. During the battle with the cracked mountain tiger, Li Jun had already prepared to sacrifice 3 points of the national luck to save Su Lin, but unexpectedly, Su Lin had one. And in the battle with the island nation's people today, Li Jun was extremely excited. He was now completely certain that Su Lin's combat ability and qualities had far surpassed the majority of the competitors entering the Origin realm. As long as he wasn't surrounded by competitors from several countries, there should be no problem.
For the island nation, Su Lin's performance today had uplifted everyone. What everyone wanted to do, Su Lin had already done. Follow the above instructions. No matter what danger Su Lin faces in the Origin realm, as long as he is not dead, we must sacrifice 3 points of the national luck to save him without hesitation. Even if I'm not present, this must be done. If anyone disobeys, shoot them.
Li Jun's words were short and powerful. This was a decision at the national level, not to be swayed by any individual's will, because Su Lin was too important for the current Dragon Nation. While Su Lin was asleep, he suddenly heard a ding sound.
Someone was sending him video data.
Su Lin sat up and opened the control panel of the National Luck Survival System.
Su Lin, aren't you patriotic? If you love your country, you should love your fellow countrymen. Take a look at who this is. Ah, my luck is really good. I actually met this useless person who only knows how to set traps. If you don't understand what I'm saying, just click on translation, you idiot. I've already given you the location.
The voice of Jack Marlowe came.
Su Lin, don't worry about me. Follow the national mission. Don't come to rescue me. If you do, I won't be able to forgive myself.
Don't lose big over something small. The voice of Mo Yun came, showing a painful expression.
Jack Marlowe was whipping her with vines. Su Lin's expression became serious.
After watching the video, he said nothing. He was deep in thought, making a decision. Even if he didn't go to rescue Mo Yun, he believed not many would blame him, since Mo Yun was right. One couldn't lose big over something small. The hope of the Dragon Nation was on them, especially on Su Lin. Once Su Lin went to rescue Mo Yun, he would definitely not be facing only Jack Marlowe.
What should he decide? National Security Department's Li Jun requests to connect. The system's voice rang out.
Su Lin hesitated for about 10 seconds.
He knew what Li Jun was going to say.
But due to the other person's identity, he still accepted the call.
Su Lin, I'll say one thing only. Give up on Mo Yun, and go do what you should be doing. This is just my personal opinion.
If I were in Mo Yun's place, I would say the same thing to her.
Li Jun's voice came through. I'm sorry, Minister Li, but I can't do that.
I can't just stand by and watch my fellow countrymen being abused and slaughtered by others. If I wasn't here, there would be no way, but since I am, I will do everything I can to save her. After saying that, Su Lin hung up the call directly, not giving Li Jun a chance to speak again.
Jack, do you think you're so clever? Do you think by using Mo Yun as a hostage, you can threaten me however you want? It's just a coincidence. The thing you're trying to do is exactly what I want to do. I couldn't even find you, but since you provided me with the coordinates, if I don't take you down, I'd be betraying myself.
After saying that, Su Lin checked Jack's location, extinguished the fire, and moved forward with Little Gray, taking firm steps. He knew that not only he, but any Dragon Country player would never stand by and watch. He also knew that Jack Marlowe had set a trap for him.
But he had always been the hunter.
The night seemed to grow darker.
Chapter 39, Arrival. Su Lin checked the distance between him and Jack.
It would take about 3 hours if going straight. If he had to take a detour, it would take longer. No matter how long it took, Su Lin didn't really care, because he knew that Jack's target was him.
Before he arrived, Jack wouldn't do anything to Mo Yun.
The live broadcast room had already erupted. Jack Marlowe from Eagle Sauce Country dares to treat our Dragon Country players like this.
We must retaliate. Let's not talk about revenge for now.
Su Lin will definitely fall into their ambush if he goes.
This decision is unwise. So what should we do? Just watch Mo Yun get killed by Jack?
I support Su Lin, he has guts.
I also support Su Lin. Even if he dies, he should save Mo Yun.
Foolish. If Su Lin dies, our Dragon Country's advantage will be lost, and Mo Yun won't matter anymore.
All lives are equal.
The Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast room had already split into two factions. One side thought Su Lin's decision was unwise, that using his life to exchange for Mo Yun's wasn't worth it, and even said both lives might be lost. The other side thought Su Lin was a man with blood and flesh, full of loyalty, who, even if he died, had to go do the right thing. Li Jun's heart was also conflicted. He knew clearly that if it were him instead of Su Lin, he would make the same choice. Su Lin and Little Gray continued moving forward, but they were heading towards the edge, effectively retreating. The pair of them moved very quickly, and Su Lin hadn't taken off his dustless garment. By now, he had already gotten used to it and could blend into the surroundings at any time.
Jack and his team had certainly taken the dustless garment into account.
If Su Lin's guess was right, what awaited him at Jack's place might be an alliance of players from several countries. 2 hours passed, and Su Lin's body was covered in small wounds from the thorns and bushes. He had already traveled more than halfway. Suddenly, Su Lin stopped, opened the country survival system panel, and clicked on the communication between players from the same country. Earlier, in order to avoid putting Chen Jianfang and the others in danger, Su Lin had turned off this feature. Su Lin first contacted Chen Jianfang.
Brother Chen, it's Su Lin.
I'm heading to rescue Mo Yun now.
I'll give you a location. Hide there and wait for me.
If we want to occupy a resource-rich area in the center, we must rely on all of us working together with sincere unity.
You must not go to rescue Mo Yun.
I will bring her out safely. Su Lin, I know you're very capable, and I'm on my way too. You're alone and vulnerable, but if we go together, we can at least offer some help. I've already met up with Shi Meng and Zhao Xinming, and we're on our way to assist Wang Wujie. I can't just watch as Mo Yun is tortured by those beasts.
Chen Jianfeng's voice came through. Brother Chen, stay calm.
I may sound disrespectful, but the reason I'm going to rescue Mo Yun is because I believe I can bring her out.
If you come along, I might end up saving you as well. Brother Chen, take those three to the position I've given you. I'll catch up with you soon. Please stay calm. Right now, we're not just representing ourselves, we represent Dragon Nation. Our numbers are already few, and we absolutely can't afford another accident. Chen Jianfeng was silent for 2 or 3 minutes. He knew Su Lin was right, but as far as he was concerned, he couldn't turn his back on his own people when they were suffering. Brother Chen, I have a dust cloak that can make me invisible. I won't face them head-on. Once I rescue Mo Yun, I will leave. Moreover, Mo Yun is a master of traps. We need her to set up traps for Dragon Nation in the future. Without her, we wouldn't be able to hold our position. For the bigger picture, don't take risks. Chen Jianfeng fell silent again. Su Lin waited quietly, knowing that making this decision was a huge psychological and public pressure for Chen Jianfeng. Alright, Su Lin, I'll listen to you. After we pick up Wang Wujia, we'll head to the position you've designated. But if your rescue attempt fails, the 4 of us will fight to the death to get you out. Also, keep in touch. Don't turn off communications again. I know you're doing this for our good, but we don't want to become a burden. Thank you, Brother Chen, and all the brothers, for understanding. I won't turn off communications again. I'll keep you updated on everything. Don't worry, Brother Chen, I have the dust cloak. Hanging up now.
After Su Lin hung up, Chen Jianfeng stood quietly in the forest, not speaking for a long time. He didn't know if his decision was right or wrong. In the final moment, he chose to trust Su Lin.
Let's go, Brother Chen. Su Lin is right.
With our current strength, we'd only be a burden to him.
Let's follow his plan.
After we pick up Wang Wujia, we'll wait for him at the location he specified. I've seen his footage, his strength, speed, and reaction time are beyond what we can compare to.
Chen Jianfeng silently nodded.
He completely agreed with Zhao Xinming's words. Even Shi Meng nodded in agreement. In their minds, Su Lin had already become their spiritual leader. Su Lin and Xiao Wei continued to move forward. As they neared the location Jack Marlowe had specified, Su Lin stopped. He took out some food from the emergency supply pod, and after eating and drinking with Xiao Wei, they slowly continued on their way. They had been walking for 4 hours, and now they had arrived at the location Jack had designated, but the area was completely silent. Not even the sound of birds could be heard.
This was not normal. Very abnormal. Xiao Wei, fly up and see if there are any ambushes hidden in this forest. Fly higher.
I'll wait for you here. Xiao Wei flapped its wings and took off. Now, it could understand what Su Lin was saying, though expressing itself was still a bit tricky. Su Lin quietly hid behind a large tree. A few minutes later, Xiao Wei returned, pointing its wings in 3 different directions.
Su Lin immediately understood.
He and Xiao Wei could only communicate simply.
Trying to figure out Mo Yun's location through Xiao Wei was like chasing a dream.
Xiao Wei, hide like last time, when you ambushed those 3 people.
Help me when the time comes.
Xiao Wei flapped its wings and soared into the sky again. The empty dust cloak on Su Lin completely concealed his figure, gradually becoming transparent and blurry, until it disappeared, merging with the surrounding environment. Guided by Xiao Wei, Su Lin immediately moved to the left, because Xiao Wei had flapped his wings to the left 3 times, either there were more people there or Mo Yun was there. Su Lin moved very slowly, and he had already turned on the translation function of the National Fate Survival System, ensuring that he could understand the other's meaning as soon as possible. The surrounding forests blocked most of the sunlight, making this area feel like a giant prison, dark and dangerous. Like tearing through a piece of torn cloth, the opponent clutched their neck and fell down. Su Lin's figure didn't stop, he spun quickly, and the knife in his right hand had somehow ended up in his left, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he fiercely struck the inside of Jack's right wrist. Crack! A chilling bone-breaking sound echoed, Jack's forward momentum stopped abruptly, and he let out a painful wail, his entire right arm hanging limp. Then, Su Lin quickly rolled sideways and advanced a few meters towards Mo Yun's direction, before completely vanishing. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just a few seconds, one opponent was dead, one was injured, and not a single speck of dust touched Su Lin's clothes. Warning, John Bull player Oliver Hale has been killed by Chinese player Su Lin. National survival points decreased by 5, now 63 points. The voice of the national survival system rang out. Although Jack knew Su Lin was extremely powerful, he never imagined he would be so ferocious. After steadying himself, Su Lin quickly dropped to the ground, his eyes peering through the gaps in the trees. On the ground covered with fallen leaves, he saw 2 huge nets woven from vines. He feared that if he stepped on them, he would be instantly hoisted up. Su Lin's eyes flickered, and an idea formed in his mind. Other players from different countries should still be hiding in the shadows, but there weren't many left.
Without hesitation, Su Lin lunged again at the slightly shocked Jack. The knife in his left hand slashed towards his neck.
Before Su Lin's body could reach Jack, another person appeared from his left side, holding a machete, and swung it straight at Su Lin. Su Lin's right foot suddenly appeared behind this person and kicked him onto one of the large nets. There were screams and cries at the same time, as the person holding the machete was wrapped by thick vines, then slammed against a nearby tree trunk. The sound of shattered bones was clearly heard, and another person hiding behind a tree was struck by the man being thrown, instantly enveloped in a green cocoon and hoisted high into the air, only able to let out desperate howls inside.
Jack Marlowe's face showed an expression of horror. He couldn't quite understand.
Their traps were set up so well hidden, how did Su Lin still manage to discover them in such a short time?
And during the battle, too.
After discovering them, Su Lin was able to use these traps to ensnare their people.
This was a bit too exaggerated. There was no time for him to think more. Su Lin's attack came again, and this time, Su Lin was holding the machete they often saw. The machete cut through the air with a whistling sound, aiming at Jack's head. Su Lin's figure made a perfect arc in the air, and sure enough, as expected, two people intercepted him midway. The machete withdrew at an angle beyond ordinary comprehension and struck heavily at the right arm of the person on the left, before Su Lin retreated again toward Mo Yun's direction. A few breaths later, he disappeared once more. The person who tried to intercept Su Lin's attack had his right arm nearly severed by the machete. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he let out a pig-like scream, then rolled back and forth in the dense forest, inadvertently triggering another hidden net and was hoisted up as well. If Jack's gaze could kill, Su Lin would have died countless times by now. Just as Jack was about to evade, a lightning-fast arrow shot toward him. This time, he wasn't so lucky. Though he avoided a fatal hit, the arrow struck his left arm. Jack furrowed his brow, seemingly enduring immense pain, cold sweat sliding down his forehead, his entire body trembling involuntarily. Su Lin, today you absolutely can't escape.
You must die.
I want you dead. Jack's voice echoed in the dense forest, filled with a roar.
But apart from the screams of his own people, there was no trace of Su Lin.
Sacrifice, hurry. Su Lin's voice suddenly rang out.
Li Jun, who had been staring at the screen, moved.
Chapter 41, Escape.
This sentence was spoken by Su Lin to Li Jun, and Mo Yun had already fallen unconscious. If she had no ability to act on her own, it would be extremely difficult for Su Lin to take her away. He knew that Li Jun was definitely watching the screen, which is why he said the word sacrifice.
Li Jun was incredibly fast.
Within a minute, the sacrifice was completed, deducting 3 points of national fortune from Dragon Country. Mo Yun instantly recovered to her original state, even her dagger was back on her.
Mo Yun, swing. There are traps below. I will save you, quickly.
Su Lin's voice echoed again, urgent and filled with hope. Mo Yun's whole body began to twist violently, slowly swinging. Su Lin held the dagger tightly in his hand, his eyes fixed on Mo Yun, who was hanging in the air. Several figures rushed toward Su Lin, moving at incredible speed. Just as they were about to get close to him, Su Lin's dagger shot out, heading straight for the vines holding Mo Yun. Swish! The vine snapped, and at the same time, Su Lin's body shot up, moving toward where Mo Yun was about to fall. In fact, Su Lin had already calculated where Mo Yun would land and had been gathering strength in advance. He was just waiting for the vine to break so he could catch her and leave, because Su Lin had already noticed that below Mo Yun was a large pit, certainly a trap. That's why he had told her to swing herself. Without any surprises, Su Lin caught Mo Yun and was about to leave quickly, but a nearly inaudible sound of a bowstring being drawn reached his ears. Then, an arrow shot toward Su Lin's back with great speed. Su Lin's body was still in midair, and there was no time to dodge. In that critical moment, a figure that had not appeared before, Xiao Hui, created a blurry afterimage in the air, moving at an unimaginable speed, reaching the arrow before it could reach Su Lin.
Clang!
Sparks flew as Xiao Hui's sharp claws knocked the arrow off course, causing it to lodge into a tree not far away. Then, Xiao Hui flew off into the sky, disappearing from sight.
Su Lin quickly retreated, holding Mo Yun, sweat dripping from his forehead. Su Lin, I can walk on my own. Mo Yun said in a barely audible voice. Don't speak, you're too slow. Besides, I can use invisibility. We'll talk after we've gotten some distance.
After saying this, Su Lin quickened his pace, and the footsteps behind him never ceased. After about 10 minutes, Su Lin set Mo Yun down.
Do you see that tree hole? Hide behind it, don't go into the hole. No one can escape like this. I'll go back and kill a few people to intimidate them. Wait for me there. Su Lin pointed to a tree hole about 4 or 5 meters away. Mo Yun nodded without hesitation, quickly hiding behind the tree hole.
Xiao Hui was watching from a tree branch nearby, keeping an eye on Mo Yun, essentially protecting her. Su Lin walked forward more than 20 meters, drew his bow, and waited for the people chasing him. 2 minutes later, their pursuers arrived, showing no signs of hiding. Su Lin released an arrow straight toward the first person's face. Ah! A scream rang out as the person at the front, holding his face, fell to the ground, and the others scattered, quickly taking cover. They never expected that Su Lin would turn back and attack them while running away. Su Lin had already put away his bow and arrows, blending with the environment once again, and slowly circled around to the back of those who had been chasing him. What Su Lin did not expect was that Jack had also come after him. At this moment, he was crouching behind a large tree, a painful expression on his face. Su Lin quietly approached him from behind, lifted his foot, and with no extra movement, stomped down hard. Crack! It was as if he had crushed a rotten pumpkin, breaking Jack's neck. Warning, Eagle Sauce Country's contestant Jack Marlowe has been killed by Dragon Country's contestant Su Lin. Eagle Sauce Country's national points decreased by 5, currently 66 points. The cold voice of the national survival system echoed once again. Su Lin's figure vanished again, circling back to Mo Yun's side, pulling her up and running without a moment's hesitation. Mo Yun's speed was not fast, far inferior to Su Lin's, so Su Lin simply carried her and moved quickly, leaving the chasing crowd behind. Jack had already been killed by Su Lin, and there was no point in continuing the pursuit. The most important thing was that Su Lin's combat strength was too overwhelming, and with one mistake, they could easily lose their lives. So, everyone who had been chasing stopped, looking at each other, and silently withdrew. To put it simply, many of them had been coerced into coming by Jack, or rather, they came because they feared Eagle Sauce Country. Now that the main person was dead, indeed, there was no reason to keep chasing. Whose life wasn't precious? Su Lin and Mo Yun weaved through the dense forest, and Xiao Hui let out 3 short howls. Su Lin stopped. Mo Yun, the pursuit has stopped. Stay close to my steps. We are heading to join Chen Jianfeng and the others. If you can't hold on, make sure to tell me. Su Lin said, tossing Mo Yun a compressed biscuit and a bamboo water tube, then slowly started walking forward. Xiao Hui was still on high alert in the treetops. Mo Yun nodded gratefully at Su Lin, eating while closely following his steps. A few minutes later, Mo Yun had finished the compressed biscuit and drank all the water. Su Lin's face darkened. This time, saving Mo Yun was mostly due to luck, and Xiao Hui had played a crucial role. This was just a joint operation of 3 countries, and it seemed that not all of their experts had arrived. Jack Marlowe, although always the representative of Eagle Sauce Country, Su Lin knew that there was a more powerful person behind him, Rain. The two of them were not fast. Su Lin had already contacted Chen Jianfeng, and they had received news from Wang Wujie. They were waiting for them at the location Su Lin had designated. 3 hours later, Mo Yun could no longer continue walking. Su Lin gave her another compressed biscuit and bamboo water tube, while he took out some wolf meat and called Xiao Hui down to eat. Mo Yun, this is the last compressed biscuit I'm giving you. From now on, you'll have to eat wolf meat and bear meat like us. I need to save the compressed biscuits as a strategic reserve. Don't blame me for being heartless, after all, we don't know what kind of situation the future will bring. I understand, Su Lin. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might be better off dead. Mo Yun lowered her head deeply. This debt is not settled yet. We've been in a defensive state all along. Once all the Dragon Country contestants are gathered, we'll slowly settle the score. Anyone who dares to go against Dragon Country will be eliminated. Also, don't thank me. This is something every Dragon Country person would do. In the future, we'll need your skills to set traps. Su Lin's voice was deep. Mo Yun nodded heavily. Crack. The sound of a footstep breaking dry wood echoed. Who? Su Lin pulled Mo Yun behind a large tree, and Xiao Hui flew up high. Chapter 42, Reunion. Su Lin, it's me. Don't attack. Chen Jianfeng's voice came through. Didn't I tell you to wait at the designated spot? Why are you here? Su Lin's voice was sharp. Su Lin, that position has already been exposed. We've moved to a new place, and we've received information that the Eagle Sauce Country, in alliance with 7 other countries, under the leadership of Lian, has set up a huge trap area about a kilometer ahead. I know another route. Come, follow me, I'll lead you around it. Su Lin, Mo Yun, follow me. Chen Jianfeng said, then turned and left. Thanks, Brother Chen. Su Lin felt a bit awkward. Chen Jianfeng didn't turn around, just waved his hand. The 3 of them weaved through the dense forest. Their speed wasn't fast, but they were exceptionally vigilant. Little Gray kept watch above. Chen Jianfeng led Su Lin and Mo Yun for over 2 hours before finally meeting up with Meng and the others. The 6 people who had initially survived in the origin world had finally gathered. Su Lin, let me introduce you. This is Meng, born with great strength, a descendant of shepherds. Meng was tall, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and held a machete in his hand.
He extended his hand towards Su Lin. Hello, Brother Meng, I'm Su Lin. Hello, Su Lin, it's finally nice to meet you. From now on, we'll fight for Dragon Country together. Anyone who bullies us, we'll destroy them.
Meng's brief words made Su Lin tightly grip his hand.
This is Zhao Xinming, a top national intelligence officer, skilled in infiltration, assassination, and lurking. Zhao Xinming continued the introduction. Very impressive. From now on, we'll all be relying on you, Su Lin. Zhao Xinming was extremely modest, the kind of person you'd never notice in a crowd. Brother Ming, you're too polite, it's what I should do.
I'm Wang Wujie, I know some martial arts. Su Lin shook hands with Zhao Xinming and Wang Wujie.
Everyone, this location is currently very safe.
I suggest we rest here for a while, catch some prey for food, and then move towards the central area. However, before doing that, we must first select a team leader. After all, we will be surrounded by many countries next, and we definitely need unified command. I propose Su Lin to be the leader.
Chen Jianfeng's words were agreed upon by everyone.
As of now, Su Lin was indeed the most suitable, with the highest combat power, both brave and strategic.
Everyone, listen to me for a moment. What you see might just be the surface.
Perhaps right now, my combat power is higher, but when it comes to controlling the overall situation and grasping the bigger picture, I still have a long way to go.
This is definitely not humility.
We must be responsible for our country, and we can't afford any mistakes.
We can't afford any more losses.
At the very least, we need to hold out for 15 days and wait for new players from our country to join. After Su Lin finished speaking, he looked at Chen Jianfeng and the other 5.
Su Lin, I'm good at jungle warfare. I can be your assistant. I'm even volunteering for the job. You must be the leader, because the situation we will face in the future will become more and more brutal. Your combat power and psychological endurance are absolutely fine.
I watched the footage of you saving Mo Yun, you handled the situation well in the field.
What you lack is just some experience.
As for us, we lack much more. At the very least, our combat power is not much different from the other country's players, but you can make that difference.
Chen Jianfeng's expression was extremely serious. We are definitely not being humble. We are fighting desperately for our country.
If it were up to me, I wouldn't give you this position. Because only the most suitable can lead us to the central area and take the rich resources, to bring back more resources for our country and people. Zhao Xinming's words once again received unanimous approval, even Wang Wujie, who wasn't good with words, strongly agreed.
Alright, since everyone holds me in such high regard, I'll accept the position.
I'll be the leader, and Shen Ge will be the vice leader.
Is that alright with everyone? No objections. Support. Unanimously approved. Alright, now let's get down to business. Chen Ge just mentioned that we need to hunt some animals for food, but that's not necessary.
My emergency supply depot is packed with plenty of wolf meat, bear meat, sheep meat, and fresh water, enough for everyone to last 3 days. Besides, this place might not be safe, so we should avoid leaving too many traces.
Let's eat now, and after we finish, we leave immediately.
Without any hesitation, Su Lin finished speaking, then took out 2 large pieces of wolf meat, 1 piece of bear meat, 1 piece of sheep meat, and a bamboo tube of fresh water, also handing 2 pieces of wolf meat to Xiao Wei. Within 15 minutes, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill and set off immediately.
Li Jun, standing in front of the screen, finally showed a knowing smile.
Very good. After gathering, all the players from Dragon Country were able to quickly select a captain and vice captain, then clearly head towards the central area.
Only Dragon Country could achieve this.
Of course, the key reason is because of Su Lin. His combat ability, psychological resilience, and likability have earned everyone's recognition. Su Lin walked at the front, followed by Meng, then Mo Yun, Zhao Xinming, Wang Wujie, and Chen Jianfeng.
Xiao Wei leapt and flew between the treetops, taking on the first alert task. Chen Gu, with the personnel configuration like ours in Dragon Country, do we have hope of reaching the central area and securing a region? Feng He asked. Absolutely possible.
Chen Jianfeng, Meng, Zhao Xinming, and Wang Wujie are all strong in combat. Mo Yun's mechanical skills are unmatched, and Su Lin, as we all know, his combat power far surpasses that of other countries' players.
The only disadvantage is that we are a bit short on numbers. But it's fine. Once we survive the first 15 days, reinforcements will come.
I have high hopes for them, Chen Yi praised them generously.
Feng He nodded, though he only partly understood.
Our personnel configuration in Dragon Country is definitely strong, and the same goes for other countries. If they form alliances, Su Lin and the others will face more pressure.
I agree with the point above. We shouldn't be blindly confident. It's better to be cautious. Why think so much? Just act. No matter how many people they have, they can't withstand Su Lin's killing.
Besides, look at the island nation. Su Lin alone has already killed 4 or 5 of them, and their national fortune points are almost gone.
They should be the ones who are nervous. You're absolutely right.
The people in the live stream chat were having a heated discussion. Meanwhile, at that moment, Ren was staring angrily at the screen, frustrated. They had worked so hard to set up a lot of traps and place numerous personnel, but they never even saw Su Lin, and now they couldn't even locate their positions. Time passed, and although Su Lin and his team weren't moving fast, they were all in great condition and able to continue moving without stopping.
Suddenly, Su Lin, who was in the lead, stopped. Xiao Hui's urgent calls from the air suggested that a dangerous animal was nearby.
Then there was the sound of rustling. "Spread out and hide, a large animal has locked onto us." "I'll go check it out," Su Lin said, slowly blending into the surroundings and disappearing.
Chapter 43, The Snake's End. After Su Lin's figure disappeared, Chen Jianfeng and the others had completely hidden, though not too far apart.
A pungent, foul odor filled the air, and an unnaturally loud rustling sound came from the right front, creating a heavy, tense atmosphere.
Everyone's hearts tightened, and the weapons in their hands silently adjusted direction.
Suddenly, the dense bushes ahead shook violently, and an enormous snake head thrust out. It was a giant python, its body covered in complex brown patterns that sent chills down their spines. A thick body was hidden behind the bushes, initially appearing to be about 8 meters long. The people in the Dragon Kingdom's official live stream room immediately became tense. A python is different from a bear or a wolf, its combat style is completely different from theirs.
If you're accidentally caught by it, there's basically no chance of survival. Shen Gu, hide.
Look for a chance to shoot its eyes with the bow and arrow.
Everyone, retreat. Try to find areas with more trees.
Su Lin's voice rang out, urgent and full of worry. After agreeing, Chen Jianfeng quickly hid, and the others did the same. Once the giant python noticed Su Lin, it had no intention of letting them go. Its thick body crawled out from the bushes. Its gaping mouth aimed directly at Meng's hiding place, and its tail quickly swept toward him. Meng swiftly hid behind a thick tree, and as the python's tail swept past, he swung his machete and charged toward the left side of the python, hacking wildly at its body, but couldn't break through its defenses.
Mango, retreat, look for a chance to strike its vital spot. Hitting these areas won't work.
Su Lin's voice came again, anxious and desperate. Suddenly, the python's head turned toward Meng, its body began to squirm, preparing to launch an attack. Meng gripped his machete tightly and quickly retreated, fear flashing across his face. At that moment, Chen Jianfeng drew his bow and shot an arrow, aiming straight at the python's left eye.
But the python's reaction was astonishingly quick.
It suddenly jerked its head, and the arrow struck its hard skull, bouncing away, leaving only a white mark.
Although the arrow didn't hit the python's eye, the pain and provocation from the shot enraged it completely.
It let out a deep, low hiss and charged straight at Chen Jianfeng.
The python's massive mouth snapped at Chen Jianfeng.
In a panic, he hid behind another enormous tree, rolling to avoid the attack just in time. Su Lin swiftly moved behind the python, his machete aiming for its vital spot. By chance, after the python failed to attack Chen Jianfeng, it paused right there.
Su Lin's knife tip stabbed straight into the python's vital spot, and he quickly leapt back. Roar!
A thunderous roar made all the surrounding leaves fall to the ground. The massive body of the python twisted violently, snapping many trees in half. The fallen leaves on the ground were swept into the air by its tail. Su Lin and the others all retreated to a safe distance.
Chen Jianfeng drew his bow again and shot toward the python's eye. This time, despite the intense pain disturbing it, the python couldn't dodge. The arrow pierced directly into its right eye. The python's body twisted even more violently, occasionally letting out a painful, furious scream. Everyone stayed far away from the python.
The machete Su Lin had stuck into its vital spot had already fallen out, and after enduring several injuries, the python seemed to be suffering greatly. Its head swayed and it started to crawl toward the trees on the right, seeming to prepare to escape.
Everyone, including Chen Jianfeng, let out a relieved sigh.
Fighting with a python was their first time, and they had no experience. If it wasn't for Su Lin stabbing its vital spot, who knows what would have happened. Su Lin's figure gradually blurred and then completely disappeared, quickly heading in the direction the python had moved. Just as Chen Jianfeng was about to speak, Zhao Xinming stopped him.
Shen Gu, don't speak.
Su Lin must have his own plan.
Chen Jianfeng nodded and didn't say another word.
For an ordinary person, surviving after being in the python's mouth would already be considered a great result, but for Su Lin, now that he had already struck its vital spot. As long as they keep up with it, the python will eventually die. And after the python dies, there are many materials all over its body that can be used, just the snake meat alone can satisfy the daily needs of several of them. Su Lin's idea was, of course, known by Chen Jianfeng and the others, but they thought it was too dangerous. If they chased after it, the python might turn around and attack Su Lin again, making it not worth it. When Su Lin was chasing, he had already picked up the machete on the ground. His speed was incredibly fast, closely following the python, and the python left a trail of blood behind.
Its speed gradually slowed down, and its body's writhing became weaker.
The arrow above its right eye limited its vision, causing it to continuously crash into trees. Half an hour later, the python stopped in place, its body trembling continuously.
The python raised its head forcefully, seemingly unwilling, and then heavily dropped it.
Su Lin slowly approached the python's vital point, and after stabbing it 3 or 4 times with the machete, confirming that the python was completely dead, he used the machete to cut open the snake's body. He processed the snake skin, snake meat, snake blood, and snake gall, putting them all into the emergency supply compartment. Especially the snake blood, which filled all the bamboo tubes on Su Lin's body. After checking everything carefully, Su Lin quietly returned to the place where he had fought the python.
Chen Jianfeng and the others had already left far away. Su Lin followed the markings they left behind and met up with them.
Everyone, let's rest for half an hour.
After that, we'll continue.
Before nightfall, we need to find a temporary place to rest.
I've killed the python.
All the snake skin, snake meat, snake blood, and snake gall are in my emergency supply compartment.
The food problem is solved. From now on, we stand united.
We'll solve whatever problems arise. Alright, we 6 are together, and the other country's competitors won't dare to attack us easily.
What we lack now are weapons. The other 4 don't have bows and arrows. If possible, let's make a few bows and arrows.
After all, bows and arrows are long-range weapons. After Qin Jianfeng finished speaking, he looked at Su Lin and the others.
Let's not rush the weapons issue, especially the bows and arrows. Without mulberry wood, the range of the bows won't be far. Moreover, there will be many people coming to harass and attack us soon. We can just take weapons from them.
Su Lin finished speaking, smiled, then took out 2 large pieces of snake meat from the emergency supply compartment. He gave 1 piece to Xiao Hui, and the other piece was roasted over the fire by the group. The sky gradually darkened.
Chapter 44, The Second Mission.
After eating and drinking enough, Su Lin and the 6 others set off again.
Each person held a simple torch.
Although torches easily expose their location in this dense mountain forest, the chances of them being found are still quite low.
Xiao Hui was still on alert above their heads.
Su Lin was highly tense. Now that he was the team leader, everyone's safety was in his hands.
A wrong decision could lead the entire team into danger.
2 hours later, they found a not too large cave.
There were no signs of other animals living in the cave.
Zhao Xinming and Wang Wujie went outside and gathered a lot of dry firewood, starting a fire.
Su Lin once again took out a lot of snake meat from the emergency supply compartment.
After roasting it, everyone ate heartily.
Has anyone noticed something?
We've been walking for so long, but up until now, we haven't found any water sources.
The fresh water I brought is running low.
Food is not an issue for now, but we must solve the fresh water problem quickly. Su Lin said as he ate the snake meat. When I first arrived, I found a stream, but because I didn't have enough containers, I could only fill 2 bamboo tubes. Tomorrow, we'll go look for a water source.
If there's no water, we won't last more than a few days. Mo Yun's words sank everyone into deep thought.
In fact, Su Lin had already felt that the further they went in, the drier it seemed, which was somewhat against reason. However, it could also be because they had been hurrying and hadn't paid much attention to the water source. After eating and drinking, it was already past 10. The 6 of them huddled in the cave, roasting fire and waiting for midnight to arrive. The temperature difference was already quite large, and it was likely that winter would soon arrive. If they still hadn't established a foothold on this continent by then, all sorts of problems would follow. Su Lin leaned against the wall of the cave, half closing his eyes. In the depths of his heart, he was constantly thinking about the next steps. The Eagle Sauce Nation and the Island Nation would certainly not give up. They needed 2 or 3 days, maybe even 3 or 4, to reach the central area and occupy a resource-rich zone.
As long as they could hold it, they could continuously return resources to Longhua.
While Su Lin was still deep in thought, Li Jun requested to connect again. Su Lin immediately accepted without hesitation.
I'm glad to see that the 6 of you have come together. The road ahead will be very difficult.
Su Lin, if possible, try not to separate for long periods of time. Only by pooling your strength together can you unleash it. Of course, how you do it is still up to you.
I'm just kindly reminding you.
Li Jun's voice was laced with unmistakable pride.
The Longhua contestants were doing so well. Don't worry, Minister Li. I will try to ensure their safety. I can't make an absolute promise yet, but in the upcoming fierce competition, unless absolutely necessary, I won't leave the team easily. Of course, even if I do leave, it's fine.
Our other team members aren't just for show. Each of them has their own strengths and special skills.
Don't worry. Alright, I'll say one last thing.
If any one of you six encounters danger or severe injury, I will sacrifice 3 points of national fortune to save you. So under normal circumstances, never give up on yourselves. Only by staying alive can we give Longhua hope. Su Lin and the others nodded. Li Jun then disconnected the call. Minister Li's words, you all heard just now. Every one of you is very important. Although we will face attacks from other nations, it's okay. If anyone dares to stick their head out, we'll just chop it off. Everyone, get some more rest. Su Lin then leaned against the cave wall and fell into a deep sleep. He was simply too tired. Chen Jianfeng was on guard, while the others drifted off to sleep. The light from the fire at the entrance of the cave illuminated everyone's faces. Though tired, each of them was filled with confidence. An hour and a half later, a cold voice rang out again. Simple task released. Before the next midnight, hunt a wild boar. Successful hunters will receive an increase of 2 in all attributes, and their country's mineral resources will increase by 2%. The location of the wild boar will be clearly marked. Extremely difficult task released. Before the next midnight, hunt a mutated wild boar king. Successful hunters will receive an increase of 5 in strength and speed, and their country's citizens will receive an increase of 2 in all attributes. The first to complete the task will have a chance to unlock a hidden task. The location of the mutated wild boar king will be clearly marked. The system broadcasted the announcement 3 times in a row. Chen Jianfeng's expression had already changed. I didn't expect a hidden task to appear this time. Although it's only a small chance, it's already enough to drive everyone crazy. I suggest that everyone still choose the simple tasks. After all, these rewards are not so easy to get. Moreover, all the rewards for the simple tasks in these 2 days are total attribute bonuses. It's likely that they'll change to different rewards soon, so all 5 of us must at least complete the simple tasks. I'm afraid I'm having some difficulty, because my strength is setting traps. But if all the players from every country gather at the wild boar's location, I'll probably be killed before I even have a chance to set my traps. Mo Yun lowered her head more and more, feeling useless, as if she were holding the whole team back. Mo Yun, don't have any thoughts or psychological burdens. We will leave immediately. I've already checked the locations of the wild boars and the mutated wild boar king, and they're not far from each other. I'll help you 5 complete the simple task first, then I'll go kill the mutated wild boar king myself. Su Lin's voice was low. If that's the case, you'll probably be surrounded and beaten by players from other countries. How about this, you help us complete the simple tasks first, and then we'll help you with the hard task. What do you think? Zhao Xinling's suggestion was agreed upon by everyone. I must first make it clear that I'm not rejecting everyone. It's just that I don't want anyone to fall into danger. Although I can sacrifice 3 points of national luck to help, I've offended too many people. If I were alone, I could attack or escape at will. But if you all are with me, we'll be surrounded, and none of you have dust cloaks. It will be troublesome. Su Lin spoke sincerely. The other 5 also understood what Su Lin meant. How about this, Su Lin, you help all of us complete the simple tasks first, or you go alone and do the extremely difficult task. I'm afraid someone might get there first. Chen Jianfeng's words made sense. Su Lin shook his head. The mutated wild boar king is definitely not easy to kill. Trust me, I feel that the current tasks are meant to help us players grow. So each of you must complete them. Trust me, let's go. Everyone nodded silently. The 6 of them then quickly moved towards the location marked by the system. Chapter 45, Everyone has hidden agendas. Chen Jianfeng and the others all felt that Su Lin was right. They were going to stay in this land for a month, and now it was only the 2nd day. The system had given all players total attribute bonuses for 2 consecutive days, so Su Lin's guess was likely true. The tasks would probably get harder as time went on. After all, the first day's task was to hunt starry wolves and crack mountain tigers, and the 2nd day had turned into hunting the mutated wild boar king. The difficulty of tasks would surely increase, and if players' combat strength didn't grow, they would soon be eliminated. Chen Jianfeng even felt a bit of admiration for Su Lin. His ability to catch the system's pattern so sharply made him realize the captain wasn't chosen in vain. Su Lin was still leading the way, constantly thinking about what to do if they encountered players from other countries while hunting the wild boars. Looking at the map, they were about 3 hours away from the location of the wild boars. But the problem was, players from all countries would be heading to this area. If the area was large enough, it wouldn't be a problem. But if the wild boar's territory was very small, the likelihood of conflict with players from other countries would sharply increase. Everyone from Long Kingdom was here to complete the task, and they couldn't let the task remain unfinished. He didn't want to have any conflict with anyone. But, many times, it's not up to you whether or not it happens. At least the Eagle Sauce country, the island nation, and the kangaroo country will definitely band together.
But then again, the island nation probably doesn't have many people left. They could only adapt to the situation at that time. If someone really came to cause trouble, they would just have to send him back to his grandmother's house. Before setting off, Su Lin had already told everyone, no matter which country's players come to cause trouble or ambush any of them, they must unite against the enemy and try to eliminate them in the shortest time possible, without showing any mercy. Chen Jianfang and the 5 of them all agreed verbally. Su Lin's emergency supply capsule contained dozens of torches, and each person was holding one, stumbling through the dense forest, occasionally startled birds flying off and small animals darting by. Su Lin and his group had clearly felt that the resources here were much stronger than outside, but up until now, they had not found a water source. However, the fresh water in Su Lin's emergency supply capsule should last them for another 1 or 2 days. More than 2 hours later, Su Lin and the 6 of them had reached the wild boar's activity range. Su Lin took 2 large pieces of bear meat from the emergency supply capsule, one of which the 6 of them shared, and the other was given to Xiao Hui. Mo Yun, if we use the vines in the forest, what kind of traps can we set up? Of course, it must be done in a very short time, Su Lin asked. There are many options. The common ones include snare traps, lasso traps, foot traps, and falling log traps. Are you setting traps for beasts or for people? Mo Yun replied. Definitely for people. It would be best if we can also deal with the wild boars. Let's move a little further ahead, and you all collect a lot of vines to set up a trap area. Follow me, Su Lin said. After saying this, Su Lin directly walked to the left. After walking for about 10 minutes, he stopped. Mo Yun, you lead them and set up the traps here. I need to check the surrounding area. Brother Chen, the team is temporarily under your command, Su Lin instructed. Okay, hurry up and come back. Also, take this dagger with you. Be careful, it's poisoned. Chen Jianfang handed Su Lin a dagger. Su Lin gratefully nodded at Chen Jianfang, and his entire body slowly became transparent, blurring and disappearing from sight. They were now very close to the wild boar's activity range, only about 200 or 300 meters away. Chen Jianfang understood why Su Lin had them set up the traps here. They were going to hunt 5 wild boars, which would inevitably lead to conflicts with other countries' contestants. If they banded together, this would be a backup that Su Lin had left. Su Lin moved forward slowly, and after walking for only about 10 minutes, he encountered a group of people who were setting up traps, with the leader being Lin. His face looked somewhat grim, and he was talking to 3 or 4 people beside him. So what if it's difficult? Su Lin and his group must be nearing this area by now. You go inform John Bull and the Gull Chicken people, have them come closer to us. This time, no matter what, we must leave Su Lin here, Lin said, playing with a golden dagger in his hand. Lin, you also know that Su Lin's combat power has already surpassed all of us. He is overwhelming to us. I think we should focus on completing the task and improving our own strength. We can help you complete the task of hunting the mutated wild boar king first. If we trigger a hidden task, your strength will increase significantly. Then, dealing with Su Lin will be much easier, said Xiao Quan beside him, frowning and speaking each word carefully. We don't have time for that. In our process of growing up, Su Lin is also growing. What I fear is that the gap between us and him will become bigger and bigger. So, if we can eliminate him now, it will be much easier for us to deal with other countries later. Koizumi, no need to say more, just listen to me. After saying this, Ryan went to instruct the others to set traps. Ryan is right. This Su Lin must die. Otherwise, we won't be able to do many things. The most important thing is that he has taken all the first-place rewards. Our growth will be restricted. Brother Shan of John Bull happened to arrive. Good, it's good that you're here. Once we find Su Lin's trace, lead him to this area, and the mission will be complete. Ryan and Brother Shan seemed very familiar with each other. Su Lin slowly retreated. Brown from Eagle Sauce Country was talking to Koizumi, but it was too far to hear clearly. Su Lin noticed that there were players from Eagle Sauce Country, the Island Nation, Kangaroo Country, John Bull, Gull Chicken, and India, with a total of about 30 to 40 people. Su Lin also noticed an unexpected situation. Many players were new to him. They must be the hidden masters of each country. For example, Brown, a player from Eagle Sauce Country, was only known when he caught a fish at the beginning, but then no more news came out about him. Su Lin even had the illusion that Ryan might be a puppet, and Brown might be the true decision-maker. Other countries might have similar situations as well. But it doesn't matter anymore. No matter which country's masters they are, they will eventually have to step forward. Su Lin slowly retreated. From the conversation between Ryan and the others, he learned that the area where the wild boar appeared was directly south, about 1 mile away. Creak, creak. While retreating, Su Lin suddenly heard 2 sounds of branches snapping underfoot. Ah, Ryan, we're here. Have you found Su Lin's trace? Su Lin quickly hid behind a large tree. Chapter 46, Doubts. Anthony, come over here. I've been waiting for you. Ryan seemed very enthusiastic. Ha, old friend, I've been hiding for so long just to give Su Lin a surprise. Look at this. Anthony raised a machete in his hand. What? Is there something special about this knife? Ryan asked, confused.
This knife is coated with the venom of a deadly snake. As long as it touches you even a little, in this deep mountain forest, with no medical team to rescue, it's a dead end.
Ryan laughed, and Anthony also laughed.
The two warmly hugged each other.
Su Lin walked away without any expression on his face. These situations were all expected. If these countries hadn't united, it would have surprised him. This Anthony was someone he was meeting for the first time.
Although he seemed to be very familiar with Ryan, Su Lin could see from his eyes that they had other intentions. They weren't truly united with Ryan.
Each person had their own hidden agenda. This was understandable.
No one would sacrifice their own or their country's interests to benefit other countries. After Su Lin and Chen Jianfeng reunited with the others, Mo Yun had already set up a lot of traps. Ryan, Koizumi, Brother Sean, and a person named Anthony have all gathered. They've set up a trap area in the northwest, trying to lure me there. Also, it seems that Ryan has someone behind him named Brown. I feel like this person is the real decision maker from Eagle Sauce Country. Su Lin's voice was low. Deep down, he was a little worried. After all, there were too many people. If it was just him alone, it would be difficult to deal with them. Brother Chen, everyone, I have a suggestion. No, I can't say it's a suggestion.
This is a notification. After the trap is fully set, we will head to the southern wild boar activity area.
We will catch the wild boars first, but not kill them, and once we have 5, you will kill them all at once.
Then, we will quickly retreat.
I will handle the mutated wild boar king by myself.
Su Lin, are you worried that the system notification will draw Rain and his group over?
Zhao Xinming's words were exactly what others wanted to ask. Su Lin silently nodded his head.
Let's set the trap here. We'll head south to catch the wild boars. After we catch them, we'll retreat quickly. Or, we could return to the cave where we rested last night to regroup? Chen Jianfeng suggested.
Okay, and if we successfully capture 5 wild boars, after you get your rewards, place all the wild boar corpses into my emergency supply pod.
Otherwise, it will be hard to leave. Su Lin's suggestion was approved by everyone.
He then handed out a piece of mutton to each person, to carry with them in case they got separated during the chase and had no food.
Everyone, make sure to protect Mo Yun. After completing the mission, retreat quickly.
Anyone who tries to harass or ambush us, kill them all, no mercy. Su Lin's words were met with unanimous approval. In the current situation, it was a life or death matter, and nothing was more important than their own lives. All the people in the livestream quietly watched Su Lin and the others, the tense atmosphere spreading.
No one was spamming messages. Everyone understood that the first face-to-face confrontation between Dragon Country and some unfriendly nations was about to begin.
Go, Su Lin, go, Dragon Country, beat them to death. It was unclear who sent this message first, but in a very short time, the entire screen was flooded with messages cheering for Su Lin and Dragon Country. Su Lin and the others quickly reached the southern wild boar activity area.
This area was vast, far larger than they had originally thought.
After all 6 of them entered, they realized that finding even a single wild boar was difficult, let alone 5. Let's go further south, this might be the edge area where there are fewer wild boars. Su Lin said, and then his body slowly became blurry before completely disappearing. The 6 of them continued walking for another 10 minutes, still not encountering a single wild boar.
Su Lin began to feel some doubt. Logically, this shouldn't be happening.
If it was this hard to find one wild boar, completing the mission would be extremely difficult. After giving instructions to Chen Jianfeng and the others, Su Lin moved ahead to scout alone. After walking another 10 minutes, he came across a small ravine with a very narrow entrance, about 2 meters wide, where 3 people were standing. We've driven all the nearby wild boars here.
Do you think Su Lin and the others won't come? Rain's plan has a flaw. Stop overthinking.
We just need to hold on for 2 or 3 more hours, and then we'll wait for Rain and his group to arrive. Su Lin stood only about 10 meters away from them. After a brief moment of thought, he immediately took out his machete and quietly moved toward the 3 people.
Since you're playing, let's make it big.
While moving, Su Lin suddenly sheathed his machete and drew the knife Chen Jianfeng had given him.
Like a breeze, Su Lin reached the 3 people's side.
His right hand swiftly cut across 2 of their necks, then plunged the knife into the chest of the last person. The 3 of them didn't make a sound until they died.
Warning, Dragon Country contestant Su Lin has killed Kangaroo Country contestant Harrison.
Kangaroo Country's national score is reduced by 5, now at 46 points.
Warning.
The death toll of the personnel from the three countries, E3 and Jiluji, was reported. When Chen Jianfeng heard the sound from the system, his face turned pale.
Quick, meet up with Su Lin, he must have found the wild boar's tracks, otherwise he wouldn't have acted. Hurry! After Chen Jianfeng's words fell, the five of them rapidly moved towards Su Lin's direction.
They all knew very well that after the system issued a warning, Rain and the others would quickly arrive, and the time left for them to capture the wild boar and retreat was actually very limited. 10 minutes later, Chen Jianfeng and the others met up with Su Lin.
I just went into the ravine to take a look. There are at least dozens of wild boars inside.
I don't know how they managed to drive all the boars here.
Mo Yun, do you see that place?
Take Xiaogo and Mango with you to set up traps, preferably ones that can trap people.
Chen Gu and I will go in to hunt the wild boars. We have bows and arrows. Everyone understood what Su Lin meant and quickly started to act. Su Lin and Chen Jianfeng didn't hesitate for a moment and directly entered the ravine, drawing their bows. Whoosh, whoosh. After 2 arrows, 2 wild boars fell to the ground, their limbs twitching, and everything went smoothly.
Continuing, the 2 of them shot again, and 2 more wild boars fell. They exchanged a stunned glance, feeling incredibly shocked.
This was too easy. Chen Gu, go out and call them all in. Don't bother setting up traps anymore. We'll retreat immediately after completing the task.
Su Lin said as he shot another arrow, and another wild boar fell to the ground.
What was going on? Chapter 47, Stalemate. Chen Jianfeng quickly called everyone in.
Su Lin had already dragged 5 nearly dead wild boars together.
Everyone, listen to me. Take out your weapons. Mo Yun, you're the first to kill the boar.
Your combat strength is weaker, so you'll get the reward first.
After Mo Yun kills it, the rest of you can act. Mo Yun, quickly, we don't have much time.
After Su Lin's words fell, Mo Yun had already plunged the dagger in his hand fiercely into the wild boar's neck.
Reward, Dragon Country contestant Mo Yun killed a wild boar.
Reward, +2 to overall attributes for all, +2 to Dragon Country's mineral resources.
Because Mo Yun was the first to kill a wild boar, the reward is +3 to overall attributes.
Just as the system's reward sound finished, Chen Jianfeng and the others quickly killed the remaining 4 wild boars on the ground. Then, Su Lin put them all into the emergency supply pod, and the 6 of them retreated at full speed.
Shit! This is bad, quickly go to the ravine, even faster.
Ren's voice sounded frantic. Since Harrison and the others were killed by Su Lin, they had already started moving towards the ravine. If the large traps they had set were wasted because of the time difference, and Su Lin and the others escaped, Ren would regret it for the rest of his life. At the moment Su Lin and the others retreated, Xiao Wei was already on high alert in the treetop. Su Lin and Chen Jianfeng were supporting Mo Yun, and the 6 of them moved quickly towards the path they had come from.
Put me down, I feel full of strength now.
I shouldn't drag you down anymore, Mo Yun's eyes were full of determination. Su Lin and Chen Jianfeng simultaneously let go of him.
Half an hour later, the 6 of them arrived back at the trap-laying location.
You 5, quickly go towards the cave where we stayed last night. If the cave isn't safe, change to another place.
Just leave me a marker.
I will stay here to ambush them and delay time for you. Su Lin, you're too weak alone, I'll stay here to accompany you, Chen Jianfeng volunteered. Hurry, I've said it before, I have the dust cloak. When it's your turn to help, hurry up and leave, don't waste time. After Su Lin finished speaking, he took out 2 pieces of bear meat and 5 bamboo tubes of fresh water from the emergency supply pod and handed them to them. The 5 of them exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and left. They knew Su Lin's decision was right, and they trusted that Su Lin had the ability to escape. After the 5 people left, Su Lin's heart, which had been hanging in the air, could finally relax for the time being. Rain and the others would arrive soon, and he needed to delay as much as possible.
Relying solely on these traps would likely not be enough to keep them at bay for long.
Su Lin furrowed his brows, temporarily having no other options. It was possible that Rain and his group would choose to encircle him and give up on the others. Slowly, Su Lin took out his bow and arrow. As soon as someone approached, he would shoot them immediately.
Time passed, minute by minute.
About half an hour later, rustling footsteps were heard from the forest to the south. Su Lin drew his bow and aimed at the source of the sound. 2 minutes later, Rain's big head appeared within Su Lin's shooting range.
Rain was extremely alert, frequently checking both sides.
Whoosh! Su Lin's arrow shot toward Rain's face, then he quickly put away his bow, rolled sideways, and disappeared again. As soon as Rain heard the sound of the arrow being shot, he bent down and quickly dropped to the ground, the arrow hitting one of his companions behind him.
Ah!
A sharp scream echoed. The arrow struck the right arm of a masked contestant.
Ha ha, Rain, this will be your grave, no one will escape. Did you really think I, Su Ning, am an easy target? Today, we will fight it out here. Let's see whether you die or I live.
Su Lin's voice echoed through the nearby mountains and forests, as if each word was coming from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint his location.
Su Lin, don't be too arrogant. I, Rain, swore vengeance the moment you killed Jack. Today, you won't escape, and there's no need to try. Whoosh! Another arrow shot toward Rain.
This time, since Rain was lying on the ground, there wasn't much room to dodge, and the arrow struck his left shoulder blade.
Rain's face instantly turned pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead.
His companions fired a few arrows back toward the direction Su Lin had shot from.
Unfortunately, Su Lin had already left.
Rain's lackeys, remember this, from today on, I will kill anyone I see until you're all wiped out, ha! The voice was everywhere, seemingly coming from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint Su Lin's position. Rain pulled the arrow from his body and hid behind a large tree. Deep inside, he was already feeling fear.
Although he kept saying he would kill Su Lin, those were just empty threats.
It was only on the battlefield that he realized the difference between him and Su Lin.
Su Lin must be moving around, avoiding being found.
This required incredible speed, something that Rain and all of his people could not match.
Rain's companions scattered and hid.
Some had already started to approach the trap set by Mo Yun. Despite being cautious, one of them triggered a trap and was quickly hoisted up into the air. Rain made a hand signal, and everyone else remained still and hidden. Su Lin carefully observed them. In fact, he had already spotted several people, but since he only had 5 arrows left, he refrained from attacking for now. Both sides were at a standoff.
Su Lin stopped moving and speaking, trying to avoid being detected and surrounded. Rain and his group also dared not act recklessly.
After all, Su Lin had the empty dust cloak and could appear beside them at any moment for a sneak attack. Rain's plan was good, but Su Lin wouldn't let him guess his intentions. Su Lin's movement slowed even further, as he approached a large-nosed white man who was also hiding behind a tree. He was crouching on the ground, looking around. He thought Su Lin was still far from him, and with all the other contestants from different countries on his left, he believed he was safe, so he didn't have his guard up. Su Lin's dagger fiercely slashed across the opponent's neck, blood splattering everywhere, and the man with the big nose slowly collapsed to the ground. After the big-nosed man fell to the ground, the others immediately surrounded him, but Su Lin had already retreated. Warning, contestant Arthur from Kangaroo Nation has been killed by contestant Su Lin from Dragon Nation, losing 5 points in the national ranking.
Current score, 42 points.
The system's cold voice rang out again. Ren, enduring the pain in his left shoulder, suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, Su Lin, if you're so brave, come out and face me one-on-one.
What kind of skill is it to sneak attack?
Anyone with eyes could see that Ren was on the brink of losing control, and someone with such poor mental fortitude could never be the leader of Eagle Sauce Nation.
Bastard, get down, you idiot.
Brown's voice came from behind, and he was already moving quickly, trying to pull Ren down.
Whoosh! Another arrow shot straight toward Brown, who was moving.
Su Lin's arrow came again, and Brown's expression turned instantly to one of shock.
The arrow was too fast, leaving no room for hesitation.
Brown, originally charging toward Ren, had no choice but to move to the right, completely abandoning Ren.
Who would risk their life for another? Nobody's life is more valuable than their own, right?
After firing the arrow, Su Lin moved at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Ren, who was still shouting wildly.
Su Lin's left-hand dagger swiftly slashed toward his neck.
Just as it was about to strike, a small contestant behind Ren grabbed his foot and dragged him backward. Su Lin was furious. He moved again, directly reaching the small contestant's side, and before the person could react, the dagger had already sliced open their throat. Su Lin spun sharply, the dagger switching from his left hand to his right, and he viciously slashed at another contestant who had just stood up, stunned, trying to rescue Ren. Blood splattered everywhere. All of Ren's teammates on either side were killed by Su Lin.
Su Lin didn't leave.
The dagger went straight for Ren's chest.
Ren's emotions had completely collapsed.
Su Lin's strikes had hit him hard. He had killed the 3 people he'd arranged in the valley, and when he had arrived with his team, Su Lin killed 2 of them in front of him. Su Lin's dagger pierced Ren's chest, its speed almost unreal, but due to the angle, it was just a little too far from the heart. Ren fell backward, his body crashing to the ground. Su Lin yanked the dagger out with force, kicked off a nearby tree, and ran toward the trap set by Mo Yun. His figure gradually blurred, until it completely disappeared.
All of this happened in the blink of an eye.
Su Lin killed 2 people and severely injured Ren, all within a span of just 5 seconds, retreating without a scratch. Ren's 7 or 8 teammates immediately chased after the place where Su Lin's figure had disappeared.
Come back. There's a trap. Unfortunately, it was too late. 3 or 4 of the 7 or 8 people fell into Mo Yun's traps.
2 were hoisted up, and a loud, shrill scream echoed through the air. Su Lin turned back again and floated to Brown's side. His left-hand dagger ruthlessly stabbed at Brown's arm. Brown was quick to react, dodging by twisting his body, and swung his machete at Su Lin's waist. While Brown's machete was still in the air, he suddenly noticed a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of Su Lin's mouth.
Something was wrong. This was absolutely not right. Brown hesitated for a split second, immediately retracting his attack. And his body rapidly retreated, but it was still a bit too late. In Su Lin's right hand, a dagger appeared at some unknown moment and was already thrown towards Brown. Like a flash of lightning, there was no chance to dodge completely. Brown's body twisted at an unbelievable angle, and the dagger pierced straight through his left arm. Lin and everyone Brown brought with him all stood up, no longer hiding. They had already realized that Su Lin was alone. Everyone launched a torrent of attacks at Su Lin, but Su Lin's body vanished once again and retreated. At this moment, the system's voice finally sounded. Warning, a player from A3 country, Karen, has been killed by Su Lin from Dragon country. A3 country's national points decreased by 5. Current score, 39 points.
At this moment, Su Lin was already about 30 or 40 meters away from them. No one could locate his exact position. If it weren't for their overwhelming numbers, Su Lin really would have wanted to leave them all here. Su Lin's ghostly figure darted through the dense forest, moving at an incredible speed towards the direction of Chen Jianfeng and the others. If it weren't for worrying about their safety, Su Lin would have already gone directly to the area of the mutated wild boar king. The live stream from Dragon country had left everyone stunned. Su Lin, you're my god. You fought one team by yourself and still managed to escape unscathed.
Amazing. Bullshit. Didn't you see that the other country's players lost because of the empty dust cloak?
If Su Lin didn't have the empty dust cloak, he would have been done for.
I'm asking you one thing, did you eat the bear meat and mutton that Su Lin returned?
You ingrate, Dragon country has no traitors like you. The empty dust cloak was a reward earned by Su Lin through his own ability, right? Find this idiot and shoot him in public 100 times, I swear, this is infuriating. The live stream had erupted in chaos, everyone was bombarding the person who had spoken ill of Su Lin at that moment.
Fang He and Chun Yi watched quietly, feeling deeply gratified inside.
Su Lin's dazzling performance had earned the respect of most of Dragon country's people, and they had suddenly started to stand up for him.
This was a good thing.
After all, Dragon sons and daughters, each are different.
It wasn't surprising to have a small group of traitors.
Su Lin's speed was getting faster and faster. After completing the task for Qin Jianfeng and the others, he was already considering his task of hunting the mutated wild boar king. To trap him, many experts had refrained from hunting the mutated wild boar king. They probably all knew that relying on their own strength alone, it was hard to complete the task. 2 hours later, Su Lin reunited with Chen Jianfeng and the others.
We can't stay in this cave. I found a cave behind a waterfall 1 kilometer to the left front. We can temporarily set up shelter there, said Zhao Xinming.
What did you say?
A waterfall? Su Lin's eyes lit up.
Yes, the cave behind the waterfall is very hidden, and it's easy to defend but hard to attack. My suggestion is to send Mo Yun and Old Wang there first. Then, Shimeng, Chenggu, and I will help you hunt the mutated wild boar king.
What do you think?
Zhao Xinming said, looking at Su Lin. I would love to accept your suggestion, and I don't want to face such fierce wild boars alone. However, the current situation no longer allows us to split up. As I said before, if I'm by myself, I can come and go freely, without any pressure. No one can stop me, but if you all join me, it will distract my attention. Although Su Lin had put it very politely, Zhao Xinming and the others could still hear the unspoken meaning. At this point, they were indeed a burden to Su Lin.
Alright, let's go.
Let's head to the new shelter first. It's not too late to leave after I send all of you over.
Chen Jianfeng and the others silently nodded.
The distance of 1 kilometer was not far, and after more than half an hour, the group of 6 arrived at the waterfall Zhao Xinming had mentioned. Su Lin filled all the bamboo tubes he was carrying with water, and together with the 5 others, they entered the cave behind the waterfall.
The cave was clean and tidy, clearly having been organized by them, though it was a little damp.
Su Lin took out 2 large pieces of snake meat and a large chunk of lamb from the emergency supply capsule, reminding them to be careful and avoid making a fire, then left alone, erasing all traces of their entrance through the waterfall. The wind had picked up, and Su Lin's figure seemed somewhat thin.
Chapter 49, Seizing the Opportunity.
Su Lin wandered alone through the deep mountain forests, his back a little lonely, with Little Gray silently accompanying him above his head. The mutated wild boar king was about 3 or 4 hours away from him now, and Su Lin was not in a hurry. If it were so easy to kill, the task wouldn't have remained unfinished until now. The people in the live broadcast room watched Su Lin, who was all alone, feeling inexplicably sad. His overall condition was actually quite average, exhaustion written all over his face, and many people felt a deep sympathy for him. Although the Dragon Country team had already gathered, their overall strength wasn't particularly strong. Plus, Mo Yun was female and a bit weaker in combat, so she often needed looking after. However, it must be said that, under limited conditions, Mo Yun's traps were truly strong. If given enough time, her mechanical skills would give the team immense help. Su Lin's speed gradually increased, and after replenishing his food and fresh water, he seemed to regain some energy. 3 hours later, Su Lin stood at the edge of the area where the mutated wild boar king roamed. He replenished his food and water again, and then he and Little Grey entered the area of the mutated wild boar king. This was an area with sparse trees and bushes. Just a few minutes after entering, Su Lin noticed the trees that had been rooted up by wild boars and the marks of movement on the ground. Su Lin's mind became highly alert, and the machete in his hand was slowly raised, scanning his surroundings while listening closely. The sounds were unclear, but it seemed like something was making noise to the left, and someone was urgently shouting, though it was too far to hear clearly. Su Lin gripped his machete, slowly blending into the surroundings. After walking cautiously for more than 10 minutes, the shouting ahead grew louder, and the sound of the wild boar's enraged roars could be faintly heard. Su Lin approached slowly, wanting to see who was fighting with the mutated wild boar king. According to the system's hint, there were only 3 mutated wild boar kings, and finding them wasn't easy. When Su Lin got closer to the battle area, he was momentarily stunned. About 30 meters ahead of him, 5 or 6 people were lying scattered on the ground, most likely not surviving. One of them, a mutated wild boar king, was about 3 to 4 meters long, with tusks over a foot long. Its hind legs were tied with vines, and it was struggling wildly. Su Lin felt that in the next second, the boar king might break free. On the opposite side and the left and right of the mutated wild boar king, there were 2 people, each holding a weapon, but only the tall white man directly facing the boar held a bow and arrow, while the others had either daggers or machetes. Roar! With a deafening roar, the mutated wild boar king broke free from the vine bindings and charged straight toward the 2 people opposite. The tall white man's face changed drastically, and he rapidly retreated while urging the others to dodge. Retreat, quickly! The mutated wild boar king is too vicious. Let's gather more people and come back. Don't have any more illusions. Before the words even landed, the tall white man had already run dozens of meters ahead, and after a brief moment of hesitation, the others scattered. One person even ran straight toward Su Lin. The Filipino monkeys and the Vietnamese monkeys actually teamed up. Wait, there's even a Japanese person. With little time to think, Su Lin's body was already retreating rapidly. Coincidentally, the one running toward him was indeed a Japanese person, and he was only 4 to 5 meters away. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lin switched the machete in his hand to a dagger and slashed across the man's neck without him noticing. No surprise, blood sprayed out, and the Japanese man fell backward, twitching. It was clear he was beyond saving. Su Lin's figure continued to retreat, keeping as far away as possible from the mutated wild boar king. After waiting for about 2 to 3 minutes, the system notification still didn't sound, which surprised Su Lin a little. He was sure the Japanese man was dead, but for some unknown reason, the system hadn't reported it. After failing to catch up with the tall white man, the mutated wild boar king charged forward, rushing toward the closest person. Its sharp tusks lifted the person off the ground, creating a terrifying scene. The remaining 4 or 5 people scattered, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The mutated wild boar king, with no other target, turned back and ravaged the 5 or 6 people lying on the ground before finally collapsing to rest. The alliance of the Filipino monkeys, Vietnamese monkeys, and the Japanese man had left the mutated wild boar king exhausted, especially after breaking free from the vines, which had drained a lot of its energy. That was why it was now lying down to rest. The mutated wild boar king had barely taken any damage. If it hadn't been for Su Lin's greatly enhanced vision, it would have been nearly impossible to see clearly. Su Lin slowly retreated. The system had likely changed its rules. None of the people who had died here had been reported, which was fine, as it wouldn't immediately expose his position. After retreating about 20 or 30 meters, Su Lin casually pulled down a lot of vines. Since he was alone, without relying on traps, there was no way he could defeat the mutated wild boar king. He quickly set up 4 or 5 live snares and used trees to create 6 or 7 hanging traps, but given the wild boar's enormous size, it was unlikely to be hoisted up, so those were just backups. The other traps were too time-consuming to set up, so he had to make do with these. Su Lin didn't stop for even a minute and directly approached the mutated wild boar king's vicinity. He drew his bow and arrow, shooting straight at its eyes. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow cutting through the air rang out. With Su Lin only 4 or 5 meters away, the arrow struck the wild boar king's left eye. Roar! The mutated wild boar king suddenly stood up. The intense pain caused by the arrow seemed too much for it to bear. At the same moment, Su Lin, holding the machete, appeared beside it, aiming the blade directly at its throat. The strike hit, but due to the poor angle, the depth was shallow. At the same time, Su Lin cancelled the cloaking effect of his dust cloak.
He raised the machete and stabbed the mutated wild boar king's abdomen repeatedly. Roar! Roar! Although the mutated wild boar king's sense of smell and hearing were sharp, its vision was poor. Upon seeing Su Lin, it charged forward recklessly, tusks aimed directly at him. Su Lin quickly retreated toward the area where he had set up traps, looking disheveled. Since it was a surprise attack, and thanks to the enhancement from the dust cloak, the mutated wild boar king suffered a great loss. The wild boar king's speed hadn't slowed much, and even though Su Lin attacked its vital spots, its large size allowed it to endure a bit longer with its relatively strong vitality. In just a few seconds, they reached the area where Su Lin had set up the traps. Su Lin bypassed the trap area, holding his machete and waiting for the mutated wild boar king. At this moment, Su Lin was exceptionally calm. The mutated wild boar king was only 6 or 7 meters away from him, charging straight toward him, with the trap between them. Su Lin's eyes were fixed tightly on it. The mutated wild boar king was incredibly angry, seemingly wanting to kill Su Lin with a single charge. Before it could reach Su Lin, the trap was triggered. One of its legs was tangled, and the other was lifted into the air. Su Lin raised his machete and walked up to it. Chapter 50, easily solved. Su Lin ran to about 2 meters from the mutated wild boar king, holding his machete, unsure of where to strike first. The mutated wild boar king was rampaging, and the arrows in its eyes caused it immense pain as they struck trees and vines, making it even more furious. Especially after spotting Su Lin, even though its legs were already tangled, it still tried to charge furiously. Su Lin knew his time was limited. The monkeys, Fei, and Yu would likely gather people and return soon. Su Lin raised his machete and thrust it toward the boar king's throat, but before he could get close, the boar king twisted its body and lunged at him with its tusks. Su Lin quickly retreated. He used his dustless cloak to blend into the surroundings again. After the mutated wild boar king lost sight of him, it finally calmed down slightly, emitting several miserable howls, with blood continuously flowing from its eyes and throat. Su Lin quietly approached from behind and thrust his knife into the mutated wild boar king's abdomen before quickly retreating. The wild boar king let out a deafening and heartbreaking scream, its legs flailing randomly, its remaining eyes searching for a target. Su Lin did not back down. He directly approached the mutated wild boar king and thrust his knife forcefully into its throat. This time, the wild boar king didn't even make a sound, collapsing straight to the ground, grunting as if enduring immense pain. Because the vines Su Lin used to make the traps were doubled, and considering the mutated wild boar king had likely fought Fei and Yu for a while, it had already consumed a large amount of its stamina. Plus, its other leg was still hanging in the air, so escaping was extremely difficult. After 4 or 5 minutes, the mutated wild boar king finally stopped moving. Su Lin walked up to it, stabbed its throat several times, and finally flipped it over. Reward: Dragon Country player Su Lin kills the mutated wild boar king alone. Su Lin's strength and speed increase by 5, all Dragon Country citizens' health increases by 2. Additionally, Su Lin triggers the resource return mechanism, and all Dragon Country citizens will receive 1 mutated wild boar king corpse each. Reward: because Dragon Country player Su Lin killed the mutated wild boar king alone, a hidden task is triggered. The task will be given to Su Lin after 10 hours. Others cannot view it. Notice, from now on, the death of a player will be reported at midnight the next day to avoid exposing the player's location. Also, future extreme difficulty tasks must be completed by the player alone. Any external help will be severely punished. The system's continuous broadcasts disrupted everyone's plans. Players from other countries couldn't believe that Su Lin could kill the mutated wild boar king by himself. Inside the official Dragon Country livestream, everyone was already ecstatic. Everyone stand up and cheer for our hero Su Lin. What others can't even accomplish, he does with ease. It wasn't that easy, okay? If Su Lin didn't have the dustless cloak, we don't know what the outcome would have been. That's a fair point, but the problem is, our Su Lin has the dustless cloak, and we haven't even finished the lamb yet. Wild boar meat is here again, ha ha ha. Tonight's extra meal, braised wild boar meat. Let's congratulate Su Lin again. With his calmness and excellent personal ability, he has earned us valuable resources and solved a major problem for our Dragon Kingdom. Congratulations, Su Lin, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom. Fang Yi's voice carried a hint of excitement. At this moment, Su Lin had already placed the entire wild boar into the emergency supply cabin, holding a machete in his hand, moving quickly towards Chen Jianfeng and the others. Just a few hundred meters away, the people from the Phi Monkey Group were stunned after hearing the system announcement. The mutated wild boar king that Su Lin killed, could it be the one we just dealt with? Take away the could it be, it must be the one. Damn it, are they picking up our scraps? Next time we meet him, we'll make sure he looks good. Have you lost your mind? There were a dozen or so of us, and 5 or 6 were gored to death by the wild boar. The others were injured to some extent. Su Lin killed the wild boar king single-handedly. Do you think you're a match for him? The argument continued.
Now, the top players from other countries hated Su Lin to the core. Not only did Su Lin take away the rewards that might have belonged to them, but what was even more annoying was that almost every first place was taken by Su Lin. His combat power and adaptability were increasing rapidly, and it would only become harder to deal with him in the future. After Su Lin's power and speed increased by 5, he felt lighter, his speed at least doubled from before, and if he went all out, no one would likely be able to catch him. Moreover, the physical attributes of everyone in Dragon Kingdom had been increased by 2, which was quite exaggerated. It was almost like the entire country's citizens had been given a boost in physical ability. Now, more and more people supported Su Lin. After hearing the system announcement, Shen Jianfang, Zhao Xinming, and Shi Meng all wore knowing smiles. Good, very good. Although they weren't the ones who received the rewards, they were on the same team as Su Lin. One wins, they all win, one loses, they all lose.
In less than 2 hours, Su Lin joined up with Chen Jianfeng and the others, bringing out the mutated wild boar king.
Shi Meng and Zhao Xinming started processing it.
Su Lin, what are your plans next? Chen Jianfeng asked with a smile.
We'll eat first. After we finish eating, we'll smoke the whole wild boar. It's not that we're worried the meat will spoil, but to make it easier for us to eat while traveling.
We'll continue heading towards the center. Also, once the wild boar is smoked, take as much as you can.
I'll keep the rest.
Su Lin added.
Everyone nodded with smiles. With Su Lin around, food was never a problem. After Zhao Xinming and Shi Meng processed the mutated wild boar king, they gathered a large amount of dry firewood and began smoking the meat.
Su Lin, if we start a fire, won't we attract players from other countries? Mo Yun asked nervously. It's fine. We have 6 people together.
If other countries' players want to die, they can come over, Su Lin said casually.
His calm words made everyone feel at ease.
Smoking such a large amount of wild boar meat took a long time, but there was no choice. Once all the food was prepared, it would save time in the future. The 6 of them smoked a large amount of mutated wild boar meat, their mouths greasy from eating. Zhao Xinming and Shi Meng were on guard outside.
Xiao Hui had also eaten enough.
The past few days on the road, Xiao Hui hadn't been able to eat properly.
3 hours later, the smoking of the wild boar meat was in its final stage.
Suddenly, Zhao Xinming hurriedly walked in. Captain, at least a dozen people are coming towards us, and they've already spotted us.
What to do?
Su Lin pondered for a few seconds, stood up, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since the distinguished guests have arrived, we can only keep them here. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our country.
My current principle is, as long as they provoke us, eliminate them all.
After saying this, Su Lin walked out.
Chapter 51, Chasing Closely.
Su Lin's decision was everyone's decision. Chen Jianfeng and the others also deeply hated the Eagle Sauce country and the island country. Now that they had bumped into them, they would keep them here all the way.
Su Lin, wait.
After the waterfall, on the left side, I have set up a lot of traps.
If possible, lead them there, Mo Yun said, pointing to the left.
All right, I understand, Su Lin replied with a faint smile, completely unperturbed, not at all like someone preparing for a big battle.
Do as you wish today, but there's one thing, try to ensure your safety. Mo Yun, you stay here. Don't go out.
After giving his instructions, Su Lin stepped out of the waterfall. Outside the waterfall, more than a dozen people were already standing. Each of them was tall and strong, holding weapons in their hands. The leader was brown, and even the injured Rain had already fully recovered. It seemed that the Eagle Sauce country had sacrificed some national luck points for him.
Su Lin, since we've met here today, let's have a good talk.
Your dragon country now only has 6 of you left.
If you continue to resist us, someone will inevitably be killed.
How about this, you help us get the reward for the 3rd day's extremely difficult task, and we will erase all the grudges between us, including those with other countries. Brown's words were already very clear, but Su Lin wouldn't believe a single word. The people of Eagle Sauce country had no trust at all in his eyes.
How laughable.
If victory was all about numbers, then we should just check which country has the most people left and give the rewards to them.
Moreover, do you think your face is very clean? Are you really asking me to help you? Do you even have the qualifications? I can finish the task myself.
Why should I give the reward to you for no reason?
Su Lin's words were even more straightforward, showing no respect for Brown at all. Don't get cocky. Do you think we would set up camp without any defensive measures or precautions? Right now, we're talking to you. If it comes to a fight, none of you will escape. Do you believe that? Su Lin's words stirred the emotions of everyone on the opposite side. Su Lin, I know you're very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you're just one person. We represent a dozen countries. Do you really think you can handle all of us?
This was the first time that Koizumi spoke to Su Lin.
You dog don't bark here. Brown doesn't even need toilet paper when he goes to the bathroom, you're enough, Su Lin said, insulting him harshly. You, baka. What baka nonsense, shorty? I don't care if you were born in Little Spring or Big Spring, if you keep yapping, I'll send you back home. Damn, a dog is still here talking nonsense. You. Koizumi's face turned red with anger. After all, being called a dog in front of so many people was hard to bear for anyone's pride. Slowly, Koizumi raised the dagger in his hand, but Brown stopped him. Are you sure you don't want to cooperate with us? You want to go down a path of no return? Your dragon country is against so many of our countries, do you really think you can survive? Brown, stop talking nonsense with me. Is it our dragon country that's opposing you? From the beginning to the end, has anyone from our dragon country attacked you first? Don't act like you're the good guys after getting the upper hand. Your bandit logic doesn't work on us dragon country people. If you have the guts, then bring it on. Let's see if we can knock all of you down right here. Su Lin's emotions seemed a bit stirred up. At some point, Mo Yun also walked out of the cave and once again signaled to Su Lin to move towards the left. Su Lin nodded in acknowledgement. The dense forest was filled with dry branches and rotten leaves, making it incredibly uncomfortable to walk. 7 or 8 people were closely following Su Lin, and those who were injured earlier were now fully healed. So, from now on, Su Lin would try to eliminate them directly. Otherwise, they would be resurrected through their country's sacrifice, making their efforts futile. At this moment, Su Lin had already reunited with Chen Jianfeng and the others. His purpose of blocking Brown and the others was to set traps for Mo Yun and delay the time. How are the traps set up, Brother Chen? There wasn't much time, so only some simple traps were set. Chen Jianfeng's voice had a hint of excitement in it. That's enough. Brown brought many people who were fully revived through sacrifice. So, we'll hit them once and then retreat immediately, or else we'll be at a disadvantage. Brother Chen, your archery skills are great, so you'll be in charge of long-range attacks. After Su Lin finished speaking, he glanced at Mo Yun. Captain, you don't need to take special care of me anymore. Everyone has sacrificed enough for me. My strength and speed now are enough to keep up with the team's pace. Mo Yun's voice was filled with confidence. Good, take care of yourself. The 6 of them, fully armed, were ready for action. Brown and the others quickly followed the path Su Lin and the team had taken, their speed still very fast. Stop, I think something's wrong here. The footsteps are chaotic, and the vines have been deliberately pulled. This could very well be a trap, everyone be careful. The area Brown pointed to was a deliberate gap left by Mo Yun, and there was actually no trap there. Brown and the others carefully bypassed the messy area, walking right into the trap Mo Yun and the others had set. Whoosh! The arrow in Chen Jianfeng's hand shot out, heading straight for the big bearded man at the front. Though the bearded man was exceptionally cautious, the arrow was too fast, and it struck his throat. The bearded man grasped the arrow in his throat and slowly collapsed. Before Brown and the others could react, 3 or 4 more people were lifted into the air. At the same time, Su Lin had already arrived beside them, his dagger swiftly slashing the throats of 2 people. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinming, Shi Meng, and Wang Wujie had also surrounded them. Especially Shi Meng, whose machete kept swinging, each blow injuring or killing someone. The situation quickly reversed, and Brown, who was at the back, hesitated for no more than a moment before turning and fleeing. Chen Jianfeng continued shooting arrows from his bow, and the scene became chaotic. In truth, Su Lin had already seen Brown escape, but he couldn't spare the time to act. 2 or 3 minutes later, aside from the 4 or 5 people fleeing with Brown, everyone else had been killed by Su Lin and his team. This joint operation was a great success, with even Mo Yun participating in the fight and successfully killing a black man who had triggered a trap using his dagger. Zhao Xinming, Shi Meng, and Wang Wujie were quick to fill in the gaps, which was the key to finishing the battle quickly. Su Lin alone had killed 4 of the enemy. 3 bows were left at the scene, and there were also 6 or 7 machetes and daggers. Su Lin ordered everything to be collected, taking more than 10 arrows and placing them in the emergency supply compartment. Listen to me, gather all their food and weapons. We'll leave this place immediately and move towards the central area. Everyone else had already finished doing this. Su Lin had a faint sense that something wasn't right. Everything had gone too smoothly, and he was certain that Brown was definitely not someone who would flee in the face of danger. There must be a conspiracy behind this. After the 6 of them cleaned up the battlefield, they quickly left. They walked for an hour and a half before stopping to replenish their food and water. After eating and drinking their fill, Su Lin stood up. Everyone, listen to me. Based on my understanding of Brown, the last battle was too smooth, unnatural, and they barely fought back. I believe there is a conspiracy behind it. It is already past 4 in the afternoon. Let's find a temporary campsite. Mo Yun, it's still up to you. This time, set some traps they've never seen before. Is there any problem? Of course, no problem. But, Captain, could it be that you're being too cautious? Mo Yun replied. Before Su Lin could answer, Chen Jianfeng also stood up. I also feel something is wrong. Their combat power shouldn't be like this. Su Lin, I don't know if you've noticed, but their reaction speed seems slow. Is it possible that Brown is using our hands to get rid of these people? If that's the case, this brown person could be quite terrifying. The exact situation is still unclear. No matter what kind of conspiracy is behind this, we will first find a hidden campsite, then let Mo Yun set up the traps. After everything is done, I have something to announce. After Su Lin said this, he took a step forward. The others closely followed behind him. They were now completely convinced by Su Lin. Most of the time, Su Lin had assigned the most dangerous tasks to himself and was always on the front lines. So, subconsciously, he had already gained everyone's respect. Su Lin's brows furrowed tightly. He could clearly feel that something was wrong. Brown was definitely not someone who would retreat in the face of danger, and the last battle was almost like an adult fighting a child, which was way too unnatural. But up until now, Su Lin still hadn't figured out what was really going on. More than half an hour later, they found a cave. The cave was very long, and it had ventilation at both ends. Su Lin was very satisfied with this temporary shelter. The safety level had greatly increased, at least they wouldn't be trapped inside the cave. Mo Yun had already led the others to set up traps. This time, they first set up warning traps, which included a lot of simple yet practical traps and mechanisms. Su Lin was by Mo Yun's side, learning throughout the process. After more than 2 hours, everyone returned to Shandong and started a fire. Su Lin took out 3 large pieces of wild boar meat and 2 pieces of wolf meat. Before, we were either fighting or on the road, so I didn't have time to communicate with everyone. Now, I have something to announce. I triggered a hidden mission by killing the mutated wild boar king, and the reward is very generous. So, unless something unexpected happens, I won't be able to participate in tonight's extreme difficulty mission. The hidden mission must be completed by me alone, but I need your cooperation. After Su Lin finished speaking, he glanced at the others. Captain, just say it. We will definitely cooperate fully with you, Shi Meng raised his head and said. Alright, here's the situation. Su Lin picked up a large piece of wild boar meat and handed it to Chen Jianfeng. Chapter 53, The Energy Spring Water. After killing the mutated wild boar king, at the 10th hour, the system gave me a hidden mission and marked a location. There are very rare resources there, but I don't know exactly what they are yet. Also, the probability of obtaining these resources has doubled. The mission has to be completed by me alone, and no one else can interfere. What I need from you is, after I complete the mission, help me stop other countries' contestants. Captain, what you mean is that after you complete the mission, you will need to collect these rare resources, and won't be able to spare any hands, right? Also, what kind of mission is it? Chen Jianfeng, being the vice-captain, was quick-witted. I can't reveal what the mission is, Su Lin said, then glanced at the live stream screen. Chen Jianfeng and the other 5 suddenly realized they had already become used to the existence of live broadcasts, and many times they even forgot that there was a live stream. Su Lin would definitely not announce his mission in the live broadcast, nor would he reveal the location of his task. There are many things that confuse him now, like this hidden mission. He doesn't know if it's because he's just arrived on this continent and the tasks are relatively simple, or if it's because the task description wasn't very clear when it was issued. He always feels like it's too easy, and the rewards don't seem very generous. But since it's the system's first hidden task, Su Lin decided to complete it anyway. We've set so many traps at our temporary campsite here, and now we're leaving. Isn't it a waste? It's not a waste. I originally planned to use this place as our retreat. No matter when, if we're chased, this could very well be our escape route. Su Lin answered Zhao Xinming's question. Everyone, keep your food and weapons with you. We'll set out in 10 minutes. After Su Lin finished speaking, he walked out. There was something else he hadn't told Chen Jianfeng and the others. His perfect survival guide, after being silent for a few days, finally reacted. Just when they were talking earlier, he felt his overall physique had improved and ascended to a new level. As for what level Su Lin's combat power had reached, it could only be tested through battle. Everyone followed behind Su Lin. Because this involved a hidden mission, and everything was being live-streamed, no one asked where exactly they were going. Su Lin, leading the way, occasionally checked the map. They had already walked out of the deep mountain forests, and the trees became fewer, while the rocks increased. Shrubs and thorns covered the entire forest, and the path became harder to walk. After 2.5 hours, they stopped at the foot of a mountain. This should be it. Mo Yun, take them and set up traps. I'll go in and complete the task. Just a reminder to everyone, whatever happens inside, don't interfere with me, or the task will fail.
Also, if anyone is attacked, you can enter my area, but you must not help me. After Su Lin finished speaking, he stepped up the mountain. The path inside the mountain was even harder, full of thorns. He had been so busy recently that he hadn't had time to use the bear skin to make any protective gear. Half an hour later, Su Lin had completely entered the mountain. After opening the system panel, he realized that the mission had changed, though he didn't know when. After entering the system marked location, use the mutated wild boar king's tusks to establish a small beacon at the red dot marked by the national survival system. This means inserting the wild boar's tusks at the red dot. A minute later, prey will appear. Survive 3 waves of prey to complete the task. After the task is completed, the location of the energy spring will be automatically marked. It was only now that Su Lin truly understood that the special reward for the task was the energy spring, which should be something extraordinary. Su Lin immediately inserted the 2 tusks of the mutated wild boar king into the red dot and drew out his machete and dagger. A minute later, 3 identical animals appeared around the tusks. They seemed like hyenas but weren't exactly hyenas. There was no time for Su Lin to think. He raised his machete and attacked, taking one down with each blow, effortlessly. Su Lin was once again amazed. This task was too easy. The second wave of prey appeared, again 3 of them. Su Lin had never seen such species before, their size slightly larger, and with 1 cut each, they were down. How could it feel like a joke? This was a hidden task, why was it so easy? Before he could think more, the third wave of prey appeared, still 3 of them, and their size was similar to leopards, looking much like leopards, but with 2 horns on their heads. This time, it wasn't so simple. The 3 prey formed a pincer shape and charged towards Su Lin simultaneously. Su Lin's figure gradually blurred, disappearing from sight, and 30 minutes later, the battle was solved with a sneak attack. Even though Su Lin had more questions in his heart, now wasn't the time to think about them. He quickly found the energy spring eye the national survival system had mentioned. The energy spring eye wasn't very large, only about the size of a wash basin, and the spring water inside was only about 2 or 3 liters. Su Lin took out a large number of bamboo tubes from the emergency supply capsule and began to pour the spring water into them. After pouring it out, the spring water continued to surge upward, and Su Lin kept filling the bamboo tubes with the water. The speed at which the water surged out slowed down more and more, and after an hour, it was completely dry. The total amount of spring water in the energy spring eye filled about 60 bamboo tubes. Reward: Dragon Country player Su Lin has completed the hidden task reward, Energy Spring Eye. Consuming it can improve physical condition and enhance abilities. Because Dragon Country's national luck points are greater than or equal to 90, the task difficulty is reduced by 10 times, and the material return mechanism is triggered. Since Su Lin has unlocked the material balance mechanism, every person in Dragon Country receives 30 drops of spring water. The system broadcasted this message 3 times in a row. After searching around the entire small hill, Su Lin confirmed there were no omissions and directly descended the mountain. He took 6 bamboo tubes of spring water from the emergency supply capsule, gave 1 bamboo tube to each person, and drank one himself. After drinking the spring water, Su Lin immediately felt a hot, fiery energy running through his body, wildly rushing towards his limbs and bones. His face turned red, and in an instant, he knelt down on one knee, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and veins bulging on his neck. You all, don't drink yet," Su Lin said, and after speaking, he completely collapsed to the ground. Chen Jianfeng and the others surrounded him, and Su Lin slowly waved his hand, signaling that he could still hold on. His nails had deeply embedded into his palm, and his muscles were uncontrollably spasming. Ah! Su Lin let out an agonizing scream that sounded extremely painful. Chapter 54, Transformation. Su Lin felt as though his entire body's meridians were being torn apart by countless little insects, and a faint bluish glow appeared on his skin. Impurities began to discharge from his pores, emitting a slightly foul smell. Su Lin slowly stood up. His eyes instantly emitted a sharp gleam, his vision became incredibly clear, and his hearing, smell, and reflexes improved greatly. After a few minutes, the bluish glow on Su Lin's body faded. He looked no different from before drinking the spring water, but his temperament had completely transformed. His gaze became deeper and steadier, and his self-healing ability increased significantly. Although the pain was considerable after drinking the spring water, Su Lin felt that its strengthening effect on his body was immense. Don't drink too much. Each person should take 3 sips to test it out, Su Lin said as he slowly stood up. He had mostly recovered. The power of the spring water came quickly and left quickly, but he felt that much of the strength of the water was stored in his body, not fully absorbed. It might need to be released gradually in future battles. The other 5 people each took 2 or 3 sips. Their physical condition certainly couldn't compare to Su Lin's. The same situation did not occur with Chen Jianfeng and the others. After drinking the spring water, everyone felt like their overall physical condition had taken a huge leap. Half an hour later, everyone had returned to normal, and everyone was extremely excited, especially Mo Yun. She felt like her strength, speed, vision, hearing, and sense of smell had completely changed, like she had become a new person. Once we find a safe place, everyone should drink the spring water to enhance our strength. Now, we need to move on and head towards the central area. We've already wasted quite a bit of time these past 2 days, constantly moving forward and backward, and we might have fallen behind the others. After Su Lin finished speaking, he was ready to stand up and set off.
Captain, don't rush. I think we should rest for a bit. It's still 2 hours until midnight.
We should wait until the system releases the task, then we can move forward.
If your extremely difficult task is at the edge of the continent, won't we have to come back anyway? Chen Jianfeng's suggestion made some sense. That shouldn't happen. The National Destiny survival system wouldn't make such a simple mistake.
It will guide us step by step towards the central area.
Don't waste time. If it really is like you said, I'll do the extremely difficult task myself. Going back and forth will be easy.
The other 5 nodded in agreement. Su Lin was still at the front. Actually, he had thought about giving Xiao Hui some spring water earlier, but after some thought, he decided to wait until they found a safe place. The events of the past 2 days had left him very confused. Many of the tasks were too simple. Although the system had explained that this was because the Dragon Kingdom's national destiny score was greater than or equal to 90 points, he wasn't convinced. The 6 of them pushed forward towards the central area in roughly the right direction, but their pace wasn't too fast. 2 hours later, they arrived under a massive tree and started a fire to roast meat. Su Lin casually tossed Xiao Hui half a bamboo tube of spring water, and the others took another 3 sips.
Su Lin frequently checked the map.
According to his earlier plan, they were supposed to reach the central area in 3 to 4 days and occupy a resource-rich area, but now it seemed impossible. The road ahead was getting tougher, and at least 5 more days would be needed to reach their destination. If they included the time spent on tasks each day, it might take even longer to reach the central area.
Su Lin couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated.
The situation was actually very unfavorable for them. Many countries had already formed alliances, aiming to wipe out the 6 of them.
If their plan succeeded, the Dragon Kingdom would be doomed. Their lives no longer belonged to them, they were the responsibility of the Dragon Kingdom and its people.
The burden on their shoulders was heavy. Zhao Xinming had clearly noticed Su Lin's change in mood and threw him a piece of meat. "Captain, you really don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. As long as we do our best, we're already prepared to sacrifice for our country at any time. All we can do now is play our part and accept whatever fate brings."
"No. If we can do better, we must never slack off. Have you noticed? The National Destiny survival system has been live streaming, tracking everyone's movements without holding anything back.
Right now, we're in a dense forest, which is a bit better, but even if our location is seen by the enemy, they can't figure out exactly where we are.
This doesn't seem quite right."
Su Lin slowly took a sip of the spring water. "Also, since we entered this continent, the system seems to be encouraging us to fight each other, and we've already encountered 2 or 3 tasks that were completed extremely easily.
This is definitely abnormal. We must stay alert. What I want to tell everyone is that we can't measure the difficulty of future tasks based on the ones we've completed before. We must be extra cautious." Su Lin never expected that.
It was because of his reminder that, in the not-so-distant future, Chen Jianfeng remained highly alert, and that was the only chance they had to survive. The other 5 people looked serious and all nodded in agreement, without saying a word. A blue light appeared on Xiao Hui, similar to the one on Su Lin, but it was shorter in duration, disappearing completely after a dozen minutes. Xiao Hui circled around Su Lin excitedly, seemingly wanting to show him its powerful strength. Su Lin reached out to touch Xiao Hui's wings, calming it down.
Now, with Su Lin's hearing, he no longer needed to send anyone out for guard duty.
Any movement within 30 meters, he would know instantly.
Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was midnight.
Warning, Dragon Kingdom contestant Jiang Che has been killed by a poisonous snakebite, national points reduced by 5, currently 85 points.
Warning.
The cold voice of the system continued for 5 or 6 minutes, announcing the deaths of about a dozen people. Su Lin's face changed drastically. He had checked Jiang Che's profile before. As a special forces sharpshooter and sniper, such an outcome should not have happened. What worried him the most, the medic Xia Ran, was perfectly fine. There was a new contestant, Jiang Tianming, a former Marine, but the details were unclear.
It's okay, everyone, don't let this affect your emotions. Other countries are the same. Our situation is still good.
The only thing we need to be careful of is sneak attacks from other countries. Also, I remind everyone that our national points have dropped below 90, meaning the difficulty of our tasks will increase exponentially.
Everyone must be careful.
The others nodded silently, agreeing with what Su Lin said.
Simple task issued, before the next midnight, hunt 1 fast leopard. Successful hunt will reward all contestants with +3 to physical attributes, and reduce pollution and natural disaster occurrence by 5% in the country. Su Lin waited quietly for the extreme difficulty task to be issued, but 2 minutes passed and there was still no sound from the system. What's going on? Chapter 55, Conspiracy. Extreme difficulty task. Before the next midnight, head to the mine to hunt the red poison Scorpion King. The Scorpion. Su Lin made the final decision, and no one else dared to speak up. The most important thing was that, as long as Su Lin was with them, they felt secure inside. This wasn't dependence, but trust. Under Qin Jianfeng's leadership, Su Lin and the others moved toward the task location. This time, each person's task location was likely different, but all within the same area. At this moment, Brown had a dark expression on his face. He had also heard the system announcement, and there were many people standing around him. Rin, Xiaoquan, and 4 or 5 people who had never appeared before, along with a group of sycophants. We must act against Su Lin and his dragon country now. Ren, go notify all our allies and tell them to come here. If I guess correctly, Su Lin is probably leading his team to the simple task right now. As soon as Brown's words fell, Xiaoquan stood up. Because of Su Lin's outstanding performance, the cohesion of Dragon Country has reached an unprecedented level. Moreover, Su Lin's growth has already broken the balance. To put it bluntly, none of us here are his match now, but he is just one person. We must interrupt his growth, and once we interrupt his growth, the expansion of Dragon Country's national fortune will end. Xiaoquan is absolutely right. But regular methods of suppression won't work anymore. Therefore, we need a plan. I propose that we use all our strength to eliminate all Dragon Country people, including Su Lin, before the next 0 hour arrives. This unfamiliar man in his 30s had sharp eyes and a fierce gaze. He was the hidden decision-maker of Kangaroo Country, named Taylor. Good, very good. We will send the strongest forces to cooperate with you, said the leader of a 3-country, Rohan Sharma. Good, no more waiting for them. Leave 2 people to guide them. All of us will depart immediately. Bring your weapons. This time, we must succeed and eliminate all Dragon Country participants. Brown's tone was filled with hatred. The others completely understood, as after entering this continent, almost all the top rewards had been taken by Su Lin alone. If they allowed him to continue developing and growing, it was likely that Su Lin would soon settle scores with these countries. Li Jun, after seeing the footage of these countries plotting against Dragon Country, immediately contacted Su Lin. Su Lin, who was moving at high speed, called for the others to stop. He quickly connected the call, knowing that if it wasn't an urgent situation, Li Jun wouldn't have disturbed them. Su Lin, listen carefully, you 6. Brown from Eagle Sauce Country, Xiaoquan from Island Nation, Taylor from Kangaroo Country, and Rowan from a 3-country have finished their plot. They are now heading towards your simple task destination with at least 40 or 50 people. They plan to kill all of you, and they have reinforcements behind them. Be especially careful, and if necessary, retreat temporarily. Don't worry, Minister Li. We've been on guard against them. If they want our lives, they'll have to exchange theirs for ours. We'll be extra careful, don't worry. Li Jun immediately ended the call, fully aware that Su Lin must have been prepared. Everyone heard what Minister Li said. I will give each of you a bamboo tube of spring water. Drink it according to your body's capacity to increase your strength quickly. This time, we may be in great danger, and some may inevitably be injured or even killed. Everyone needs to be ready. Everyone nodded in agreement. In fact, for them, they had completely placed their lives and deaths aside. Every one of them had already prepared to sacrifice themselves for their country, but for now, they could not die. This time, everyone must follow my arrangements and orders. Our execution must be perfect. After all, we are facing enemies who outnumber us by several times. Do you all understand? Su Lin's tone was urgent, and his attitude was firm. Understood, don't worry, Captain. As long as they dare come, I'll tear them apart one by one. Shermeng proudly flashed his fist the size of a sandbag. Su Lin smiled and nodded, and the team set off again. Chen Jianfeng furrowed his brows. He had been in frequent contact with experts from the Eagle Sauce Country and the Island Country for a while, and he knew their strength very well. They were definitely not as simple as they seemed on the surface. This time, it was going to be tough. Brother Chen, don't think too much. We'll face whatever comes. I'll take out their leader at the first opportunity. After Su Lin finished speaking, he set off again. All 6 of them were very clear. The real test of the Dragon Country and themselves had arrived. The people in the official livestream of the Dragon Country were also extremely nervous. Support Su Lin, support all our team members, hit them hard. Yes, this is the first real confrontation. Let them know how powerful our Dragon Country is. With Su Lin here, I feel like we have everything in control. No, still be a bit more careful. After all, they are outnumbering us. A fierce storm was about to arrive. Chapter 56, Swift Flying Leopard. In fact, what Su Lin didn't know was that the spring water he had gotten not only enhanced strength but could also detoxify almost all poisons. Take Mo Yun, the weakest in combat, for example. He had now surpassed the ordinary fighters from other countries. So the overall strength of the dragon country had been enhanced, but they still needed to be extra cautious against the combined attacks of other countries. Su Lin's personal overall strength, without the Dusty Cloak, already far exceeded that of the other fighters. If the Dusty Cloak's enhancement was added, almost no one could stand against him. This simple mission's target area was relatively close to the center, requiring about 4 to 5 hours to reach, and that was if they didn't slow down. To hunt the swift flying leopard, just hearing the name should make it sound difficult. Chen Jianfeng led the way ahead, everyone on high alert. They knew that once they reached the mission area, a fierce battle awaited them. After more than 3 hours, Chen Jianfeng and the others had already approached the target area. Su Lin waved his hand for everyone to hide in place and took out wild boar meat, wolf meat, and fresh water from the emergency supply cabin for replenishment. Now we have 5 bows and arrows, but not many arrows, only about 60 or so. I've taken 20, and the rest of you can distribute the bows and arrows as you see fit, Su Lin said, then continued to replenish himself. I don't need the bow and arrows. Even if you give them to me, they're useless. I prefer my machete and fists. Meng voluntarily gave up his bow and arrows. Alright, after the modification from the spring water, Brother Meng's speed has also increased. Now that we're close to the target area, I'll arrange the tactics, Su Lin said. Brother Chen, after we arrive, don't rush to look for the swift flying leopard. First, help Mo Yun set up traps. I'll go scout their specific position and numbers. If possible, this time, I plan to take the initiative. Zhao Ge, Jigo, Mo Yun, if the enemy attacks, start by using bows and arrows to shoot. After 3 shots, whether you hit them or not, hide immediately and wait for my command. After Su Lin finished speaking, everyone expressed full support. Full and refreshed, the 6 of them moved forward again. Along the way, they had already drunk from the spring water twice. Although not many in number, the energy from the spring water has now been stored in their bodies, and each of them feels like they are in an incredibly good state. Half an hour later, the 6 of them had entered the area for simple tasks. Mo Yun was somewhat nervous, but the others were fine. Chen Jianfeng gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, we will protect you at all times. His warm words made Mo Yun nod unconsciously. She truly enjoyed this feeling now and was also striving to improve herself, not wanting to become a burden to others. Mo Yun, go set up the trap over there. Try to be as fast as you can. Meng, during the trap setup, you're in charge of protecting Mo Yun's safety. Sure, Meng nodded. Su Lin's figure became more and more blurry, eventually blending into the surroundings and disappearing completely. He had already heard the movement on the left, where someone was whispering. If it had been before drinking the spring water, this would have been impossible. Su Lin rushed towards the left, and about 10 minutes later, he arrived near the person who was speaking. I wonder what Brown is thinking. With only 6 of us, he actually allied with 13 countries. Was that really necessary? Even if Su Lin is strong, can he really turn the tide? A big-nosed white man with a full beard said while setting up a trap and talking to the person next to him. Still, we should be careful. I've heard many people have fallen at Su Lin's hands. Didn't you hear the systems report? But what you're saying makes sense, let's hurry up. Brown and the others should be here in about half an hour. I don't believe in this curse. When I see Su Lin, I'll make the first move, you all follow me. My 6 years as a special forces soldier weren't for nothing. A burst of laughter erupted from the surroundings. Cole, you probably don't know, do you? Every member of Dragon Country, except Su Lin, is no easy opponent. If you have time, check the information. Don't end up dead and not even know how you died. Cole didn't argue. In fact, he was well aware of it himself. The 4 or 5 people around him were working hard, staying extremely alert. But it's also strange. We've been here for so long, why haven't we seen the swift leopard? Someone else asked. The others all shook their heads. Su Lin quietly withdrew. It wasn't the right time to act yet, so he didn't want to alarm the enemy. After returning to where Mo Yun and the others were, the traps had almost been set up. It must be said that Mo Yun and the others worked incredibly fast when setting the traps. While Su Lin was standing there deep in thought, Xiao Hui flew over, constantly nudging his pants with its wings, occasionally opening its left wing and pointing towards the right. Are you saying you found the whereabouts of the swift leopard? Xiao Hui excitedly flapped its wings. Su Lin fell into deep thought again. With Brown not having arrived yet, should he go hunt the swift leopard first? As long as the task is completed, they could retreat at any time. How's the trap setup going? 5 more minutes and it'll be done. Mo Yun is a genius.
The chain trap she set this time will be more than enough for Brown and the others.
Chen Jianfeng seemed somewhat excited. So, we must protect Mo Yun's safety. She's even more important than any of us. Everyone, move faster. Xiao Hui has found the swift leopard's trail. Let's complete the task first.
Su Lin made a quick decision.
Li Jun, who was standing in front of the screen, couldn't help but nod.
He applauded Su Lin's decisiveness. A leader should act like this. 10 minutes later, the 6 of them had followed Xiao Hui and were on their way to find the swift leopard.
Just hearing the name, one could guess that it was probably a flying leopard.
The dense forest was extremely difficult to navigate, and the group spent half an hour before they arrived at the gathering place of the swift leopards. Although it was called a gathering place, Su Lin had already discovered after some scouting that there were only about 10 swift leopards in this area, and they were spread out quite far.
Everyone, be especially careful. Our Dragon Kingdom's national fortune has dropped to 85 points, so the mission will no longer be as simple as before. Be mentally prepared. The swift leopards fly very fast, and we can only use bows and arrows to deal with them. You 5 should split into 3 groups. Brother Chen, you take a group by yourself. We'll complete the mission in the shortest time possible.
After Su Lin finished speaking, he left with Xiao Hui. In this area, the swift leopards flew back and forth, and they had already noticed Su Lin and the others, watching them with a vigilant gaze. Su Lin drew his bow and arrow, but before he could string the bow and nock an arrow, Xiao Hui shot out like a lightning bolt, so fast that it seemed to reach its extreme, directly grabbing a swift leopard that was flying. Su Lin stood there, dumbfounded. It seemed like it was time to change the plan.
Chapter 57, Taking the Initiative. Su Lin went directly to Chen Jianfeng and the others. Everyone, come over. Xiao Hui can catch the swift leopards. You don't need to do anything.
After Xiao Hui catches one, each of you take one.
Let's go.
As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, the others followed him to Xiao Hui's side. At this moment, Xiao Hui had its claws pressed down on a swift leopard, not moving at all. Its eyes were spinning wildly, as if asking the group for praise. Su Lin tied the swift leopard with vines and said to Xiao Hui, "Go catch a few more." Xiao Hui excitedly flapped its wings and flew high. Within 10 minutes, it caught 4 more swift leopards. Su Lin noticed that the swift leopards seemed to be extremely afraid of Xiao Hui, showing no signs of resistance whatsoever. Now, there was no time to worry about that.
Brother Zhao, you kill the first one. No need, let Mo Yun do it.
This will help her strengthen her overall strength. We'll need to rely on Mo Yun a lot in the future. What Zhao Xinming said was indeed true, but the main reason was that after drinking the spring water, his overall strength had undergone a huge transformation.
Giving the reward to Mo Yun was undoubtedly the best choice. Let Mo Yun do it.
Her increased strength will be nothing but beneficial to our team, agreed Shi Meng and Wang Wujie.
Mo Yun felt a bit embarrassed.
Since entering the origin world, she had been prepared to die, never expecting to receive such special care from Su Lin and the other teammates. Her heart felt warm.
Thank you, brothers.
I will do my best in the future, Mo Yun said, and with that, she plunged her knife into the swift leopard.
Mo Yun, don't carry any psychological burden. The reason we take care of you is so that you can keep up with our pace. In the future, we'll need you to set up more traps and mechanisms. Otherwise, just relying on us would make group combat a disadvantage, Chen Jianfeng said with a smile. The others also killed their respective swift leopards. Reward: Dragon Kingdom contestant Mo Yun has killed a swift leopard. All stats +3. The probability of pollution and natural disasters in the Dragon Kingdom decreased by 5%. Since Mo Yun was the first to kill a swift leopard, the reward for all stats increases by another +3. Chen Jianfeng and the others also received their rewards, with the system announcing it 3 times in a row. Shit. Why? Why does Su Lin always manage to lead his team to complete the mission first? Could it be that his strength has really surpassed ours?
Brown's voice was filled with concern.
Absolutely impossible. Catching one of these swift leopards is understandable, but catching 5 in such a short time? Does he really think this is a joke? Said a black man beside Brown.
This situation is too unfavorable for us. We must change this immediately, notify everyone, and track down the whereabouts of the Su Lin team.
Once found, inform me right away.
Brown's face was ashen, his emotions seemed to have been affected. In the Dragon Nation livestream, both the host Fang He and Chen Yi were feeling relieved by the performance of the Dragon Nation competitors, with the chat filled with encouraging and supportive words. Su Lin and the others didn't stop at all. After collecting all the bodies of the Swift Panthers into the emergency supply capsule, they moved towards the people who were setting up traps in the southern direction that they had discovered earlier. In the past, they were the ones who actively attacked Su Lin, but this time, Su Lin had changed his strategy.
In fact, Su Lin wasn't far from them, probably less than an hour's journey.
When Su Lin and the others arrived, they found that Brown and the others were already there. The area they were in was bustling, with about 40 to 50 people, making loud noises with no intention of hiding. Su Lin frowned. This was absolutely abnormal. Even if Brown were an idiot, thinking his manpower was enough, he should still take some defensive measures and not make so much noise.
I think something's off. Be ready to retreat to the direction where we set the traps.
I'll go in alone to investigate. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, Su Lin disappeared completely. He had already spotted Brown's figure from afar, talking with Koizumi, Taylor, and Luo Han, looking extremely relaxed. Su Lin slowly approached them. We keep it loose on the outside and tight on the inside to lure Su Lin in, but you're being too obvious.
Su Lin isn't an idiot.
Your approach will backfire, and he'll see through it instantly.
Koizumi's face turned red, seemingly because his opinion wasn't being recognized. I definitely have my reasons. Koizumi, stop trying to be clever. Do you understand the principle of false appearances? Don't I know this will make Su Lin see through it?
Brown's voice was sharp.
Just follow orders and don't say anything. After the battle, you'll understand everything. Koizumi nodded and said no more.
Only one person from the island country remained by his side.
Su Lin, come out. I know you're here. What's the use of relying on the empty dust cloak? If you have the guts, let's have a one-on-one fight. Su Lin didn't respond at all. He knew Brown was trying to bait him. He slowly drew his bow and arrow, hiding behind a tree, aimed at Brown, and shot.
At the same time, Xiaowei rushed towards the eyes of the people around Brown, having gained speed 3 times faster than before after drinking the spring water, moving like lightning. The sound of the arrow cutting through the air alarmed Brown. He quickly bent down and narrowly avoided the arrow Su Lin shot, at the same time throwing a dagger towards Su Lin. Xiaowei scratched the opponent's eyes and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, it had vanished.
It's Su Lin, quickly send the signal.
Brown's voice was urgent. Then a series of bird calls rang out, and the people Brown brought quickly surrounded the area. After retreating with over a dozen people, Su Lin hid behind a massive tree, coldly watching these people. From this exploratory ambush, it was clear that Brown was hiding his strength. Not everyone could dodge the arrows Su Lin shot, and the people around him were also very quick to react. Su Lin pointed to the treetops, and Xiaowei instantly vanished into them.
In this situation, most people thought Su Lin would definitely retreat, considering the overwhelming number of opponents.
But Su Lin refused. He wanted to catch Brown off guard. And from the earlier ambush, it was clear that Koizumi, Taylor, Rowan, and the others were all experts, their eyes showing no sign of fear. Su Lin circled around again, moving slowly, and stopped when he was almost next to Brown. A knife appeared in his left hand, and then he bent down, rushing toward Brown at high speed. To his surprise, just before he could reach Brown, 7 or 8 people suddenly surrounded him from all sides.
Brown also quickly moved behind a large tree to avoid him. Su Lin, this time I'll see where you can run.
Brown's voice was filled with smugness.
Su Lin's face showed no change. Chapter 58, Facing Brown.
Su Lin's gaze swept over the crowd, his heart completely unaffected, and he slowly revealed himself.
Ah, Su Lin, I didn't expect you to be so impatient. I used a small trick to lure you in. You're not as clever as I imagined. Let's see how you're going to escape today.
Brown's voice was full of pride.
Brown, no need to pretend anymore. These people are all yours. I came here just to ask you one thing. Why did you want to use my hands to eliminate your people? I can't quite figure it out.
As soon as Su Lin said this, the people around Brown all changed their expressions, but quickly returned to normal.
Do you think such a small trick could fool everyone? Besides, why would I need your hands to eliminate them?
Brown's voice was low, and after speaking, he glanced around.
Brown, everyone knows what your eagle country is like better than I do. I really overestimated you.
You can't even admit to the things you've done, so there's no need for me to ask. After Su Lin's words, his figure gradually blurred and within seconds completely vanished. Just as Brown was about to speak, he suddenly heard the sound of something cutting through the air from his left. He quickly lowered his head and retreated, but what he didn't expect was that Su Lin seemed to have anticipated his reaction. The machete in Su Lin's hand swung sharply toward Brown's left leg. Plus, Brown had no idea where Su Lin was. By the time he realized it, it was already too late to avoid the attack. The machete slashed down toward Brown's left leg. Just as this life-threatening blow was about to land, a figure in black suddenly appeared behind Brown. The black-clad figure pulled Brown back just in time, narrowly avoiding Su Lin's attack.
Everything seemed so normal.
Su Lin understood that after the body enhancement and the spring water strengthening in the past 3 days, his speed had far surpassed the other contestants from different countries. But this person in black could still react faster, pulling Brown out of danger, which showed that his strength was not to be underestimated. After the missed strike, Su Lin had already escaped the encirclement, retreating far away. Brown, Koizumi, Taylor, Rowan, and that so-called brother Sean, protect your heads well.
I'll be coming for them any time.
His voice echoed from different directions, making it impossible to tell where he was.
Shit. Su Lin, don't get too cocky. The joint power of so many countries is not something you alone can withstand. Everyone, chase after him.
After Brown gave the order, no one responded for a long time.
Brown's face showed a hint of awkwardness. Brown, aren't you going to explain? I've been feeling something was off for the past few days. Why were so many people so easily killed by Su Lin? What were you really thinking?
Taylor's voice grew louder, and the crowd around them all looked toward Brown.
This is Su Lin's scheme to sow discord. Can't you all see something this simple? Besides, why would I need to use Su Lin's hands to kill them? Brown's rhetorical question made everyone fall into deep thought. There is really no reason, isn't it good to have one more ally?
But Xiao Quan and Taylor saw a trace of ruthlessness deep in Brown's eyes, and the person in black who had just saved Brown also disappeared at the same time. Even Lin raised his head and looked at Brown with a confused expression.
The atmosphere was awkward to the extreme.
And there was one more question in everyone's mind. Su Lin had the ability to avoid being surrounded by them, and if he hadn't shown up, no one would even know where he was.
So why did he appear to question Brown?
There is only one answer. Su Lin himself couldn't figure out why Brown was doing this.
The way everyone looked at Brown was already different from before. Humph, if you people really can't resist being provoked, you can leave now.
After Brown finished speaking, he stood up and led the people from Eagle Sauce Country to chase after Su Lin. Xiao Quan hesitated for 2 seconds before leading his people to follow. The others exchanged glances.
About a minute later, everyone rushed to follow.
They weren't following because their suspicions of Brown had been cleared, but because at this stage, they needed to rely on Brown to fight Su Lin. Each person had their own little plans, and everyone had already raised their weapons. It was clear they were preparing to eliminate Su Lin before coming back to negotiate with Brown, but what they didn't understand was that once Su Lin was gone, they would lose their reason for existence. Su Lin let out a heavy sigh, not because the provocation had failed, but because he felt a deep sense of helplessness. There were too many people on Brown's side, while there were only 6 on Dragon Nation's side. The disparity in strength was huge. If they kept being entangled like this, many things would become very troublesome. The official livestream of Dragon Nation had no new bullet comments, and it seemed that Su Lin's pressure had already descended upon them. Even Fong He and Shun Yi just quietly watched. Su Lin's speed was extremely fast, darting through the dense mountain forest, quickly reaching Chen Jianfeng and the others. Brown and the others are chasing us. My suggestion is to take out some of their people and then retreat quickly.
Do as you say, Captain.
The rest of the team spoke in unison.
Everyone, don't get attached to the fight. You can't eat an elephant in one bite.
We'll play with them slowly. Then, the 6 of them each hid in a position that was extremely advantageous for them, quietly waiting for Brown and the others to arrive. After about 10 minutes, Brown charged first.
Su Lin shot an arrow.
Brown reacted quickly, keeping his eyes on the direction where the arrow was coming from. He turned his body sideways to dodge. Before his body could return to its original position, Chen Jianfeng and Zhao Xinling's arrows also shot out. Although their speed couldn't compare with Su Lin's, the crossfire from the 2 of them left Brown no way to dodge.
Ah!
A piercing scream rang out as Zhao Xinling's arrow nailed Brown's right chest.
What a pity!
The person in black next to Brown appeared again, pulling him back behind a large tree. At this moment, Xiao Quan and the others had also caught up.
Except for Mo Yun, everyone else shot an arrow. After shooting, they all hit again.
The 2 people next to Taylor fell to the ground at the same time.
In just a few minutes, there were 3 dead and 3 injured. Su Lin, today, no matter what, you won't escape. You can stop dreaming. Even if we have to pay any price, we are willing. Brown's voice echoed again. It seemed that he was not seriously injured. A group of country bumpkins, just shamelessly acting as Brown's dogs without realizing it. Not only do they not feel ashamed, but they actually take pride in it. I truly feel ashamed for you all. Doesn't your own country have sovereignty?
I, Su Lin, am warning you here today. Leave within 10 minutes, and I can let today's incident go without consequences. If you don't leave, I will leave all of you here, though it will take some effort. At worst, I'll just stop doing the extremely difficult task. Su Lin's voice echoed through the dense forest. Everyone was weighing whether it was worth staying here or not.
Chapter 59, Complete Victory.
The reason Su Lin said such things was simply to make some people retreat. In fact, he really didn't care much about these people because he understood that these people were just superficial puppets, with hidden masters behind each country.
The waters here run deep. Time passed second by second, and Brown didn't speak again.
He understood that, no matter how much he said now, it was useless. Those who wanted to leave would leave sooner or later.
10 minutes later, no one left. Brown suddenly laughed loudly. The laughter seemed to mock Su Lin. Su Lin didn't speak again.
His figure disappeared, and he instructed Chen Jianfeng and the others not to move yet.
Su Lin held a dagger in his hand and suddenly appeared in the crowd of pursuers.
He moved swiftly, and with each slash of the dagger, someone fell down.
The speed was so fast that each person was struck in the neck.
After 2 minutes, more than 10 corpses lay on the ground, and Su Lin retreated again.
No one knew how Su Lin did it. Why are you not laughing anymore?
You always imagine yourselves as overly powerful and us, Dragon Nation, as too weak.
Now, you can't even leave.
After Su Lin's words, his figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was only 4 or 5 meters away from Brown. His dagger flew up and down, and the contestants from Eagle Sauce Country, Island Country, Kangaroo Country, A3 Country, John Bull, and Gull Chicken were harvested like leeks. And almost all of them had their necks slashed open, not even given a chance for sacrifice. Brown's expression became serious, and his companion, Rain, was trembling all over.
He probably never imagined that Su Lin could be so powerful. At this moment, Brown also understood that everything Su Lin said was true. He was only worried about delaying the completion of the extremely difficult task, which was why he hadn't acted against them in the past few days. Without giving him more time to react, Su Lin's figure had already appeared beside Brown.
Rain had long since disappeared, and Brown couldn't run because of the arrow wound. Plus, there were black-clad men around him, so he wasn't particularly worried.
Su Lin's dagger, with a speed almost beyond human understanding, slashed toward Brown's neck.
The black-clad man behind Brown suddenly made a move, and 2 daggers collided, making the sound of metal clashing. Both of them were very fast, but it was obvious that the black-clad man was only hastily blocking Su Lin's dagger. Whether in power or speed, he was on a completely different level from Su Lin. The black-clad man quickly retreated, pulling Brown along as he ran, with Su Lin right behind them. The black-clad man occasionally turned around to block, and in just over a minute, Su Lin had already left 7 or 8 cuts on his body.
William, aren't you going to make a move?
Idiot, I can't hold on much longer. The black-clad man suddenly shouted toward the left side of the forest.
Su Lin didn't hesitate at all.
The dagger fiercely stabbed into Brown's back, on the left side, then quickly pulled out as he floated toward the right. He had considered that the black-clad man might be trying to deceive him, but in such a situation, it was better to believe it than not.
Everything happened in the blink of an eye.
Brown let out a deep, growling roar, his entire body being pulled forward by the black-clad man. Another black-clad man suddenly appeared from the forest on the left, also holding a dagger, not even sparing a glance at Su Lin. With incredible speed, he joined the other black-clad man in restraining Brown and hurriedly fled. Su Lin did not pursue them further, instead turning back to slaughter the contestants who had followed Brown in pursuit.
Brother Chen, we can start now.
Su Lin almost herded the people like cattle into the trap that Mo Yun had set up in advance. In an instant, those who were caught by the vines were trapped, some suspended in the air.
Kill, don't hold back, leave no one alive.
As soon as Su Lin's order was given, 4 arrows shot from different directions towards the trapped contestants, 3 hitting their chests, and 1 piercing straight through their necks.
Su Lin's figure moved like a ghost, flickering and fast.
In the blink of an eye, he had killed all 4 of the injured people and began chasing after the contestants who were scattering in all directions. Chen Jianfeng and his team had also joined the battle, especially Mo Yun. She had completely shed her previous image of a fragile woman, moving like a leopard, continuously slashing her dagger across the enemy's neck.
In just 2 minutes, Mo Yun had killed 2 contestants by herself.
Su Lin smiled with satisfaction. Most of the remaining contestants had already fled, leaving only a few behind, still fighting with Chen Jianfeng and his group.
The battle was nearing its end.
10 minutes later, all the contestants from other countries who had come to attack Su Lin and Chen Jianfeng were eliminated, except for those who had fled. This time, not only was Su Lin's combat strength overwhelmingly strong, but the performance of the other contestants from Dragon Country also stunned everyone. It seemed that the contestants from Dragon Country had no weaknesses, each one possessing immense combat power. Chen Jianfeng and the others gathered all the weapons and food. Whatever they couldn't carry, they placed in Su Lin's emergency supply compartment. After everything was packed up, they followed Su Lin, heading towards the area with the most difficult tasks.
Everyone performed very well today, especially Mo Yun.
Your attack speed and strength are now on par with the best from other countries. But Mo Yun, you must only take the initiative when your safety is guaranteed.
Your approach today was a suicidal one. Next time, you might not be so lucky.
Don't rush to help us, your strength lies in setting traps.
Leave the heavy lifting to us.
Mo Yun looked up at Su Lin, slowly raising the dagger in her hand. Captain, I hope that starting today, you and the other members will treat me fairly, as one of you. Don't think that because I'm a woman, I need special treatment.
Trust me, I can do it. Su Lin nodded. Alright, now we head to my task area.
I'll handle the extremely difficult task, and you all just need to make sure the contestants from other countries don't interfere. Don't worry, Captain, we've got it covered, Chen Jianfeng patted his chest in assurance. The 6 of them continued forward. This time, none of them carried any burdens or weight. Although Chen Jianfeng, Zhao Xinming, and Mo Yun were all injured, their mood seemed exceptionally good.
Today's battle made them realize that Su Lin was a crushing force among all the contestants. As long as they worked together, there was no task they couldn't complete. They also realized that after drinking the spring water, each of their combat powers had been qualitatively enhanced. Now, even when facing someone like Brown, they might not fall behind. Su Lin walked at the front, already thinking about how to proceed on the next part of the journey. A sudden roar came from ahead, and Su Lin rushed over at top speed. When Su Lin arrived, he saw a foreign contestant lying on the ground, holding a machete in his hand, with what seemed to be a severe injury to his calf. But due to the darkness, it was hard to see clearly. Alone here, he was most likely here to undertake an extremely difficult task. Su Lin, with a blank expression, walked over to his side. Help me, I am a contestant from North Bang. Are you from Dragon Country? Su Lin nodded. How can I be sure you're from North Bang? Su Lin asked. You can see it here, it can't be faked. My name is Li Zhangtai, are you Su Lin?
Li Zhangtai pointed to the live streaming screen.
Su Lin took a quick glance and helped him up. I am Su Lin. Your leg is quite seriously injured. You can ask your country to sacrifice some of the national luck points to heal you, otherwise, with your current condition, you'll basically be saying goodbye to survival through national luck. While speaking, Su Lin tore off some fabric from his clothes and quickly bandaged him up. No need. Our country's national luck points are too low, we can't waste them. I can endure it. You can endure, but in your condition, you definitely won't be able to complete the task. You might even slow down your teammates. What I'm saying might not sound pleasant, but it's the truth. I hope you think it over carefully, Su Lin's voice was low. No need to think. I can't waste the country's national luck points because of me. Su Lin, I was about to find you. Brown has set up a lot of traps 2 miles ahead. I overheard their conversation, and it seems they've already pursued you once, but that was fake. Their experts didn't participate at all. Li Zhengtai's expression was serious, and what showed more was concern. What happened to your leg? Did you come here to complete an extremely difficult task? Su Lin didn't continue asking. I got caught in their trap when leaving. I wasn't here for an extremely difficult task. Our captain got the news that they were going to target you, so I came with 2 others to support. Unfortunately, both of them sacrificed themselves. Li Jingtai's eyes were red, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead, as if he was enduring immense pain. Can you still walk? Do you know how many people are over there? Yes, I can walk. Their traps are set in that direction. You must avoid it. There aren't too many people inside, only about 12 or 13. I can take you there. Su Lin nodded, took a bamboo tube from the emergency supply cabin, and handed it to Li Zhengtai. Drink 3 sips, no more. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle it. It'll help your injuries heal quickly, and the rest, take to your teammates. Chen Jianfeng's expression was serious. He was somewhat confused about why Su Lin was doing this. Although it was certain that the person was from North Bang, it didn't mean they were friendly towards them. But Chen Jianfeng didn't say a word. They didn't want to publicly question Su Lin's decision in front of outsiders. Li Zhengtai didn't hesitate and drank 3 sips. Then, he put the bamboo tube into the backpack he was carrying. Let's go, I'll take you. This road is the only way to complete the extremely difficult task. The right side is filled with miasma, which is impassable. On the left, they've set up a lot of traps, mainly to deal with you. Su Lin, if possible, I hope you can give up this task. Li Zhengtai said, then looked at Su Lin with a hopeful expression. Do you feel any better? Li Zhengtai slowly stood up, tried to walk a couple of steps, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. I won't advise you anymore, let's go. I know a small path that can lead us in. Su Lin nodded, waved at Chen Jianfeng and the others behind, and slowly walked forward, supporting Li Zhengtai. Actually, to say that Su Lin fully trusted Li Zhengtai, that would be impossible. Although Longhua and Beibang are friendly countries, human hearts are hard to predict. What kind of person is Li Zhengtai? There is no inevitable connection between him and his country. After more than 10 minutes, Li Zhengtai's speed gradually increased, and it seemed like the injury on his leg was healing rapidly. Drink 3 more sips, maybe your injury will be completely healed, Su Lin reminded. No need, this good stuff should be left for the teammates, I'm already mostly fine. Li Zhengtai's eyes suddenly filled with hope, though it was unclear why. Su Lin, on the edge of the entrance to the miasma forest on the right, there's a small path. There's actually no miasma there. It's about 2 or 3 meters wide. I'll take you around it later.
Li Zhengtai's eyes suddenly darkened, as if remembering something.
Su Lin nodded. Half an hour later, they arrived at the miasma forest, just as Li Zhengtai had described. About 10 meters to the left, the miasma forest on the right was about 30 to 40 meters wide, with high mountains on both sides. It really was a necessary path, no wonder Brown had ambushed them here in advance. Su Lin, enter from here, just hold your breath for about half a minute, and you'll reach the small path on the right. We can bypass Brown and the others. Alright, are you going back to find your teammates or coming with us? Thank you so much. I'll go with you. We came here to assist you, and now I'm the only one left. If I don't do something, how can I face going back?
After Li Zhengtai's words, the expressions of Chen Jianfeng and the others changed.
Alright, lead the way. Is your leg injury serious? It's fine now. It still hurts a little, but it doesn't affect me fighting.
Li Zhengtai finished speaking, took off his bow and arrows without hesitation, and directly entered the miasma forest. Chen Jianfeng opened his mouth as if to say something, but Su Lin gestured for him to stop, then they entered one after another. Su Lin and Chen Jianfeng followed behind.
About half a minute later, they arrived in a miasma-free forest. Li Zhengtai turned back. Why didn't you cover your mouth and nose? Never mind, it's too late to say anything now. If we go forward for about 200 meters, we'll bypass the miasma forest.
Su Lin, I know you're very strong, but they're all experts, so you must be extra careful.
It's fine, don't worry. The spring water you drank earlier has a detoxifying effect. If things get critical, you can hide in the miasma forest and won't be poisoned. You can return now and report to your team leader. Thank you again. Su Lin persuaded once more. No need, I have to kill 2 people before going back.
Li Zhengtai said stubbornly. Su Lin shook his head helplessly, and then the 7 of them passed through the miasma forest, hiding carefully.
This time, Su Lin is definitely doomed.
He never expected us to be waiting here for them. Once they enter the trap zone, everyone draw their bows and shoot arrows, don't give them any chance to resist. Brown's voice came, completely different from when he was fleeing in embarrassment before.
Su Lin didn't say a word, quietly thinking for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Li Zhengtai, Chen Jianfeng, and the others also waited silently.
All of you, go over there and hide. Mo Yun, if you can, set up some traps.
I'll go check on Brown's situation and return soon. Take care of Li Zhengtai. After Su Lin said this, he walked about 10 meters forward and completely disappeared.
Chen Jianfeng and the others fully understood Su Lin's meaning.
The word take care had many meanings.
Until now, Su Lin had not completely trusted Li Zhengtai.
Li Zhengtai was also a smart person, and he could understand Su Lin. After all, he had not been in contact with them for long. Su Lin's speed was extremely fast, like a ghost, elusive and unpredictable, his figure moving so quickly that it left only a shadow behind, his actions so swift that they created illusions. Su Lin's overall strength was overwhelming, whether it was speed, power, or the overall responsiveness of his body, it far surpassed the competitors from other countries.
Humph, does Su Lin really think we are afraid of him? This time, let's make sure he never comes back. Everyone, remember, once he gets trapped or caught, shoot him with arrows immediately. Don't miss the chance, or the consequences will be severe.
Brown's face showed a trace of someone who had narrowly escaped death, as he had just experienced Su Lin's chase.
Brown, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Unless Su Lin gives up on completing the extremely difficult task, there's no way he can escape. But, the North Stick let one person escape, and you didn't let them chase him. Won't that mess things up for us?
Brother Sean of Jonia said casually.
Our main target is Su Lin. That person is irrelevant.
Brown's voice was full of confidence. Su Lin had a strange feeling, as if Brown was two-faced. One moment, he was anxious from the recent chase, and the next moment, he seemed completely confident.
Alright, take your positions. Su Lin should be coming soon.
As soon as Brown finished speaking, everyone quickly took action, each person standing facing the trap area. Su Lin counted, and including Brown, there were 13 people, but each of them was far stronger than those he had just eliminated, faster, and all had a bow on their backs.
Behind Brown stood a man in black.
Su Lin stood there quietly, without making any sound, as he pondered whether to strike now or wait until after completing the extremely difficult task.
It was a tough choice.
Su Lin quietly retreated, took a bamboo tube of spring water from the emergency supply capsule, and drank 3 gulps. There are 13 people on their side, and they've already formed an attack formation.
But right now, we're behind them, so we can launch a surprise attack. Li Zhengtai, how's your archery?
Su Lin turned to look at Li Zhengtai. To be honest, most competitors can't match my archery, and I have this. Li Zhengtai pulled out a bamboo tube from his chest and handed it to Su Lin.
This is a bamboo crossbow, with an effective kill range of 5 to 15 meters. Its power isn't too strong, but it can be used for silent attacks. If the arrowhead is made from sharpened bamboo, it can cause tearing wounds. However, after firing 3 to 5 arrows, the bamboo tube will most likely crack.
I've made one myself, Emoyun said, then handed Su Lin a bamboo crossbow.
Su Lin took a look and handed it back to the two of them. This bamboo crossbow was actually the prototype of a modern compound bow. You all know Brown, right?
The saying goes, capture the king before capturing the thief.
When we go over, I'll attack Brown.
Everyone shoot one arrow at him, then retreat to that side.
Emoyun has set up a simple trap over there, and I'll cover you.
If they come after us, we'll fight them up close and eliminate them. After Su Lin finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. The group carefully approached, getting about 10 meters away from Brown. Su Lin pointed at Brown and then pointed up to the sky. Little Gray was already prepared. The others signaled that they were ready. Little Gray shot like an arrow from the bow toward one of the archers. The claws fiercely reached for his eyes, and the opponent let out a heartbreaking scream before slowly collapsing to the ground.
Upon hearing the sound, Brown suddenly stood up. Now! Shoot!
As soon as Su Lin's voice fell, 7 arrows, including his own, shot toward Brown, not giving him a chance to react.
Emoyun used the bamboo crossbow in his hand.
Brown's eyes showed an expression of terror, and the man in black behind him suddenly pulled him away, trying to fully avoid the impact of the arrows.
But that was just wishful thinking.
Although the man in black wasn't slow, 3 arrows still hit Brown's body. Perhaps due to the darkness, 2 arrows struck his left arm, and 1 hit his abdomen, while the man in black behind him wasn't so lucky. The remaining arrows all hit him, and he fell backward, face up. Su Lin waved his hand, and the others quickly retreated, moving around to the trap area Emoyun had set.
Everything happened in the blink of an eye, probably in just 3 or 4 seconds.
The 2 closest people to Brown had already reached his side, helping him up before hiding behind a large tree. They raised their bows to counterattack, but it was just wild shooting, the target had long since fled.
After hesitating for 2 seconds, Su Lin turned invisible and pounced toward Brown.
When he reached Brown's side, the dagger in his hand slashed across one of the man's necks, and then he spun around, stabbing sharply at Brown's chest. The other person immediately discarded his bow and drew a curved knife, pushing Brown away while hacking at Su Lin.
Su Lin's dagger pierced Brown's chest and was quickly pulled out.
A chopping knife appeared in his right hand, blocking the curved knife's attack.
Su Lin, why are you here?
Brown's voice trembled. After all, he had just experienced 2 life and death situations.
Su Lin didn't answer him at all.
The dagger in his left hand quickly slashed across the person still attacking him, and then the dagger again attacked Brown. In an instant, 4 people died, and Su Lin killed 2 of them. Just when Su Lin thought he could completely kill Brown, Brown gave him a strange smile, his body twisting at an unbelievable angle, narrowly dodging Su Lin's attack. A bamboo crossbow appeared in his hand, and he pulled the trigger at Su Lin. The situation happened so suddenly, and with the distance between them being too close, Su Lin couldn't avoid it at all. An arrow struck his right chest, and while Brown pulled the arrows out of his own body, he slowly retreated, a faint smile still hanging on his lips.
Su Lin also smiled. Chapter 62, Pursuit and Counter-Pursuit. Su Lin knew it. Brown was definitely not that simple.
After being continuously injured, Brown's body could still avoid Su Lin's attacks so skillfully and retaliate. This was definitely abnormal.
The smiles of both men, to some extent, made others feel a bit eerie.
Su Lin reached up to pull the crossbow bolt from his body moving rapidly forward.
Su Lin, the crossbow bolt is coated with deadly poison.
There's no need to struggle anymore. Brown's triumphant voice came from behind. Su Lin's body gradually blended with the surrounding environment, completely disappearing.
Brown, in his panic, quickly retreated.
In his mind, the further away he was from Su Lin, the better. But it was impossible to do.
Within a few seconds, Su Lin once again appeared by Brown's side, swinging his dagger toward Brown's heart.
Brown quickly retreated, his face filled with panic, completely exposed. The dagger pierced Brown's right chest again. If he hadn't twisted his body, this strike would have pierced his heart.
Su Lin's body quickly retreated, and Brown's crossbow bolt was fired again.
But this time, Su Lin was prepared and dodged. After several attacks, Su Lin had already noticed that the empty dust cloak seemed unable to withstand high speeds. Once his speed exceeded a certain limit, the invisibility effect would disappear. If it was just for traveling or normal attacks, he could remain invisible, but otherwise, the invisibility effect would fail. Su Lin retreated, not because he spared Brown, but because he felt that it was impossible to take down Brown today. Su Lin returned to the side of Chen Jianfeng and the others. Although they had achieved some results, he sensed something was wrong. Brown's performance made Su Lin feel a sense of disorientation. His intuition told him that Brown must have some other life-saving measures.
Let's leave first. Brown is hiding his true strength. His real power is probably much higher than other countries' contestants.
For a long time, he has been pretending to be weak while hiding his strength.
Li Zhangtai, you go back. Take this food and water with you.
Su Lin took out some wild boar meat and 2 bamboo tubes of fresh water from the emergency supply capsule and handed them to Li Zhangtai. Li Zhangtai took them, nodded, and left.
We should leave too. Brown and the others will catch up soon.
As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, the sound of arrows cutting through the air came. Su Lin has already been poisoned.
The others are not a threat. We must leave none of them alive today. Brown's voice echoed.
A hint of anger appeared on Su Lin's face, and Chen Jianfeng and the others immediately hid.
Since they seek death, let's help them.
Let's proceed with the plan we set earlier.
After receiving Su Lin's order, everyone assumed their attack formations. Just 2 or 3 minutes later, the remaining 7 or 8 people had caught up. They were shouting loudly, acting arrogantly, showing no intention of hiding their plans. Even Brown was the same. Su Lin's face showed no expression. Although he felt something was wrong, since the enemy had already come to them, they couldn't retreat anymore.
Among the pursuing crowd, there was no sign of familiar faces like Ryan, Taylor, Luo Han, or Brother Sean, which made it even more abnormal. Without thinking too much, Su Lin and the others shot their bows again, not giving the enemy any time to react.
After 2 agonizing screams, 2 bodies fell to the ground.
Su Lin's body disappeared again and dashed toward Brown. Before reaching Brown, his brow furrowed, and he quickly withdrew.
Ah, Su Lin is done for, chase him down.
Brown's simple words confirmed Su Lin's suspicion. He seemed to be able to see through the invisibility state. Su Lin quickly retreated to the trap set by Mo Yun, holding a bloodstained dagger in his hand. A few seconds later, 4 out of the 7 pursuers, including Brown, were trapped by Mo Yun's trap. They tried to pull out their daggers to cut through the vines, but Chen Jianfeng and the others' arrows arrived, almost all of them piercing their necks. The situation suddenly turned around.
Only 3 people were left on Brown's side. Su Lin, don't think that no one can hurt you. I admit defeat this time, but we will meet again next time.
Brown's body had fully recovered again, likely due to a sacrifice from the Eagle Country.
The remaining 3 people quickly retreated, including Brown, moving faster than Chen Jianfeng and the others. Don't chase them, Brown must have other life-saving methods, and his lackeys didn't come. Let's leave too. Without hesitation, Su Lin led Chen Jianfeng and the others to leave.
This battle, which didn't seem like a battle at all, left Su Lin filled with doubts.
Based on the reward announced by the system, Brown did not receive any rewards that could greatly enhance his own strength, but why was he able to see through his invisibility? And it seemed that his speed and power were only slightly weaker than his own? It doesn't feel right, it's just too wrong. Captain, could it be that Brown has received some reward that allows him to hide himself?
Chen Jianfeng's words were a bit awkward, but there was some truth to them.
I'm not sure, but no one is injured, right?
No, Captain, Brown said you were hit by a poison arrow.
Are you okay? Mo Yun asked with concern. I'm fine, the spring water has detoxifying properties. Not only me, but all of you will be fine, none of you will be poisoned.
The 6 of them chatted casually, and the trees grew sparser. 2 hours later, they arrived in front of a stone mountain.
This is where the Crimson Toxic Scorpion King resides. Let's go, I'll go search for the mine entrance. You all help me block any attacks from the other country's contestants at the entrance. Everyone nodded in agreement.
What Su Lin didn't know was that everyone in the Dragon Country livestream was staring at him. This was the extremely difficult task on the 3rd day, and completing it seemed incredibly hard. They climbed the mountain, and on the right side of the stone mountain, they easily found the mine where the Crimson Toxic Scorpion King was located. This task will probably be very difficult. It may take a long time, so don't worry too much.
No matter what happens inside, just ignore it and wait for me to come out.
After giving his instructions, Su Lin was about to enter the mine, but was stopped by Chen Jianfeng.
Captain, if possible, let Xiao Hui come out to send us a message. You don't need to worry about what's happening outside the mine. Chen Jianfeng's face was filled with worry. Okay, don't worry. If I can't handle it, I'll run. After Su Lin said that, he directly entered the mine. The mine was pitch black. If it weren't for Su Lin's eyes being enhanced by the spring water and various rewards, he wouldn't be able to see anything clearly. The ground was covered with rubble, making it incredibly difficult to walk, and now and then, 1 or 2 small scorpions crawled by. Half an hour later, Su Lin arrived at the entrance of a giant mine. A strong, pungent smell hit him right away. Chapter 63, Hunt the Crimson Toxic Scorpion King.
This was already deep inside the mine. The stone walls were glowing with a blue light, giving the place an even more eerie feel. Su Lin had already turned invisible, holding his machete in his hand, and pressed closely against the cold rock wall. The sounds of pata-pata came from the depths of the mine, like animals tapping on the rock walls, accompanied by the sound of exoskeletons scraping against the stones.
Suddenly, all the sounds stopped in an instant, disappearing completely. The entire mine fell into an eerie silence.
Su Lin's pupils contracted sharply. The Crimson Toxic Scorpion King must have noticed him, and the distance between them seemed very close. Almost without any reaction time, Su Lin moved, not retreating, but charging directly forward. Just as he left his original position, the rock wall behind him exploded with a loud crash. A giant claw, completely covered in red armor, burst through the wall, and soon the entire Crimson Toxic Scorpion King crawled out from the broken mine. If Su Lin had hesitated for even a moment, he would have already been a dead body.
The Crimson Toxic Scorpion King's entire body was more than 3 meters long.
Its dark red exoskeleton had spiky, fur-like sharp stingers about 10 centimeters long. At the end of each of its 4 pairs of legs were sharp hooks capable of easily piercing the rock, exuding immense strength. The pair of giant pincers raised high seemed capable of instantly tearing a person to pieces. What was most terrifying was its raised tail, with a poisonous stinger at the end glowing with a strange blue light, dripping thick poison drop by drop. Su Lin was only about 5 or 6 meters away from the Crimson Toxic Scorpion King.
How to fight this?
With nothing but a machete in hand.
A dagger can't even get close to such a giant creature.
But according to the system's hint, the joints, abdomen, and the inside of the mouth of the Crimson Toxic Scorpion King are weak areas, with no thick armor protecting them.
It seems the only way is to target these spots.
The Crimson Toxic Scorpion King raised its 2 pincers high and lunged forward, a shockwave sweeping through the mine tunnel, stones flying like rain. Su Lin's machete struck the armor, sparking a trail of sparks, and with the recoil force, he was thrown back 5 or 6 meters, trying to get out of the Scorpion King's attack range. The Crimson Toxic Scorpion King chased after him. The left pincer was raised high, sweeping toward Su Lin, the wind it created blowing his hair back.
The Scorpion King's body was almost fully upright by now. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su Lin crouched down and slid through, swiftly gliding under the scorpion's abdomen.
During the slide, he raised his machete with both hands and thrust upward, the blade directly piercing the relatively soft abdominal membrane.
SSS.
A sound like tearing through ragged cloth echoed. The machete's edge sank into the Crimson Toxic Scorpion King's abdomen by 3 or 4 inches, dark purple blood spraying out. If not for Su Lin's incredible speed, the blood would have definitely splashed onto him. The Crimson Toxic Scorpion King let out a sharp, ear-piercing screech, its body shaking violently. It turned at an impossible angle, and the poison stinger on its tail shot down like lightning toward Su Lin's back. As Su Lin fell, he had already completed all his moves, sliding, rolling, and half-squatting, then raising his machete high. Just as the stinger was about to pierce Su Lin's back, it slammed deeply into the rock floor. Though Su Lin was immune to poison after drinking the spring water, the stinger of the Crimson Toxic Scorpion King was something he couldn't withstand, thick and sharp beyond measure. Furious, the Crimson Toxic Scorpion King pulled its tail stinger out. The pain in its abdomen made it even more agitated. It turned quickly, the right pincer smashing down like a heavy hammer. Su Lin had no time to react, only able to helplessly raise his machete to block.
Clang!
With the sound of metal meeting metal, Su Lin's entire body was forced to kneel on the rocky floor, his palm cracking open, blood flowing down his wrist in a steady stream. The difference in strength was too great to match head-on, he could only outsmart it. After blocking the attack, Su Lin shot backward like a cannonball and vanished once again. The Crimson Toxic Scorpion King, having lost its target, angrily raised its pincers and began attacking the surrounding cave walls wildly. Stones flew everywhere, and the foul stench filled the entire cave. The smell was choking, and Su Lin could barely stand it. 2 minutes later, as the dust settled, the Crimson Toxic Scorpion King lay about 10 meters away from Su Lin, seeming to be exhausted. Su Lin quietly approached, and when he was 2 to 3 meters away from the Scorpion King, he swung his machete hard at the creature's armor. As expected, the Scorpion King, in pain, once again raised its pincers high, and the gap in its shell between its compound eyes was fully exposed to Su Lin.
Without any hesitation, the opportunity was only this once.
Su Lin raised his machete and thrust both hands into the gap between the Scorpion King's compound eyes, driving the blade in all the way to the handle.
The Crimson Toxic Scorpion King let out an earth-shattering roar, its entire body writhing madly. Its 2 massive pincers flailed wildly, and its stinger stabbed randomly in every direction. Dark purple blood splattered everywhere, and Su Lin was not spared. Having succeeded, Su Lin quickly rolled several times to the side, putting distance between himself and the Scorpion King's attack range. At the same time, a dagger appeared in his hand for defense. The Crimson Toxic Scorpion King's struggles continued. The movements became smaller and smaller, the limbs twitching continuously. After more than 10 minutes, the enormous body crashed to the ground. Su Lin still didn't move forward. The system's voice didn't come,
which meant that the Crimson Poison Scorpion King wasn't dead. If he approached now, he might be killed by its final strike. The mine was quiet again, with only the heavy breathing of the Crimson Poison Scorpion King and the sound of blood dripping. Reward: Dragon Country player Su Lin kills the Crimson Poison Scorpion King. Reward: +5 to all attributes, 10 bottles of special antidote. Additionally, all citizens of Dragon Country get +2 luck and +1 to all attributes. Since Su Lin is the first to kill the Crimson Poison Scorpion King, the reward includes a broken armor blade, a composite bow, and 100 arrows. The system's announcement repeated 3 times. Su Ning wiped the sweat off his forehead, his left hand brushing the bloodstain on his waist. It was only a light scratch from the Scorpion King's limb, not fatal, and the poison hadn't spread deeply. Su Lin endured the pain all over his body and took out the broken armor blade from the system's rewards. Carefully, he approached the Crimson Poison Scorpion King and used the blade to collect its shell, stinger, and everything useful into the emergency supply pod. After finishing this, Su Lin slowly walked out of the mine. This was the first time he had been injured since entering the primal world, but he was already healing quickly. But in the darkness, he didn't know how many dangers awaited him. At least, he was still alive at this moment. The battle with the Crimson Poison Scorpion King made him realize that, even though he was unique among the players from other countries, compared to these mutated beasts, he was still too weak in many situations. He even believed that, in the near future, the primal world would see more and more beasts that surpassed his understanding. So, he needed to improve his strength quickly. Only by doing so could he adapt and stand out. Su Lin struggled to walk out of the mine, and the scene outside made him furious. Chapter 64, Bloody Battle. At least 20 or 30 people stood in front of the cave entrance. Chen Jianfang and the others were fighting desperately, with blood all over their bodies. It was unclear whether it was their own or the enemy's. What's going on? Su Lin's voice was deep. Captain, they insisted on entering the mine to hunt the Crimson Poison Scorpion King. We refused, and a fierce conflict broke out. Shi Meng, who was in the front, got seriously injured. Chen Jianfeng's words were filled with anger. Su Lin took a bamboo tube of spring water from the emergency supply pod and handed it to Shi Meng. Shi Meng drank 2 or 3 gulps and then raised his machete again. Su Lin, your Dragon Country people are too overbearing. The system issued the task, does it mean only you can complete it? Can't we even have the right to enter? A mocking voice came from Brother Shan of John. What's the point of saying all this? If you want to deal with me, you can come up with 1,000 reasons and excuses. Stop talking in such lofty terms. Since today you've injured my people from Dragon Country, you don't need to leave. After speaking, he drew the broken armor blade and handed the composite bow and arrows to Chen Jianfeng. Kill, leave no one alive. As Su Lin's words fell, his figure had already disappeared. Chen Jianfeng and the other 5 quickly assumed their attacking formation. Chen Jianfeng bent his bow and shot an arrow toward the so-called Brother Shan. At the moment Su Lin disappeared, Brother Shan's face changed dramatically. He had worked so hard to gather so many people just to stop Su Lin from completing the extremely difficult task. Now that Su Lin had already completed it, staying here no longer had any meaning. Brother Shan turned to run, but Su Lin had already appeared beside him. The broken armor blade, accompanied by the sound of the wind, slashed toward his back. The speed was so fast that it was already too late to avoid. Brother Shan's eyes showed a look of shock, his entire body twisted at an impossible angle, and he flipped to the side, trying to escape far from Su Lin. But Su Lin was even faster. As Brother Shan flipped, his body was already chased by Su Lin, and the armor-piercing knife had already struck his back. Slish! The clothes on Brother Shan's back were torn open, and blood splattered out, deep enough to see the bone. Su Lin seemed stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected the armor-piercing knife to have such power. But soon, he recovered and once again thrust the knife toward Brother Shan. Brother Shan desperately charged forward, the intense pain from his back making it impossible for him to maintain balance. Only at this moment did he have a chance to draw his own machete. Su Lin, you're bullying me too much. Do you really think I'm an easy target? Ha, you even know idioms? Do you know? In my eyes, you're just trash, a dogleg following Brown. Since I ran into you today, don't even think about surviving. Su Lin's body moved rapidly, and suddenly, he appeared in front of Brother Shan. As his body moved, the armor-piercing knife deeply stabbed into Brother Shan's left chest, close to the heart. He immediately pulled it out, and Brother Shan fell to the ground, gasping but no longer breathing. Su Lin quickly turned around, and by Mo Yun's side, 3 or 4 people were surrounding her. Although she was resisting with all her might, she might be killed at any moment. After reaching Mo Yun's side, Su Lin switched his armor-piercing knife for a dagger and swiftly slashed the throats of 2 people. When his figure reappeared, his right hand gripped the armor-piercing knife and blocked a fatal strike aimed at Mo Yun. The armor-piercing knife fiercely stabbed into another person's chest. In an instant, Mo Yun's crisis was resolved.
Mo Yun, don't hold back, kill.
Su Lin's voice rang out as he was already moving toward Meng, who was surrounded by 4 or 5 people and had already been hit by many knives. A trace of ruthlessness appeared in Mo Yun's eyes, and her right hand quickly slashed across the neck of the black man she was fighting. There was no hesitation, and she then moved to assist Wang Wujia, who was not far from her. All the contestants from the Dragon Kingdom were surrounded by 2 or 3 people, and the situation was perilous. Meng's movements were wide and bold, but due to serious injuries, his speed was slow. If no one came to his rescue, he would likely be killed soon. Su Lin's armor-piercing knife flew up and down, constantly attacking the contestants from other countries surrounding Meng. Although he didn't know exactly which countries these people were from, and there were few familiar faces, he could tell that many of them must be from smaller countries. The armor-piercing knife flipped 2 people in an instant, blood was everywhere on the ground. Meng looked at Su Lin with gratitude, and his machete violently severed one person's arm. The aura around him seemed to rise significantly in that instant. Brother Meng, leave this to me, hurry up and drink some spring water. Su Lin had already noticed the change in Meng and quickly reminded him. Meng seemed to be stunned for a moment, but then without hesitation, he pulled out a bamboo tube, gulping down 4 or 5 mouthfuls, and then grabbed his knife to cut at the 3 or 4 people surrounding Zhao Xinming.
Retreat, everyone retreat, return to Area 5, retreat.
Brother Shan's voice suddenly rang out. Su Lin turned his head to look. Brother Shan had recovered, and after saying this, his body moved rapidly, fleeing. Su Lin's eyes revealed a hint of regret.
If it hadn't been for saving Mo Yun, he would definitely have taken a few more strikes.
But at that moment, the situation was too urgent, and there was no time to think about anything else, which gave Zhang Niu the opportunity to use the national luck points as a sacrifice.
The opportunity to restore Brother Shan.
The attack speed of the broken armor knife in his hand grew faster and faster, and after hearing Brother Shan's warning, the others quickly fled.
In less than a minute, more than 10 corpses were left on the ground.
Zhao Xinming and the others were preparing to pursue, but were stopped by Su Lin.
These are just small fries, don't mind them. Gather their food and weapons, and we'll retreat quickly.
After Su Lin finished speaking, he also began collecting food and weapons. Except for Chen Jianfang, the others were all seriously injured. They needed to find a safe place quickly to treat their wounds and replenish food and water. 2 or 3 minutes later, the 6 of them quickly retreated.
Since the mountain didn't have many trees, their movements were completely visible. If the enemies turned back, it would be very dangerous.
More than an hour later, Su Lin and the others found a huge tree deep in the forest. They lit a fire and sat beneath it, replenishing food and water, each drinking 3 sips of spring water.
Everyone, rest well. No need for vigilance.
While we were fighting, I had little Gray come over to find a safe place.
It's on guard now.
You've all worked very hard today, and I've seen how well you all performed.
Great job, thank you for protecting me.
Su Lin's words were very sincere.
Captain, you're being too polite. In these 2 or 3 days, how many times have you saved us? We should be the ones saying thank you. Mo Yun's voice came softly.
The others nodded in agreement while eating. Chirp! Little Gray suddenly let out a sharp cry from not far away. Su Lin waved his hand to the others and quickly moved towards Little Gray.
Chapter 65, Cooperation.
The people in the official live broadcast room of Longhua held their breath, their spirits highly tense. In the past few days, Su Lin and his group had continuously been attacked by various countries. Although Su Lin's combat power was extremely high, they were simply too few in number, and an accident could happen at any moment. Su Lin appeared next to Little Gray, and Little Gray's wings flapped twice to the right. Su Lin understood. 10 minutes later, 6 or 7 people emerged from the depths of the dense forest on the right, with Li Zhengtai leading them.
Su Lin stepped forward to meet them. Captain, this is Su Lin. I told you they must be coming in this direction.
Li Zhengtai seemed a bit excited.
Hello, I am Jin Zemin, the captain of the North Bang team. Nice to meet you. We've been looking for you for a long time. I am Su Lin, thank you for your help.
Let's go, we have a place up ahead where we can replenish food and water. Su Lin shook hands with Jin Zemin and then led everyone towards the place where Qin Jianfang and the others were. When they arrived at the stop, both sides introduced themselves. Su Lin took out a lot of wolf meat and wild boar meat for Jin Zemin and the others. Su Lin, we captured a member of the South Bang team. From his mouth, we learned that Brown and another mysterious person have set up a trap at the essential passage leading to the center.
They're waiting for you to walk into it.
They are now very afraid of you continuing to grow stronger. Jin Zemin finished speaking and quietly looked at Su Lin.
Essential passage? This continent is so big, is there no other way around?
Su Lin voiced his doubt. Whether it can be bypassed is not known yet, but since Brown has set up a trap there, it's highly likely that there is no way around it. You may have already noticed that the entire continent seems to have been deliberately arranged in this way. I suspect that after the 3-day growth period, in future tasks, we will encounter more and more beastly creatures beyond our imagination.
Jean Zeman's expression was serious. You're absolutely right. So, does your arrival mean that we're joining forces? Shall we face the upcoming situation together?
Su Lin asked knowingly, his tone not overly polite. Su Lin, we've all drunk the spring water brought back by Zhang Tai, and our strength has greatly improved, especially our power, speed, and physical reaction ability. At least everything has improved by more than double, and this spring water was given to us by you.
So, we must do something to repay you. Jean Zeman said sincerely.
No need for repayment. Our two countries are friendly nations. If possible, let's combine our forces and jointly crush Brown's delusions. Su Lin clearly expressed his stance. Alright, Su Lin, perhaps our fighters are much weaker than yours, but please rest assured, no one will be afraid of death. We've already discussed it on the way here, and we'll follow your unified command.
Thank you for the trust, brother country. Then, I will respect your wishes. Everyone, eat. Afterward, we'll continue our journey.
Su Lin said, then took out a bamboo tube of spring water from the emergency supply cabin and handed it to Jean Zeman.
Chen Jianfeng's eyes brightened, but he remained silent. Regarding Su Lin's decision, they were now unconditionally obedient.
Though the spring water was precious, they had already noticed that the more they drank, the less effective it became. This is too precious.
Su Lin, you should take it back. Jean Zeman quickly refused. You sacrificed 2 people to save us, what is this spring water in comparison?
Your strength has improved, which will be of great benefit to our entire mission.
Please accept it. I don't like people who are overly polite.
Hearing Su Lin's words, Jean Zeman accepted it readily and immediately gave each person 3 sips. I need to remind you, the more you drink this spring water, the less effective it becomes, and in the end, it might not work at all.
Jean Zeman nodded.
Then, Su Lin took out the weapons they had collected and let Jean Zeman and his team choose. Afterward, they extinguished the fire, and the group of more than 10 set off in a grand procession. Now, each of them carried a bow and arrow.
A machete and dagger were essential items as well.
In fact, Su Lin had a doubt in his mind. Up until now, he had noticed that the entire national survival system's progress was very slow, and most people's weapons hadn't been upgraded. If weapons made from materials in the wilderness were the only option, the entire national survival system's progress seemed too slow. But these issues were beyond his control, he believed there was certainly a reason for it. Su Lin walked at the front of the team, Jean Zeman and his group were in the middle, and Chen Jianfeng and others were at the rear, covering their backs. In the official livestream, Fang Yi's face was full of questions. Brother Chen, Su Lin and the others don't really know Jean Zeman very well, only through Li Zhengtai.
Why do I feel like they've already let down their guard against them? Fang Yi, take a good look at their formation. Why do you think Su Lin placed the Beibang people in the middle?
Brother Chen,
are you saying that Su Lin doesn't trust them 100%?
That's for sure.
Our Dragon Country's fighters probably think the same way.
After all, it's not just their own safety at stake, the fate of the country is also at risk, so they must be cautious.
Then why did Su Lin give them the spring water?
Fang Yi continued asking.
Haven't you noticed?
The strength of the Beibang people is overall weaker. They don't have an outstanding person like Su Lin, so they can't drive the improvement of the whole team's strength. So, Su Lin used the spring water to boost their strength a little, but it won't pose a threat to our Dragon Country's fighters. Otherwise, when the battle comes, they might become a burden.
Chen Ye's explanation made the people in the livestream instantly realize.
The survival of the country, each nation is gambling on its luck, and no one can afford to lose. The overall strength of the 6 people from Longwei is top-notch among all countries, and as long as they hold on for a few more days, after new team members are added, the real battle will begin. So during this time, it is important to win over as many allies as possible. This is also the reason why Su Lin agreed to cooperate with Jean Zeman and the others. A dozen people struggled through the dense forest in the deep mountains. Although they had received relevant information, they still didn't know where the so-called necessary path was. From around 4 o'clock in the afternoon until after 7 in the evening, everyone was exhausted. Su Lin ordered the team to stop, start a fire, roast meat, and replenish fresh water. After eating and drinking enough, Xiao Hui began to stay alert around the area. His mind remained highly vigilant, and he had a sense that he was not far from the trap set by Brown. Suddenly, Xiao Hui let out a sharp scream and flew toward Su Lin and the others. Chapter 66, The Pass. After Xiao Hui flew over, he continuously flapped his left wing, and Su Lin immediately understood.
Xiao Hui says someone has been scouting this way. Now, it's too late to avoid them.
Brother Chen, Brother Meng, stay here, everyone else hide nearby. Work with us, and remember, we must not let them escape. After Su Lin finished speaking, everyone, except Chen Jianfeng and Shi Meng, hid nearby. 3 or 4 minutes later, rustling sounds came from the left, and it seemed like they had already seen the fire. The sound grew louder, and the 3 of them quickly hid behind a nearby big tree. From the left side of the forest, 3 or 4 people came running out, all holding machetes and bows and arrows. After seeing the fire but not spotting anyone, they also hid.
Come out, we've already seen you.
The leader, a man with a big red nose, kept turning in different directions with a bow and arrow. Chen Jianfeng slowly raised his bow and shot an arrow at the big red-nosed leader, and then the rest of the group quickly shot their arrows. The 4 of them slowly fell to the ground, each of them shot with at least 2 arrows. Su Lin and the others came out from the shadows.
I don't recognize these people.
They might be players from other small countries. Captain Jean, have your team collect their weapons and food. I'll go ahead to check. After you extinguish the fire, stay hidden and wait for my return.
Su Lin said after checking.
After walking about 10 meters forward, Su Lin blended in with the surrounding environment.
200 or 300 meters ahead, there was a pass.
Both sides of the pass were steep cliffs that stretched endlessly. Trying to bypass the pass by going around the mountainside was as unrealistic as a fool's dream. Su Lin moved along the right side of the mountain for at least a mile but saw no change in the landscape. When he returned, he was about to enter the pass and explore, when 2 people walked out from deep inside the pass. One of them, holding a dagger, was tall, and the other, holding a wooden stick, both walked out of the pass, talking to each other. John and the others have been out for so long, but they still haven't returned.
Could something have happened to them? What could happen? They probably caught some prey.
It's strange though, this kind of terrain doesn't exist in real life.
Do you think it's been purposely designed?
Besides the pass, there are no other passages. The tall man holding the dagger said as they walked.
Isn't that a good thing? Su Lin's team wanted to go through a path that was almost impossible.
Brown had set up a lot of traps and had 40 to 50 people on the opposite side. For his 6 men to get through, it would be harder than climbing the sky.
Another person whispered. Let's go. The 2 of us will head back.
We are already beyond the scouting range, it's too dangerous to go any further. But, to be honest, as long as we can stop Su Lin here, or better yet, kill him, then everything after that won't be his concern anymore.
The 2 of them chatted aimlessly as they walked back.
Su Lin's figure moved rapidly, like a ghost, silently landing behind the 2 of them.
His knife instantly sliced through their necks.
The 2 men desperately covered their necks, trying to stop the blood from flowing, and slowly collapsed to the ground. Su Lin silently looked at the 2 men, his brows tightly furrowed. From their conversation, he could tell that not only were there traps ahead at the narrow pass, but there were also 40 to 50 people ready to attack him at any time. If he tried to charge through on his own, the chance of success would be almost zero. What method should he use? He had already killed 6 of their men, and they would soon come to investigate. After a brief hesitation, Su Lin turned around and left, without even burying the bodies. After meeting up with Chen Jianfeng and the others, Su Lin quickly reported the situation to them.
The only 2 plans I can think of right now are these. The first one is for us to quickly move forward. You all ambush around the edge of the pass. Brown will definitely send people to scout.
Take out whoever comes out, until they stop sending people.
Su Lin's gaze swept across everyone present.
The second option is, while you're eliminating their scouts, I will quietly sneak into the opposite side of the pass alone. I will try to kill their players and figure out if there are any other ways to get in. Our only advantage right now is that Brown doesn't know about Captain Jean and his team's existence, so anyone who comes out should be killed. Su Lin's voice was low, even with a hint of worry.
This time is different from before.
The pass has become a natural barrier. It will be incredibly difficult to get through. Actually, there's another way, which is to wear them down, see who can outlast whom.
But the problem with that is that Brown can leave people to guard here. He can organize others to complete the tasks issued by the system.
Captain Su, we definitely have no problem, but you need to go through the pass, into the traps and surrounded by many players.
Isn't the risk too high?
Jean Zeman's concern was the same as Chen Jianfeng and the others.
It's fine. I have the void dust coat. In a critical moment, I can turn invisible.
Also, Xiao Hui will be with me and will guide me in the air. Xiao Hui's head was held high, looking proud. Chen Jianfeng and the others were about to speak, but Su Lin waved his hand to stop them.
No more hesitation. They will send people out soon. We move immediately, and we do exactly as I say.
After Su Lin finished speaking, he turned and left. The others closely followed behind him. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the pass. Everyone except Su Ning hid around the pass. Su Lin's body slowly faded, completely disappearing. Jean Zeman and the others who saw it for the first time were amazed. Su Lin slowly advanced toward the pass, not moving too fast.
Xiao Hui had already flown into the air. It was around 7 or 8 in the evening, and the entire pass was pitch dark. Su Lin had learned many methods of setting traps and mechanisms from Mo Yun. So facing the traps set in the narrow pass, he could easily identify and avoid them. After 20 minutes, a whispering voice appeared directly in front of Su Lin, and there seemed to be a firelight further ahead. None of the 6 have returned, we need to be extremely cautious. I think Su Lin has arrived. Let me tell you, the 2 of us absolutely cannot leave the narrow pass. Trust me. Okay, let's go out for a quick look, and whether we see anyone or not, we'll return immediately. It's too dangerous. The 2 of them chatted casually, and their direction was surprisingly the left side of the narrow pass. Su Lin had a quick idea and decided not to strike, but to follow closely behind the 2 of them. Chapter 67, A Game Within a Game. As long as they could figure out the safe route for entering and exiting the narrow pass, Qin Jianfeng and Jin Zemin could easily avoid the traps and enter the pass without any harm. As long as they got through the trap area, even if the enemy had 40 or 50 people, they would still have a fighting chance. Moreover, their side had a dozen people, who could leave immediately after a surprise attack. Su Lin's idea was sound and highly feasible. After walking along the left side for a few minutes, the 2 suddenly changed direction without warning and continued forward. Su Lin, less than 10 meters away from them, carefully recorded their exact route, and soon, they reached the origin of the narrow pass. The 2 had barely stuck their heads out when they were shot dead by Qin Jianfeng's archers. Then, someone came over to take their weapons and food and dragged their bodies aside. The origin of the narrow pass fell silent again. Su Lin slowly walked out from inside, hiding behind a large tree. Everyone, don't attack. It's me, Su Lin. After saying that, he stepped out, and the others gathered around. Captain Jean, I followed these 2 out of the narrow pass and have already recorded their safe route in and out. Now, everyone follow me. Once we enter the pass, stay alert. If possible, we'll launch a surprise attack and then retreat immediately through the pass, heading toward the center. Su Lin spoke decisively. Okay, we trust you, Captain Su. Alright, everyone follow me, don't wander off. After Su Lin finished speaking, he stepped into the narrow pass, with everyone closely following him, entering one by one. It only took about 20 minutes for everyone to pass through the entire narrow pass. Su Lin waved his hand gently, signaling everyone to hide in place, each holding a bow or machete. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Everyone could hear voices coming from the opposite side and vaguely see some firelight. Hide in place. I'll go take a look. If anyone comes, kill them, Su Ning said, lowering his voice as much as possible. Everyone nodded in unison, especially Jin Zemin, who looked visibly excited. Su Lin's figure vanished again, quickly moving forward. 5 minutes later, he hid behind a huge tree, observing the scene ahead. Radiating outward from the trap area of the narrow pass, people and campfires were scattered on both sides, each holding bows and machetes. Only the center path remained open, where Brown, Mountain Brother, Taylor, Luo Han, and others were talking. None of the people we sent out have returned. No doubt, Su Lin is already here. But don't worry, he definitely won't make it this far. What I'm worried about now is that Su Lin will try to wear us down with a war of attrition and won't come in. Brown's voice carried a hint of helplessness. If their positions were swapped, he certainly wouldn't have come in. Even if it meant failing the follow-up mission, he wouldn't risk his life. He believed that Su Lin wouldn't either, completely ignoring the differences between the 2 of them. Su Lin and he were not the same. Su Lin had faith. It doesn't matter, if he doesn't come in, the subsequent tasks and rewards will have nothing to do with him. As long as we guard this place, our overall strength will far exceed his. If necessary, we can take turns keeping watch. Brother Sean said this through gritted teeth. He could never forget the scene where Su Lin nearly killed him last time. For now, that's the only option. Brown's tone was full of helplessness. On the surface, it seemed like they were completely in control and had the absolute advantage, but the worries in his heart were never spoken aloud. The previous encounters with Su Lin had already left him with psychological scars. If it hadn't been for some of the methods he used, he would probably have been killed by Su Lin already. Do you guys think it's possible that Su Lin has already entered, or that he's crossed the narrow pass area by himself, leaving his team behind? After all, he does have the empty dust cloak. Luo Han's words made Brown and the others break out in a cold sweat. This possibility not only existed but was very high. If that's the case, then everything they had done here would be in vain, because they couldn't stop Su Lin's growth, and everything would be meaningless. Brown's face turned pale, but now that the situation had reached this point, he had no better solution. I don't think it's very likely. You know, we've already placed personnel around the entire trap area, and there's a huge pit in the middle of the passage. Unless Su Lin can fly, it would be very difficult for him to pass without alerting anyone. Taylor's words made some sense. Su Lin quietly remained there, not moving at all.
He was thinking about a question. Since Brown was able to guess that he most likely had already come, could it be that everything they said was meant for him to hear? This possibility wasn't impossible. If he acted according to the information revealed in their words, would he fall right into their trap? Alright, let's not say anything else. We'll wait for a few more hours. If Su Lin doesn't make a move by midnight, we'll have to consider other options. The others stopped talking, quietly waiting. The only sound around them was the crackling of the fire, and Su Lin's figure slowly retreated. After reuniting with Jin Zemin and Chen Jianfeng, the worried expression on his face was clear. Captain, what's wrong? Zhao Xinming asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Brown has set up a lot of people ahead, with his men on both sides, and a huge pit dug in the middle. It will be extremely difficult for us to get through. I came back to discuss with everyone. I'll go ambush Brown to draw their attention, and you guys take the chance to break through on the left. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, I'll go with you along with Shi Meng. Before Chen Jianfeng could finish speaking, Su Lin waved his hand. Right now, we're taking a gamble, betting that what Brown and the others just said is all true. If I discover anything suspicious during the ambush, I'll alert you guys. If I tell you to go, then you go. Jin Zemin and Chen Jianfeng nodded heavily. Everyone understood that this battle was filled with great danger. The audience in the livestream was on edge. Su Lin's actions were too risky, but at the same time, it was the most practical solution right now. Su Lin's figure disappeared once more, tightly gripping his armor-piercing sword, and returned to the position where he had been hiding earlier. After confirming multiple times that there were no changes in the surroundings, Su Lin carefully approached Brown's location, stopping just 5 or 6 meters away from him. Then, his figure suddenly sprang into action, gripping the armor-piercing blade and charging toward Brown. Chapter 68, Bloody Battle. Su Lin's figure appeared as his speed reached its peak, but by then, he was already at Brown's side, the armor-piercing blade howling through the air as it swung toward Brown's head. There was no hint of fear in Brown's eyes, completely indifferent as he casually leaned to the left, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, as if there was a touch of disdain. Su Lin also smiled, and the armor-piercing blade, which was initially aimed at Brown's head, suddenly reversed and struck toward Brown's left shoulder, moving at an unbelievable speed. Brown had no time to dodge. Did you forget that I can see you? Brown's body flipped again, twisting at an incredible angle to narrowly avoid Su Lin's armor-piercing blade. You seem to have forgotten that acting foolish in front of me won't work. Su Lin knew that Brown could see him, but the fact that Brown didn't warn him in advance meant that Brown was not as invincible as he seemed. Su Lin attacked again with the armor-piercing blade in his right hand, while his left hand produced a bamboo crossbow and immediately shot an arrow. With no way to dodge, Brown took an arrow to his arm. This all happened within just 2 or 3 seconds, and the others hadn't even reacted yet before Su Lin and Brown had already exchanged several blows. It must be said that Brown was indeed strong. Even when facing Su Lin, he was able to remain calm. He had definitely received some sort of special reward in the past, or else it would be nearly impossible for him to react like this. Su Lin gave up on pursuing Brown and turned to attack the others. The armor-piercing blade flew up and down, killing 3 or 4 people in just a few seconds. The people on the left, who had been holding bows and arrows, were now in close combat with Su Lin and their own people. Many dropped their bows and joined the battle, while Brown, at a distance, hid away. In fact, Brown was giving Su Lin an illusion. If Su Lin had continued his attacks, he would have surely killed Brown within 3 to 5 moves. Because Brown himself knew exactly how he had avoided those attacks, and to this day, he still felt uneasy about it. Only 2 or 3 people remained on the left. Su Lin shouted loudly, "Go!" Chen Jianfeng and Jin Zemin moved at the same time. They knew Su Lin's abilities, and staying here would only become a burden to him. So, they swiftly crossed through the spot where Brown's people had just stood, shooting 3 arrows in quick succession before easily leaving. But what Su Lin misjudged was that Brown's people didn't pursue Chen Jianfeng and Jin Zemin. Instead, they surrounded Su Lin, with arrows occasionally flying toward him. Su Lin was exhausted from defending and had already sustained 3 or 4 injuries. After swinging the armor-piercing blade to kill another contestant, Su Lin leaped out of the battle circle, his figure gradually blurring before disappearing completely. Behind that large tree, at 1 o'clock. Brown's voice suddenly rang out. He was pointing out Su Lin's location to the others. Su Lin moved again toward Brown's direction. He had to kill Brown first, otherwise, escaping would be extremely difficult. At this moment, Su Lin suddenly understood that the trap set by Brown wasn't for the others, but was specifically designed for him alone. The situation grew more difficult. In the following minutes, Brown kept pointing out Su Lin's position. Though Su Lin had killed 7 or 8 people, his injuries were becoming more severe. He was even being hindered in his movements, especially after being struck by a sword from behind, causing blood to flow continuously. The official Dragon Kingdom livestream had everyone holding their breath. They were very clear that this was the trap Brown had set for Su Lin. If Su Lin could not escape in time, he would likely die here. Su Lin, come on, kill them all.
Bastard, what are Qin Jianfeng and the others doing?
That old bastard Brown, hiding behind while sending others to die, shameless and despicable.
Chen Ye's eyes were fixed on the screen.
He believed Su Lin could find a way to break the situation, and since it was night, as long as he could quickly leave the battlefield, everything could still be saved.
It seemed like Su Lin had realized this too.
His figure moved unpredictably, distancing himself from the fire in the distance. Both sides' vision was greatly limited, and even Brown could no longer see where Su Lin was. The entire area was shrouded in darkness, with continuous, tragic screams echoing. Without Brown guiding the position, it became a one-sided massacre.
Chen Jianfeng and Jin Zemin had not gone far.
Now their expressions were serious, always ready to return for rescue. Captain seems to be unable to hold on, we must go back immediately for rescue. Zhao Xinling's anxious expression was obvious. Calm down, listen to the sounds.
All we hear are screams from Brown's men. The captain should be fine, Chen Jianfeng's voice was low.
At this moment, his pressure was immense. If he made the wrong judgment, it could cost Su Lin his life. But if he led the team back, he feared falling into the trap and becoming a burden to Su Lin.
After all, the enemy had too many people. Though some had already been killed by Su Lin, who could say if there were more hidden in the darkness?
Brown, if I don't kill you all today, I, Su Lin, will never retreat.
You beasts in human skin. Chen Gu, you retreat quickly.
Su Lin's voice came through. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Chen Jianfeng turned around without hesitation, and the others followed closely behind him.
Brown's face looked extremely ugly.
The firelight illuminated his face, making it look somewhat grotesque.
4 people remained by his side, still not joining the fight.
He was also conflicted, whether to leave now or wait for the outcome of the battle. A minute or two later, the number of people surrounding Su Lin became fewer, and the screams were no longer as frequent. Brown quickly waved his hand, leading the remaining 4 people, along with Brother Sean, Tyler, and Luohan, to leave at full speed, not even looking back. Half a minute later, it seemed the remaining players who had surrounded Su Lin noticed Brown's departure. The rest scattered and fled, and in an instant, only Su Lin remained standing in place.
The battle had taken a dramatic turn.
Su Lin checked their bodies one by one, collecting their food and weapons, and put them in the emergency supply pod. He then drank a few mouthfuls of spring water, quickly bandaged his wounds, and headed in the direction where Qin Jianfeng and the others had retreated. The whole battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Brown's side lost at least 20 players to Su Lin. Su Lin was covered in wounds, and this was the most injured he had been since entering the origin world. His body burned with pain, but it was quickly healing. More than an hour later, Su Lin reunited with Chen Jianfeng and the others. When Chen Jianfeng and the other team members saw Su Lin's condition, everyone's eyes grew moist. Captain, next time if such a situation happens, I will never leave. You don't need to say those big words to me anymore.
Mo Yun's voice was a bit choked.
Chapter 69, Another Mission Released.
No, Mo Yun, your choice today was right. Brown still has at least 7 or 8 people who haven't made a move.
If you hadn't turned back, it's likely that our entire team, along with Captain Jin's team, would have fallen into the trap.
I couldn't pull myself out. It's fine that I got a little hurt.
Su Lin tried to make his voice sound as relaxed as possible, and after speaking, he even forced a smile.
Captain, I think Mo Yun is right. We are one team, you represent Dragon Country, and so do we. Everyone who enters must be prepared to sacrifice for the country. If we don't go through blood and fire, we'll never grow. You can't always stay by our side.
One day, we'll have to execute missions alone.
From now on, we don't need your protection. Chen Jianfeng said firmly. Su Lin nodded heavily and looked at Chen Jianfeng and the others. I think Brother Chen's words make sense. From now on, I'll try to get all of you involved in the battle. But if the situation gets worse, when I give the order to retreat, you must retreat.
The others nodded in agreement. Captain Jean, there's still an hour or 2 until midnight.
Let's find a temporary place to rest until the system issues the mission. Jin Zemin nodded in agreement, and everyone continued on their way.
Half an hour later, Zhao Xinling found a cave, and everyone cleaned it up and started a fire to roast meat. Jin Zemin sent 2 team members, along with Shi Meng and Wang Wujie, to stand guard not far away, replacing them once the others had eaten and drank enough.
Chen Jianfeng rebandaged Su Lin's wounds. By now, there was less than an hour left before midnight.
Captain Jean, the system will issue a mission again tonight.
The growth for the first 3 days has ended.
Although the system says it will release tasks every 2 days from now on, if I'm right, there will be changes. The number of players dying is increasing, and almost every country is not at full strength. Plus, the difficulty of the missions has been extremely high from the start, so I estimate that the mission period will be extended.
I think so too.
Otherwise, when more than half the players are dead, many may still be in the novice protection period.
If the mission time is extended, the difficulty will probably increase as well.
Gene Zeman's words were met with agreement from everyone, and this was definitely inevitable.
No matter what kind of mission the system releases, we must try to complete it. It will definitely benefit our future growth. And one more thing, we absolutely cannot measure the system with ordinary thinking. Many extraordinary beasts, or abilities, may soon be ours. Whatever happens, just don't be too surprised.
What Qin Jianfeng said was actually the same as Su Lin's feelings.
After eating and drinking, everyone rested for a while.
The temperature in the mountain forest was extremely low at night, even far lower than the early winter temperatures. Su Lin leaned against the mountain wall and slowly fell asleep.
He was too tired. Midnight quickly arrived.
After the first 3 days of missions, the system evaluated that due to the high number of deaths, the mission cycle is changed to 7 days. The difficulty of the mission is divided into ordinary and extremely difficult. The cold voice of the system echoed, just as Su Lin and Gene Zeman had predicted. Ordinary mission, within 7 days, the entire country's squad must hunt 30 ghost firewolves. The mission area is unknown, and the mission reward will be announced after the hunt.
Extremely difficult mission, within 7 days, the entire country's squad must hunt 1 flame-winged demon lion, provided the mission of hunting 30 ghost firewolves is completed. The demon lion breathes fire and has deadly poison hidden in its body.
After a successful hunt, a crystal of luck will be left behind, and each member of the squad will gain a special ability. Other rewards will be announced after the hunt. The system repeated this announcement 3 times. Su Lin and the others remained silent. They were calculating in their hearts, this task was completely different from the previous 3 days. If the previous ones could still be considered as dealing with ordinary beasts, this time it was truly about an extraordinary beast. And judging by the time the system released the task, the difficulty of the extremely difficult task must be very high. Otherwise, it wouldn't require the entire team to participate. Su Lin broke the silence first.
Everyone, don't be discouraged. We've discussed this before. The system can't keep issuing tasks to hunt ordinary beasts.
These tasks are definitely difficult to complete, but the rewards will be very generous, and they require teamwork.
This is a good thing. Don't you want to gain extraordinary abilities?
But Captain Su, extremely difficult tasks may be something you guys need to attempt, but we are ready to give up.
As long as we complete the ordinary tasks, that will be fine. The power gap between us is quite large.
What Gene Zeman said actually made a lot of sense. If the difficulty of the task had exceeded their capacity, attempting to complete it might even lead to the entire team being wiped out.
Captain Gene, the task duration is still long.
My suggestion is that we rest for 3 hours first to recover our stamina, then head out together to find the target area.
After all, this time the task area hasn't even been marked. Alright, everyone is tired. You should also rest your injuries.
We'll rotate guards every hour. Su Lin nodded in agreement, and almost instantly fell into a deep sleep. Little Gray was right beside him.
In the last 2 battles, Su Lin didn't let Little Gray participate, and one important reason was the close combat. Plus, he wasn't entirely clear about Little Gray's combat capabilities.
In Long Ji's live broadcast room, Feng He looked at Chen Yi with a confused expression. Brother Chen, the source world has already produced extraordinary beasts beyond reality, yet Su Lin and the others are just ordinary people.
Do you think the tasks released by the system are a bit unrealistic?
No, the source world can no longer be measured by the standards of the real world. And Su Lin and the others are also slowly growing. Just like after completing this task, they will gain extraordinary abilities. This is something that's impossible on Blue Star, and it's the same for all the participants. Chen Yi paused for a moment, then quickly added, if this trend continues, in the mid or later stages, Su Lin and the others might even develop the ability to fly or move through the earth, and it could even be more exaggerated.
The appearance of extraordinary beasts or other tasks will become even more fantastical.
Feng He nodded in a somewhat confused manner. The live broadcast room was also buzzing with discussion. Everyone knew that the source world was unlikely to be so simple, and any situation that arises in the future wouldn't be too surprising. Su Lin and Gene Zeman's team were all resting. They weren't worried that others would complete the task ahead of them, because everyone knew that even ordinary tasks weren't so easy to complete.
3 hours later, Su Lin opened his eyes and woke everyone up.
After replenishing food and water, the group of more than 10 people set off with great momentum.
Chapter 70, The Ghostfire Wolf.
Su Lin was still at the front. But because this time the system didn't mark the area where the Ghostfire Wolf was, they could only aimlessly move towards the central area. Based on previous experience, the system-issued tasks were generally not too far from their current location, usually taking about 2 to 3 hours, maybe 3 to 4 hours to reach. The members of both teams didn't raise any objections. No matter what decision Su Lin made, as long as it wasn't too extreme, they would trust him.
Everyone, be extra careful as we pass through here.
See if you can find any traces of the ghost firewolf, and always stay on high alert.
The mission we're hunting is 30 of them, and it's likely we'll encounter a pack.
Su Lin furrowed his brow. He felt that this seemingly ordinary task wouldn't be so easy to complete, and if their strength wasn't enough, there was a real risk of team annihilation.
That's why he wasn't rushing into action. Captain Su, wandering aimlessly like this isn't going to work. How about we split into 2 teams?
Jean Zeman suggested.
No, we can't.
Not only will we be under attack from other countries, but even if we aren't attacked by any contestants, once we split up, it'll be nearly impossible to reunite. Plus, with the relative weakness of your team members, if you encounter someone like Brown, you'll be at risk of team annihilation. I speak frankly, Su Lin replied.
Jean Zeman nodded. Su Lin's words weren't wrong.
In the dense forest, with no real landmarks, once they separated, it'd be almost impossible to meet again. Plus, their strength was indeed low, and with so few members, if they encountered someone like Brown or Mountain Brother, they'd face huge dangers. More than a dozen people moved through the dense forest, and after 2 to 3 hours, they still hadn't seen a single ghost firewolf. Although the system had provided an image of the ghost firewolf, seeing it was useless if they couldn't find one. Su Lin's expression started to show signs of impatience. Based on previous experiences, they should have already entered the ghost firewolf's territory by now, but they had found nothing. Su Lin stopped, called over Xiao Hui with a wave, and whispered a few words.
Xiao Hui took off, flying high. After drinking from the spring, even in the dark, Xiao Hui could see clearly.
Let's rest for a bit and wait for Xiao Hui's update, Su Lin said, taking out some wolf meat and handing it to Qin Jianfeng and the others. Jean Zeman and the others also took out food from their packs. After several days without hunting, Su Lin didn't have much food left, just enough to last for 3 to 4 days. Seeing that Jean Zeman and the others had plenty of food, he didn't bother sharing any.
Time passed minute by minute. Half an hour later, Xiao Hui returned.
His right wing flickered constantly, occasionally letting out a low growl.
Let's go, we'll head to the right.
Everyone is well fed, Su Lin said, tossing 2 pieces of wolf meat to Xiao Hui. Based on how long Xiao Hui had been flying, they would probably need to walk for at least 1 to 2 hours. The further they walked, the more off Su Lin felt. The trees around them grew sparse, and the ground was covered with thorns and shrubs. Everyone's clothes were torn from the sharp thorns, and their pace slowed. If it weren't for his absolute trust in Xiao Hui, Su Lin would have suspected they were on the wrong path.
Half an hour later, they emerged from the dense forest.
This was the first time they saw a landscape with such few trees. Ahead was a sea of thorns and bushes, over a person's height, something rarely seen in the real world. They walked another 2 to 3 minutes when suddenly, a cold voice echoed.
Warning, you have entered the ghost firewolf's active range. Please be extra cautious. Reminder, ghost firewolves are pack animals.
The system repeated this message 3 times, and a hint of excitement appeared on everyone's faces.
Everyone be on alert.
Hold your machetes.
If you see a ghost firewolf, attack immediately. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Hui's left wing beat again, and Su Lin moved to the left.
After walking for about 10 minutes, the thorns and bushes grew fewer, and various shapes of rocks appeared ahead. Su Lin stopped. Gripping his armor-piercing knife, he stepped onto a large stone and scanned his surroundings. Su Lin leapt off the rock. The armor-piercing knife was inserted into the ground.
Since we've already entered the activity zone of the Hellfire Wolves, we'll encounter them soon.
Let's walk for another 10 minutes.
Mo Yun, you take everyone except Brother Chen and Captain Jean to set up simple traps. The 3 of us will cover you. We'll pile the thorns together to form a defensive wall, and if possible, we'll lure the Hellfire Wolves in. Okay, Captain, don't worry.
Then everyone continued walking for more than 10 minutes.
The rocks and thorns became more frequent, and occasionally, 1 or 2 wolf howls could be heard.
Mo Yun and the others had already cleared a large area. Except for the stones that couldn't be moved, the thorns were stacked on both sides. If any Hellfire Wolves came, it would be very difficult for them to get out once they entered.
You all stay here.
I'll see if I can lure a wave of Hellfire Wolves over. As Su Lin's words fell, he had already sprinted away like an arrow leaving its bow. Su Lin did not hide his presence. After a few minutes of running, he encountered the first Hellfire Wolf. It was different from ordinary wolves, with 2 sharp fangs on either side of its mouth. Its body was also about twice as large as an ordinary wolf, with thick, powerful limbs and a crimson body, resembling a small wild boar to some extent. The moment Su Lin encountered the Hellfire Wolf, he turned around and headed back, neither too fast nor too slow. The Hellfire Wolf did not immediately chase Su Lin but instead tilted its head and howled. Then, another howl followed, and only after that did it start running wildly. After releasing 2 howls, in just 2 to 3 minutes, a dozen or so Hellfire Wolves had gathered behind Su Lin, chasing him through the woods. From time to time, they would howl again, calling more Hellfire Wolves to join the chase.
As Su Lin ran, he glanced back over his shoulder. This won't do. If too many Hellfire Wolves are summoned, they might not be able to handle them.
When Su Lin reached Mo Yun's group, there were already 20 or 30 Hellfire Wolves closely following behind him.
Chen Jianfang and Jin Zemin were already drawing their bows.
After Su Lin stopped, he took out a compound bow from the emergency supply pod and shouted to everyone behind him, "Take out your bows and arrows to attack the first wave of Hellfire Wolves. There are too many of them, hurry." Everyone quickly took out their bows and arrows. Su Lin jumped onto a large stone and drew his compound bow.
With a whoosh, an arrow shot out. The others followed closely, quickly firing their arrows at the Hellfire Wolves.